World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 1133 to Chapter 1158. Bastard! In the distance, an angry roar was heard. The newcomer did not expect that someone would still dare to make a move when he stopped them. At this moment, a giant hand that could prop up the sky came crashing down on Fang Ping. Get lost! Fang Ping roared and smashed the seal. Whoever attacked him, no matter who, no matter their identity or strength, was an enemy. Wu Kuishan also roared. His sword broke through the void and slashed toward the giant hand. The others dodged, slightly surprised. Who would dare to attack Fang Ping at this time? A saint powerhouse had appeared. At this time, the old man that Skywood had transformed into appeared and also slapped his palm. Heaven and earth were pitch black. Only two giant hands could be seen intertwining. Boom, Skywood took a step back. In the distance, the void exploded and a golden giant appeared. Skywood frowned slightly. He did not seem familiar. Instead, Ming Ting's expression changed. He said in a low voice, Tiangui Saint. As soon as he said that, Skywood remembered and said lightly, Tiangui of the 36 Saints. It was very calm, not too shocking. There were many powerhouses in the past. He had seen the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, 8th heaven powerhouses, beginner martial artists, 7th heaven top-notch heavenly kings. Among the 36 saints, other than the top 3, he did not have much memory of the others. Tiangui Saint was ranked 10th among the 36 saints. Saint-level powerhouses were actually not too far apart. Between 4 million to 5 million calories of vitality were all saint-level powerhouses. Saint was considered a transition between emperor level and heavenly king. Ranked 10th and ranked 36th were not far apart. Opposite him, the golden giant's expression was ice-cold. He looked at Fang Ping and said loudly, "This saint asked you to stop and you still dare to attack. Bastard!" Fang Ping's expression was not good either. Skywood had appeared. He was preparing to intimidate the 3 realms and plan for the future. Who knew that a saint would appear and stop him? Who do you think you are? Fang Ping shouted coldly, "Do you want to die? How dare you stop me? Is it true that the Sky Emperor and Heavenly King Stonebreaker's saber are not good enough? Do you really think that the human-suppressing Heavenly King and Martial King are not strong enough? Did you just resurrect and forget your surname? How dare you interfere with the human race's affairs? Do you want to die, you bastard?" Fang Ping cursed angrily. "Where did this dog come from? How dare you attack me? This old man is the current human monarch. If you want to seek death, just say it." On the other side, Saint Tiangui was stunned. He was scolded by someone. A true god powerhouse actually opened his mouth to scold when encountering him. "Elder Mu, can you kill him?" Fang Ping bellowed coldly, infuriated beyond measure. "You're just a mere saint. Who do you think you are? Our human clan has killed countless strong enemies. Even when dozens of heavenly kings surrounded the human clan still dared to fight back, let alone a useless saint. Does anyone dare to bully us humans?" Fang Ping was furious, but the others were stunned. Not only that, but Fang Ping quickly roared, "Cat, come to work. Call the cat-protecting captain over. F***CK, I'm going to go on a killing spree today. I'll kill a few saints as a sacrifice." At the same time, Fang Ping was frantically calling out to the old cat in his mind. Just one turn would do. A sage had actually made a move. He even felt that there were experts spying on him in the dark. Right now, he absolutely could not be soft. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. It was not easy for him to kill the true gods of the 3 realms until they were afraid of him. Now, something like this appeared. It was too infuriating. He felt that it was infuriating. On the other side, Saint Tiangui was also choking with anger. However, at this time, Heavenly Wood looked at him sympathetically, saying lightly, "Tiangui, it's not easy to come back to life. Aren't you afraid that you'll die and your Tao will vanish again, unable to come back to life?" Saint Tiangui looked at it. He recognized it. Heavenly Wood, the ancient number 1 wood. At this moment, Saint Tiangui was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. He frowned. After a while, he said coldly, "Ping Yu is my good friend." As he said this, Fang Ping's eyes turned cold. He said coldly, "You're Pingyu's good friend? That bastard dared to attack us humans previously. We don't even know if he's dead or not. With your saint-level strength, how dare you intervene now?" The giant like Tiangui's expression was a little ugly. He was being threatened by a true god, but Fang Ping was threatening him, intimidating him. If he did not act ruthlessly now, who knew what those powerhouses in the dark would think? Not only that, Fang Ping was throwing out benefits in his mind like crazy. "Big cat, come quickly. Saint-level drinks, fruits, true god-level fish head, wings, crab legs, octopus. I've prepared everything for you. A bastard called Tiangui wants to rob me. If you don't come, I'll give away my treasures as a reward." After a while, the cat appeared, its fat face full of sorrow. "This cat is so pitiful, the liar wants it to fight again. Come quickly, or else there's really nothing left." "Meow." The cat was sad and said aggrievedly, "You said that big dog gave it to me. He definitely won't dare to snatch it. Nonsense, he wants to kill me. If he kills me, will there be anything left for you?" "Meow." The cat became even more sorrowful. "How pitiful. This cat is so pitiful. This cat has lost a lot of weight. Recently, I've been running here and there every day. I've really lost tens of thousands of catties. Now I'm waiting for a big meal, and now something happened again. Meow, meow. This cat is so pitiful. This cat is so pitiful. Why do they all have to bully cats?" The cat wanted to roll all over the ground, sad, useless. The liar was blocked. What else could it do? The cat said miserably, "Anyway, this cat isn't going to fight. This cat is just going to take a look and get my drinks and fruits. You're not allowed to cheat this cat." Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly, "No problem, come quickly." After communicating with the cat, Fang Ping still had a saint on his side, so he was also full of confidence. Only then did the heavenly hound and Shochuan show up and leave. He did not believe that there would really be anyone who dared to do anything to the cat at this time. Those who dared were all in the fake sky cemetery. With confidence, Fang Ping was not afraid. This fellow attacked him without saying a word. His hostility was obvious. Why would he still be polite? Tiangui, right? Fang Ping stared at Tiangui, who had an ugly expression on his face, and said in an unfriendly tone, "Do you know that those who attacked the headquarters, even the heavenly kings, all died miserably now? Are you breaking 7 or 8? You've got guts. Old Moo, I'll leave this fellow to you. Hold him back for a while. Today, I'm going to kill a saint." Tiangui's gaze was ice cold, the coldness even freezing the void. He was insulted by a true god. At the same time, in the dark void, a few figures flickered. A white figure flashed. It was the Marshal of the Realm Gate, Yuan Gang, who appeared here earlier. His mentality fluctuated, and he chuckled. "Interesting. Tiangui seems to be in trouble this time. The current king. This generation's king is too domineering. It's not necessarily a good thing. The humans actually let this person become a king. What a pity." "Pity?" Someone else said lightly, "What's there to pity? This old man knows a thing or two about this generation's king. He has cultivated for 3 years and broken 4. Naturally, he has the ability to be arrogant. This old man thinks that Tiangui is in trouble this time. The Heavenly Emperor has just left. He might not be far away. If you attack him now, don't fall right after reviving." In the dark, there was not just one person, but 3 or 4 people. There was the white-robed Yuan Gang, Yue from the North Emperor sect, and 1 or 2 people whose figures and faces could not be seen clearly. Tiangui, the saint, suddenly stood up. Some of these people thought that Fang Ping was arrogant, and some thought that Tiangui was unwise. At this time, he had just been revived. Even if Tiangui had the strength of a top-notch saint in the past, now he was at most a beginner saint. Not to mention the fact that Tiangui had just left. If you attack now, aren't you afraid that the Heavenly Emperor will come back and kill you? He had a good relationship with Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, but there was no need to offend the current overlord of the 3 realms just for a true god. At this time, Yuan Gang, the Realm Gate Marshal, smiled and said, "Let's watch the show." Now is not a good time for us to attack. Everyone has just been revived. I heard that those powerhouses have entered the tomb of heaven. King Qian, King Kuan, King Sun, King Zhen, with so many heavenly king powerhouses here, I have also heard a thing or two. The human race was indeed besieged by all sides previously, until now, there has not been a winner. It can be seen that their strength is extraordinary. The heavenly King Zhen and King Wu that this person mentioned are probably peerless powerhouses too. Even if Tiangui gains the upper hand this time, when these people return, there will be a lot of trouble. Everyone, let's wait and see. Everyone did not speak, but they still agreed with what he said. The battle between the powerhouses has not been decided yet, and you are already standing on the side now. Did you get your saint-level strength for nothing? Having cultivated to this realm, who wasn't a shrewd person, until the last moment, they would not easily stand on the side, Tiangui. 36 saints had been for a long time. Once they were revived, they probably did not understand the situation in the human world, right? In the dark, the revived powerhouses were communicating. On the Forbidden Sea, Fang Ping was domineering. He let Heavenly Wood entangle the other party and threatened to kill the saint, who did not know how to scare people. Tiangui was angry, but he was very afraid. The older one was, the more afraid they were of death. Not to mention those who had died once, they had just been revived. At this moment, they were more afraid of death than the average old antique. If it was in the past, even if Heavenly Wood was here, he would still kill Fang Ping if he was humiliated like this. But now, he hesitated. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Heavenly Wood did not make a move. Fang Ping did not urge him either. If they really fought, it might not be a good thing. Scaring a saint into silence, this was his ability, Fang Ping sneered. He looked at King Huai and the others and sneered, your backer is here. Why don't you go over there and have a gathering? Saints, this month, many saints have died. Chongrong Heavenly Emperor was a saint level. He was also the first saint level powerhouse to fall. Fang Ping said that many had died. Naturally, it was nonsense. However, King Huai and the others did not say anything, nor did they run over to flatter him. They still did not know what was going on. If they were to flatter him carelessly, they might be killed by the angry Tiangui. The scene, once again, became quiet. At this moment, the void suddenly darkened. Heaven and earth changed color, blood clouds densely covered the void, rain dripping in an instant. Blood rain, Saint Tiangui's body shook. The true gods could not sense it clearly, but the saint level was extremely obvious. Heavenly Wood's body also shook slightly, murmuring, "Who died? Who died?" At this moment, there were many people who asked such questions. And Fang Ping's body also shook, suddenly taking out an item from the storage space. Crack, the item in his hand suddenly shattered. Fang Ping laughed loudly. At this moment, he was really arrogant. Ha ha ha, Green Spirit is dead. Fang Ping laughed wildly. Mount Luofu is completely destroyed. This is the consequence of provoking us humans. I don't care if you are some ancient venerable emperor or a saint. If you go against us humans, then you must die. Green Spirit. Opposite, Saint Tiangui's body trembled. In the dark, the void shook, and a few figures could not hide their auras anymore, shattering the void and appearing in front of everyone. Beside him, Qinghua's expression was complicated. Not far away, on Weiyu Mountain's side, true god Jiangsu also had a complicated expression. The Lord of Mount Luofu was dead. Who killed him? In fact, they already had a judgment. If it was not Heavenly King Garrison, then it was Martial King. Another ancient venerable emperor was dead. Ancient venerable emperors often also represented saint level. Green Spirit is dead. In the dark, a few people who had just appeared, some of them let out an endless sigh, looking at the blood clouds, the blood rain, their eyes were complicated. They had just awakened, and they witnessed the fall of an emperor level, the fall of a saint. This was even more terrifying than in the past. In the past, if it was not for the final battle in the heavenly realm, usually, even true gods would rarely die. But now, true gods fell like rain. Emperor level also died one after another in the past 2 days, and now there was even a saint who had fallen. Not only that, but at this moment, everyone's expression changed. In the source world, in the dark void, a large star flashed and disappeared, a large star. Fang Ping and the others only saw this, but the few saints felt more. At this moment, in the depths of the source world, in the powerhouse's territory, a large star erupted with dazzling light, and a burst of laughter resounded in all directions. I, Zhang Tao, am considered a heavenly king, right? Ha ha ha. The human race is invincible. A new heavenly king was born, in more than 2,000 years, the first heavenly king powerhouse to be born, and he was also very domineering. As for Moon Spirit and the others, they were also considered new heavenly kings, but they were too old. These people, even if they were new heavenly kings, did not have this kind of aura. Not everyone could transmit voice to the source world. The Demon Emperor did not do this back then. Of course, the Demon Emperor needed to keep a low profile, but the Martial King did not. Because he killed Venerable Emperor Green Spirit, the movement was too big. The entire fake Skygrave saw and sensed it, so there was nothing to hide. Although his origin Dao did not go more than 10,000 meters, at this moment, everything about him had reached the standard of a heavenly king, Zhang Tao. At this moment, Zhang Tao's name truly spread throughout the three realms, those who were awakening, those who had already awakened, those who were hidden, powerhouses above the saint level, almost all knew that a new heavenly king had been born, Zhang Tao. The big star was bright. Even if the big star was still very small, its light illuminated the heavens, that rich life aura. One could tell at a glance that this person was still young and had unlimited prospects. Zhang Tao. Heavenly King, someone murmured. Heavenly Wood's expression also changed. It knew Zhang Tao. At this moment, it suddenly looked at Fang Ping and said with a smile, "Congratulations, young friend. A king who has proven his heavenly king Dao." Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed wildly again. A king Wu killed a saint before becoming a heavenly king. Today, he has proven his heavenly king Dao. I can guarantee that a heavenly king will fall soon. Ha ha ha, the first heavenly king powerhouse of the human race has been born. A heavenly king powerhouse who is less than 100 years old. Fang Ping's voice spread in all directions, roaring, "Who dares to make an enemy of the human race? Chang Rong, Green Spirit, and the others will end up like this. King Kuan will end up like this. Previously, I killed his clone, and the next day, the headquarters will personally chop off his head. The human race, each generation is stronger than the last." His voice was like a great bell, resounding in all directions. A powerhouse who had broken 4 levels, under the nose of the saints, was arrogant enough to make provocative remarks. However, the fall of Green Spirit made people unable to think anymore. The saint was dead. It was reflected from the heavenly tomb, reflected the heavens, and heaven and earth were crying. The faces of King Huai and the others changed. At this moment, King Huai did not move and began to retreat. He was going to leave. King Wu had proven his heavenly king Dao and killed a saint. If Saint Tiangoe still dared to continue to attack at this time, he could roast himself. Did he really think these saints were stupid? Previously, Saint Tiangoe might not have known the situation of the human race, so he killed his way out. Now, King Wu was so ostentatious, using a saint as a sacrifice to prove his heavenly king Dao. If he still dared to attack, then he was really stupid. Even if Fang Ping was arrogant, so what? Fang Ping also had the capital to be arrogant. Fang Ping laughed wildly. Wu Quishan was also extremely excited. The human race had its first heavenly king, King Wu. As for the suppressing heavenly king, he was a powerhouse of the ancient martial arts era and had little to do with neo-martial arts. Neo-martial arts, in less than 100 years, had actually given birth to a heavenly king. How could he not be happy? How could he not be excited? Neo-martial arts had succeeded. At this moment, some people were nervous, some sighed, and some were emotional. In the next moment, in the distance, someone laughed and said, "Congratulations! A human powerhouse has proven his heavenly king Dao. Congratulations!" The person who congratulated was none other than Saint Yuan Gang, the marshal who guarded the realm gate in the past, and he, back then, guarded a realm gate between the human world and the land realm. He knew the human world too well. After beginner martial arts, there were almost no martial artists who were too strong in the human world. Who would have thought that today, a powerhouse had proven his heavenly king Dao? The other saints did not say anything. Saint Tiangoe did not say anything either. This time, he had lost face for sure. That was not all. At this time, in the distance, the void broke open, and everyone saw a passage. A big fat cat swayed its body, holding a fishing rod in its claws. The fishing rod was placed on its fat shoulder. At this moment, it walked and swayed, walking with a condescending pace. Across the passage, it made a fuss. The fake human emperor has become a heavenly king. Wah-ha, this cat has another heavenly king fighter. You dare to rob this cat's things? This cat has roamed the 3 realms for tens of thousands of years. This cat has only robbed others. You dare to rob this cat, how dare you? The cat was first happy, then angry. It walked to the entrance of the passage, one of its claws holding the fishing rod, the other on its fat waist, if it had a waist. It pointed at Xianxia and said angrily, you dare to rob this cat, you are finished. This cat will gather the big dog and the cat guard captain to stab you to death. This cat is very angry, you are finished. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Cat, why is it here? Not only him, at this moment, Xinhua also said sharply, why is Emperor Tsang here? How can this be? Didn't Emperor Tsang go to the tomb of heaven? Where is master? Where is the sect master? Emperor Tsang didn't leave. In all directions, the experts were shocked. Emperor Tsang didn't leave. Where are those people in the tomb of heaven? The cat ignored them and said angrily, this cat is going to hit the gong. Don't run, bully me, I will kill you. Hearing that it was going to hit the gong, the next moment, something that left everyone dumbfounded happened. In the distance, Yue Wei and the other saints did not say anything and flew away. What a joke! Who knew how many more people the cat could call now? When the sky gong sounded that year, 100 venerable emperors gathered, and among these venerable emperors, there were saints too. At its peak, when the cat guard captain was around, there was also this powerhouse and the heavenly dog. If they were unlucky, it would not be surprising if they knocked the spirit emperor here one day. Who dared to provoke the cat at that time? Now, time flew by, and the world had changed. However, everyone did not know if the cat would knock the powerhouses here again. Now, they still wanted to watch the show. Run first, they ran. Saint Tiangui originally wanted to take a step back, leave some harsh words or something like that before leaving. Now, without a word, he tore the void and ran. Fang Ping shouted, Old Mu, leave him, wait for the cat to call for help. Heavenly Wood rumbled, its main body directly suppressed the void. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. I asked you to pretend, but you were so honest, you really made a move. Little did he know that when he saw the cat come out, Heavenly Wood suddenly believed it. This cat was going to hit the gong. The Heavenly Emperor had just left. Who knew if he would knock the Heavenly Emperor back? If he did not make a move now, would he not be looking for trouble? So he made a move. Fortunately, Tiangui was also an ancient saint. Although he had not recovered to his peak, he still had a way to escape. With a low roar, a big seal similar to Fang Ping's saint token appeared. The seal broke through a passageway, broke into the passageway in the blink of an eye, and disappeared without a trace. He ran. He was really afraid of being stopped and left behind. It was too scary. Humans had a heavenly king who had killed a saint. In the end, the cat came out and started to hit the gong. How could he not be afraid? His face was not as important as his life. He was not the only one who ran. At this moment, King Kuan and the other monsters were running for their lives in all directions. King Huai and the others had long run away without a trace. Only a few forces that were on good terms with the humans were left behind. These true gods looked embarrassed, but they did not run. Fang Ping shouted, Old Mu, don't chase after them. Leave a few true gods behind, at least leave some food. I want ingredients. Heavenly Mu did not talk nonsense. He did not want to fight to the death with a saint. At this moment, when he heard this, he did not hold back. A huge branch, like a palm, grabbed directly at King Kuan who was about to enter the sea. This big fish was scared out of its wits. It had just lost its head last time. Now, without saying a word, the big fish cut off its tail, threw it at Heavenly Mu, escaped into the sea, and disappeared instantly. Kill Pingyu, only one wing, not enough. Crack, in the void, golden blood splattered, and a huge golden wing fell from the space. Pingyu ran away, leaving behind his other wing. Not only that, at this moment, there were two huge golden crab pincers shooting out of the water. a few huge pillar-like tentacles shot out. They were all cutting off their tails to survive. The other saints had run away. On Fang Ping's side, there was a saint, a cat that could fight an emperor level, a near-emperor level, and an arrogant king man. At this time, if they did not give up some things to save their lives, they would really be waiting to be hunted down, under the dazed gazes of Ling Xiao, Xianxia and the others. At this moment, it was like entering a kitchen from all directions, with ingredients shooting toward them from time to time. Of course, these so-called ingredients were all incomparably huge, and they were all terrifyingly full of energy. Not far away, the cat was also a little dazed. So simple, this cat just scared you, and you actually sent so much delicious food. This time, it was not a wasted trip. The cat was dazed, thinking that it was easy to earn food this time. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was secretly relieved. Although it was cheering happily just now, it was still a little nervous. There were many saints spying in the dark. Heavenly Wood might not always be on his side. If humans were really in danger, if it was also in danger, Fang Ping could guarantee that this saint would be the first to run. Fortunately, he still managed to scare those people. Of course, Big Cat's contribution could not go unnoticed. Fang Ping looked at the cat. Seeing that it was staring at the ingredients, drooling, he could not help but laugh. Although this cat was lazy, it had really helped humans many times. Other things aside, during the battle in the Imperial battleground, if not for Big Cat's trap, humans might have been in big trouble. Fang Ping did not say much. He kept the wings, the fish tail, the crab pincers. He could really have a feast this time. At this time, Xianxia and the others' expressions were fluctuating. Ling Xiao held it in for a while, but still said, Fang Ping, since Emperor Tsang is in the human world, then my master and grandmaster. Everyone looked at Fang Ping. A saint was dead, obviously, those people had not left the sky cemetery. How did the cat come back? Fang Ping glanced at everyone. After a while, he said, in the sky cemetery, the cat was unwilling to participate and left in advance. Do you still have any questions? Don't ask. Fang Ping interrupted impatiently. I'm doing you a favor by answering one of your questions. Wang Wu's lineage, again and again. I'm sorry, I still needed your help in times of need. Now, I don't need it anymore. The few heads that you owe me, I will naturally ask Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit for them. You don't have the right to question me. Fang Ping was still arrogant. He snorted softly. I will naturally treat those who cooperate with humans kindly. However, those who always want to sit on the sidelines and reap benefits from humans. I'm sorry, I won't entertain you. Do you really think I, Fang Ping, am blind? Cooperation that prioritizes benefits, then don't talk about feelings, don't play games. Next time you have something to ask, name your price. After saying this, Fang Ping looked at the cat and laughed. He stepped into the air, opened his arms, and was about to hug the cat. The cat looked disgusted, shameless. You want to show off your love in front of the Three Realms powerhouses? Do you think I don't know? Food. Seeing that it was about to escape, Fang Ping quickly sent a telepathic message. The next moment, everyone saw the feelings between the cat and Fang Ping. Fang Ping hugged the fat cat and stroked its head. While the cat was moved to tears, Fang Ping dragged it into the passageway. It was time to go home. The cat was very sad. Every time you threaten me with food, you bully a cat. That's too much. Even so, it had no choice but to display its affection with Fang Ping in front of the powerhouses of the Three Realms. Its relationship with Fang Ping was really good. Fang Ping was not showing off to others. He was showing off to Heavenly Wood. This saint wanted to enter the human world. It was a saint. Fang Ping felt a mixture of joy and worry. Who could threaten Heavenly Wood? After all, Old Zhang and the Heavenly King Zhenwang were not here, so the cat was the only one left. The Heavenly Hound had just left, and the Azure Cat was also at the Overlord level. Only this cat could suppress the tree. Therefore, at this moment, Fang Ping was extremely friendly with the Ash Cat. Fortunately, the cat was too heavy. Otherwise, Fang Ping would have to carry it home. Fang Ping did not know how heavy this fat cat was. Anyway, he always felt that if this cat did not control itself, it would not be difficult for it to crush Magic City. Watching the cat and Fang Ping walk away with their arms around each other's shoulders, behind them, the eyes of the old man who had transformed from heavenly would moved slightly. He was looking forward to it. Other than the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, there seemed to be no one who dared to treat a cat like this, right? The myriad regression technique, recalling that Fang Ping had broken through 4 before he had even proven his Tao, Heavenly Wood suddenly felt that this investment should not be wrong. As the first ancient tree, it also had dreams. It was too difficult for a monster plant to become a heavenly king. It was almost impossible for it to become an emperor. However, the monster beast had a beast emperor to prove its Tao. Was there no hope for it? Perhaps there was. Heavenly Wood did not take the passageway. Its body was too big, but it still followed, breaking through the air. Wu Quishan grinned, so excited that he did not know why. Humans were domineering, this time it was really domineering. Fang Ping directly scared off the saint and easily killed 2 true gods. No one dared to say a word. If this was not domineering, what was? It was too cool. At this moment, Wu Quishan really admired himself. He had actually cultivated such a genius in MCMAU. He would definitely go down in history in the future. Human King Fang Ping. When he was studying, MCMAU Vice-Chancellor Wu Quishan took good care of him. He had a good eye for talent. Wu Quishan could even imagine that in the future, if humans still had a legacy, when people wrote about Fang Ping, they would inevitably mention him, Wu Quishan. Fang Ping and his group walked away casually, disappearing after they left. However, the faces of the people who stayed in the same place were fluctuating uncertainly. After a long time, someone sighed softly. Luo Fu is completely finished. Even if there were a few true gods whose life and death was uncertain, Venerable Emperor Qing Jin was already dead. So what if those people were alive? Pingyu Sky, Changrong Sky, is also in danger. No, I'm afraid Changrong Sky has completely declined. A sect with thousands of years of heritage, a grandmaster that has tens of thousands of years, sigh. Humans, one of them is dominating. It can't be considered as dominating, these people were still discussing, so they did not notice that not far away, 2 monsters were chasing after Fang Ping and the others with their butts wagging. While chasing, Jiao said excitedly, "We're rich." Huh? Did you see that? There's so much good stuff, delicious stuff, peak level, emperor level, and saint level stuff. Jiao was extremely excited. It was rich. Li Wuji stared at it, puzzled. What did it have to do with you? Jiao was disdainful and did not explain. Nonsense, who was it? Descendant of the celestial emperor, nephew of the cat. Who knew how many generations had passed? Let's just be a nephew then. The demon king of the 7 southern territory, brother of Fang Ping, the king of humans. Yes, he was not a chef anymore, he was his brother. Wasn't it rich now? Hurry up and go back to meet your relatives, a feast, I want to eat too. As for this stupid cow beside him, it could just watch and drool. There was no place for it. Li Wuji seemed to see through its thoughts, cursing in his heart. Shameless bastard. But I'm also a sea guardian appointed by the humans, I'm going to guard the ocean for the humans. Old cow was too weak. Was it a disgrace to the king of humans? At least it had to reach the peak level, then it would not be a disgrace to the humans, right? Li Wuji comforted itself, maybe it could get some delicious food. It was a little nervous, too, was a cow. Maybe when the time came, it would think that the elder ancestors' meat was not enough and let it have some too. It did not dare to imagine. Halfway through the meal, suddenly there was not enough beef, and everyone was staring at it. That scene was too beautiful, it did not dare to think about it. As for the Jiao beside it, Li Wuji cursed again in his heart. What was it so arrogant for? It was not even the celestial emperor. Be careful, they might get addicted to it. If there was no more food, they would still eat your dog meat. Fang Ping left the evil sect, killed 2 true gods, and forced the resurrected ancient saint to retreat. The evil sect was destroyed, the martial king proved his Tao, became a heavenly king, and killed the ancient venerable emperor Green Spirit. The first ancient tree, Sky Wood, became a demon, possessed the combat strength of a saint, and surrendered to the humans. The cat left the mountain and left the heavenly cemetery. The celestial emperor and the spring guardian revived, left the evil sect, and disappeared. Some ancient saints revived. These pieces of news spread like the wind. They were all earth-shattering news. The human world had almost instantly reversed the situation, becoming the strongest force in the three realms. And in the heavenly cemetery, humans seemed to have the advantage. Since the martial king could prove his Tao, then the human race should not be at a disadvantage. These pieces of news shocked the three realms, shocked everyone. Star Town. In the small world. The phantom appeared again. This time, there was no need for him to speak. The God Creation Envoy sighed, the changes in the three realms are getting greater and greater. Xianxia has actually become a heavenly king. Heavenly Hound and Sherpa have actually been resurrected. These two fellows can also be resurrected. The heavens are blind. The phantom was stunned. Did their resurrection hinder you? The God Creation Envoy sighed, these two brats are not good people. It's fine if the others can be resurrected, but these two black-hearted ones can also be resurrected. Does the heavens have eyes? One of them is stingy, forcing me to forge a divine artifact for it. I'm not its match, otherwise I would have killed it long ago. What kind of origin realm is this? He tricked my disciple into forging it for him. After he was done, he turned around and said that the Tao he forged was not real, forcing my disciple to pay the forging fee. At the mention of these two, the God Creation Envoy also shook his head. The atmosphere of the three realms was about to change. They were all the reincarnation of shameless experts. Was there any justice in this world? Sherpa, that bastard, should have been beaten to death by the Heavenly Hound. What kind of origin realm was he? His disciple had been working tirelessly for him for over 100 years, in the end. The Great Tao was not real, nonsense. If the Great Tao was real, how could it be your turn, myriad Tao? If his disciple had this ability, then he would have become a sovereign realm expert. He still had to look at your face. When he said those words, did he feel guilty? The God Creation Envoy shook his head repeatedly. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When the phantom heard him mention the past, it was also a little sluggish. It quickly said, God Creation Envoy, the number one ancient wood, heavenly wood, has become a demon. Saint-level battle strength. Oh. The God Creation Envoy didn't seem surprised, and said indifferently, it's only a matter of time. Back then, when the old cat wanted to cut down the heavenly wood to make a fishing rod, I took a look and felt that the heavenly wood might become a demon. If I hadn't shown mercy, I would have long since become a fishing rod. When this would seize me, it has to be obedient. What's the use of telling me this? The phantom sighed, so that's how it is. The God Creation Envoy is kind-hearted, no such thing. The God Creation Envoy said disdainfully, it's just that back then, I felt that the heavenly wood was not strong enough, and the weapons forged might not be able to become divine artifacts. Now, it should be enough to forge divine artifacts. If this piece of wood dares to provoke this old man will turn it into a divine artifact. The God Creation Envoy was also very arrogant. The phantom suddenly felt that when you talk about the Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian, shouldn't you add yourself as well? The God Creation Envoy was too lazy to say anything else, and said, Heavenly Hound and Sherpa left? Let's go. The phantom asked, where do you think they went? Sky Tomb. The God Creation Envoy laughed, there's no need to guess, the Heavenly Hound is not someone who is willing to suffer a loss. This time, it will definitely go to the Sky Tomb. However, if it goes, it might not be able to return. The Sky Tomb is extremely dangerous. Yeah, the Sky Tomb, the phantom sighed. The God Creation Envoy laughed lightly, you've been there before, right? Previously, I guessed that you were unquestionable Jian, but now, it seems like it really is you. That fellow Xianxia mentioned you before, saying that you are a rare genius, talent, perseverance, luck, talent, intelligence. They were all top-notch. If you were in the ancient times, you would also be a top figure. Even if you were not as good as the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, you would at least not be inferior to the 3 envoys. Thank you, King Suppressing Heavenly King. It can't be considered a compliment, the God Creation Envoy sneered. I added a sentence at the back, it's just that you're a bit more scheming. It's not a bad thing to have more scheming, but at this level, it's just petty, you're still lacking a bit of magnanimity. A majestic aura, which one of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors wasn't a truly majestic person? Let's not talk about when we're weak, but when we're strong, who wouldn't be convinced? The God Creation Envoy said as he shook his head. Even if the 9 emperors and the 4 emperors were at odds with each other, so what? Do you know that when we entered the heavenly court during the battle, we asked the emperor about it, and the emperor answered our questions without holding anything back? Do you know that the 9 emperors and 4 emperors often discussed the Tao and talked about the core? Do you know that the 4 emperors had also taught the disciples of the 9 emperors? When it came to the extreme Tao, they would say everything they knew. You don't know anything. Do you think that the experts of the ancient times only knew how to form cliques? You kill me, I kill you. In that era, the martial way was imperfect. Everyone helped each other and supported each other. That was how they reached that step. They all felt that the later generations would become stronger and stronger. Who would have thought that after 10,000 years, they would become weaker and weaker? The God Creation Envoy shook his head. You are not even comparable to the Heavenly Dog and Sherpa. The Heavenly Dog and Sherpa were annoying, but they dared to take responsibility for what they had done. They dared to fight, and they were never afraid. The Tao was something that one had walked out on their own, not something bestowed upon them by others. The Heavenly Dog had also been beaten black and blue. It was not a cat. When the cat was attacked, the great Tao trembled and everyone was afraid. The Heavenly Dog is not. The God Creation Envoy sneered. The Heavenly Dog has been roaming the 3 realms for many years. Does it really think that it relies on the protection of the heavens? It relied on never lowering its head. It dared to fight anyone. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors all said that it was more promising than a cat. Other than not being as cute as a cat, it was still a dog with fighting spirit. You. Compared to them, you are still quite lacking. In these 8,000 years, if you were to let this old man comment, you, unquestionable sword. You might not be able to enter the top 10, not in terms of martial arts. The Phantom became interested and said with a faint smile, Senior, you are going to comment on the experts of the 3 realms. I wonder who is in the top 10 in Senior's heart. You want to hear it? Senior, please enlighten me. The God Creation Envoy laughed. Then this old man will also give some pointers today. In the past 8,000 years, countless geniuses have appeared in the 3 realms. Just say that the martial king who is just confirmed the heavenly king can be considered a person. He is a character. The Demon Emperor nodded. The martial king is indeed worthy of being called an influential figure in the past 8,000 years. The northern sea of the Quokang Mountain is one of them. The Demon Emperor laughed. North Sea? Gongjuanzi? I am familiar with him. Senior, have you overestimated him? No, he's stupid enough. Pure? No, stupid. The God Creation Envoy smiled and said, Stupid fellow. However, it is precisely because of this stupidity that he is worthy of this old man's comment. An expert who rose up in the era of sex relied on his hot-bloodedness to move forward alone. He walked a different path. Could it be that no one noticed? He had obtained the inheritance of annihilation, but he did not walk the path of annihilation. Instead, he walked the path of subduing beasts. This was actually a new path that did not exist in the ancient times. Of course, no one dared to do so in the ancient times. The Beast Emperor would kill him. He obtained the favor of the Ash Cat, but he did not obtain any benefits from the Ash Cat. He foolishly walked forward, and in the end, he almost became a saint. If it wasn't for his bad luck, he might have become a heavenly king by now. Hearing his words, the Demon Emperor thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Indeed, the North Sea still has a stubborn spirit. Third, King of Life. The Demon Emperor laughed. Him? Look down on him? How long has it been since he reached the Tao? But why was he able to become the strongest in the catacombs? Even the 2 Emperor Stages do not dare to take the lead? The God Creation Envoy chuckled. This is a ruthless person. His luck is just bad. He dares. He knows a lot of things and carries a lot of burdens, but he dares to do it. Does he not know the dangers and difficulties? I know, but he still walked down, and also met people like the Martial King. According to the words of humans, if there is a Yu, how can there be a Liang? That's why he fell early. Fourth, Li Zhu. Li Zhu? The Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, he doesn't count, the reincarnation of the Palm Seal, hee. The God Creation Envoy sneered, as if he was disdainful, you and the Palm Seal Envoy are the same kind of trash, Li Zhu. It's not him, Li Zhu is Li Zhu, What do you know? Impossible. This old man is too lazy to explain to you. The God creation envoy did not say much to him. This person is also an ambitious person, he is definitely in the top 10 of the past 8,000 years. The expression in the demon emperor's eyes changed. Li Zhu was Li Zhu, then. What about the palm seal envoy? Fifth, Hong Yu. Hong Yu? He's alive. He's from the ancient times. The God creation envoy laughed lightly. Ancient Hong Yu, it's nothing much. Strictly speaking, this person rose to power after the destruction of the heaven realm, so this old man listed him as a hero after the destruction. It's not wrong. Sixth, chaotic heavenly king. The demon emperor seemed to know this person. He thought for a moment and said, he can indeed be considered a character. In the chaotic era, this person dared to fight the heavenly dog, dared to kill the cat, and dared to fight the heavens. He is indeed a rare genius in the past 8,000 years. Of course. The God creation envoy had a complacent look on his face, and said, this is the influential figure of these few eras, the pride of the heavens. As for you, you are the best in the era of sex, but this old man will not judge you. Li Zhu, life king, rose to power in the era of the four great imperial court. The chaotic heavenly king rose to power in the chaotic era. Hong Yu rose to power in the era of the demon emperor God dynasty. Zhang Tao rose to power in the new martial era. In the era of sex, the God creation envoy replaced the demon emperor with Gong Zhuanzi. Very quickly, the God creation envoy said, these 6 people, this old man feels that there is no dispute. The remaining few people might have some disputes, but this old man thinks more highly of them than you. Senior, please enlighten me. The current human king, Fang Ping. The demon emperor frowned, he has improved quickly, but that doesn't mean anything. Wrong, this old man said, I'm not just looking at martial arts. When the human race is in danger, he has used his heart of cultivation for 3 years to carry this flag. He has the qualifications to become an influential figure in this old man's eyes. The God creation envoy had never gone out, but he knew a lot and would often chat with the heavenly King Zhenwang. At this moment, when he mentioned these people, it was as if he was familiar with them. Human Zhao Xingwu. This time, the demon emperor was no longer calm. He had thought about many people, but he did not expect that the God creation envoy would comment on Zhao Xingwu. It's not wrong that people of different paths can't work together. When the martial king and the netherworld king were at their peak, Zhao Xingwu dared to walk his own path. If this person doesn't die, this old man thinks highly of him. The demon emperor did not say anything else. Catacombs. King Huai. What? The demon emperor was truly shocked. Even though he felt that he was very indifferent, when the God creation envoy mentioned King Huai, he still almost collapsed. He knows what he wants, he knows what he's doing. He bears the infamy, but he remains as unmoving as a mountain. If nothing goes wrong, he has a cooperation with you. That's right. That's right, this person can't be considered a hero, nor can he be considered an ambitious and ruthless person, but if you study him carefully, you will realize that this person's background is even more ordinary than Li Zhu's. He was born as a slave in the catacombs, a servant, and a vicious dog. The demon emperor fell silent once again. The last person. The God creation envoy laughed, perhaps it will exceed your expectations. Who? This old man doesn't know if he can be considered a new martial artist, Wang Jinyang. Him? The demon emperor said softly, the reincarnation of Zhan, he does have some elegance and some fighting habits, but to say that Wang Jinyang can also become the strongest in 8,000 years, although unquestionable Jian knows that he is not as good as some people, he will not fall to such a state. Even if Senior says that Netherworld King Li Zhen is more worthy of attention than Wang Jinyang, that's not it. The God creation envoy smiled and said, if I say it, you won't believe me, you won't be convinced, and there will be controversy. But that's not important. What's important is that this old man thinks he can do it. If this old man were to tell you that John. A long time ago, there was a strand of spiritual sense that was left behind and did not completely die, would you believe it? The demon emperor frowned. In the past 2 years, especially now, this person has been resisting the temptation of war. He has given up the temptation of becoming a heavenly king in a day, or even a stronger realm. Would you believe it? I, Mo, have obtained the heart of war before. The heart is nothing. The God creation envoy laughed lightly. What is strong in battle is not the heart, but the mind. This old man wants to see how long he can resist for. If it becomes a war in the end, then he does not have the qualifications to be the strongest in 8,000 years. If it is still Wang Jinyang in the end, then he will be the proud son of heaven that this old man recognizes. The demon emperor raised his eyebrows. When the human clan is in danger, no worries. The God creation envoy laughed. You can try. Didn't you say that after accepting everything, he would become a war? I said, look at your heart. This person should also be the most controversial person in this old man's heart. The demon emperor nodded slightly, and said with a smile, Senior suddenly told me all of this today. I'm afraid it wasn't just to squeeze me, right? It's not worth it. The God creation envoy disdainfully said, you don't have the qualifications for this old man to run on you. If you don't enter the top 10, then you don't. This old man said all of this just to tell you that the world you see in your eyes is not the same world as what this old man sees. It's still the same sentence, you're not magnanimous enough, you lack a bit of momentum. I, Mo, have learned my lesson. The God creation envoy ignored him and continued to read his comic book. The Demon Emperor, the pride of the era of sections. This was also a person who had lived through the ages. However, the God creation envoy still wanted to see where this person would go in the end. After today's evaluation, this person was not even in the top 10. He also wanted to see if this person would be any different. Little Tao, Great Tao, the God creation envoy smiled, shook his head slightly, and continued to read his book. Global High School Martial Arts Fake 4th Update, seeking monthly votes currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. I'm back. Shanghai. Fang Ping let out a sigh. 3 days, it had only been 3 days, and too many things had happened. He had only wanted to go to the cult to see if there was a chance, but who knew that the cult would be destroyed in the end. Old Zhang has become a heavenly king. Fang Ping thought of Zhang Tao again. A smile appeared on his face, one that was filled with mischief. He muttered, I once beat up the heavenly king like he was my grandson. Wu Kushan looked at him, and so did the cat. When did you beat up a heavenly king? Fang Ping smiled brightly. I'm not telling you. In my source world, I would beat up old Zhang whenever I had nothing to do. You guys don't know this, right? I'm back. Fang Ping emphasized his tone and lamented again. The next moment, Fang Ping's head started to hurt. Behind him, the Jiao scurried out and said curiously, Che. Fang Ping, that big tree is calling for you in the back tunnel. It said it can't come in. Everyone looked at each other, as if they had forgotten something. Yes, that tree was too big, even though the heavenly wood had shrunk, it was still 100 meters thick and 1,000 meters long. The passageway between the catacombs and humans was not that wide. Otherwise, he could have entered while lying down. Fang Ping looked at the old cat helplessly. What should he do? The cat was also looking at him, as if waiting for him to speak. The man and the cat stared at each other for a while. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Big cat, give me some ideas. Otherwise, heavenly wood will have to stay in the catacombs. Food. The cat said solemnly, I'll have to pay a huge price. Alright, I'll give them all to you. Liar, don't lie to the cat. The old cat seemed to have made up its mind. It rubbed its claws as if it wanted to do something big. Seeing that, Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. Am I the kind of person who would lie to a cat? The cat rolled its eyes. I don't believe you. But, it wasn't that difficult. Liar, go. Open the combat heavenly palace, stuff the big log in, then stuff it into the Sanjiao gate, and bring it back. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Then, he cursed in his heart, I forgot about this. This cat was so boring, seeing how it was rubbing its palms together, one would have thought that it was really going to do something. Fang Ping did not say anything more. Combat Heavenly Palace could collect monster plants. He had collected quite a number of monster plants in Combat Heavenly Palace. It was good that the heavenly wood was here. The old ancestor of the demon plants had appeared. Those rank 9 monster plants could be taken for his own use this time, right? Fang Ping was really looking forward to it. This time, with heavenly wood and these rank 9 monster plants, he could definitely build a brand new holy land for cultivation. It would be even better if he could capture the cat tree one day. Very soon, Fang Ping returned. As soon as he returned, Fang Ping released Combat Heavenly Palace. Heavenly wood also floated out from Combat Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Tianmu was still in shock. The human king had actually taken away heaven battling Thearka's residence. Not just anyone could take away a powerhouse's residence. There had to be something unusual about it. Recalling the aura that had appeared on Fang Ping's body earlier, Skywood vaguely understood. When the heavenly wood appeared, the entire demonic city could feel it and see it. A towering giant tree had suddenly appeared in demonic city. However, Fang Ping seemed to think that it was not enough. He laughed and said, "Elder Mu, return to your original size. Let the humans get to know Elder Mu, so that there won't be any inconveniences in the future." Hearing this, Heavenly Wood did not say much. In the next second, Heavenly Wood grew against the wind. At this moment, even Wu Kushan was a little shocked. It was too big, 1,000 meters in diameter, tens of thousands of meters tall. He could not even see the height of the tree. On the other hand, the cat saw it. It yawned and said, "This big log has grown taller again. I wonder if there are bird nests on it." Big logs, bird nests. The birds are so delicious. On the tree trunk, Heavenly Wood's face appeared, a little helpless. The divine bird accompanying it had been eaten, and this cat actually had the cheek to say that the bird was delicious in front of it. At the same time, Fang Ping also soared into the sky. At this moment, Fang Ping also displayed the strength of a peerless powerhouse. Fang Ping's golden body also grew against the wind. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,000 meters tall giant. Back then, when Li Zhan and the others revealed their giant bodies, Fang Ping was shocked. When he was rank 8, when Li Zhan transformed into a giant, the outside world still thought that it was Fang Ping. At that time, it made Fang Ping famous. And today, Fang Ping could also do this. It was nothing more than the absorption of energy. It was not that his physical body had really expanded to this extent, but a kind of change caused by energy. At this moment, the giant Fang Ping standing next to Heavenly Wood still looked like a child. No, he could not even be considered a child. However, 1,000 meters tall, the height of a few hundred stories, was enough to scare people. Fang Ping's loud voice spread everywhere. "Dear citizens, I am Fang Ping. The one beside me is the first ancient tree, the first spirit tree to achieve enlightenment since the beginning of time. He is a saint-level powerhouse. Invited by Fang Ping, he will guard the human world in the future and fight together with humans." His voice kept spreading. Not only that, at this moment, all the media and television stations in Magic City were reporting crazily. Some martial artists even soared into the sky and began to film. Saint, today's humans were no longer martial arts newbies. Martial arts was no longer as mysterious and unattainable as it was in the past. They knew what a saint was. According to Fang Ping's previous classification, Paragon was rank 10, and Saint was rank 12. This was an unparalleled expert. Unbelievable, MCMAU. Old Manly walked out, his face full of shock. What did this kid go out to do again? He actually brought a saint back. Li Hansong also touched his head, looking at the big tree, his face full of shock, muttering, "This tree is too big. If it is chopped down, how many weapons can be made?" One by one, the powerhouses were shocked. Needless to say, the ordinary citizens were all extremely dazed and shocked. At the same time, they were full of admiration for Fang Ping. King of Man, this was too amazing. He actually invited the first ancient plant monster to guard Earth, and it was a saint. Until today, all the citizens felt that they were really living in a world that was like a myth. Had they seen a big tree that had no end? Had they seen a 1,000-meter-tall giant? Now, they saw everything. This was a powerhouse. Young people, middle-aged people, old people, no matter their age, at this moment, they were all excited and excited. This was martial arts. Although practicing martial arts meant fighting, when they thought that they might be like Fang Ping in the future, flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground, wandering the 3 realms, competing with the heroes of the three realms, colliding with the ancient powerhouses. Everyone was extremely excited. In the air, Fang Ping was still talking. These few days, a lot of major events have happened. There's good news and bad news. Let's talk about the bad news first. In the air, the incomparably huge Fang Ping said in a clear voice, the three realms, everyone is no longer unfamiliar. The martial arts ranks, everyone is no longer ignorant. Heavenly King powerhouses can easily destroy Earth. Saint powerhouses, if they go all out, Magic City will definitely be destroyed in one blow. This is a powerhouse. Elder Mu is a saint powerhouse. If he goes all out, Magic City will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. And now, in these few days, some ancient powerhouses have been resurrected. They are alive. These people, there are saints, there are also our enemies. These people, there are saints, there are also heavenly kings. Can humans fight them? Fang Ping's voice traveled in all directions. At this moment, some powerhouses' expressions changed drastically. Ancient powerhouses had been resurrected, everyone was not stupid. Currently, in the three realms, how many people were kind to humans? The resurrected powerhouses were afraid that most of them were hostile. MCMAU. Old Manly and the rest clenched their fists. There was seriousness, but there was also fighting spirit. Capital City. Some powerhouses also unleashed their auras. Li Daong, who was overseeing Capital City, roared, humans have no fear. Dare to fight. His voice shook Capital City. At this moment, not only Capital City, but all over the country, all over the world, powerhouses who were overseeing all places were roaring one after another, inspiring the people and raising their fighting spirit. Neo-martial artists have no fear. There might not be many powerhouses after 100 years of war, but martial artists had trained their guts to be iron. Dare to fight, fight, this is good news, but it's not bad news either. Fang Ping said with a smile, because, the stronger the enemy, the stronger we humans. Our human race stands tall in the three realms and has never been destroyed since ancient times. Naturally, there is a reason for this. The stronger the enemy, the stronger we will be. And these powerhouses may be the current you, the future you, the prerequisite is that you dare to think. Fang Ping's hearty laughter also made some people who were worried gradually feel at ease. Compared to bad news, there is more good news. Fang Ping laughed and said, in these 3 days, I went to the evil sect headquarters. The evil sect was destroyed. 2 emperor level and 8 paragons died. They also killed our enemies, Changrong Tian and Pingyu Tian paragons. As soon as these words came out, the whole world was shaken. The next moment, cheers erupted. The King of Man is invincible. Congratulations to the human race. The roar shook the sky, rising from Magic City and spreading. Momentum. At this moment, the huge Heavenly Wood seemed to see a momentum rolling over. Heavenly Wood's incarnation appeared, a look of shock on its face. Billions of living beings, all united. This was too scary. No matter how weak the ants were, when their numbers reached this level, it was enough to shake the heavens. It was really a momentum rolling over. Fang Ping wore a smile. I'm not bragging for myself. Am I not doing this to win over people's hearts and make my origin Dao more complete? Am I not doing this to prepare for the integration of more places in the future? I'm really not planning to brag about myself. Yes, my heart is for the human race. Look, look. At this moment, in the source world, there seemed to be more shadows. Sun City was more solid, MCMAU was also becoming more and more real. This is a win-win situation. Am I that kind of vain person? Fang Ping convinced himself. I'm so great. The momentum was rolling over, but Fang Ping continued to smile. Of course, the evil sect has been destroyed, but the leader is not dead. One of the 8 ancient kings, King Kuan, is still alive. But these powerful enemies won't have a good time either. The human race still has a joyous occasion. Fang Ping roared, everyone, don't forget that we still have a group of senior powerhouses fighting and killing the enemy in the extraterrestrial realm. That's right, Martial King, Battle King, the ancient Buddha of the ancient Buddha Holy Land, the gods of the nation of gods, the pharaohs of the Wanta world, these powerhouses, the human leaders, are still fighting the enemy in the extraterrestrial realm. Last time, I did not tell you that many of our powerhouses died in the extraterrestrial realm. Many of our leaders were killed by the enemy in the extraterrestrial realm. They died. Fallen. In order to protect the human race, they gave up tens of thousands of years of their lifespan to fight the strong enemies in the extraterrestrial realm. They were outnumbered and finally died in the extraterrestrial realm. The 6 holy lands, Sword King died, the first ancient Buddha died, the Sun God died, the great Pharaoh died, the whole world was silent. Last time, when Fang Ping and the others returned, other than announcing some news among the powerhouses, the ordinary people did not know anything at all. They only knew that after the last great victory, the human world's energy began to recover. But now, hearing so many legendary powerhouses died in the battle, at this moment, everyone was stunned. Everyone, don't forget these seniors. It's them who are advancing alone, guarding in the darkness. They have been guarding the extraterrestrial realm for hundreds of years, guarding the human civilization. Humans don't know about them. It's even the first time many people have heard about them. Do you know where they are? In the catacombs. In the boundless Mount Royal Sea, where countless strong enemies are and the darkness is boundless. They have been sitting there for 300 years. 300 years. In these 300 years, they have been guarding the human civilization in the darkness, facing countless strong enemies. Some died in the battle, some were injured, but none of them have retreated a step. Today, they are still fighting. Facing countless enemies, fighting in the extraterrestrial realm. Behind them is us, the human civilization. It's billions of humans. They are still falling, there are still people dying, they are waiting for us to rise. As Fang Ping said that, he suddenly roared, but they are willing. They have also killed the humans' prestige in the extraterrestrial realm. Just today, King Wu broke through the realm, proved his heavenly King Dao, and killed Mount Luofu's sect leader, Qing Jing, a saint powerhouse. An old antique who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Invincible. At this moment, the first to erupt into a roar was Wu Quishan, his voice excited and incomparably excited. Even if he did not see it with his own eyes, every time he heard about it, he could not hide his excitement. Killing a saint, proved his heavenly King Dao. This was a milestone in human history. King Wu is invincible. Humans are invincible. The people who were a little disappointed and sad just now were excited again. King Wu had become a heavenly king. In the new martial arts ranks that Fang Ping released previously, Heavenly Kings, rank 13, were the strongest powerhouses in the 3 realms. Excited voices rang through heaven and earth again. This was really great news. Of course, the seniors are still in battle. They are still waiting for us to support them. Without the combat strength of a desperate realm, how can we support them? Our opponents have many Heavenly King powerhouses. But we are not afraid. We can fight back the catacombs attack in the past 100 years, this is our strength. Everyone, work hard. Become stronger. Kill the enemies. Don't let the seniors fight alone, let them know that they are protecting us from the front, we are also their strongest support from the back. Fang Ping laughed loudly and said, I am about to become an emperor. Emperor-level powerhouse. And I am 21 years old this year. I am not afraid of any ancient powerhouse. I am not afraid of them either. Remember, if I can do it, you can too. Our human race will only become stronger and better. As long as everyone is united, no one can defeat us. If we fall, the tall ones will support us at the front. I am very tall, 1,000 meters tall, if I do not fall, you will not fall, humans will not fall. As long as I, Fang Ping, am not dead, our enemies will only tremble, only regret that they have become enemies with humans today. King Wu is invincible. King Wu. King Wu. Deafening cheers once again resounded through the clouds. Between heaven and earth, a wave of air swept over. At this moment, Fang Ping was slightly dazed, he seemed to have seen something, he saw a world like Earth. At this moment, Magic City, where he was the most excited, Fang Ping vaguely felt that Magic City seemed to have a tendency to merge into his source world. Fang Ping laughed out loud, he laughed unknowingly, laughing at the peace of the people. As long as the King Wu did not fall, the human race would not fall. Fang Ping took a step forward. At this moment, his aura erupted, seeming to be slightly stronger than before. Sensing this scene, Heavenly Wood's face was full of shock. The cat's eyes widened, muttering, "The liar is so powerful, deceiving people can also become stronger. I really want to learn." "Look, how did the liar become stronger, deceiving people? What invincible King Wu, you are nothing, but after he deceived people, you actually became stronger. There was no justice in this world." The cat was envious, he did not know how. If he knew, and deceived people, then wouldn't he become the cat emperor soon? The cat rolled its big eyes. The cat emperor seemed to be not bad. At this moment, not only was Fang Ping becoming stronger. MCMAU, Old Man Li's body trembled slightly, raising his eyebrows slightly. The barrier of these few days of closed-door cultivation was actually broken, too fast. Last time when Fang Ping integrated MCMAU, he broke through 600 meters of Dao, after participating in a big battle, then returned to closed-door cultivation, actually not long. However, these few days, he felt that his strength improved rapidly. In addition to Fang Ping's support of a large amount of origin qi and imperishable substance, his cultivation path was also clear, opening up Dao extremely fast. However, from 600 meters to 700 meters, it should take some time, right? In the end, he actually broke through the realm, 700 meters of Dao. At this moment, Old Man Li felt the changes in his strength. Similarly, he who had a ninth forged golden body, even if he had just broken through, at this moment, his basic vitality had actually reached about 250,000 calories. He did not have the enhancement of the origin Dao, but other people increased their vitality by 5,000 calories by walking 100 meters, he could increase it by almost 10,000 cal. As for him, his vitality was still doubled. Compared to the origin Dao, the effect was not much worse. The limit has exceeded the ordinary rank 9 by 500,000 calories, Old Man Li revealed a smile. Back then, he thought of fighting a paragon at rank 9, perhaps it could really come true, there was still some distance to the 1,000 meters of Dao. His golden body, however, had not reached the limit. It might be a little difficult to reach 800,000, but 700,000 might not be impossible. This old man has a high control of strength, I can still fight a paragon. Old Man Li's eyes were bright. After reaching the paragon, would his origin Dao have an enhancement? He did not know, for so many years, only he had walked through myriad Dao unification. Whether it was the same for Extreme Path Celestial Emperor, he was not sure. However, when origin Dao reached the paragon, it might not have no enhancement. Old Man Li did not know that myriad Dao unification was actually considered a beginner's Dao, but whether it could be enhanced at the paragon, even Heavenly Wood might not be able to tell. Old Man Li was becoming stronger, the others were also becoming stronger. It was not too obvious, but some martial artists who were in the bottleneck stage, clearly felt something. Breaking through seemed to be a little easier. This was the Emperor Dao, humans. At this moment, there were also people who were lamenting. Some of the sages who had escaped earlier stood on the Forbidden Sea, looking at the human cities by the seaside, clearly feeling that something was different. Humans seem to be stronger. The celestial realm wall seems to be moving. Someone muttered. They saw through something. The human race seemed to be expanding. Heavenly Wood, Azure Cat, Human King, thinking of these powerhouses in the human world now, even the sages shook their heads. Although there was only one sage, he was really not to be underestimated. They were lamenting. In the fake sky grave, Old Zhang was currently escaping. Behind him, the 3 sect protectors, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, and more than 10 venerable emperors were working together to kill him. Everyone's faces were livid, and they were also terrified. King Wu had achieved Heavenly King Dao, moreover, he had killed Venerable Emperor Qing Jin as a sacrifice to achieve Heavenly King Dao. However, in order to kill this sage, he was also heavily injured. Although he was arrogant in the origin world, in reality, he was running for his life at the moment. Old Zhang had been running for a while. His body was also stained with blood, and he was still carrying the badly beaten warlord in his hand. He turned around and scolded, "Don't force me. I just don't want to kill you. If you force me again, I'll kill you all one by one." King Wu, it's fine if you're not a heavenly king, but if you're a heavenly king, you must die today. Among the 3 sect protectors, someone shouted coldly, his eyes cold. There was also jealousy. How many years had they been sages? Some had been more than 10,000 years. Before the heaven realm was destroyed, they were sages. Now, the heaven realm had been destroyed for 8,000 years, but they were still sages. On the contrary, Xianxia had actually become a heavenly king. How could they not be jealous? What are you talking about? You old guys, don't give me a chance to be alone. Stay with me for the rest of your lives, or else, just wait for death. Xianxia was not afraid of him. He panted and said, "Let me remind you, I can recover my combat strength at any time. Once I recover to my peak, it will be difficult to kill these sages. Be careful of those emperors." As soon as he said this, the expressions of some of the emperors who were chasing after him changed slightly. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu shouted coldly, "Don't be disturbed by him. If we don't kill him now, it will be more dangerous in the future. The three of you, is King Kuan still not willing to make a move?" The three sect protectors did not speak. Make a move, make a move." On the other side, that old fellow, Heavenly King Subduing, was dragging Moon Spirit, Heaven's Pole, and the others, forcibly holding King Kuan and the others back. Break the array. Yes, they were still breaking the array. Just a little bit more. If anyone dared to leave now, Heavenly King Subduing said that it would be disregarding everyone's interests. He wanted everyone to join forces to kill the other party, lest everyone's efforts be in vain. King Wu could only wait for them to kill him now. Even if they could not kill him, they had to hold him back. When the array was broken, King Kuan would arrive soon. Not only King Kuan, but King Sun, King Zhen, and the others would also come. They would probably also make a move. At this moment, War King, who was being carried by Zhang Tao, also scolded with a voice transmission, "Bastard, when you are injured, I carry you. When I am injured, you carry me. Is this something a human should do? Are you sure?" Zhang Tao said with a voice transmission, "You are behind me, and there are so many people behind you. If they join forces and hit you, you will explode." War King was speechless. There was nothing wrong with what Zhang Tao said. But why am I so indignant? When Zhang Tao was injured, why didn't I think of using this to stop him? Old Zhang curled his lips. With your intelligence, you still want to fight with me? Just accept your fate when I carry you. Why do you have so many demands? In the next moment, old Zhang's body trembled slightly. He was almost hit by the people behind him. Then, old Zhang couldn't help but scold, "What is this kid doing? Does he want me to explode?" War King was stunned. What did he mean? Old Zhang scolded, "I have just advanced. I don't know the Great Tao, and it is difficult to expand. If I continue to improve, won't I explode? This damn bastard, what the hell is he doing? I have improved too quickly recently, and my control over my strength has decreased a lot." War King seemed to understand, and he almost scolded, "Are you complaining that your strength has increased too quickly? Have you considered the feelings of others? Have you considered the feelings of an old man who is still struggling to reach the Arch Realm, this time, in order to reach the Arch Realm, this old man fought until he was bathed in blood, and his golden body shattered several times. How do you have the face to say this?" Zhang Tao didn't care about him, and he was still indignant. "I asked him to make humans stronger, not to make them stronger every day. I have only been here for a month." War King was tired. "Forget it, I will pretend to be dead. Curse all you want, I have a feeling that this thing is showing off." War King didn't say a word. Old Zhang cursed a few times, but he didn't get a response. He seemed to feel a little bored, and no one was supporting him, so he couldn't pretend anymore. But he was happy in his heart. What is this time? Without me around, this kid feels like he has let go of himself, and the more he works, the more energetic he is. Magic City. Fang Ping made a speech, feeling refreshed. There were some things that could not be kept in. Holding it in would cause one's thoughts to be clouded. For example, he had destroyed an evil sect. If he did not share such a great achievement, he would be no different from a thief. I'm only saying this to motivate all of humanity. Otherwise, seeing Wu Kuishan looking at him, Fang Ping returned to his normal size and explained. Wu Kuishan nodded, looking enlightened. He smiled. I understand. I did it to motivate people. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen to go to the rooftop of the school archives to break through. You wouldn't have run back to school from the ocean to rank 6. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Beside him, the cat, Jiao, Force Infinity, and Heavenly Wood were all stunned. There was such a history. When the cat met Fang Ping, he was already a rank 8 7th refinement. Naturally, he had not seen all this. Now he knew that this fellow's shamelessness was not new. He had it for a long time. Fang Ping glanced at Old Wu. Was he asking for a one-on-one fight? It was already so many years ago. Why bring it up? Fang Ping did not continue the conversation. Instead, he said, Minister Wu, I'll have to trouble you to send Elder Mu to Sky Island first. Let him rest there first. He dared not put Heavenly Wood in Magic City. It was more appropriate to put him on Sky Island. Wu Quishan did not say anything this time. He was much more polite to Fang Ping. He hurriedly struck up a conversation with Heavenly Wood, introducing him to Earth's customs and practices. A saint powerhouse was helping humans. Of course, he had to be polite. The man and the tree left quickly. Fang Ping looked at Force Infinity and Jiao. He smiled. Both of you, go to Sky Island too. The two demonic beasts pretended to be deaf and dumb, as if they didn't hear anything. Force Infinity's eyes were blank. He stared at Jiao's fur as if he was trying to catch lice. Jiao lowered its head and rubbed its hooves against the cat's tail. It looked like it wanted to play with its tail. Leave? No way. Fang Ping and the cat were definitely going to eat. They would not leave even if they were beaten to death. While rubbing against the cat's tail, Jiao changed the topic. Cat. Uncle, why did my ancestor leave so soon after he appeared? The cat's large tail slapped its hooves swollen. This puppy had gotten bolder. He actually dared to rub his tail. The Jiao didn't mind. It had thick skin and thick flesh, so this was nothing. It changed the topic and followed along for the ride. For the next few days, it was determined to pester the old cat. Uncle Cat, my ancestor left me a cultivation technique. It's the omnidirectional devouring technique you mentioned. Is it powerful? The cat stood up like a human, and with a slap, it almost fainted. Puppy, who told you to call me Uncle Cat? The ash cat's face was full of displeasure. You called Big Dog ancestor, but what did you call this cat? Cat ancestor. It was not difficult for Jiao to change the way he addressed him. He just had to get close to him. It was very brave. Beside it, Li Wuji didn't move at all. He felt like he was courting death. These people wanted to eat delicious food, but it actually cared about it. Now it was especially afraid that it would be roasted like beef in the end, even though it was originally a cow. Fang Ping was speechless when the two beasts refused to leave. He did not talk about this anymore. He said quickly, Big Cat, you go back first. I'll go take a look at other places. Liar, the ash cat's face was full of reluctance. Where are you going? This cat has been waiting for a feast for a long time. Looking at its reluctance, Fang Ping sighed helplessly. This cat, for the sake of food, it really did not care about any dignity. Usually, it was not this reluctant to part with him. Every time it asked something, it would want him to leave immediately. I'll be back soon. Fang Ping did not care about it. After saying this, his figure flickered and disappeared. As soon as he left, the ash cat suddenly felt a little weak. It looked at the two beasts and said weakly, Carry me back. Puppy, grow a little bigger. I want to sleep. Jiao's big eyes flashed. Very quickly, it grew bigger obediently. When the ash cat landed on it, Jiao's tongue was almost stuck out. This cat was really fat. It was a monster that was close to the impasse state, but it was almost squashed to death by this cat. Stupid fat cat. Jiao cursed in its heart, controlling itself not to think about the ash cat. After spending some time with the ash cat, it knew some of the cat's capabilities. At this moment, Jiao had become smarter. It could scold the ash cat, but it could not think about it. Beside it, Li Wuji also followed obediently, guarding it and acting as a henchman. The ash cat lay on Jiao's back and said lazily, You have fur now. It's so comfortable to sleep. Puppy, this is how you look from now on. You're not allowed to become hairless. Jiao was speechless but did not dare to refuse. the ash cat looked at Li Wuji again. Li Wuji's forehoof stiffened. After a while, the ash cat mumbled, "Little cow, it's been so long. Haven't you found the Southern Imperial Palace yet?" Li Wuji said shakily, "Sky Emperor, the Southern Imperial Palace is really not there. Last time, the ash cat said that the elder ancestor of Li Wuji, Water Emperor, took the Southern Imperial Palace away. However, Li Wuji went back to look for it but did not find anything. Where did the Southern Imperial Palace come from? There's nothing?" The ash cat was a little puzzled but did not care. It mumbled, "Water Buffalo took the Southern Imperial Palace away. Why is it gone? There were so many delicious things. Did it secretly eat them all?" Li Wuji saw that it was not as scary as he imagined and gradually breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he transmitted his voice weakly, "Sky Emperor, did you remember wrongly? If there were really good things, why is my ancestor still at the Imperial Realm after so many years?" In the past, Li Wuji felt that the Imperial Realm was too powerful, overlord, but now, the saints had revived and the heavenly kings had come out. He suddenly felt that his ancestor's Imperial Realm strength was a little embarrassing for Emperor Nan. Look, the son of the earthly sovereign, the heavenly king, wife, the heavenly king. The two kings could fight a heavenly king together. The three sect protectors could fight a heavenly king together. This was not even including Hong Yu, whom he did not know. Only one of the Renhuang had shown up now. The Realm Gate Marshal under the Renhuang, Yuan Gang, the saint. The son of the West Emperor, the Celestial Pole, the Heavenly King. The daughter of the North Emperor, Moon Spirit. Although she had a close relationship with the Earth Emperor's family, she was also a descendant of the North Emperor. There was also Goddess Yue, the saint. These sovereigns, how strong were their families? His ancestor was a disciple of Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan's mount was also a disciple, and they should be closer. Why was it only at the Imperial Realm? Big Water Buffalo is too stupid. The cat said indifferently, "Besides, so what if it's at the Imperial Realm? It's pretty good. I'm not even at the Imperial Realm." Li Wuji almost forgot about this. What was the cat's strength? Strictly speaking, no one knew. Because no one had really fought with the cat, and the cat did not seem to have really fought with people. Anyway, when there was something to do, others would fight, and it would go to sleep. The reason why it was called the Grey Emperor was because the heavenly hound was powerful. The cat often caught big fish, and others judged that it had the strength of an imperial realm. At this moment, the Jiao was also interested. These days, it learned to speak, and it was talkative. It hurriedly said, "Cat ancestor, what is your strength?" I'm a rank 9. As soon as the cat's words fell, the two monsters were instantly stunned, and then speechless. Who would believe it? Seeing this, the cat slapped them with its tail, a little depressed. What was it? Were they looking down on rank 9? Rank 9 was very good. Wasn't the strongest beginner martial artists only rank 9? According to the classification of beginner martial artists, rank 9 was not clear. Strength depended on the result, it did not matter what rank you were. Some fellows, with strong mentality, could not withstand it, and gave up completely. Without a body, what rank was that? Some fellows, pure physical strength, pitifully weak mentality, what rank was that? Talking to these ignorant monsters, it was really tiring. The cat was lazy, losing interest, too lazy to care about them. So what if it was a rank 9? There were differences between rank 9, besides, why did a cat need to be so strong? No, if it was strong, it could eat better. As the cat thought about it, it dozed off, lying on its stomach, as if it was dreaming of something, swallowing its saliva. At the same time, in the darkness, two figures flickered. No, one was a dog, one was a human and a dog. At this moment, both looked a little embarrassed. In front, it seemed to be even darker. The heavenly hound stopped in its tracks. The spring guard also stopped in his tracks solemnly. "Dog, you dare to shout again?" The heavenly hound's eyes were fierce. "Try calling me dog?" The spring guard sneered, but did not shout any more. "Heavenly hound, is that guy really here? You don't believe in my sense of smell?" "I do, but everyone else is in the first heaven. This guy is outside the seventh heaven?" A man and a dog were actually outside the seventh heaven, as for the seventh heaven, it was not filled with dangers and spatial cracks as outsiders had imagined. Instead, it was like a dark universe, vast and boundless. He died early. Back then, he fell to the eighth layer of heaven. He should be nearby. The heavenly hound looked at the darkness in front, suddenly roaring, "Cat, is it still alive?" The cat was hacked to death, squeak if it's alive. Rumble, there was a vibration in the dark space. After a long time, a voice came from the darkness, "You. Dog? You're the dog." The heavenly hound's eyes were fierce, and it said angrily, "Is it really alive?" "Not, still need to wait a few more days." In the dark space, a crack appeared out of thin air, a crack leading to the eighth heaven. The voice came from the eighth heaven. "Dog, what did you just say?" "I didn't say anything." The heavenly hound denied the previous statement. It knew this guy since it was young, it was terrifyingly strong, it was afraid of him since it was young. Although it also broke through the eighth heaven, this old guy was an existence that killed the Chuwu leader at his peak. It might not be able to fight him at its peak. "Cat, have you been conscious all these years?" "A little." "The heavenly realm is destroyed, do you know?" "Tell me in detail." The heavenly hound did not delay, its mental power fluctuated, and quickly transmitted everything it knew. After a long time, in the darkness, the old voice sighed, "I didn't expect." Sigh. "It's a pity that I've already died, otherwise. It's useless for you to be alive. Those 13 guys are dead, crippled, you're not their match even if you're alive." The heavenly hound said, and quickly said, "I called you to go to the heavenly tomb, how strong can you be now that you've recovered your true form?" "After all, I've been dead for many years, I'm afraid, at most, I've broken through 7. "Broken through 7? The heavenly hound was a little depressed, "You've only broken through 7? I've also just recovered to break through 7, this bathhouse guard is only at 6, at most 7 at his peak." "We're not enough." The spring guard's expression was unfriendly, "I have broken through 7, but it doesn't seem like much, even in ancient times, that would be a top expert, a rare existence in the 3 realms." This dog was very arrogant. "Cat feeder? Are any of the people from Cat Team still alive?" Sigh, "Almost all of them are dead. Even if there are very few of them." The heavenly hound was even more depressed, "This is not good. Forget it, there are more opportunities in the heavenly tomb, if we go there, we might be able to recover to our peak soon. Both of us broke through 8, if we work together, we might not be afraid of anyone." "No, I have to find the cat, enough. The heavenly hound said angrily, "That fat cat eats well and sleeps soundly, why look for it?" "I don't understand, this king and the cat came to this world at the same time, why are you protecting the cat and not the dog? Are you looking down on dogs or what?" In the darkness, the voice disappeared for a while. After a while, he said, "Dog, gatekeeper. Cat, raised." The heavenly hound's eyes widened, what did he mean? The spring guard chuckled, "How normal. Watchdog, you're just a watchdog, and you want to be the master?" As he said that, he chuckled and said, "Back then, I didn't succeed with Spirit Emperor, otherwise, I would be playing with cats at home now, who would play with a perverted dog like you? Not to mention, you really can't be too fierce to the cat, we might end up becoming a family." The heavenly hound's eyes were fierce, it wanted to bite this guy to death. In the darkness, the old man laughed, "It's for your own good, if everyone protected you, you wouldn't have broken through 8 today." The heavenly hound snorted, it made sense. However, it was still indignant, "That fat cat has a few divine artifacts, why don't I have them?" The old man paused again and said slowly, "You have them too, but you were still young then, I kept them. I don't know who took away a dog chain now." "Dog chain?" The heavenly hound's eyes became more and more unfriendly. The spring guard laughed, "Not bad, isn't a dog chain good?" As he said that, he looked into the darkness and smiled, "Senior, where did the cat heavenly hound come from? Was this dog raised by someone in the past?" "You're the one raised by someone." The heavenly hound swept its tail over, the spring guard dodged and said with a smile, "I was raised by someone, unfortunately, you're not. You're courting death." "So what if I'm courting death?" 1 man and 1 dog, a battle was about to break out. In the darkness, the old man chuckled, "Don't make trouble. I don't know about this, I was only entrusted by someone back then." these things, don't mention it. As he said that, the old man said again, Dog, you want to go to the heavenly tomb, you just sent me a message, the heavenly tomb is extremely dangerous, cat feed, I'm now the celestial emperor. The heavenly hound was extremely dissatisfied, the old man paused again, his tone suddenly serious, Celestial Emperor. Who allowed you to call yourself the Celestial Emperor? Nonsense. The cat guard captain scolded, Don't call yourself the Celestial Emperor. It's easy to get into trouble. You should have been safe and sound, the disaster you suffered before might have something to do with the title of Celestial Emperor. The heavenly hound was stunned, then said disdainfully, I fought all over the 3 realms, never afraid. What's wrong with the Celestial Emperor? You, the cat guard captain was a little helpless. After a while, he said, Behave yourself, some things can't be done recklessly. It's a pity that I fell too early, otherwise, I wouldn't have let you call yourself the Celestial Emperor. It's all in the past, why mention it? The heavenly hound didn't care about this, it was fearless. The cat guard captain still needed some time to recover. The heavenly hound didn't go deep into the 8th heaven, it just stood there and said again, Cat feed, you're alive, the guy who killed you back then won't revive, right? He won't. The cat guard captain said faintly, I shattered his great Tao, destroyed his physical body, crushed his divine sense, and erased his life imprint. If he's still alive, he would have broken through the 9th heaven a long time ago. The spring guard continued, Senior, forgive me for being blunt, it was said that you had completely fallen back then, the 9 emperors were watching the battle, if there was really a life imprint left behind, the 9 emperors should know, why did you revive now? He was different from the cat guard captain, most of them were actually affected back then, that's why they died. No one would check if they were completely dead, no one would purposely destroy everything about them. The spring guard wasn't even considered dead, it was just that he had used up everything and was faking his death. The heavenly hound was about the same. As for those guys who revived at the 1st heaven, most of them still had source world, it wasn't broken, it meant that the life imprint was still there, so they could revive. But this guy, in the battle with the Chuwu leader, was really completely dead. The 9 emperors were watching the battle. Why did you revive? The old voice sighed softly, maybe someone didn't want me to die so easily, back then, someone should have left a bit of my life imprint. The 9 emperors did it? I'm not sure, the old voice laughed, if it wasn't the 9 emperors, then it was the 3 emperors. He didn't mention the 4 emperors, because in the era when he died, although Xian had already revealed his talent and was extremely strong, he wasn't considered an extreme path heavenly emperor at that time, just like the old man, he was in the domain of the strongest. Of course, if the old man really fought with Xian, he might not be able to win. The heavenly dog snorted, maybe it was the spirit sovereign. I'm afraid that if you really died, no one would feed the fat cat. Ha ha ha, that's also possible. The old man laughed, the spring guard also had a love-struck look, that's true, the spirit sovereign is kind-hearted, idiot. The heavenly dog scolded, that woman is a crazy woman, she likes those she likes unconditionally, and wants to beat those she doesn't like to death. Haven't you suffered a lot? How many times has this king been beaten? That's true. The spring guard was a little disappointed, your dog legs have been broken a few times, or else there wouldn't be such a thing as breaking dog legs. 1 man and 1 dog, once again, fought. The cat guard captain could not help but laugh. In the darkness, the aura was gradually becoming stronger, 7th and 8th heavens were trembling slightly. Another powerhouse was about to awaken, a supreme powerhouse, however, at this moment, he had not completely awakened yet, nor had he ignited the big stars. In the darkness, the old man suddenly said, Li Jin seemed to have come here a few years ago, this time when you awakened, did you see him? Li Jin? The spring guard seemed to have some impression, but was not too familiar. The heavenly dog was experienced and knowledgeable, plus it had sensed Feng Ping's aura previously. At this moment, hearing this, he humped and said, I saw him, before this king awakened, that old thing provoked this king to kill King Kuan in the source world. As he said that, he scolded again, after you died, that old thing robbed this king and the fat cat. The spring guard was dumbfounded, then laughed out loud, you've been robbed before? Cut the crap. The heavenly dog said unhappily, what do you know? That old thing, a powerhouse of about the same era as the cat feeder, back then he had probably broken through 7th, now maybe he has broken through 8th. The old man laughed and said, calculating it, he is of the same era as this old man, but slightly younger. His master is about the same age as this old man. His master is also the last generation of beginner martial artists, a true beginner martial artist. The last generation, which was also the point before and after the Origin Dao was opened, when the Origin Dao became mainstream, there would be no true beginner martial artists in this world. The so-called beginner martial artists, that was to completely walk their own path. Walk from knowing nothing, without the guidance of predecessors, there was no way forward to find, only fumbling alone, and creating martial arts in the unknown. This was a beginner martial artist. He should have broken through 8th for sure. When he came a few years ago, although this old man was not completely awake, it was still quite interesting, to be able to reach this place easily, breaking through 8th for sure, it just depends on how far he went. Breaking through 8th, between 20 million to 40 million was considered breaking through 8th. The difference between this was also very big. For Heavenly King Subduing to be able to reach this place, it meant that he had the strength to break through 8th. Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian were still at the 7th heaven, but Heavenly King Subduing had truly entered the 8th heaven. The old man asked this not to study Heavenly King Subduing's strength, but to be slightly puzzled. Li Jin came here, he should have felt something and knew that this old man was still alive, but he didn't say a word and stood for a moment before leaving. What is he doing here? Heavenly Hound said indifferently, who knows? Don't let me meet this guy, when this king recovers his strength, I'll bite this old thing to death. But this old thing's big star is dim, is he injured? That's not clear. The cat guardian leader fell silent and didn't speak again. Just as they were discussing Heavenly King Subduing. Heavenly King Subduing exhaled and raised his eyebrows slightly. That cat feeder was going to completely revive. In the past few days, people had revived one after another. It seemed that this 3 realms was really going to be completely chaotic. At this moment, in front of everyone, the Great Array had already become transparent, only the last Great Array was left. Looking at the pavilion inside, everyone was a little excited. After spending a lot of time, they finally reached the final moment. What exactly was inside? Be careful, don't let the Great Array destroy everything at the last moment. Heavenly King Subduing reminded and scolded, Hong Kuan, be careful. What are you doing? You're just one step away. If you're distracted again, you'll be the public enemy. Everyone, let's kill him together. King Kuan's expression was ugly. The divine court was destroyed, the clone was destroyed, and the martial king had become a heavenly king. The current him was in a very bad mood. If Heavenly King Subduing dared to provoke him again, he would really explode. In the past 8,000 years, he felt that his mental fortitude had reached a peak, but at this time, he really wanted to fight to the death with Heavenly King Subduing. Heavenly King Subduing saw that his nose was snorting and coughed lightly. You're really angry, don't act recklessly. Heavenly Hound and Sherpa are alive, these 2 guys are not good people, they're specifically targeting you, don't force this old man to find them to join forces to kill you. Humph. King Kuan snorted coldly and said coldly, we'll talk if they dare to come. Were the 2 guys who hadn't recovered their full strength really a match for him? Heavenly King Subduing sneered and didn't reply. He cursed in his heart, what are you being so arrogant for? Just you wait, this old man won't fight with you, this kind of thing should be left to the young people. Mekmao. In April, it was almost graduation season in MCMAU. Although MCMAU needed to retain some talents, they would not keep all of them. The 4 departments and 4 prefectures all needed manpower. As for Fong Ping, he now had his sights set on the 3 realms, not just MCMAU. He was no longer rejecting MCMAU's instructors and students from leaving the university and looking for another way out. As long as they were still on Earth, they would be the heroes of humanity. Moreover, there was no longer a restriction that only Year 4 students could graduate. Rank 6 students could freely choose to graduate. Yes, Rank 6, back in the day, it was difficult for martial arts universities to even produce middle-ranked students. Now, in MCMAU, only Rank 6 students could choose to graduate. Of course, seniors could graduate regardless of their rank. It was almost impossible to find low-ranked students in MCMAU now. Even if he was a freshman, he had been in the university for almost a year. During last year's enrollment expansion, there were quite a number of new students. However, MCMAU had chosen the most outstanding batch. With MCMAU's unlimited resources and Fangping's integration with MCMAU, the students' abilities had generally improved by a large margin. Not only that, but even high-ranked students were not rare nowadays. 3 years. Fangping let out a soft sigh, truly overwhelmed with emotions. It had been 3 whole years. In April of 08, he came to this world in a daze. In these 3 years, he had walked a path that others would find difficult to walk in their entire lives. In these 3 years, he had learned a lot and lost a lot. When he first came here, he dreamed of becoming the richest man in the world, but now he no longer had such a thought. The world he came to was not a peaceful one, but a world of war. After 3 years of witnessing countless deaths, Fangping had gradually matured. Not long after Fangping landed, someone behind him said excitedly, "Fangping, did that tree bear fruit? Let's go cut some branches to make weapons." Fangping said without turning his head, "If you think you're a match for a saint, you can go and try." Li Hansong said embarrassedly, "How could I?" "You can do it." Fangping grinned. "This time, I've witnessed Celestial Emperor Baishan's dominance." With a single word of disagreement, they charged into the heavenly court and battled the 9 emperors. Tai Tu, are you really the reincarnation of Emperor Badian? I think you're still a far cry from the Badian celestial monarch. Li Hansong was depressed. Who said I'm the Heaven Tyrant Emperor? I'm Li Hansong, okay? I'm only 23 years old. It's already not bad for me to have such strength. As he said that, Li Hansong chuckled and said, Fangping, in the few days that you were gone, old Wang and I have improved a lot. Let me tell you, the reverse path is really awesome. I don't think I've entered rank 9 yet, but I think I can fight a peak rank 9 now. Reverse the Great Tao. Fangping did not ask much before. Now that he thought about it, he asked as he walked, if I walk the Great Tao in the opposite direction, does the origin increase? Yes. Li Hansong was all smiles as he said, not only that, I feel that the amplification is slightly stronger. Also, Old Wang said that he wants us to try to walk the opposite path with the Sanjiao gate at the same time. That means to walk 3 paths at once. Li Hansong hesitated. I asked Old Wang if this would delay time, and he said it wouldn't. In truth, the reverse path of the Sanjiao gate is ultimately still the same path. This guy is acting weird now. Fangping, could he have been possessed by Heavenly Emperor Zhan? As he said that, he added, do you still remember what I told you last time? When we encountered the evil sex paragon, Old Wang shot out Heavenly Emperor Zhan's virtual image with an arrow, killing that paragon instantly. Fangping, do you think? It's nothing. Fangping pressed his hands together, but his brows were slightly furrowed. He asked, where's Old Wang? Recently, he's in Nanjiang, leading NMAU's instructors and students on an experience. Where's Old Zhao? Him? He's also bringing people out for an experience. What about you? Li Hansong was embarrassed. He laughed dryly. I'm waiting for you to come back. Is there something? Li Hansong sighed. There's something. On my side, the divine armor hasn't produced any weapons. Didn't Wang Ruobing say last time that my divine armor has gloves? I've been trying for a long time, but I still can't get it out. Do you think I should ask her? She might not know. Maybe your control isn't enough. I'm thinking so too. Li Hansong nodded. He hesitated for a moment, but still said, actually, I want to ask about old Qin. I haven't seen that guy for a while. This time, I heard, he hunted down a top-notch powerhouse in the catacombs, duo of Pingyu Heaven. That was a powerhouse at rank 10 origin. In the end, this guy disappeared in a flash. I heard he was heavily injured. Fangping, don't tell me he's dead? This had actually happened yesterday. Qin Fengqing disappeared in a flash in the catacombs and hunted down a top-notch rank 9, a powerhouse ranked top 30 in the rank 9 ranking list. He was also heavily injured. It was said that he was being hunted, and now his whereabouts were unknown. When Li Hansong heard this news, he waited for a day. When Fangping returned, he could not wait to ask about it. He had a good relationship with Qin Fengqing. They had known each other for a long time. Back when they went to the catacombs, when they went to the land of boundaries, both of them went to the void mausoleum grotto heaven together. That was also a friendship of life and death. Now that he heard that Qin Fengqin was being hunted, and no one knew if he was dead or alive, he was a little anxious. Him? Fang Ping stopped in his tracks. He thought for a while and said, he shouldn't die so easily, but he might even have the thought of dying. What? Fang Ping chuckled and said, I saw him at the cult headquarters, he must have gone to hunt the cultists. Li Hansong answered immediately. Fang Ping glanced at him and said with a smile, don't rush to defend him. I didn't say that he's an evil cult member. This guy is famous for being greedy for money and not for his life. After eating from one place, he eats from the next. He probably has some kind of cooperation with Venerable Emperor Thunder. Maybe he's going to Enlightenment Cliff. Killing people is probably to prove something. But, before he left, the cult was almost destroyed. That Enlightenment Cliff might not have anything good left. Besides, this guy probably can't go in. Without top-notch strength, there's probably no way to open the passageway. Tell me, does he want to die now? Li Hansong laughed dryly. He probably really wanted to die. If he really went to kill a rank 9 10th stage to complete the mission, then he was heavily injured, hunted, and almost died. In the end, when he arrived at the cult, he saw that he could not even enter the gate. It would be weird if he did not want to die. Then he won't die, right? I don't know. Fang Ping continued walking. He'll walk his own path. Don't worry too much. Since this guy has chosen to walk on his own, then let him walk on his own. But he, Li Hansong said hesitantly, isn't he still being schemed against by the Demon Emperor? Is he really okay? The Demon Emperor? Fang Ping smiled. Although the Demon Emperor is strong, it's up to him which path he takes. The Demon Emperor is just a catalyst. Let's see if we can accelerate his growth. If it's good or bad, it's up to him to choose. Sigh. Li Hansong sighed and said helplessly, I hope he's okay. I don't think he'll betray humans anyway. Fang Ping, before we confirm that he's really betraying humans, have mercy. I will. Fang Ping had already arrived at the villa area. Seeing that Li Hansong was still following him, he laughed. Go do what you need to do. Why are you following me? If you're free, go to Sky Island and see if that tree still remembers you. As Fang Ping said that, his eyes flickered. That tree still has a lot of good stuff. See if you can get some back. A saint-level tree, this is the first one in history. You're the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Won't it give you face? Also, let it show you some of its preserved memory fragments. I'm not saying that you'll become the Celestial Emperor, but we don't have to reject it. The path of the Celestial Emperor, the combat techniques of the Celestial Emperor, they can all be learned. We, the neo-martial artists, start everything from scratch. We absorb the essence, get rid of the dross, and adopt the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought. This is what a neo-martial artist is. Li Hansong looked thoughtful. He nodded and said, I understand. Go and fool it. I've reflected on it recently. I'm not as strong as you, probably because of this. Bang, Fang Ping punched him until his golden body trembled. He humphed. You insulted the King of Man. I'll beat you up next time. I'm warning you, don't mention my dark history in the future. No, I don't have a dark history. I've always been a great and honorable existence. Stop smearing my name. Li Hansong sighed. Do you still need me to smear your name? Too many people know about your dark history. Seeing that Fang Ping was chasing him away, Li Hansong looked at the villa area and laughed. Stop looking. Xianxia isn't back yet. She's leading a team into battle in the catacombs. Let me tell you, when this woman gets jealous, everyone is afraid. Guess where she's fighting now? She's leading a team to almost the restricted area, to Destiny Royal Court. I think she's going to fight Ji Yao. Get lost. Fang Ping cursed, a little speechless. What was he talking about, Ji Yao? Was he related to Ji Yao? Right, I forgot to tell you. Ji Hong is back. Li Hansong said hurriedly, just yesterday, Ji Hong returned. Destiny Royal Court's morale was greatly boosted. As soon as Ji Hong returned, he went to the Pingshan region. King Pingshan refused to leave the region. He even used your name to scare people. Me? Fang Ping's interest was piqued. He laughed. What did he say? Cough, cough, Li Hansong laughed uncontrollably. Many people know about this. That guy saw that Ji Hong had arrived. Not long after, the powerhouses near the Pingshan region heard him roar, "This king and the king of humans are friends. If you come and cause trouble again, this king will move to the land of rebirth." Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy. He's not afraid that those powerhouses from the catacombs will come back to settle the score with him. What's he afraid of? Li Hansong was overjoyed. When the people from the catacombs come back, he'll either move here or find a powerhouse to rely on. Can they really kill him? You know his personality. He's so afraid of death. Will he really rely on you? That's true. Fang Ping was speechless. That guy was famous for being afraid of death. Other things aside, when he and Fang Ping fought at the king's battleground that day, even a fool would know what he was thinking. This guy ran the fastest if something happened. Do not look for him if there was nothing. Who did not know that he was afraid of death? Ji Hong. Fang Ping did not pay too much attention to King Pingshan. When he mentioned Ji Hong, he raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy is quite capable. When I was in the evil sect, I chatted with Chi for a while. Chi chased after him, but he ran away. He even cut off his own Dao and learned Shi Huanyu's Dao. He's also a ruthless person. His current ability seems to be at least Paragon 4 or 5. Now that he's back, Heaven's Fate Royal Court has a backbone. Are you still planning to attack the catacombs paragons? Fang Ping pondered for a moment. The Right God General, King Huai, Tianyu, Pingshan, Ji Hong, Long Qi, Peng Yu, that big tiger. There are still quite a number of catacombs paragons. Those who have shown themselves and those who are in hiding, I'm afraid there are at least 10 of them. There's no hurry. Fang Ping laughed. It's not a good thing to attack frequently. I've destroyed 3 major territories one after another, crippled the evil sect, killed Pingyu Tian and Changrong Tian paragons. If I attack them again, something will really happen. Especially now, there are powerhouses reviving. Wait a little longer. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. These powerhouses have just revived and have no foundation. Tell me, if you were them, what would you do at this time? Go into closed-door training, idiot. Fang Ping cursed. Heaven Exterminating Emperor said that he was an idiot, and he was not wrong. Of course, find a base. Fang Ping laughed. Do you think powerhouses don't need resources when they revive? They need them too, and a lot. In the 3 realms, the only place that can satisfy them is the catacombs. Therefore, the catacombs is a place that we must fight for next. The catacombs don't have an emperor level holding the fort, let alone a saint. Tell me, will those powerhouses let them go? Just wait. These revived powerhouses will definitely attack them. Let them make a ruckus first. Some grandmasters may be out of luck, including overseas immortal islands. This time, there will be a reshuffle. Don't always let us kill people. Let them do it themselves, 1 dead is 1 less. That won't affect our people, right? Fang Ping frowned slightly. Send someone to inform them immediately, try not to go to the restricted area. Also, announce to the 3 realms that the catacombs outer region is our territory, the battlefield between both sides, paragons and above are not allowed to enter, otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. If they want to fight, let them, but we humans are not to be trifled with. Right now, we have the confidence to say this. Even if we don't have the confidence, we have to pretend that we do. Alright. Li Hansong noted it down, and said, then I'll leave first. Fang Ping, this time I want to go overseas for a walk. Where to? To overseas. Li Hansong said seriously, the opportunities overseas are actually a little bigger. The catacombs will be in chaos soon, but here at the Forbidden Ocean, my golden body is strong, it can resist the seawater corrosion, there are also many demons, I'm prepared to fight for a while. Your identity is very dangerous, I know. Li Hansong said seriously, but I'm also a peak rank 9 powerhouse after all. It's impossible for me to fight in the outer region for the rest of my life. Do I really have to wait until the day I go to the ancestral cemetery, find Emperor Baishan's corpse, and merge with me? Maybe, fighting with a paragon is my opportunity. I have Emperor armor, I won't die so easily. This year, I actually feel that I've become a lot more decadent. When I encounter trouble, the first thing I think of is to ask for your help. But it wasn't like this in the past. In the past, when I encountered trouble, the first thing I thought of was to do it myself. Fang Ping, I should go out for a walk. Li Hansong exhaled, saying, it's not just me, Old Wang, Old Yao, Instructor Li, actually all have the same idea. And this time, I don't want to be with Old Wang and the others. Everyone has their own path, walk their own path. The 3 realms is very big. How many places have we traveled? Go out for a walk, broaden your horizons, fight with overseas powerhouses, fight with catacombs powerhouses, fight with demons. Even fight with ancient powerhouses, this is life. The outside world is very exciting, even Qin Fengqin dares to go, do you think I won't? He can kill a rank 9 10th stage, I can too. Fang Ping, let go when it's appropriate, don't think that we're all useless. Think about yourself, when old Zhang was around, he didn't protect you at all, didn't you also come this far? Fang Ping said impatiently, can you compare to me? I have a lot of tricks, what tricks do you have? Are you more stubborn than others? You don't say, this is also an advantage. Li Hansong grinned, saying, isn't that so? Stop talking nonsense, all good things must come to an end. Back then, old Zhang and the other 2 were inseparable. After they became powerhouses, they were also busy with their own things, that's why we all reached the top. Old Wang, I, and the others won't drag you down. You and old Zhang, help us hold up the rear, this is your responsibility, the rest, we'll do it ourselves. Fang Ping sighed, patting his shoulder, saying ruefully, you've grown up, your wings have hardened, you're going to fly solo. Li Hansong also knew that he was no match for him, if not, he would definitely kill him with a headbutt. Am I your grandson? Grown up, how dare you say that? Alright, then I won't say anything else. Fang Ping thought for a while, a fruit appeared in his hand, under Li Hansong's dazed gaze, Fang Ping pressed on his head, forced his mouth open, laughed, and said, Heavenly God fruit, good stuff. A real treasure. Your mentality is too weak, this is not a good thing, you have to make up for this shortcoming. This thing, it's nothing, I plucked it from the head of a powerhouse who died very miserably. Think about it, that guy has been dead for God knows how many years. When I went there was already a stench, there were maggots crawling. Li Hansong's face turned green, who were you bluffing? This thing, at least, was from the head of a top powerhouse, where would there be maggots? Fang Ping, however, did not care about him. Not only did he say it, but he also used mentality to conjure countless images, disgusting images, as he stuffed the fruit into Li Hansong's mouth. I have to thank you for sending me the heavenly god fruit at the Battle of Kings that day. Today, I'll let you eat one too, it's really good stuff, it's too good. Li Hansong wanted to kill him. If you let me eat it, I'll eat it, can you not be so disgusting? What did you conjure? What are you looking at? It's good enough that I didn't conjure those ugly things for you. This is how old man Li looked like in Nanjiang's catacombs back then, although it looks like a meatball, isn't it very cute? Why do you look like you're about to puke? Li Hansong wanted to curse, on the other side, old man Li wanted to kill someone too. This bastard thing, under Li Hansong's tearless expression, Fang Ping stuffed the heavenly god fruit into his mouth. This thing was found in the Kuan King's throne hall, it was better than the one Fang Ping had consumed back then. Li Hansong's mentality had always been his shortcoming. Fang Ping felt that whether he was the reincarnation of Celestial Emperor Badian or not, since he had reincarnated, then he should not take the same path. Li Hansong, who had a strong physique, still had some obvious flaws. If one's mentality was too weak, they would be easily targeted. Old Yao's physique was not considered weak, actually. With Fang Ping around, using the imperishable substance to its fullest, Old Yao's physique was actually much stronger than the average martial artist. In addition to using Heavenly Emperor Zhan's heart last time, their physiques were not weak. On the contrary, Li Hansong became the most obvious shortcoming among the 3. Li Hansong ate the heavenly god fruit, his face full of resentment. Soon, he tooted his lips and said helplessly, "Is there a need to take revenge on me? Actually, this thing should be given to old Jiao to eat. Really, he can strengthen his mentality. It doesn't matter if he's a shortcoming or not, the key is to become stronger in a targeted manner, only then can he form combat power faster." After a pause, he revealed a smile and said, "But I've already eaten it, let's cut the formalities, I'll dig some for you later. I'm really leaving, the next time I come back, maybe I'll also have absolute combat strength. Be careful. You should be careful, you're the biggest target of the 3 realms now." Li Hansong said as he walked, "Be careful yourself, everyone wants to kill you, if you die, the soul of Neo Marshall will be gone. You just said, if you don't die, the human race won't collapse. But if you die, the human race will really collapse. Fang Ping, I don't know when old Zhang and the rest will come back, even if they come back, they might not be able to set a benchmark like you, you're the biggest achievement of Neo Marshall, the biggest achievement. You're also our brother, take care of yourself, don't court death." "Don't worry." Fang Ping responded with a smile. Li Hansong did not even turn his head, waved his hand, and strode away. If not for waiting for Fang Ping, he would have left a few days ago. He was going to search for his own path. The absolute peak was not achieved by sitting, but by killing. He was a neo-martial artist, not a Badian emperor. If he wanted to become the absolute peak, then he had to put in more effort, to see the wonders of the outside world. Li Hansong left. Old man Li did not come to Fang Ping's side, looking at Fang Ping from a distance, smiling. This kid is right, all good things must come to an end. This old man, I, can no longer be your Tao protector. You slay emperors, annihilate gods, and make a name for yourself in the 3 realms. As for me, I can't kill true gods, I can't slay venerable emperors. Longevity swordsman, you can't stop living forever. Your enemies, there are heavenly kings, saints, venerable emperors, I'm going out for a walk too, to see the 3 realms, to meet the heroes of the world. Kid, when I make a name for myself in the 3 realms, when the name Longevity Swordsman reappears in the 3 realms, that will be the day I return." Fang Ping looked at him for a while, suddenly feeling a little sad. "What are you doing?" "I've just come back, I've just done something big, all of you, not congratulating me, but saying goodbye when you see me, what are you doing?" "Ha ha ha, kid, we'll meet again." Old man Li laughed out loud, stepping on the void and leaving. "Longevity swordsman, break longevity, 3 realms, here I come." Old Chinibu. In the distance, old man Li laughed. Fang Ping scolded him with a smile, but his eyes were a little red. All good things must come to an end, they were all gone, his former partners, teachers, classmates, friends, they were all gone, happy times were so short, in the past 3 years, he once again felt the gains and losses. These people, some might never come back. Fang Ping felt sad. But he could not stop it, and he could not stop it. This was the human race, if you don't fight, I won't fight, if you don't fight, I won't fight, would the human race still have today? But this is not what I want. At this moment, figures broke through the void. "Teacher Li, wait for me. Let's go together, let's go together. Goodbye, Vice-Chancellor Fang, we're going to kill the enemy, I want to be the next Vice-Chancellor Fang. Ha ha ha, the king of humanity is famous in the 3 realms, we want to be kings too." Chinibu declarations rang out one after another. Today, no one flattered Fang Ping, one figure after another broke through the void and left. The Vice-Chancellor returned after killing the enemy, they could not stay idle either, they had to do something big. Fang Ping stood on the spot, watching them leave. At this moment, he was like the old Vice-Chancellor of the past, sending them off sadly. Fang family. On the balcony. Fang Ping rubbed the cat's big head, ignoring its sorrowful gaze. He sighed softly. "Big cat, do you think it's worth it for everyone to fight until the end in this world? Even if you become a king or emperor, invincible in the 3 realms, so what?" The cat drooped its head and said weakly, "How would I know? It was not in the mood for that. It just wanted to have a feast." "Why did you have to make it so complicated?" Fang Ping laughed. He was playing the piano to a cat. "That's true. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's get ready to eat. Fang Ping had not eaten for a long time. Ever since he reached rank 8, he did not eat anything. His golden body was already indestructible. He would only eat some if he encountered treasures to enhance his strength. Beside him, Jiao was really like a dog, squatting on the ground, raising its head in anticipation. It was time to eat. Not far away, Li Wuji was also swallowing his saliva. Old Niu could benefit a little, right? Fang Ping was all smiles. He set up a mentality barrier around the balcony. Very quickly, he took out the ingredients in his storage space. A lot: crab pincers, golden rock wings, rock tails, dragon tails, octopus tentacles. Big cat, take yours out too. The cat nodded its big head. After so many years, it could finally have a good meal. At this time, the cat was also throwing out the good stuff. Overlord level beef, true god rock head, overlord level dragon meat. Fang Ping glanced at the dragon meat and looked at the cat strangely. The cat's fat face was all smiles. The Dragon Emperor gave it to me himself, are you sure? Fang Ping was doubtful. The Dragon Emperor would cut his own meat for you. Do you think I'm stupid? The cat muttered. Fang Ping heard it and could not help but roll his eyes. As expected, this cat was the one who did it. The Dragon Emperor was really unlucky to meet this fellow. Other than that, the cat also took out a wing, looking a little disgusted. It said hesitantly, should I throw it away? As soon as the words came out, Jiao and Li Wuji's eyes widened. Throw it away? This is that big crow's wing. Crows don't look delicious. The old cat seemed to be a little disgusted and muttered, last time, its wings were beaten off by the Dragon Emperor and the others, so I picked it up casually. Fang Ping was speechless. You're going to lose the wings of an emperor-level monster. Sure enough, this cat only cared about whether it tasted good or not. Giving it to this cat to eat was really a waste. Fang Ping did not care about it. At this time, the balcony was almost full. These demon beast parts were either at the monarch level or at the peak. There were dozens of them in total. It could be said that it was impossible to collect these ingredients without the strength of a sage. Next, the cat took out something else. However, it did not seem to pay much attention to it. Fang Ping glanced at it and shook his head. He did not know when this cat had gone out to steal. They were all rank 9 monster carcasses, still fresh, and mostly in the shape of fish. It can be used as a side dish. The old cat sounded as if there was not enough to eat and these could be used as side dishes. He glanced at the boundless force. The mediocre force's hooves trembled. It was also a 9th rank. It wouldn't become a side dish, would it? The mediocre force shuddered. What if the old cat made it jump into the hot pot later? At the thought of this, it really shuddered. It would squat in the hot pot, people eating it around it, and it would not die. It would stare at others eating it. The scene was too beautiful. Rank 9 monster plant life essence. Fang Ping took out a lot of rank 9 monster plant life essence. Then, he took out some natural treasures. Maple fruits, pine cones, these are all fruits of rank 9 monster plants. They're not the only fruits. There are a few of the only fruits too. Fang Ping continued to take things out. The Jiao and the mediocre force were really inexperienced, even if the mediocre force had an emperor-level ancestor. At this moment, both monsters were swallowing their saliva. The king human's generosity was extraordinary. These were all treasures, even treasures. How old was the king human, yet he had collected so many. As for the 100 honing fruit, heavenly golden lotus, golden body fruit. Fang Ping took out some of these treasures that were like treasures in the past and used them as fruit plates. Even the cat was a little surprised. Its big face revealed a look of curiosity. Liar, don't you have to give it to others? Why did you bring out so many good things this time? These treasures might have limited effects on Fang Ping, but to others, they were good stuff. Usually, Fang Ping maximized the use of resources. He almost never ate them himself and wasted them. Haven't you not eaten anything good in a long time? It wasn't easy for us to prepare such a big meal, shouldn't we prepare more? Fang Ping chuckled. Big cat, eat and drink when you should. Life is full of hardships. It's rare to have a chance to eat. You don't have to care about these things. Having said that, Fang Ping took out a few more items. Now, even the cat was drooling. Saint level. Heavenly woods drinks and fruits? The cat glanced at the sealed life essence and quickly looked at the fruit. Then, it said angrily, doggy's teeth marks. So disgusting, the big dog ate more than half of it, but there are still teeth marks on it. Fong Ping burst out laughing. Then don't eat it. Meow. The gray cat was still a little annoyed. You insist on eating it. But I don't eat anything with teeth marks. I'm going to cut it open later. It still had to eat, but it would not eat the piece that the dog had bitten off. Now, the ingredients were almost ready. The gray cat could not wait any longer. Fong Ping glanced at it and laughed. It's a little lacking. There aren't many life essence and fruits from the venerable plant monster, and the variety is not rich enough. It's rare to eat it. If I eat it this time, I don't know when I can eat it again in the future. Big cat, do you want to get some more? Ah? The gray cat was confused. The con man was even more meticulous than he was. Was this not enough? I still have a lot of 100 king coins here. I'll go to the catacombs now and exchange them for more food. Fong Ping laughed and said, you go to the catacombs too. Many powerhouses have just awakened and need energy, a lot of energy. Go and ask if anyone has used food to exchange for energy liquid. I have a lot of energy liquid. The gray cat looked at him doubtfully. The con man was really meticulous today, he was actually willing to use energy liquid to exchange for food. Don't look at me like that. I'm a grateful person. Fong Ping sighed. You've helped humans through several hardships. It's just a meal. How can I be stingy? Oh right, is your cabbage still here? Yes. That's good. It should taste good too. Fong Ping chuckled. Then, he looked at Cunning and Boundless Force. You two go too. Make something delicious and add some side dishes. Today's king banquet doesn't have a few hundred dishes. Is it worthy of our status? Although the two monsters were reluctant, they nodded quickly and went to get food. It looked like they were going to have a feast today. There was so much already, but Fong Ping still felt that it was not enough. It looked like they could really eat. Their fill. In order to thank the Grey Emperor for his contributions, the king invites you to a banquet. The king banquet will be held. All powerhouses, if you have delicious ingredients, please come to Hope City in the 7 southern regions to exchange for energy liquid. Rank 9 is the boundary. Monsters and plants can be used as ingredients. Natural treasures are the best. Very soon, all the powerhouses received the news. It was news from the human world. Fong Ping let the martial artists in the catacombs spread the news. It was supposed to be just a meal, but Fong Ping made it known to everyone. For a moment, the 3 realms were in an uproar because of a meal. Skyplant City. Imperial City. The Right Divine General received the news very quickly. He frowned. What is Fong Ping trying to do now? Beside him, an old man sat on the throne. It was Tianyu's incarnation. He smiled. I don't know, but, just as he smiled, Tianyu's expression changed. The Right Divine General's expression changed instantly. He shouted, who is it that has come to Skyplant City? Hand over an elm fruit and 100 caddies of Tianyu's life essence. How dare you? The Right Divine General was furious. He shouted, Skyplant's army, get into formation. A powerhouse had arrived. At this moment, Tianyu's expression changed slightly. After a while, he sighed. Stop. The Right Divine General was furious. The old man shook his head slightly. Undefeatable, the person was very strong. Even if he had not shown himself, his aura had already locked onto him. Still, Tianyu sighed softly. Sir, if you need some energy liquids, Skyplant's royal court can provide them. Why do you need to exchange with a resurrected martial artist? He understood, this powerhouse wanted to use his elm fruit and life essence to exchange for the energy liquids given by the humans. Because his fruit was not very effective on this powerhouse. There was no need for the other party to snatch it. Stupid. The person sneered. He did not explain. There was no reason, because it was given by Xung Mao. The things given by Sky Emperor were given voluntarily. There were legends in ancient times, if one's luck was better. Of course, whether they believed it or not depended on themselves. But there were so many powerhouses alive in the past. Even the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors did not deny it. Everyone had to believe it. Now that Sky Emperor wanted to exchange food ingredients in Hope City, regardless of whether the energy liquids had the same effect, these people were willing to give it a try. Tian, you could not do anything about being reprimanded. The person who came was at least emperor level, maybe even more. Since the other party did not snatch it forcefully, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. If they were to forcefully start a war, it might cause big trouble. Tian, you said no more. A fruit and a stream of clear spring water turned into a ball and shot into the distance instantly. In the distance, the void shattered. A large hand reached out, grabbed the item, and disappeared instantly. The chi movement disappeared too. These powerhouses were not willing to hastily start a war with these people at this time. It was easy for others to take advantage of them. Bastard! The right god general's face was livid. They were actually threatened to their old nest and had their treasures snatched away in their old nest. Tian Yu was not so angry. He chuckled. Don't worry about it. Let's wait. The 3 realms are in chaos now. If we rashly start a conflict with these people, we might get into trouble. The right god general was still angry. That bastard Fang Ping did it on purpose. Tian Yu nodded slightly. He definitely did it on purpose. The resurrected martial artist had probably offered Tian Yu's price. That was why people came looking for him. This scene did not only happen here. At this moment, 10,000 Demon Royal Court. There were powerhouses protecting the royal court. When they encountered rank 9 monster plants, they suppressed them directly and snatched their treasures. Some overseas immortal islands were affected at this moment. A meal had caused a lot of bloodshed. Meanwhile, Fang Ping had already entered the catacombs. Back then, Warlord had prepared a lot of 100 king coins for him. Fang Ping had never had the time to come to the catacombs to exchange for treasures. Today, he came along with the flow. In a royal city, Fang Ping transformed into a rank 9 top-notch powerhouse. At this moment, he took out a large number of 100 king coins. Looking at the trembling 100 Kings Palace manager, he said, exchange for monster plant fruits. As long as it's edible, the more the better. Sir, hurry up. I don't have time to waste on you. Fang Ping's expression was cold. His chi movement erupted. A rank 9 top-notch powerhouse suppressed this rank 8 powerhouse, making him tremble all over. The other party was trembling with fear. He dared not ask any more. The 100 king coins were still in circulation. After all, the 4 true king halls had not fallen yet. Those true gods had only left. Not all of them were dead. Fang Ping took out the 100 king coins. He was not forcing them to buy or sell. Naturally, the 100 Kings Palace had rank 9 powerhouses too. However, there was no need to offend a rank 9 top-notch for this matter. Although he was not familiar with Fang Ping, the catacombs were too big. There were many unfamiliar powerhouses. Very soon, the 100 Kings Palace in this royal city provided Fang Ping with a large number of treasures. Fang Ping kept the treasures. Without another word, he left quickly. Go to more places. There were many catacombs royal cities. Each royal city was a large city with a population of tens of millions. The 100 Kings Palace had a large number of treasures stored in these royal cities. Fang Ping did not snatch them forcefully. If he went on a killing spree, that would only make him a target for everyone. It was just a meal. There was no need to make a fuss and end up being hunted down by many powerhouses. At Fang Ping's level, traveling was also extremely fast. People as strong as old Zhang and the others could tear space and travel thousands of miles in one go. Although Fang Ping was not as good as them, tearing space did not matter where he was. He could also travel extremely fast. 1 royal city, 2 royal cities. Back then, Warlord had prepared 5,000 100 king coins for him. They were all the kind that could be exchanged for 100 caddies of energy stones. However, energy stones were not very valuable in the catacombs, at least for powerhouses. The heavenly treasures that could be exchanged also required a lot of 100 king coins. Even so, 5,000 coins was not a small number. Fang Ping went to 7 or 8 royal cities in a row before he exchanged all the 100 king coins into treasures. 5,000 coins, 500,000 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. A caddy of energy stones was worth up to 300 million previously. Although the energy had recovered and the price had dropped, a caddy of energy stones was still worth up to 100 million. A value of 50 trillion, if he exchanged them for energy stones, Fang Ping could increase his wealth by 5 billion. However, Fang Ping had only exchanged for heavenly treasures. Some were worth more than 1 million coins, some less. In the end, he had increased his wealth by about 7 billion. Earning money was too easy, of course, it was also a one-time transaction. After this time, these royal cities would receive the news and investigate quickly. Ordinary martial artists could not find out the authenticity of the 100 king coins. Those peak rank 9 or desperation realm martial artists would definitely notice the difference. Fang Ping did not care about this. After this time, the 100 king coins might become useless. The catacombs was going to be chaotic. He glanced at his wealth. 91 billion points. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. He did not continue to stay in the catacombs. If he really went all out and robbed some royal cities, maybe 100 billion would be there. However, Fang Ping had no intention of upgrading now. He did not know if the system could be upgraded again this time. If it was upgraded, how long would it take? The origin qi and imperishable substance produced by the system were useful to him. Moreover, Fang Ping had to continue to deduce his combat techniques. If he took too long to upgrade, it might instead delay his cultivation speed. It's time to go back. Fang Ping laughed. Was the old cat satisfied this time? The reason why he asked the old cat to exchange items was that Fang Ping wanted to test how many powerhouses had awakened in the 3 realms. Would these people appear? Perhaps he could even cause the chaos in the catacombs to erupt in advance. Why not? The sky turned dark. When Fang Ping returned to the Fang family, the sky was completely dark. When he returned, the old cat and the Jiao were already back. At this moment, there were more ingredients on the balcony. The old cat was beaming with joy. He was really happy this time. Liar, I've exchanged a lot of good stuff. The old cat said happily. There are also a few top-notch fruits that I haven't eaten before. At this moment, Fang Yuan was also there. This girl was also very envious. Her face was flushed, and she hid behind the old cat. It was not that she had to hide from Fang Ping, but the energy here was too rich. She could not take it as soon as she came in, feeling like she was going to explode. If not for the old cat's protection, she was afraid that the aura of so much emperor-level and true god-level flesh would have shattered her. Brother, Fang Yuan looked at Fang Ping pitifully and said with envy, the big cat said that I can't eat it. If I eat it, I'll explode. Brother, let me eat some too. You? Fang Ping laughed. It's fine if you eat some side dishes. If you eat these emperor-level and true god-level flesh and fruits, you'll explode for sure. Just stay at the side. This is a rare big scene. Even if you absorb a little of the overflowing energy, that's enough. Having said that, Fang Ping smiled. Let's get to work. Cook, eat. The next moment, Fang Ping took out a crystal cauldron. This was made of energy crystals. Although it was not a treasure, this thing was hard and could preserve energy the best. It would not overflow. Not just one cauldron, but a few cauldrons. Under Fang Yuan's dazed gaze, Fang Ping used life essence directly as water and began to wash the ingredients. Big cat, don't just stand there. Light up, use mentality fire. Use origin qi as fuel. The old cat swallowed hard. This liar was really good, how extravagant, even an ancient cat like him felt that it was extravagant. Using the origin qi as fuel was something that even the ancient emperors would not do. This time, they were really going to have a big meal. It was a pity that they didn't get the big fish head of Xianxia envoy. Otherwise, this meal would definitely be unprecedented and unparalleled. No, it's best to add some ingredients from the Beast Emperor. The old cat ignited the mentality fire while muttering, liar, next time chop off the big fish head of the Sea Guardian, then chop off the beast emperor's big tail. Then we can have the first big meal of all time. The old cat was almost drooling as it thought about it. Li Wuji and Jiao, on the other hand, were so scared that their livers were trembling. These two ruthless people, would they really do this in the future? One was a heavenly king, the other an emperor. Was the beast emperor dead? If he was dead, then so be it. If he was not dead, thinking about it, the two rank 9 monsters shuddered. Emperor Man Banquet. On Sky Island, Heavenly Wood lamented. Even though he was so far away, he could feel it. He could feel the spiritual energy boiling over in Magic City. Minister Wu, you should go too. Wu Quishan looked puzzled. Heavenly Wood laughed. Emperor Man will let you go. I'm afraid this banquet can only be enjoyed by true god powerhouses. Although the two monsters of origin Qi have not become true gods, their physiques are strong enough to endure it. Wu Quishan was still thinking. In the next moment, someone laughed and said, Vice Chancellor, come. Elder Mu probably won't come, so I won't invite you. Heavenly Wood laughed. I think I'll pass. I'm afraid that if I go, Sky Emperor will make me bleed again. Ha ha ha. Fong Ping laughed. Heavenly Wood would definitely not come. This banquet was useless to him. However, if he really came, he might really bleed. At this moment, Wu Quishan was not the only one who received an invitation. Mekmao. Zhang Yan and Zhang Shui were still busy. In the next moment, a big hand descended from the sky, grabbing both of them. Come here. When Fong Ping's voice rang in their ears, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. They could feel Fong Ping's strength even more. Not only them, Tang Feng's daughter, Tang Wen, was still in closed-door cultivation. She was directly grabbed by Fong Ping. On Sky Island, Ling Yi was also grabbed by Fong Ping. It was not just this place. At this moment, Fong Ping's big hands appeared all over the country. Some of the rank 6 martial artists were captured by Fong Ping while they were still in a daze. Very soon, on the Fong family's big balcony, a group of people looked at each other, extremely dazed. As for Fong Ping, at this moment, he was working while saying, all of you, squat at the side, don't move. Today, I've invited Song Mao to a banquet. Most of you are peak rank 6. Whether you can break through today, it's all up to you. Of course, you won't be able to eat it, but you can still smell it. Fong Ping laughed. At this moment, how could these people not understand? All of them looked happy. Everyone hurriedly said, thank you, Minister, for your guidance. It's not really guidance. Some of your fathers died in battle in the catacombs, some are still fighting in the catacombs. They are all my seniors, who have made great contributions to protecting humanity. If you become high-ranked martial artists, I only hope that you won't forget your father's hard work. Fong Ping did not just randomly grab people. These people, such as Zhang Yan, Zhang Shui, and old Zhang had fought for humanity all their lives. Naturally, when there was something good, he would think of them. For example, Tang Wen, her father, Tang Feng, was also out fighting. Ling Yi was also born in a martial artist family. Some of her fathers died in battle in the catacombs. This group of people could be considered the descendants of martyrs, and they were also fighting. Of course, Fong Ping had to take care of them. Looking at the still confused Fong Yuan, Fong Ping sighed in his heart. He only hoped that in the future, if he died one day, someone would take care of her on his behalf. The 3 realms was going to be in chaos, all kinds of monsters were coming out. Next, could he still resist all of this? Fong Ping did not know. After all, Heavenly Wood and Song Mao were not humans. The remaining power of Heavenly Dog would dissipate soon. Old Zhang had achieved Heavenly King. It was a good thing, but also a bad thing. At the fake sky cemetery, if nothing went wrong, humans would soon become the target of public criticism. Fong Ping understood. Some things seemed to be developing well, but in reality, now that humans had become so powerful, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of many people, even giving birth to strong hostility. Time to eat. When Fong Ping shouted this, more than 10 cauldrons were opened at the same time. At this moment, pillars of energy pierced through the sky and the earth. Song Mao was so tired that he was panting. It was not easy to start a fire, but today, Song Mao was tired but happy. he could eat delicious food. The moment the cauldrons were opened, the rank 6 martial artists at the side felt waves of energy impact. Some were gentle, some were domineering. Vitality energy, mentality energy, all kinds of energy impacted these people. Some of their bodies began to crack, but they were quickly repaired. Fang Ping glanced at them. There were about 30 people. If these people were lucky, more than half of them could become high ranks. Vice-Chancellor, Big Cat, time to eat. Fang Ping took out a big table, laughed heartily, and began to serve the dishes. At this time, Wu Quishan could feel the surge of vitality. He said excitedly, after eating this, I won't regret it even if I die. Don't say unlucky things. Fang Ping looked at Song Mao, raised his glass and said, Big Cat, this glass is for you. Have a drink. In the glass, rich life force surged, as if it had turned into a long energy dragon. A small dragon flew out, but Fang Ping suppressed it forcefully. Jiao and Force Wuji watched with envy. Both of them could only drink a little peak life essence, but Fang Ping and the others were drinking heavenly wood. Song Mao was also excited. His claws lifted the glass, and he drank it in one gulp. Then, Song Mao said happily, delicious, liar. Let's eat. Alright, let's eat. Fang Ping picked up a piece of beef from the pot. Under Force Wuji's embarrassed gaze, he swallowed it in one gulp, and a faint golden light appeared on his body. Wu Quishan picked up a piece of cabbage and ate it in one gulp. This time, the effect was much more obvious than Fang Ping's. His mentality began to fluctuate, his vitality was also boiling, and his golden body was stretching. This was the cabbage that Song Mao had been saving for tens of thousands of years. Song Mao also wolfed down his food, his big eyes narrowed into slits. Jiao and Force Wuji also started eating immediately. With one bite, Force Wuji's body exploded with a dazzling light. Jiao was the same. The two rank 9 monsters, this was the first time they had enjoyed a feast of this level. Beside them, someone's mentality had already materialized. He was about to break through, however, Fang Ping and the rest did not look over there. Achieving rank 7 was nothing, these people were just basking in the light. The one who really benefited the most was not Fang Ping, but Wu Quishan. This powerhouse who had just entered the impasse realm, at this moment, was constantly emitting dazzling light from his golden body, his mentality was also increasing rapidly. The effect of this meal was much stronger than he had imagined. Jiao and Force Wuji, on the other hand, were also gobbling up food. They wanted to take this opportunity to prove their Tao. After finishing this meal, they did not know how many years it would be before they had this opportunity again. In order to prove their Tao, Force Wuji did not care about anything else. He stuffed the elder's beef into his mouth, eating it first. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was also slowly experiencing the changes. On top of the golden body, the originally flawless golden body, at this moment, there were traces of black matter. 9 refinements is indeed not the limit, Fang Ping murmured. According to what was said before, 9 refinements of the golden body had already reached the limit of the human body, and there was no way to go any further. However, at this moment, on his golden body, there seemed to be some impurities discharged. This meant that the golden body had not reached its limit. After finishing this meal, will I be able to reach the limit of 9 refinements? Fang Ping thought in his heart. When he had advanced to rank 9, his golden body had not reached the limit of 9 refinements. The limit of 9 refinements was the rank 8's 200,000 calories vitality. Fang Ping did not do it. For every 100 meters I advance, my vitality should increase by 10,000 calories of my own vitality, which is 20,000 calories of a normal rank 9. At rank 9, there will be another transformation, the width of my path is also wider, maybe it can accommodate more vitality. When I reach the limit of rank 9, my basic vitality should be more than 600,000 calories, maybe even 650,000, Fang Ping judged in his heart, continuing to eat and drink. As for this meal, how much food he had eaten, how much he had spent, if he really had to calculate it in terms of money, it would be in the trillions. Some of the things were even more priceless, a meal that cost more than 100 trillion, Fang Ping grinned. Old Zhang and the rest had probably never eaten such an extravagant meal in their entire lives. As they ate and drank, Fang Ping and the cat's gaze soon fell on the main event. Origin fruit, the fruit of a saint-level powerhouse. The cat looked at Fang Ping, and Fang Ping looked at the cat. Both of them said they would not eat anything bitten by a dog, but now, they were looking at the origin fruit at the same time. The cat's big eyes were full of vigilance. The liar wanted to eat it. You eat the bit with the bite marks. The cat made a decision in an instant. It stretched out its paw, and Fang Ping reached out at the same time. Paw and arm touched in the middle. The cat looked at him with a wronged expression. Fang Ping laughed dryly. I'm not eating it. I want to see and study if there's anything special about a saint-level origin fruit. The cat's face was full of disbelief. Fang Ping smiled bitterly and said quickly, all right, you eat it. You're not fighting. Isn't it a waste to eat this? The cat wagged its tail, somewhat unwilling to pay attention to him. Eating was for happiness. Why did he have to fight to eat it? Ignoring Fang Ping, the cat took the incomplete origin fruit. It scratched with its paw, and the outer circle with the bite marks fell off. The cat looked hospitable and said, liar, this is for you. Fang Ping looked at the ring-shaped thing, a little conflicted. Actually, it was quite a lot. The origin fruit was not big to begin with. The Tengu had eaten more than half of it, and not much was left. The cat scratched a circle, and almost half of it fell off. The most important thing was, there were bite marks. Sigh, for humanity. Fang Ping looked sad and reached out to take it. Wu Quishan and the two monsters were somewhat disdainful. Don't take it if you can. At their level, other than the cat who really cared about it, which expert would care about these things? If they really cared, they should not eat the heavenly god fruit. Fang Ping had to pretend. Even Wu Quishan could not stand it anymore. Don't eat it, don't take it if you don't want to eat it. Seeing Jiao and the others staring at the origin fruit in his hand, Fang Ping coughed dryly and said, for humanity, I have to become stronger. Forget it. After saying that, he swallowed all the origin fruit in one gulp. Wu Quishan almost rolled his eyes. This guy did not mean what he said. As for Fang Ping, he had no time to care about him. The moment he consumed the origin fruit, Fang Ping's origin world, which had already expanded a lot, began to expand again. The largest source world Fang Ping had ever seen was Song Mao's. It was a circle with a diameter of less than a kilometer. As for his own, it had been stabilized by the Sage Order and expanded in the later stages, and its diameter was more than 20 meters. And the moment he consumed the origin fruit, his source world actually expanded. This time, he took the initiative to expand instead of Fang Ping forcefully expanding it. This is the origin fruit? Fang Ping murmured, feeling a little surprised. The size of the source world did not seem to be of much help to combat strength, but Fang Ping knew that this was the foundation. The source world was definitely very important. On this point, it was not that Fang Ping had a unique opinion, but after seeing Song Mao's source world, Fang Ping felt that perhaps Song Mao's Tao was the true unity of all Taos. The old cat great path was stable. It was truly extremely stable. Even if Fang Ping had a divine artifact, could he sever the cat's Tao? No, Fang Ping did not even know where to slash once he entered Song Cat's world. There was also the saying that Song Mao did not deviate from the great path. Its Tao went in all directions. Fang Ping even felt that the reason Song Mao had lived for so many years might be related to its Tao. This fellow was not strong, but it was a specialty of living. At this moment, his source world had expanded. Naturally, Fang Ping was also extremely surprised. If it were not for the sake of improving his strength, perhaps he would have been like Song Mao, not deliberately opening up any great path, but continuously expanding the source world. At this moment, the source world was expanding. The circular world, or rather, the spherical world, was slowly expanding and becoming bigger. Its diameter was already close to 30 meters. Rumble, a rumble was heard, and the world no longer expanded. Fang Ping also felt that the bit of origin fruit he had eaten had been digested. Fang Ping opened his eyes and looked at Song Mao opposite him. Song Mao was also eating, as if it was still savoring the aftertaste. Seeing that Fang Ping was looking at him and that there was still a bit of origin fruit left in his hand, it did not say anything and stuffed it into its mouth, looking aggrieved. There's no more. The liar had eaten so much, yet he was still looking at it, causing it to have no time to savor it. Fang Ping could not help but laugh, saying, "After eating this, did your source world change?" "Yes." Song Mao said happily, "There are a lot more fish demons now." When Fang Ping heard this, he was instantly speechless. What a waste. Origin Chi is enough for you to create fish demons. The greater use of origin fruit is to expand the source world. Song Mao pursed its lips. I know, but my cat world is very big, okay? That bit of origin fruit would not have any effect at all. Fang Ping thought for a while and suddenly said, Big cat, when you opened up the cat world back then, did you have origin enhancement? No. Fang Ping was stunned. He did not seem to have discussed this with Song Mao before. At this moment, he hurriedly said, Then, do you have origin enhancement now? No. Fang Ping was stunned, he was really stunned. No, he had always thought that Song Mao was so strong because of the gathering of thousands of Daos and the origin enhancement, which caused its enhancement to surpass Emperor level. That was why it could possess Emperor level combat strength at rank 9. But now, what did Song Mao say? No. Song Mao was a little embarrassed by his stare, saying sheepishly, No. Then how could you be so strong? Fang Ping's face was full of disbelief. Song Mao said innocently, Am I very strong? It did not think so. No, Fang Ping suddenly blocked everyone's senses around him and said hurriedly, But you clearly have Emperor-level combat strength. When you were fishing for water, although the divine weapon was not bad, if you didn't have Emperor-level combat strength, you wouldn't have been able to fish it and drag it around. Yes, I probably have Emperor-level strength. Song Mao was still puzzled. Was Emperor-level strong? No, Fang Ping was anxious to death. You don't have origin enhancement, how can you be so strong? This is not scientific, alright, martial arts were not scientific in the first place. However, Song Mao said that it did not have any enhancement but had Emperor-level combat strength. This was even more unscientific, seeing that he was so anxious that he was almost sweating. Song Mao mumbled, Oh, you're talking about this source world. That is, when the cat world expanded, although this cat didn't grow, this cat's physical body and mental strength were both growing. Forget it, you're too stupid to understand what I'm saying. To put it simply, it's breaking the limit. Yes, it should be explained this way, right? Song Mao said uncertainly, Actually, it's similar to beginner martial. No, it should be considered as a combination of beginner martial and origin? Seems like it. This was the first time Song Mao had seriously discussed martial arts with Fang Ping. At this moment, Song Mao also had his own opinion. When you guys walk the origin path, won't your mentality and physique become stronger too? Actually, I'm not much different from you guys. My cat world has become bigger, just a little bigger, and the enhancement is very small. Compared to you guys, it seems very, very small, but over time, it's a lot. It's just that without your enhancement, Song Mao thought for a while and said, Without enhancement, actually, I don't think it's a big deal. I've always felt that emperors don't actually have any enhancement. Huh? Fang Ping was very surprised. What did he mean? Origin path. In the end, it should still be combined with the main body, right? Song Mao said uncertainly, I've never asked. I don't know if it's true. Perhaps not. However, if we continue down this path, I believe that we will still need to merge. The boost from the Essence Dao is actually external, from the Essence Universe. It's just that you've gathered it, and it's not your own. Fang Ping's mind was in turmoil, he thought of the scene at Enlightened Cliff, Origin Path, the Dao of borrowing strength. In the end, the big star in the origin world shattered. At that time, he felt that it was a symbol of death. Now that he thought about it, the moment the big star shattered, there seemed to be endless power surging into the darkness. Where did this darkness lead to? He thought it was the power overflowing, but why was it not absorbed by his master? He absorbed the additional strength given by Origin Path and integrated it into his own body. Fang Ping looked at Song Mao abruptly, his tone solemn. What's your basic strength? I'm just a cat with basic strength. Song Mao muttered, There's no enhancement, isn't that just basic strength, stupid? I mean, how many cards, I don't know. Fang Ping was speechless. After thinking for a while, he quickly condensed a dash of vitality. This is 10 calories. How many can you condense, I mean when you're at your peak? Sung Mao thought for a while, scratched his head, and stretched out his claws. Fong Ping seemed to have thought of something and said hurriedly, don't calculate randomly, don't go from 10 to 100. This cat did not seem to be good at math. Last time he calculated divine weapons, it went from a few to dozens in a short while. Rounding it up was amazing. No, this fellow was simply calculating in binary. Sung Mao looked at him in disdain. Isn't it just a fish demon? You have so many, and you're a fish demon. You're asking me how many fish demons I can condense? You're so stupid. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Fong Ping was speechless. This cat was really good at calculating food. If I eat 100 a day, I can probably eat for 10 years. Fong Ping did a quick conversion. 1,000 a day, 365,000 a year, 10 years, 65 million cal. Fong Ping was shocked. This cat's basic vitality was comparable to a rank 9, 65 million cal. This was not an ordinary emperor level, it was comparable to an emperor level. This was a top-notch emperor level. 2 million to 4 million were considered emperor level, 4 million to 5 million were considered saint. Actually, saint was just a transition toward a heavenly king. Sung Mao's basic vitality had actually reached this level now. Unbelievable. A heavenly king powerhouse might not be its match. Even if they did not use their origin. Was this not a beginner? Fong Ping said hurriedly. Then, is there any difference between this and beginner? Beginner is the same as you, unable to use their origin to enhance. The cat said disdainfully, you're so stupid. Of course it's different. The path of beginner is a path for each person, it's different. Moreover, the path of beginner is unknown, you don't know how to walk, you're just walking blindly. But there are paths to walk on the path of origin. The cat thought for a long time, as if it wanted to describe it. Fong Ping saw that it was at a loss for words, so he said immediately, one is handmade, everyone looks the same, but they're actually different. The other is large-scale manufacturing, mechanical manufacturing, they're actually still the same, the kind that can be done wholesale? The cat thought for a while, nodded its big head and said, you can say it like this, just like me. Actually, you can walk this path too, but the beginner's path, they don't even know how to walk it. Even if you walk the same path as them, it's still different. As the cat said that, it muttered, anyway, it's still somewhat different, right? Beginner also has an end. But the path of origin, does it have an end? The cat raised its head, pondered for a while, and said, my cat's world is still very small, I feel like I can walk very, very far. Fong Ping said immediately, actually, your path is also taken by others, won't there be any conflicts? The cat shook its head and said, I don't know, I haven't reached the peak yet, how would I know if there will be conflicts? But I don't think so, right? The cat said uncertainly, because I'm a path. If I'm a path, then I'm different from everyone else. When it said that, Fong Ping frowned slightly, it seemed to make sense. If the cat's path was taken apart and looked at, of course, there would be overlaps. But it actually only had one path. If it was a whole path, then in the entire 3 realms, no one had the same path as it. Fong Ping said hurriedly, then if you walk to the peak, I'll also walk the same path and walk to the peak. The cat said casually, it's not the same. It's the same as the combat techniques you guys learn, it's all about the reorganization of power, sequencing, and then combat techniques are different. Your source world is the same size as mine, but your sequencing might be different. Fong Ping felt enlightened, yes, his words woke him up from his dream. The cat's words seemed to have opened up a new world for him. Everyone walked the path of 10,000 Daos as one, but it might not be the same. There are thousands of Daos, the sequencing of your source world's Daos might be different from my source world's Daos. In this way, the Daos were actually different too. Big cat, you're too amazing. Fong Ping was suddenly wild with joy, slapping the cat's big head. The cat's gaze was unfriendly, but before it could fly into a rage, it saw Fong Ping's mouth stretching over as if he was going to kiss it. The cat was disgusted, its tail slapping over. Shameless. The cat harumphed, a little unhappy. Kissing cats was not allowed. Fong Ping laughed out loud, not minding it. He continued to sit down, his face full of joy. The expansion of the source world, in the later stages, will increase the limits of my physique and mentality. It's actually the physique. The cat explained, in the end, power is actually the only thing. If the physique is strong, the mentality will be strong, and there won't be a big deviation like the beginner martial arts. This is probably also the benefit of the origin Dao. That's why the origin Dao will replace other Daos. Fang Ping understood, and then said, so in this case, actually, you don't have an increase in the origin, but you digest, absorb, and use this increase for your own use, is that so? Yes, right? The cat said uncertainly, I don't care about these things. Fang Ping was speechless, but he had a rough idea. He said again, then if my source world expands, it may eventually cover my current Dao path, and I can also truly turn these increases into my own strength, right? Probably. Don't just guess, it's very important. Fang Ping said anxiously, if that's really the case. The cat looked at him, not knowing what he wanted to say. Fang Ping exhaled and said, emperors can block the Daos. Back then, they only blocked the end, but what if one day, another powerhouse blocks the entrance? Meow, the cat's big face was full of curiosity. Block the entrance? It can't be blocked, right? There are so many entrances, maybe there's only one place at the end. That's hard to say. Fang Ping said in a low voice, external strength is, after all, external strength. Moreover, the origin Dao is not invulnerable. Previously, some powerhouses had very obvious flaws in the origin. Of course, the stronger the person, the fewer the flaws. But that doesn't mean there aren't any. Also, with the existence of divine weapons, the origin Dao is not as secretive and sturdy as imagined. Once targeted, there may be a situation where the Dao is cut off. But what you said about turning the strength for your own use, the cat looked innocent. Did I say that? I didn't say that. Didn't you say that yourself? Fang Ping ignored it, his eyes flickering. I will continue to walk my origin Dao, but I will also work hard to expand the source world. Until the day comes when my source world will cover my source great Dao. I want to slowly turn the strength for my own use. I have a guess now, when my source world expands to a diameter of 100 meters, maybe I can cover a part of the current Dao. After covering it, there won't be this part of the Dao's increase, but maybe I can turn this strength into my own basic strength. Fang Ping had some speculations now. If he expanded the source world to a diameter of 700 meters, or even 1,400 meters, he did not know how the source world expanded. Maybe it was overflowing, then it might cover his Dao. And the increase that the Dao gave him might become his own strength. The beginner's Dao was flawed. The origin Dao was flawed too. Perhaps, the cat's path was the real combination of the two. Beginner powerhouses were strong, but they could not go far. The origin Dao could go far, but their own strength was not as strong as imagined. The four emperors of the extreme path, Celestial Emperor Badian and Celestial Emperor Exterminate, had fought beginner martial artists without using the origin, but they were defeated. However, they used the origin Dao, and beginner martial artists were not their opponents. They also wanted to integrate, but in the end, it seemed to prove that their integration failed, and they did not really integrate the essence of the two into one. In this three realms, Fang Ping suspected that there was only one person who could really do it, the one who created the origin Dao. Perhaps the cat could be counted, but it did not go far after all. At this moment, Fang Ping pondered a little more. For the first time, he thought about how he should go on his future path. The origin Dao still needs to go on, this is a shortcut. However, the source world also needs to be expanded, and shortcuts often represent flaws. My own strength is not strong enough, this is a very dangerous thing. Fang Ping looked at the cat. At this moment, he really understood why the cat seemed to be immortal. If his physique was as strong as the cat's, would he really die? Beginner martial artists, all beginner martial artists had shortcomings. The basic vitality of 365 million calories was increased by 3 times. By a heavenly king, if it was increased by 3 times, the cat's combat strength would instantly reach 14.6 million calories, close to breaking 7. In that case, the cat's physique was stronger than some powerhouses who had broken 7. This was because breaking 7 meant that the path walked was not just 100,000 meters, and the increase was even higher. Their basic vitality might not be as strong as the cat. Martial arts is getting more and more interesting. Fang Ping suddenly grinned. There were thousands of paths, and as expected, any path was the path that led to the end. This unusual creature, the cat, had opened a new world for him this time. Seeing that he was smiling happily, the cat secretly cursed him for being a big idiot, and then it lowered its head and ate. If you don't eat, I'll eat more. Not only the cat, cunning, infinite strength, and Wu Quishan were also eating like crazy. Fang Ping did not care much. At this time, he did not need these things much. In terms of physique, even old Wu was not as strong as he was. Just as Fang Ping was deep in thought, the Jiao suddenly roared, its body overflowing with thick energy, roaring, "Chef! Human King, give me more imperishable substance, no, give me more origin energy. I think I'm about to level up." Fang Ping looked at it. The Jiao was like a black hole, absorbing energy from all directions. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Eat my food, drink my water, and take some with you. If I level up, I don't have many requirements, just help humans suppress demons." "Okay. Then you're the demon-suppressing messenger." Fang Ping laughed heartily. The Jiao looked confused, too lazy to care. "Whatever." Another piece of meat, hearing that, infinite strength glanced at the Jiao. He was the sea-suppressing messenger, and this guy was the demon-suppressing messenger. Who had the higher position? At this time, a lot of imperishable substance and origin qi appeared in Fang Ping's hands, flowing into the Jiao's body. The Jiao roared, swallowing the heavens and the earth. It soared into the sky, its aura shaking the heavens. Fang Ping hurriedly set up a large number of mentality barriers. Wu Quishan did not care about eating anymore, hurriedly working to prevent the sky's aura from spreading to Magic City. Kaboom! In the void, a golden path appeared, and the Jiao strolled on it. At this time, there was a huge shadow of the Jiao in the void. It's proven its Tao. It proved its Tao so easily. Is it a descendant of the Celestial Emperor? Seems like it, but it didn't prove its Tao because it's a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. I'm afraid it has something to do with Fang Ping. At this time, some people were discussing. It was not a real person. In a villa in Magic City, some people from beyond the heavens and boundaries gathered. They were all forces that cooperated with humans. At this time, in the hall, mirror-like images appeared one after another. They were all powerhouses. There was Jiangsu of Mount Weiyu, Qinghua of Mount Wangu, Yuping of Jade Long Tian, Xianxia of Mystic Light Heaven. These people were watching the images taken by Yushu Zi and the others. At the Fang family's side, the Jiao had returned to its original form. It was huge, and golden light shone in the void. These people knew at a glance that the Jiao was about to level up. A human king feast, and a true god had already appeared. At this moment, even if they had already proven their Tao, they were still extremely envious. Unexpectedly, this was just the beginning. Before the Jiao had successfully proven its Tao, the next moment, a bull's roar rang out. When the bull's roar rang out, even if some people did not see anything, they sighed and said, "Li Wuji is going to prove his Tao." Human King Feast. Even if they did not go, they could imagine how good the food was. Although these two were already close to proving their Tao, and did not advance because of the food, this Human King Feast was definitely a catalyst. The humans had two more impasse realm powerhouses. Although these two were demons, Li Wuji had long led his entire clan to seek refuge with the humans. The Jiao had always had an unclear relationship with Fang Ping. The old cat was still in the human world, and the Jiao was obviously also in the human world. At this moment, Fang Ping's voice rang out in all directions. "I confer the title of the Golden Horned Beast King, the Jiao as the humans' demon suppression envoy. The humans bear witness." At this moment, cheers rang out in all directions. Even though it was already late at night, it still could not stop the humans' joy. The Jiao. Many people knew about it, it even appeared in many movies and television works. Of course, it did not appear as a demon spy, but as a friend of the humans. Ever since the catacombs were made public, the Jiao, the traitor in the eyes of the catacombs powerhouses, had become a sharp weapon for the humans to attack some of the catacombs powerhouses. Now, the Jiao had proven its Tao to the peak, it had even become the humans' demon suppression envoy. How could it not be excited? Congratulations, Sea Suppressing Envoy, Demon Suppressing Envoy. Fang Ping's voice rang out in all directions again. In Magic City, cheers rang out one after another. In the villa, these powerhouses were also silent, each of them deep in thought. The Jiao, Li Wuji, these fellows who sought refuge with the humans had proven their Dao. Next, where should all parties go? On the night of April 3rd, cunning and limitless strength reached the pinnacle of the Dao. That night, there was another group of young martial artists who advanced to high ranks. However, compared to slyness and infinite strength, it was not worth mentioning. The outside world barely mentioned this matter. Of course, even if he didn't mention it, it was still somewhat mentioned. The two youngest grandsons of Marshal King Zhang Tao had advanced to the higher ranks. Tang Feng wholeheartedly wanted Tang Wen to break Fang Ping's record. In the end, although Tang Wen also advanced that night, she did not become the center of attention. Zhang Tao's grandson were 1 year younger than Tang Wen. As for Fang Ping's younger sister, Fang Yuan, she did not advance to high rank that night, but she had also reached peak rank 6. Initially, based on Fang Yuan's situation, there was still hope for him to advance to high ranked. If he succeeded, Fang Yuan would become the record holder. In the end, when the girl wanted to level up, Fang Ping and Song Mao attacked at the same time, forcefully suppressing her. It was not that Fang Ping was worried about Fang Yuan advancing to a higher rank and wanting to fight. He was worried that she would explode, an explosion of uncontrollable power. This girl was advancing too quickly. She was not even familiar with the power of middle ranks. If she continued advancing like this, she would not be breaking the record. Instead, she would be the first high rank to self-destruct in the neo-martial arts era. Back then, Fang Ping had suffered a similar fate. His strength had increased too quickly, and he had trampled and destroyed a lot of things in school. He advanced quickly, but he was not as fast as Fang Yuan. After all, the two from the Zhang family had been practicing martial arts since they were young. In this aspect, they were much better than Fang Yuan. They were middle-ranked when they entered the university. After a year, they had participated in many battles. Now that they had become high-ranked, they could still control themselves. It was obvious that Fang Yuan could not do that. Fang Ping was not in the mood to care about what the outside world was saying. He was pressed for time. He needed to become stronger. He didn't want to rely on external forces anymore. He didn't want to rely on Heavenly Wood or Ash Cat. The Ash Cat was unwilling to participate in the battle, but he had no choice but to seek the Ash Cat's help time and time again. Because of this, the Ash Cat once again appeared in front of the world and had to face some possible dangers. If it weren't for the appearance of the Heavenly Hound, these revived sages might have done something to the cat if they knew that it was in the human world. But how long could the deterrence of the Heavenly Hound last? Old Zhang had achieved Heavenly King Dao and might face a huge crisis. Fang Ping could only be anxious, but he could not help at all. He needed to become stronger. A sovereign personage needed to be strong, in a secret room that no one knew about. Fang Ping restrained his aura and began to open up his great Dao wholeheartedly. While the celestial Thearcha's last vestiges of power still existed, while the heavenly wood still existed, he had to become stronger as quickly as possible. According to the cat, more and more people were coming back to life. This time, not only did Fang Ping have to open up a path, but he also had to deduce his own combat techniques. God-slaying blade technique. Although his combat techniques had improved a lot after the last deduction, it was still not up to Fang Ping's expectations. He needed a more powerful battle technique. Fang Ping needed to completely refine the Saint's Order as well. He was pressed for time the last time, so he only managed to refine it initially. On the 4th of April, Fang Ping disappeared from public view once again. At the same time, a storm was brewing in the Three Realms. One expert after another revealed their whereabouts and roamed the Three Realms. Mount Wanwu. Qinghua and Ling Xiao walked out of the boundary wall and stood outside with respectful expressions. Sage Yue walked through the air with a celestial aura. Ignoring the two, Yue glanced at Mount Wanwu behind them and said softly, "Moon Spirit went to the celestial tomb." Yes, Sage Yue was a disciple of the North Emperor. When she became a sage, Moon Spirit was still young. When the heavenly realm was destroyed, she died. Now, 8,000 years had passed. Looking at Mount Wanwu again, Sage Yue had a complicated look in her eyes. This used to be a temporary imperial residence of the North Emperor. Later on, Moon Spirit often came here to play. The Mount Wangwu of 8,000 years ago was slightly different from the Mount Wangwu of today. The three realms are different. Sage Yue murmured, heaven and earth have changed. Old friends of the past are all reviving. Who was it that made us revive together in this life? Who was it that planned for us to die together back then? Qing Hua's gaze changed. Ling Xiao could not help but say, Sage Yue, you mean, sigh. The celestial Yue sighed softly, her expression complicated. Do you really think that it was an accident that we were affected back then? No, someone did it on purpose. That day, a great war broke out and the heavenly realm was in turmoil. That day, a giant hand covered the sky and covered the holy lands, killing us all. Do you really think that just the ripples alone could kill heavenly kings and saints? The heavenly realm is so big, we sensed the chaos of the war and did not just wait for death. Someone did it. Sage Yue said the secrets of the past. That day, I was preparing to leave the North Emperor Palace and seek refuge in the Earth Realm. Just as I left the North Emperor Palace, the hand that covered the sky descended and the North Emperor Palace was destroyed. Sage Yue said bitterly, strong, too strong. I could not even sense any aura. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 8,000 years later. Everything was the same, but the people were different. The two were shocked. That year, it was not the ripples, but someone did it on purpose. This was even more terrifying than the ripples. Someone purposely killed them but did not erase their life imprints, allowing them to revive after 8,000 years. Who did it? Did other emperors do it? Ling Xiao asked. I do not know. Sage Yue sighed, most of the other emperor's disciples died. Some were completely killed, some are starting to revive. Most of the experts of the Heaven Realm era are still alive. Most of the geniuses of the past 8,000 years are still alive. Someone wants to gather the elites of different eras in this era. What is he trying to do? Sage Yue said a few words and quickly calmed down. Since we could become sages back then in this era, we can become heavenly kings, emperors. If someone wants to play chess, then the only way is to become stronger. From today onwards, I will guard Wangwu. The North Emperor bloodline will not be destroyed again. Rumble, a loud sound rang out. In the next moment, a figure stood in the sky outside Wangwu Mountain. In the distance, someone said softly, Yue is guarding Wangwu, the North Emperor bloodline has returned. This was a flag to tell some people that the North Emperor bloodline had returned. If more people from the North Emperor bloodline revived, they would come to Wangwu Mountain. At the same time, in the direction of the Forbidden Sea, on a celestial island, a sky-shaking figure rose. An old man's voice spread in all directions, East Emperor's disciples, if anyone revives, come to Boundless Mountain. On the other side, another figure rose into the sky, it was also a woman. Spirit Emperor's disciples, come to Immortal Seeking Island quickly. In the direction of the catacombs, a cave in the sky beyond the sky opened. Yuan Gang's figure rose into the sky and said with a faint smile, Human Emperor's disciples, come to Haoting Xiaotian. On the other side, a giant dragon rose into the sky. Beast Emperor's disciples, come to Dragon Island quickly. West Emperor's disciples, come to Seven Planets Moi Heaven quickly. South Emperor's disciples, come to Water Force Immortal Island quickly. Divine Emperor's disciples, come to Medicine God Island quickly. On this day, the disciples of the emperors revived, shaking the three realms. Other than the earthly sovereign, who already had an inheritance, the other disciples of the emperors appeared one after another. Not only that, on this day, on an uninhabited island overseas, someone descended. The figure rose into the sky, and his voice shook the three realms. Extreme Tao disciples, open Extreme Tao Divine Island. A disciple of the Extreme Tao Heavenly the Arch appeared. This was the first time a disciple of the Extreme Tao Heavenly the Arch appeared. Some people did not know, but some recognized that it was the disciple of Annihilation. Among the four emperors of the Extreme Tao, Heaven the Arch Zhan had almost no disciples. Heaven the Arch Badian wandered the three realms and was not a person who liked to teach others, so he also had almost no disciples. On the other hand, Annihilation built the Hall of 10,000 Origins to prepare disciples for cultivation. Heaven the Arch Annihilation had disciples. In one day, the world was turned upside down. The disciples of the emperors and the extreme Tao heavenly large all revived and appeared in the three realms. Not only that, there were still some powerhouses who did not show up. Some people saw the disciples of the weapon master, some saw the disciples of the palm seal envoy, and some saw some of the 36 saints appear and gather with the saints who attacked Fang Ping previously. Some disciples of the 8 kings also appeared. The ancient powerhouses had returned. At this moment, the three realms were shaken, the catacombs shook, and the overseas immortal islands were reshuffled. Only the human world was as quiet as ever. No powerhouses returned to the human world. In ancient times, there were not many powerhouses in the human world. Those who did left the human world and went to the earth realm or the heavenly realm. Those who dared to raise the flag at this moment, without exception, were all ancient saints. These people's shadows covered heaven and earth, sitting on the ground. Other than the previous words, there was no more silence. But everyone understood that these people were just reviving and waiting. They had just revived, and their strength had not reached its peak. The three realms was in chaos. Fang Ping was in closed-door cultivation, ignoring the outside world. If Earth was not in trouble, he would not come out. This time, he had made up his mind. Without a certain level of strength, he would never come out of closed-door cultivation. These awakened powerhouses did not come out for the time being. No one attacked humans. Naturally, Fang Ping had to seize this time to become stronger, in the fake sky grave. Non-heaven level powerhouses could not attract the attention of these powerhouses. The array that had been attacked for many days was going to be broken today. Heavenly King Subduing looked reluctant. The array was going to be broken. After this array was broken, if there was nothing that everyone was interested in, it would be very difficult for people to stay. Fortunately, the 9 Emperor seal is still here. I can still delay it. Heavenly King Subduing thought. King Kuan's eyes were also cold, looking at the array that was about to be broken, his face solemn. What was inside? What did Spirit Emperor leave behind? He left behind a set of combined 7-layered heavens array that was not weaker than the 8-layered heavens array. If not for so many heavenly kings joining forces, he might not have the confidence to break it alone. It was not easy for an emperor to set up such a large array. The array is going to be broken. At this moment, someone shouted in a low voice. King Qian shouted coldly, "Everyone, when we break the array later, don't panic. Don't attack without seeing anything. We're all people who have lived for tens of thousands of years, we still have this bit of willpower." They were not people who had been revived. They were alive, they had lived until now, these people were the real antiques. They had lived from ancient times until now without a break. King Qian, the leader of the 8 kings, his strength could not be underestimated. King Qian of the catacombs, an emperor-level powerhouse, disappeared from this world almost without a trace. It was obvious how terrifying this person was. The phenomenon of the other party's death was probably also instantly broken by him, not revealing it to the world. At this moment, King Qian stared at King Kuan and then at Heavenly King Subduing. It was obvious who he was talking to. Heavenly King Subduing chuckled and said, "Of course, am I that kind of person?" "Humph." King Kuan snorted coldly. "You are." At this moment, powerhouses from all directions revealed themselves. The essence of the 3 realms was here, 4 of the 8 kings came. In addition, there were also Moon Spirit and Celestial Pole among the princes and princesses. At this moment, the transparent array suddenly exploded with a dazzling light. At this moment, Heavenly King Subduing sent a voice transmission. "Attack!" Rumble, the world was turned upside down, Celestial Pole attacked. King Zhen punched out. Moon Spirit attacked. King Sun grabbed. Heavenly King Subduing attacked. King Kuan also slashed with his sword. The void shattered and the world collapsed. The 6 heavenly king powerhouses seemed to have a tacit understanding to attack. It was not just them. Just as Li Zhu was about to walk towards the pavilion, Sea Guardian Envoy shouted coldly and punched the void. Li Zhu sighed helplessly. King Qian wanted to enter, but Sage Tian Kuei and the Demon Emperor also stopped him. At this moment, only the 2 kings did not stop them. In the end, the 2 of them wanted to take the opportunity to enter. On the other side, Zhang Tao laughed loudly and charged out of the void. He laughed and said, "You two want to take advantage too?" Behind him, the three sect protectors and Heavenly Emperor Pingyu attacked at the same time. At this moment, the incomparably old dragon transformation Celestial the Arch transformed into a dragon and broke through the void. He suddenly attacked and directly attacked Heavenly the Arch Pingyu. On the other side, Qing Tong of Weiyu Mountain chuckled. "Three sages, why bully others? Why not fight with me?" This former leader of the southern faction also erupted at this moment, undoubtedly displaying the strength of a sage. Even further away, Gong Juanzi had not arrived yet, but he was already smiling. "Tian Hui, you were the one who attacked me back then, weren't you? You were the one who slaughtered my Quetzong lineage, weren't you?" Before Tian Hui could speak, in the next moment, an illusory world descended. Source World. This powerhouse who had received some of heaven exterminating Thearka's inheritance had extremely powerful mental strength. His source world was extremely sturdy and powerful. "You became a sage?" someone exclaimed. Gong Juanzi was not a sage in the past. "Ha ha ha, I should have become a sage long ago. If not for that bastard unquestionable Jian, I might have already become a heavenly king. Fine, I'll walk my own path. This guy is neither human nor ghost. It's hard to say who will be the winner." One powerhouse after another walked out from the darkness. These heavenly kings did not know, but no one exposed them. At this moment, in the fake heavenly grave, almost all the sage and heavenly king powerhouses had appeared. Many heavenly kings had broken the array that had lasted for nearly a month. They were also interested. What was inside? Powerhouses gathered here. Sounds of battle erupted in other places as well. In the fake heavenly grave, everyone seemed to be waiting for this moment, waiting for the powerhouses to leave. At this moment, violent energy fluctuations came from all directions. Nearly 10,000 miles away from this place. Warlord, Li Zhen, Man Yunyue, these people all appeared. At this moment, their opponents were a group of true kings of the catacombs. However, there were also some sovereigns from the overseas immortal islands and sky beyond heaven. Li Zhen's aura was powerful. He had already proven his Tao and reached the Arch realm. Warlord also revealed his the Arch aura as he laughed. "Kill these bastards. Green Lotus, kill." On the other side, Sovereign Green Lotus and some true gods of Mount Wanwu heard this, and their expressions became ugly. "Divine divination bastard, why didn't you kill your way out first? You're a veteran sovereign. Don't embarrass Heavenly King Moon Spirit." Warlord roared. "Heavenly King Moon Spirit, your Green Lotus doesn't dare to fight. When she sees the enemy, she runs." Green Lotus's face turned green. At this moment, Moon Spirit's crazy voice came from afar. "Kill." Green Lotus's face was ashen, but she had no choice but to grit her teeth and quickly kill her way out. In the crowd, Zhao Xingwu, who had been ranked in the top 10 of the three realms in the past 8,000 years by the God-forging envoy, also looked at Kong Lingyuan. "You can be considered half a disciple of King Wu. Why don't we compete and see who can kill more enemies?" Kong Lingyuan rolled his eyes. Kill your grandpa, I'm a master of defense, you want me to kill people? Who are you looking down on?" Although they thought about it, they still quickly fought together. Battle cries soared into the sky, and the void exploded. After entering the Spirit Emperor's Bottomanda for more than a month, a large-scale battle finally broke out today. There was fighting everywhere. At this moment, the Heavenly King domain was also in a state of chaos. At this moment, some powerhouses also stood out. Heavenly King Subduing and King Kuan were inseparable from each other. At the place where the two of them fought, the seven-petaled black lotus swept through heaven and earth, forcing some of the people in the surroundings to leave. King Qian fought 1 against 2, but he also killed until Tian Chief and the Demon Emperor kept retreating. Both sides joined forces and also unleashed the seven-petal lotus. On the other side, Heaven's Pole held the Earthly Emperor sword and slashed crazily. He roared angrily, bullying me again. You deserve to die. When I become an emperor, I'll kill you first." On the other side, King Zhen's expression did not change. He was already used to these madmen. So many heavenly king stage powerhouses were surrounding a single pavilion, fighting and killing each other. Everyone was avoiding that pavilion. They didn't know what was inside, but they still started to fight. But they weren't stupid, if there really wasn't anything good, they wouldn't easily make a move. All of this originated from the wisp of Emperor Qi that everyone sensed when the formation was broken. There was something inside, something related to the Emperor. The Spirit Emperor had indeed left behind a treasure. Even if they didn't know what it was, at this moment, no one was willing to let others take it first. Who knew what the Spirit Emperor had left behind? Her weapon, or her cultivation technique inheritance. Once it was taken away, it would be difficult to get it back. These people didn't make a sound and continued to fight in silence. But not far away, someone was shouting, and it was especially ear-piercing. Tianji, Tianming, are you for real? Are you stupid or not? It's obvious that there's nothing for you. Why don't you work together? You two work together with us. Heavenly King Zhenwang and I will share some of the treasure with you. There's no harm in working with me. You two aren't heavenly kings after all. Be careful that you don't become abandoned. Why don't we work together now and kill the 3 sect guardians and ping you first? Then, call Dragon Transformation, North Sea, Qing Tong. Let's work together and kill those overseas true gods and beyond heavenly true gods. There are many true kings in the catacombs, but there are also many supreme cultivators like us. Let's do something big together. Zhang Tao shouted, you two are the founding kings of the catacombs. Now that the Life King is dead, Myriad Goblin King and Sky Goblin King are also looking for a powerful backer. If you two ask, there won't be a problem. If we work together, there will be hundreds of supreme cultivators and many emperors. We can even kill a heavenly king. You two, don't work so hard. You two are so stupid. Zhang Tao scolded, if we fight one-on-one, who can fight King Kuan and the others? You don't know how to make good use of those supreme cultivators. In the end, when all of them die, what can you two do even if you two become heavenly kings? With more than 100 supreme cultivators and us, killing a heavenly king won't be a problem. Zhang Tao roared, if you can't. King Kuan, let's work together. Your divine sect has many supreme cultivators too. It'll be a pity if they die. You can't do anything to heavenly King Zhenwang. Why don't we work together and kill others first? Everyone was extremely vexed. This guy talked too much. They had never seen a heavenly king like this. Heavenly King Zhenwang fought now, but he followed the rules and did not speak anymore. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, did not stop talking. At this moment, Zhang Tao suddenly exclaimed, what? Under everyone's surprised gaze, Zhang Tao suddenly freed himself from the 2 kings, dashed to the Sea Protector, and roared, Li Zhu, you said that we should cooperate, and let your people kill the true gods of the other forces. Before Li Zhu could speak, Zhang Tao's voice spread, human supreme cultivators, work together with Li Zhu's subordinates and kill the enemy. Li Zhu was tired. Was it fun to direct and act alone? Zhang Tao didn't care about him. He rushed up and, without saying a word, set up layers of mental energy barriers. He wouldn't send a voice transmission. Li Zhu was speechless. Zhang Tao, is there a point? Zhang Tao sneered. I want to. See Guardian, I don't mean to be your enemy. Just don't speak for this guy. If you want to kill him, I can help. The Sea Guardian's eyes were strange. Was this the human king? King Wu was so shameless. The true gods under Li Zhu's command might not believe Zhang Tao after hearing his voice transmission. But what if Li Zhu didn't say anything? Even if they didn't believe him, they probably wouldn't attack the human beings at this moment. They were more likely to be neutral. If it was true, it would be troublesome. Behind them, the 2 kings had also caught up. At this moment, Lord of Heaven's mandate was about to send a voice transmission to tell the others that this was all Zhang Tao's act. Before he could do that, Zhang Tao cursed, idiot, you are Li Zhu's enemy. Do you think anyone will believe you? Everyone was speechless. This was supposed to be the strongest battle in the 3 realms. Why did it feel like the situation had changed? Weren't you Li Zhu's enemy? On the other side, King Zhenwang also cursed, I'll kill anyone who dares to send a voice transmission. He hadn't figured out what to do before. Since Zhang Tao had spoken, he didn't mind making trouble. Hearing that, King Kuan snorted. At this moment, King Zhenwang roared, people of the divine sect, kill the traitors of the fake dynasty. That voice belonged to King Kuan, his aura was also King Kuan's. He guided King Kuan's aura and sent it over. King Kuan was furious. What are you doing? Kill the experts of the human race. Kill the experts of the fake dynasty. Two voices rang out at the same time. The heavenly King Zhenwang acted like a rascal and blew up the voices of the two of them halfway. He looked at King Kuan proudly. I can't send a voice transmission. Don't even think about it. They are tens of thousands of miles away. Those guys can't tell anything. Celestial Pole, Moon Spirit, be careful. Whoever sends a voice transmission, shatter it. Don't let them send a voice transmission. King Kuan's expression changed and he suddenly cursed, I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Heavenly King, forget about Zhang Tao. I think Zhang Tao is still young. But King Zhenwang is shameless. Isn't it shameful to learn from King Wu? At their cultivation level, isn't face more important than a few true gods? He doesn't deserve to be a heavenly king. King Zhenwang didn't care about that. He chuckled and said, so what? If you're ashamed of me, then you can sever your cultivation level and become a sage. You're not on the same level as me. If you can't, it's better to kill yourself, bastard. In the Spirit Emperor Dojo, powerhouses fought one after another. In the 8th heaven, a powerhouse began to recover. In the 3 realms, powerhouses continued to recover. Troubled times, in this troubled times, some people could not care less. They just wanted to cry. The evil sect. Qin Fengqin roared again and again, where is he? Bring me in. Bastard. I killed you duo. Let me in. Qin Fengqin was inexplicably sad. He killed you duo. Where was Enlightenment Cliff? Didn't you agree to let me in after I kill him? Someone. Bring me in. Qin Fengqin's tone was sad. If he did not go in, how could he prove his Tao? Enlightenment Cliff was a good place. He heard that if he went in, it was very likely that he could prove his Tao directly. Go in? At this moment. Behind him, a slightly amused voice sounded. Qin Fengqin did not say a word and fled. Interesting. The person behind him was still laughing. I don't mean to harm you. Are you from the divine sect? Qin Fengqin stopped, he did not run. It was not that he did not want to run, but he felt that the void seemed to have solidified. This was a powerhouse locking the void. He could not run. He did not care who was behind him. Since he did not know him, there was danger. He was prepared to run first. But now, in the next moment, Qin Fengqin turned around, bowed deeply, and said nervously, hello, Senior. I wonder if Senior and the divine sect are, I asked you first. Qin Fengqin did not see anyone, nor did he dare to look. At this moment, he could only see a pair of leather boots with golden edges. Qin Fengqin's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, I come from the human world. Because it is difficult to cultivate in the human world, I came to the Forbidden Sea to find opportunities. Human world martial artist, the owner of the golden boots was still smiling. You know Fang Ping? Yes. Since you know him, don't you know that the divine sect has been destroyed by Fang Ping yesterday? Qin Fengqin was stunned. He really did not know. He was still being hunted yesterday. He had just escaped. He knew that some powerhouse's G was rising today, but this had nothing to do with him. He just did not expect the evil sect to be gone. Fang Ping, destroyed the divine sect? Not bad. The voice said with a smile, yesterday, the human king broke through the door. Of the 3 guardians of the divine palace, 2 were killed. Of the 9 almighty, 8 died in battle. Daoist Feng Yun has already left with Di Xing. Qin Fengqin continued to stare blankly. How many days has it been since I left? If I remember correctly, he left on the 1st. Today was the 4th. Then, someone told him that the cult was gone in just a few days. No wonder no one came to receive them, everyone was dead, so who was going to lead him there? The voice laughed again and said, you wish to enter the divine court. This, Qin Fengqin said dryly, I'm just looking for some opportunities. Senior, please don't misunderstand. I'm actually not that close to Fang Ping. My relationship with the divine sect is also average. I'm a martial artist who pursues freedom. I don't like fighting and killing. According to human terms, I'm actually a lifestyle martial artist. Qin Fengqing explained, we don't aim to kill. We love world peace and sightseeing the three realms. This is the lifelong pursuit of martial artists like us. Interesting. The owner of the golden-threaded combat boots laughed. If that's the case, where did your murderous aura and vitality come from? Senior, please don't misunderstand, look up. The owner of the combat boots was still laughing. Don't worry. I'm not enemies with humans. I'm not enemies with the divine court either. Qin Fengqing raised his head warily and looked out of the corner of his eye. With a glance, his pupils shrank slightly. It was not that the person was ugly, but he was very sunny, very handsome, and also very warm. However, the more it was so, the more he was on guard. He knew very well that powerhouses were not easy to talk to. The brighter they smiled, the more evil they were. Fang Ping liked to laugh. Qin Fengqing had seen him kill people while laughing. After killing them, he even lied to the dead, saying that he would not let them know the truth after they were resurrected. Old Zhang liked to laugh. As he laughed, many catacombs powerhouses died from laughing. Actually, he liked to laugh as well. As he laughed, someone would die anyway. He had met his own kind, how could he not be vigilant when he met such a person? May I know your name, senior? The owner of the combat boots, the sunny youth, Hong Yu, who had gone in search of the sky tomb, appeared outside the evil sect's passageway again. He chuckled. The past is like smoke. There's no need for a name. You know Unquestionable Sword? This, you don't have to deny it. I can sense his aura on you. Combat techniques? Heaven punishing art? Senior, you have a sharp eye. Hong Yu chuckled. You're his disciple? This, I'm related to Unquestionable Sword too. Speaking of which, our relationship is a little complicated, Hong Yu sighed. Qin Fengqing judged his tone. After weighing it in his heart, he quickly bowed and said, I've been rude. I'm indeed the Demon Emperor's disciple. However, I'm only the Demon Emperor's in-name disciple. I dare not say that I'm the Demon Emperor's disciple. Qin Fengqing sighed. Now that my master is in the three realms, everyone wants to beat him up. I have no choice but to say that I'm the Demon Emperor's disciple. Fortune came from danger, he was used to taking risks. Listening to this person's tone, he felt that this person might be related to the Demon Emperor. He had to get close to him first. When Hong Yu heard that, he glanced at him and said with a smile, if that's the case, we can be considered to be of the same lineage. Qin Fengqing's heart stirred. The same lineage, the Demon Emperor Unquestionable Sword came from Purple Cap Mountain. This person is from Purple Cap Mountain, that can't be right. Apart from Gong Yuzi, who else from Purple Cap Mountain was still alive? The War King came from Purple Cap Mountain, however, he had actually seen and recognized Gong Yuzi before. During the trip to the Emperor's tomb, he had seen Gong Yuzi when the war broke out. This person was clearly not Gong Yuzi. Who is this person? He must be an old antique. He claims to be of the same lineage as Unquestionable Sword. Someone of the same lineage, Qin Fengqing quickly determined that this person was clearly not Unquestionable Sword's disciple since he called Unquestionable Sword's name. Senior or junior brother, that couldn't be, who else could it be? I heard that during the battle at the King battlefield, Heavenly King Suppression teased the Demon Emperor for acknowledging Moon Spirit of Mount Wangwu as his mistress. Someone from Wangwu's lineage? Even if he's from Wangwu's lineage. Unquestionable Sword is a powerful cultivator after all. Who would dare to call him by his name so casually? He's at least a saint-level cultivator. There aren't many of such cultivators, right? As Qin Fengqing thought about this, his expression became even more respectful. Senior. Are you from the same lineage as my master? Then I should call you Senior Uncle Master, there's no need for that. Hong Yu smiled faintly. You want to enter the divine court? Qin Fengqing quickly listed a few people in his mind. A man with at least saint-level strength. He might be related to Wangwu. Perhaps he was not from the same lineage as Unquestionable Sword. One lineage higher, same lineage as Moon Spirit, a man from the same lineage as Moon Spirit and from the same lineage as Unquestionable Sword. Qin Fengqing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be him, that prince who was rumored to be dead? Now that most of the powerful cultivators had awakened, it was not impossible for this person to awaken. No, according to the legends, the demon emperor said that he had received Han Yu's guidance, which was why he considered himself a disciple. What did this mean? It meant that if Han Yu was really alive, he might have awakened a long time ago. Qin Fengqing thought about this but did not dare to say it out loud. At this moment, he thought about it and said, I want to enter the divine court. On one hand, it's to increase my strength. On the other hand, it's because of some other reasons. Other reasons? Qin Fengqing looked hesitant. After thinking about it, he said, it's not a secret. Previously, humans promised Moon Spirit of Mount Wangu that they would help her find the corpse of a powerful cultivator. However, until now, they have no clue. I heard that King Kuan of the Divine Church is related to the powerful cultivator that Moon Spirit is looking for. I'm here to try my luck and see if I can solve some problems for the humans. Han Yu looked at him deeply. After a while, Han Yu said, I don't think so. I'm going to the Divine Court now. Do you want to go with me? Senior, you want to go to the Divine Court? Qin Fengqing hurriedly said, if you don't find it troublesome, I'm naturally willing. However, I'm afraid that I'll cause trouble for you. It's all right. Han Yu smiled faintly and took a step forward. In front of him, a passage opened. They could vaguely see the broken world. Qin Fengqing was shocked. So easy, the other party didn't seem to have moved and the passage opened on its own. Qin Fengqing hurriedly followed. Soon, the two of them entered the divine court one after another. Once they entered, Qin Fengqing instantly felt that something was wrong. There was no more energy. Heavenly Hound and Sherpa are really domineering, Han Yu sighed. Qin Fengqing was even more certain that Sherpa didn't know him but Heavenly Hound did. Someone who was as famous as Heavenly Hound was definitely a top-notch powerful cultivator. This person called him by his name. Perhaps he was a powerful cultivator who was on the same level as them. It's really him. Qin Fengqing made a judgment. This guy was Moon Spirit's deceased cultivation companion. He was also the son of the earthly sovereign and the younger brother of King Kuan. Legend had it that he had taught the unquestionable sword technique. Why did this guy come to the cult? Qin Fengqing didn't understand and didn't dare to say much. Just as he was thinking about this, his vision turned black. Han Yu strolled in the void. The darkness changed and in the blink of an eye, he crossed thousands of miles in a single step. Qin Fengqing didn't feel the passage of time. When he regained consciousness, a cliff appeared in front of him. Han Yu looked at the cliff with a melancholic expression. Dao Comprehension Cliff. Qin Fengqing was stunned. This was the Dao Comprehension Cliff? This cliff has an extraordinary background. Han Yu chuckled. Legend has it that a powerful cultivator comprehended the Dao here. After that, emperors, heavenly kings, sages. Too many powerful cultivators came here to take a look, hoping to gain some enlightenment. Most of them returned empty-handed, but there were some who obtained some fortuitous encounters. Some saw traces of emperors, some saw thousands of Daos, some saw the future, some saw the past. The divine court has been destroyed, but this cliff is still here. It's probably the only place with opportunities here. Han Yu turned to look at Qin Fengqing and smiled. Since you're here, why don't you take a look? Qin Fengqing said respectfully, Senior, please go first. There's no need. I've been here a few times but returned empty-handed. This cliff, only the fated can obtain opportunities. Although Qin Fengqing sounded mysterious, he was already here. He was here for the Dao Comprehension Cliff. Why would he give up? At the thought of this, Qin Fengqing did not stand on ceremony. He thanked him and stepped into the void, stepping onto Dao Comprehension Cliff. The moment he stepped onto Dao Comprehension Cliff, Han Yu's expression changed slightly. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Qin Fengqing. Just like Feng Ping, there was someone behind him when he walked up. However, the person was different. It was not the old man from that day. It's you, Han Yu seemed to know something. He looked at the figure and murmured, Are you the one who set this up? This person. Unquestionable sword has placed a bet. Are you going to place a bet too? The figure was reflected in Han Yu's eyes, then Qin Fengqing's face. He seemed to have seen and sensed something. You want him to fight for the position of the emperor? Or, It's just a random setup that coincidentally has something to do with the Emperor of Humanity? The Emperor? Fang Ping? Zhang Tao? Or, you, the Emperor? Hong Yu's tone was indifferent. The Emperor, this person was not the Emperor he knew, that figure was one of the 9 emperors, the figure of the Emperor. At this moment, Qin Fengqing seemed to have entered a special state. He did not react at all. Hong Yu ignored him. He looked at the figure again and said calmly, "The Emperor, why are you placing a bet? This person is only at origin. Could it be that he was supposed to be the Emperor of this generation? Just like how Gong Juanzi was replaced by Unquestionable Sword in the end. Was he also replaced by Fang Ping?" Hong Yu closed his eyes, as if he was calculating something. Very quickly, he opened his eyes and smiled. Could it be that the Emperor wants to change his destiny so that this person can return to his original path and become the savior of this era? It's difficult, isn't it? Gong Juanzi suffered a calamity back then. After that, he could no longer take back everything that belonged to him. Humans can triumph over the heavens. Or, with Fang Ping's death and Zhang Tao's death, there's hope for this person to return to the right path after proving his Tao? Hong Yu fell into deep thought again. Martial King was dead. Human King was dead. How many humans could become a king? Without the ability of a true god, one could forget about it. True god, among the few true gods of the human race, who could shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Pluto King, Moon King, Spear King, one by one, names appeared in his mind. There was hope for Pluto King, but he was related to Heavenly King Suppression, so he might not succeed. Although the others were also true gods, their prospects were limited. There was a higher possibility that they would appear in Fang Ping's generation. Interesting, very interesting. Fang Ping is really going to die. This person stepped forward in a time of danger. He was originally from the human race. With courage and intelligence, he might be able to change his destiny. Hong Yu glanced at Qin Fengqing, then at the figure that had already disappeared. He laughed. This game of chess was getting more and more interesting. The Emperor who had disappeared for 8,000 years was actually starting to show some miracles and interfere with everything in this era. You guys, are also going to return? Hong Yu murmured. At this moment, on Enlightenment Cliff, Qin Fengqing's aura changed slightly. Large amounts of imperishable substance emerged from his body. Very quickly, his golden body flashed as he began to hone his golden body. Hong Yu watched for a while. After a while, he smiled. Not bad. You've actually reached the limit of origin after one enlightenment. You're just one step away from true God. You're extraordinary. Qin Fengqing opened his eyes and said humbly, "You flatter me, senior." Hong Yu smiled. Don't be humble. I'll be walking around the 3 realms for a few days to look for the celestial realm fragment that the powerhouses of the 3 realms entered. If you're not in a hurry, you can follow me for a few days. Perhaps you'll find something. He mentioned the celestial realm fragment and not the celestial cemetery. Clearly, he already knew something. Qin Fengqing did not care about this. He said hurriedly, "Of course I'm willing." "Thank you, senior." Hong Yu chuckled. He ignored him and turned to leave. Qin Fengqing hurried to catch up. Hong Yu said as he walked, "Troubled times are also prosperous times. The prosperous times of martial arts." Every time there was a troubled time, countless heroes would emerge. However, prosperous times were divided into big and small. When the celestial realm first opened, it was a huge change. The 3 realms were separated, martial arts were established, and the Tao of Origin was the final winner. That was a great era that determined the future of the 3 realms for tens of thousands of years. That was why the 9 emperors and the 4 emperors appeared. Too many geniuses appeared in that era. Some could fight extreme Tao venerable emperors and emperors when they were young. Of course, that was when they were young. Too many geniuses appeared in that era. However, in the end, the 9 emperors and the 4 emperors were the winners. Qin Fengqing listened without saying anything. He did not understand what Hong Yu was trying to say. After that, the 3 realms were peaceful. There was little chaos. Therefore, no more geniuses appeared. Even the strongest who proved their Tao could not reach the achievements of the 9 emperors and the 4 emperors in the past. After that, the celestial realm shattered. Troubled times came again. In the chaotic era, geniuses appeared again. The heavenly hound proved his Tao and the chaotic heavenly king proved his heavenly king. In the chaotic era, one man and one dog reigned supreme. The chaotic era was just a small era, not a great era. After that, the era of sex was the same. It was just a small era. The battle between the North and the South was not a battle for the destruction of the three realms. Therefore, the unquestionable sword was born. After the unquestionable sword, the highest achievement of the four great royal halls in the land was only at the emperor level. No one proved their heavenly king. This was just a small era. Qin Fengqing seemed to understand. His eyes moved. Senior, you mean, that's right. Hong Yu smiled faintly. This time, a great era is coming again. Perhaps a greater era than the opening of the celestial realm and the separation of the three realms is coming. After several eras, tens of thousands of years, geniuses and experts have all appeared in this era. This time, perhaps someone can prove their Tao and become a sovereign. Perhaps someone can open up a new Tao and replace the source great Tao, start the next era, the next flourishing era of the three realms. Qin Fengqing frowned. Hong Yu smiled. It's possible for anyone. But the possibility of someone born in this era is the highest. Especially the human realm, the starting point of all Daos. Back then, the martial Tao, source Tao, and initial martial Tao were all born in the human realm. That's why the human race became the target of everyone. The weak don't understand. They only know that there are threats in the human realm. But the strong understand. The human race may have a true expert. The celestial realm and the earth realm all originated from the human realm. If a true expert is born, he will probably come from the human realm. Now, do you understand why some experts would target the human realm? Qin Fengqing frowned. I understand. Actually, it's also a form of training. Hong Yu chuckled. If there's no targeting, no hostility, no war, no oppression from experts, how can a new expert be born? The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors rose in this chaotic era. When they were young, they fought until they went crazy and almost died. That's how the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors came into being. That's why the human race who rose in this era are actually the target of everyone. Because these people are all seeds. Hong Yu's voice was soft. However, powerhouses will always be powerhouses. They will do what others can't. They will not be afraid of difficulties and obstacles. In the end, they will rise and achieve great things. In the process, people will die. Many people will die. Qin Fengqing's expression changed. He exhaled. That's Minister Zhang and Fang Ping's business. You're wrong. Everyone has a chance. You actually have a chance too. Hong Yu smiled. Don't think that you won't have a chance just because you haven't proven your Tao. When they were young, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors might not have been the best among their peers. However, later on, when their predecessors died in battle, they rose to the top and eventually surpassed their predecessors. Senior, you're telling me all this because you want me to fight for it too? I'm not asking you to fight for it. Hong Yu smiled. I'm just telling you to seize all the opportunities in this era. If you miss out on this era, even if you're still alive in the end, you'll have to live under the light of others. The strongest of this era will shine for eternity. I will fight for this opportunity too. Qin Fengqing nodded and said nothing more. Hong Yu did not speak either. He looked ahead, a faint smile on his face. The next moment, Hong Yu's expression changed slightly. At this moment, a dark star flashed across the source world. It was not as domineering as the Heavenly Hound and the Spring Guardian. It was not as ostentatious as Zhang Tao. It was very low-key. Even the source world did not change much. Those below the Heavenly King rank would not be able to sense anything. But Hong Yu sensed it. You've awakened too, Hong Yu murmured, his brows furrowing. At the same time, the Heavenly King powerhouses who were fighting had a slight change in expression. The cat owner is alive. The Heavenly King suppressing king suddenly became excited and roared, this is great. The cat is on earth. The cat owner is with us. Those who want to invest, come forward now. Otherwise, even the heavenly king will die. The next moment, in the source world, the huge star where the heavenly king's suppressing king was overseeing shone brightly. Heavenly Hound, Sherpa, the cat owner. Come quickly, someone is trying to steal the Spirit Emperor's corpse. The source world was gloomy. The Heavenly Hound and Sherpa could not hear it. However, the cat owner had just awakened. This was also the moment when his source world was at its strongest. Just like when the Heavenly Hound and the others had awakened, he could sense some things. King Kuan and the others' expressions changed. The next moment, King Kuan shouted angrily, "Enough! Open the pavilion first. Bastard, do you really want to attract all of them here? If all of them were attracted, there would be more powerhouses." At this moment, King Qian stopped, and so did the sea-suppressing envoy. The few of them looked at the heavenly king suppressing king with unfriendly expressions. Bastard, if they really attracted those fellows, a huge battle would probably break out, especially that fellow Sherpa. Fortunately, he could not hear them. Otherwise, wait for that fellow to go crazy. The heavenly king suppressing king had a smile on his face. He did not care at all. It was best if they attracted them. Even if they couldn't, it didn't matter. Let's make it clear that the three of them are with us. Now that they are targeting us one by one, do you believe that we won't settle the score later? As everyone spoke, they gradually stopped fighting. Open the pavilion first. In front of the pavilion. Many powerhouses stopped and looked at the pavilion that had stood for 10,000 years. At this moment, there was a faint light flickering outside the pavilion. The aura of an emperor. Everyone was also on guard. Heavenly King Zhen chuckled and said, "Everyone, if we really dig out the Spirit Emperor, what should we do?" "Shut up." Everyone cursed. Jinx, if they really dug out the Spirit Emperor, none of them would be able to escape. They would all be in big trouble. "Who's here? Get out." Right at this moment, a dignified woman's voice resounded in everyone's ears. In the next moment, all the experts scattered like birds and beasts, tearing through the sky and fleeing. But someone did not run. The moment the others fled, Zhang Tao broke through the air and ran toward the pavilion. "Bastard! Damn it! Shameless! Shameless guy!" At this moment, all kinds of curses sounded from all directions. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Tao actually disguised himself as a woman and suddenly spoke, scaring everyone away. This shameless guy. Was he really a heavenly king? Unbelievable. This was the first time the world had been created. Even heavenly King Zhen was cursing at this moment. He was also scared just now and ran away. Didn't this little brat know that people could scare people to death? Everyone was on guard, afraid that they would really dig out the Spirit Emperor, but he actually pretended to be a woman to scare them. This heavenly King Zhen felt that he had to admit defeat. He was really not as shameless as this guy. The others were also furious. How could there be such a thing? Heavenly King, who would do such a thing? Was he really not ashamed? King Wu, how dare you? King Kuan was also furious. At this moment, the surrounding void was about to collapse. The others were about the same. At this juncture, they were actually fooled by this guy's words. How embarrassing. There was no other way. The prestige of an emperor was too terrifying. The birth of an emperor was enough to suppress the three realms. Back then, when the earthly sovereign's clone was born, it directly suppressed the three realms for 3,000 years. This was an emperor. Suddenly, there was a woman other than Moon Spirit and Tianhui speaking here. How could they not be afraid? But now, this guy was pretending. On the other side, Zhang Tao had already rushed to the front of the pavilion. Then, he suddenly vomited blood and flew backward, tearing through the air to escape. At this moment, the expressions of the others changed greatly, and they tore through the sky and fled once more. The next scene infuriated everyone once again. Seeing that they had flown far away, Zhang Tao didn't say a word and flew towards the pavilion once again. He's pretending. Martial King, I%yen and asterisk hashtag. At this moment, it wasn't just one or two people who were cursing. All of them were cursing. He was about to go mad with anger. The scoundrel actually tried to trick them twice in a row. The first time, they were tricked, and the second time, he pretended to be injured. Everyone was starting to believe him. There was nothing they could do. At that time, the Martial King was the closest to the pavilion. When he suddenly flew backwards, who would dare not believe it, severely injuring a heavenly king with a single strike? If this wasn't an emperor, then what was? But now, the old-timers were going crazy. This is an insult to our intelligence. Heavenly King Xian also cursed along with the crowd. He was shocked once again. A heavenly king was injured just like that. He even thought that a sovereign had taken action. Motherf asterisk cur, these little bastards are better at acting than the other. Heavenly King Xian was so angry that he cursed. This was too much. I'm already so old. How can I stand your continuous provocation? Zhang Tao didn't care about them. If there's a treasure, then there's me, Zhang Tao. If I, Zhang Tao, am here, how can I let you take away the treasure? The next moment, Zhang Tao barged into the pavilion and suddenly let out a shrill scream. No. Bastard, you still want to trick us? Behind him, everyone was furious. It's already been twice. Do you want to trick us a third time? Spare me, spirit sovereign. Zhang Tao's shrill scream sounded again. Everyone's hair stood on end when they heard it. Could it be true? This time, it was really a little confusing. His scream was so miserable, the pavilion was shrouded in the aura of a sovereign. Even they couldn't sense it clearly and didn't know what was happening inside. At this moment, another shrill scream sounded. Don't kill. The voice stopped abruptly. King Kuan, who was charging at the front, stopped in his tracks. Should I go in or not? Behind him, Li Zhu shouted coldly, he's acting. Go in. King Kuan looked back at him. You go in first. He was a little confused. Li Zhu acted as if he didn't see the look in his eyes. He suddenly looked at Moon Spirit and said, Heavenly King Moon Spirit, you're a woman and the daughter of the North King. Even if it's really Spirit Sovereign, you'll be fine if you go in. Moon Spirit opened her mouth and scolded angrily, you bastard, you're like a dog, how dare you order me around? Why don't you go in? Li Zhu's face darkened. He shouldn't have provoked this woman. At this moment, it was quiet in the pavilion. At this time, Heavenly King Xian's eyes were solemn. He looked at King Kuan and the others and said coldly, let's go in together. He really suspected that something had happened to Zhang Tao. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that it was scary. King Kuan and the others frowned. Just now, everyone was eager to go in, but now, they were hesitating. Was Spirit Sovereign really inside? Was he injured or unable to leave the pavilion for some other reason? If they went in now, wouldn't they be courting death? At this moment, King Kuan suddenly shouted coldly, surround this place. King Wu, come out and kill him together. If he couldn't come out, then they would talk about it. Anyway, he didn't dare to go in now. The small door of the next building had closed again after Zhang Tao entered. Even though it was just a door, it was difficult for King Kuan to sense what was happening inside. And at this moment, a horrifying scene happened. Golden blood seeped out from the crack of the door. Everyone's expression changed. King Wu was killed. Heavenly King Xian hurriedly grabbed a drop of blood, and his expression changed. His life aura has been destroyed. Behind him, Li Zhu frowned and said, he acted. Then you and I will go in together. Heavenly King Xian looked at him, and Li Zhu instantly shut up. No, at this time, how could he dare to enter and take the risk? Was King Wu dead or not? Was he really acting? After acting twice in a row, everyone was a little suspicious of him. It was really too terrifying. After a few screams, he stopped breathing, and then blood flowed out. This, who knew if it was real or fake? In everyone's heart, they were really afraid and angry. King Wu was a disgrace. Was he also a heavenly king? If he hadn't acted before, they definitely wouldn't have suspected him now. But thinking about how they had been tricked twice, they really suspected him. But they didn't dare to gamble with their lives. This time, it was a dilemma on both sides. For a moment, all of them were holding in their anger. This anger could not be vented. Even these heavenly kings could not take it. At the back, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation and the others could be considered to have had their horizons broadened their horizons. What was this? A group of old antiques was fooled by King Wu, but they were afraid of death. None of them dared to go in to verify the authenticity. At this time, Heavenly King Xian suddenly said, then let these few sages go in. With that said, Heavenly King Xian directly tore through the air and grabbed towards Heavenly Emperor Pingyu. This had no backing. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu's face turned green. Me? Without a word, he tore through the air and fled. His energy erupted to the limit. As he fled, he roared, "Lord Kuan, save me!" He only attacked together with the three great sect protectors. Now that King Kuan did not make a move to stop him, how could he be Heavenly King Xianxia's match? Enough! King Kuan shouted angrily. Pingyu was also a sage. Previously, he teamed up with the three great sect protectors to hunt down Zhang Tao. Now, if he really watched this person be killed, the three great sect protectors would be disappointed. King Kuan made a move, slapping a palm at Heavenly King Jin. Following that, he shouted, "Seal this place, don't let anyone enter." Heavenly King Jin scolded, "Not letting people in to probe, if Spirit Sovereign is really reviving, guarding here, are you waiting for death?" Everyone's expressions changed. For a moment, there was some thought of letting Heavenly Emperor Pingyu enter to probe. He was a sage after all. Even if King Wu set up an ambush inside, he would not die so easily and could run out to report. As for the other apex, Emperor rank, if King Wu really ambushed inside, he might be killed after entering. With this, sensing the changes in these powerhouses, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, who had already hidden in the distance, was horrified. He was a sage, even an ancient venerable emperor. His identity was also extremely noble. Could it be that these guys really wanted him to go and die? He would not do it, regardless of whether it was Spirit Sovereign or King Wu ambushing inside. It was an incomparably dangerous matter. Why not let the three great sect protectors or the two kings do it? King Kuan took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "It can't be Spirit Sovereign inside." Back then, Spirit Sovereign should have died in battle. Heavenly King Jin snorted coldly and said, "Stupid. Is what you saw real?" The Sovereign left a wisp of life aura, and she recovered after 8,000 years. Is it very difficult? If she was not completely obliterated back then, it is not impossible for her to recover. This time everyone was speechless. That's right, they were not sovereigns, did not participate in the final battle, did not see the last moment. Who knew if she was dead or not? If she did not die, what if she really recovered? Everyone was hesitant, their faces filled with indignation. After breaking the array for so long, now that the array formation was broken, it was because Zhang Tao went in first. No one knew if he was really killed or acting, but it actually made everyone not dare to go in. Was there still justice in this world? Damn guy. This kind of person can actually become a heavenly king. The heavens are blind. If it's fake, he came out, join forces and kill him. Everyone was furious. Heavenly King suppressing ignored them and shouted coldly, "What do you all say? Should we let Pingyu go in?" Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, this sage powerhouse of the four Brahmas, was like a sheep waiting for a cow at this moment. His face was full of anger and indignation, but he also looked at the few heavenly kings with a look of desire. Don't agree, he did not want to send himself to death. The sage was very strong, but so what if he was strong? He might not die against Zhang Tao. After all, he was a veteran powerhouse. However, everyone present, even the newly promoted Heavenly King Moon Spirit, had a divine artifact in hand. If he went in, he could not sense anything now. Being ambushed by a heavenly king was much more dangerous than fighting head-on. If it was really Zhang Tao, he still had a chance to live. But if it was really Spirit Emperor, King Kuan glanced at him and said coldly, "Then why don't we let Dragon Transformation go? His lifespan is about to run out anyway." Dragon Transformation? Heavenly King suppressing glanced at the incomparably old Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation and suddenly sent a voice transmission to King Kuan. "Do you want to die? The Divine Emperor might not be dead. If you kill Dragon Transformation now, the Divine Emperor will come back to life and kill you first." King Kuan's expression changed slightly. There were rumors in the three realms that Dragon Transformation Heavenly Emperor was related to the Beast Emperor. Back then, he walked out of the Beast Emperor Palace. It was even rumored that the Beast Emperor's divine artifact that commanded all the demonic beasts in the world was stolen by Dragon Transformation. However, those with real status knew that the Dragon Transformation had little to do with the Beast Emperor. Of course, it was somewhat related. However, the main identity of the Dragon Transformation was not a member of the Beast Emperor Palace, but the Mount of the Divine Emperor. Fan Ping was not present at the moment. Otherwise, he would have immediately associated the scene he had seen that day. An old man was preaching the Tao, a student was questioning him, a cat was stealing food. On that day, the ash cat took away the dragon transformation. Fang Ping had always felt that the student was somewhat familiar. If he were to contact him again now, he would know that the Divine Emperor was one of the 3 emperors that Heavenly Emperor Zhan had acknowledged. Zhan Tiandi, that day, it was Zhan Tiandi who questioned him. Zhan Tiandi was still learning from the Divine Emperor. As for the Azure Cat, it was still young back then. It probably did not even remember Zhan, who was not considered strong at that time. It was only after the Azure Cat became an extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor that the Azure Cat knew about Zhan. Moreover, the Ash Cat had actually lost a lot of its memory. The last time Fang Ping asked it about dragonification, the cat knew nothing about it. It didn't know, but old fogies like the subduing Heavenly King knew. The dragon transformation was the mount of the Divine Emperor. No, maybe it's more appropriate to call them experimental subjects. Monsters could become emperors, but what about monster plants? The Divine Emperor had studied for many years and had always been cultivating monster plants, but he did not enter the door. The dragon transformation that came from the Beast Emperor Palace might be an experimental subject used by the Divine Emperor to study the differences between monsters and monster plants. King Kuan's expression changed for a while. Among the 9 emperors, the Divine Emperor had the highest probability of surviving. This fellow was strong, but the key was that he had many treasures and many tricks. Among the 9 emperors, he was also the first to become an emperor. The Divine Emperor, however, he had been focusing on studying those strange things in the later years, such as making monster plants become emperors. Among the 9 emperors, he was not too conspicuous. At this moment, when the subduing Heavenly King said so, King Kuan snorted but did not mention about letting the dragon transformation enter again. This fellow's identity was more distinguished than Water God. Water God was only Emperor Nan's mount. It was said that the dragon transformation might be a descendant of the Beast Emperor. Of course, it had not been recognized by the Beast Emperor. Whether it was true or not, no one knew. However, no matter what, even if he was not afraid of the dragon transformation, there was no need to deliberately kill him. King Kuan looked at the others again and soon stopped. If he wanted to let these people enter, the subduing Heavenly King would definitely not agree. At this moment, King Kuan shouted, "Sea Guardian, King Qian, watch the subduing Heavenly King," to prevent him from joining forces with King Wu to steal the treasures. Everyone else, seal this place. We must not allow King Wu to take the treasures. Everyone snorted softly. You don't need to say that. If King Wu was really acting, everyone was prepared to beat him to death this time. So many powerhouses were fooled by a young man. They could not take this lying down. Everyone's expressions were ugly. They stared at the subduing Heavenly King as if saying, "You led the way." What have the powerhouses of the human race become now? Are they still powerhouses? Each of them was shameless to the extreme. It was simply indescribable. If this was in ancient times, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors would beat them to death. The subduing Heavenly King also cursed in his heart. What does this have to do with me? Zhang Tao was self-taught. It has nothing to do with me. Didn't you see Li Jun taught by this old man? What an honest child. The people outside were all flustered and exasperated. Inside the pavilion. In the hall on the first floor. Zhang Tao screamed a few times and let out some blood. After waiting for a while, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. A bunch of cowards. How is this even possible? The courageous will be stuffed to death, and the timid will starve to death. How are they going to snatch the treasures if they're so timid? How are they going to become stronger if they're so timid? If it were me, I would rush in first. Is there a need to be so afraid and hide outside? Zhang Tao glanced at the hall. The first floor of the pavilion was not big, probably about 100 square meters. For ancient powerhouses, such a small place was actually very small. Zhang Tao glanced around and did not look for treasures everywhere. Because, he directly started collecting tables, chairs, and benches. Whatever he saw, he would take. The path that he, Zhang Tao, had taken was a path that others could not take. What missing treasures? That was non-existent. Regardless of whether the treasures were dirty or not, they were all taken away. Naturally, there would be no such thing as buying the casket and returning the pearls. This place was not Emperor Ling's palace, but it was probably a place where Emperor Ling had stayed before. The tables, chairs, and benches were all good things. Old Zhang took everything he saw and took it away. Very soon, the first floor was empty. Old Zhang touched the floor lightly and sighed in his heart. The emperor was also a rich man. Wooden floor, solid wooden floor. Not only was it solid wooden floor, he seriously suspected that this could be the wood of an impasse monster plant. The entire pavilion was made of wood. Old Zhang suspected that perhaps Emperor Ling had killed more than one impasse monster plant. Of course, it was not necessary to kill it. With the emperor's identity, it was not difficult for the monster plant to contribute part of its body. It was not like it could not grow back. I won't pry open the floor for now. I'll take the important things first. When I leave, maybe I can take everything in one go. Old Zhang looked at the ceiling and had this thought. It was the same thought as Fang Ping when he entered the origin hall. Why did he have to move it bit by bit? He should move some first, then think of a way to pack it up and take it away. Zhang Tao did not delay. While those fellows outside did not dare to come in, he wanted to see if there were any other treasures. The things on the first floor were useless to him. Very soon, Zhang Tao floated up to the second floor. The second floor was also very empty, but old Zhang seemed to have found something. Very soon, he saw something from the window on the second floor. A nest? Is it a nest? Old Zhang glanced at the shiny golden thing, a little uncertain. It looked like a bird's nest, but it was very big, slightly bigger than a normal bed. It looked like it was woven from straw, but old Zhang could see that it was not. It was woven from natural treasures. Old Zhang's eyes were red. What did he see? He saw a straw that seemed to have come to life. On it, there was a small fruit. This fruit. Old Zhang felt that he had seen it before. This is a golden fruit? Zhang Tao squatted down and touched the golden straw. Then, he cursed in his heart. Extravagant, how was this a straw nest, this basket-like nest? The straw that was used to weave it were actually monster plants. They were at least rank 9 and above. How many monster plants would this harm? This is so densely packed. There must be more than 1,000 straws, right? Old Zhang could even see something. This nest was very impressive. Perhaps it had a special effect. At least it had the effect of containing a mountain into a mustard seed. More than 1,000 monster plants were compressed into the shape of straw. If this nest could not be enlarged and reduced, he would be the first to believe it, and this was only the outside. The inside was also covered with a thick and soft blanket. Old Zhang reached out and grabbed it. Sure enough, as soon as he grabbed it, he could feel that the energy was shockingly rich. It was almost all compressed inside. This shack had many effects. Old Zhang did not care about these. As soon as he grabbed the blanket, a blood-red glow flashed on his palm. Self-defense, this blanket, was very powerful. This, the fur of a heavenly king monster. No. Could it be the Beast Emperor's? Old Zhang shuddered. The Beast Emperor was said to be a dragon. Would dragon skin be so soft? It was hard to say. Did the Spirit Emperor pluck the Beast Emperor's skin and make this nest? Whose nest was this? It could not be that the Spirit Emperor lived in it himself, right? The Ash Cat's. Old Zhang instantly came to a conclusion. This was the Ash Cat's nest. It was too extravagant. This attic might have been the Ash Cat's resting place in the past. Am I in the cat's nest? Old Zhang exhaled in his heart. He did not waste any time and was about to take the cat's nest away. Very quickly, his eyes moved slightly. It did not work. At this time, he was not surprised but happy. Old Zhang hurriedly opened the Sanjiao gate and began to collect it. As expected, the collection was successful this time. At the same time, Magic City. After the Ash Cat had eaten and drunk its fill, it began to sleep. In the cat world. Seeing old Zhang appear, holding something in his hand, as if saying something, the Ash Cat nodded lazily. It's mine. It's not my cat's nest. That's my palace. Do you understand? The Ash Cat was disdainful. Extravagant? This was not the cat palace. The cat palace was a divine artifact. This was just a cat's nest made by the Spirit Emperor himself. It was not even worth sleeping in it. But, there's no cat's nest to sleep in now. Keep the pseudo-emperor and give it to me when you come back. I'll just have to make do with it. The ash cat yawned. The fish demon roasted itself again and flew into its mouth. At this moment, its cat world had changed slightly. Fong Ping had not come yet. Otherwise, he would have noticed that it was slightly bigger than before. Although it did not look too obvious, it was indeed bigger. Where did the pseudo-emperor find this cat's nest? The ash cat was confused. It did not even remember where it had been thrown. How did the pseudo-emperor find it? I don't care anymore. The ash cat could not be bothered. It continued eating and sleeping. It had finally eaten a big meal yesterday and enjoyed it to the fullest. This time, the trickster had gone into closed-door cultivation. Little Chubby Face had been sent to cultivate martial arts. It could finally have a good rest. Of course, old Zhang did not know the ash cat's response. At this moment, he was quite happy. This cat's nest might not be any worse than a holy weapon, no, it might be even better. Even if it was not a divine artifact, it might have the value of a demigod artifact. This is good stuff. Old Zhang continued to look around. There seemed to be nothing else on the second floor other than the cat's nest. From the outside, the attic only had 3 floors. The treasure overflowing with the Emperor's aura should be on the 3rd floor. What is it? At this moment, old Zhang was a little nervous. If he really dug out the Spirit Emperor's nest in the end, he would be in big trouble. Let's go up first. Old Zhang suppressed the throbbing in his heart and cautiously floated to the 3rd floor. Perhaps, he could make a fortune this time. 3rd floor. You're here. The moment the female voice reached his ears, Zhang Tao almost exploded. Is there really someone? Li Gui met Li Kuei. If you always walk by the river, how can you not wet your shoes? At this moment, Zhang Tao felt that retribution had come for all the bad things he had done. Just a moment ago, he was still scaring others, and now he actually met someone. Spirit Emperor. Zhang Tao regained his composure in an instant and hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The cat and I are good friends, best friends." You're here. Sensing that something was amiss, Zhang Tao hurriedly raised his head. At this moment, in the 3-story building, there seemed to be a place that looked like a balcony in front of him. A woman had her back to him as she looked down. You're here. The voice was still reverberating. Zhang Tao suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Not the real body? Was this a projection? He sensed a trace of Emperor's aura. Spirit Emperor? The figure didn't move, nor did he reply. After a moment, a faint, sad voice rang out, "Stupid cat, don't come over. This Empress doesn't want to see you cry, even though a stupid cat like you probably won't cry." Old Zhang raised his eyebrows. Was this place left for the cat? I think I should die. There was some sadness in his voice, but he didn't mention that he had already died. Instead, he quickly smiled and said, "Life and death are actually not important. It's just a pity that I can't feed a stupid cat like you anymore. I don't know if the others are still alive. Stop messing around. Otherwise, no one will help you beat them up. You will be beaten to death. You stupid cat, you only know how to sleep. This Empress wishes to see you one last time, but I wonder if I have managed to see you one last time." Zhang Tao raised his eyebrows. Was this left behind by the Spirit Emperor before he died? Zhang Tao did not see Tian Mu. Otherwise, he would have told the Spirit Emperor that the old cat had seen her for the last time. Wail of grief. Perhaps it was also the first time in his life that he shed tears. Heaven and earth were weeping. Zhang Tao didn't see or hear that scene, so he naturally couldn't answer. Stupid cat, listen to me. Among the 9 emperors, someone has changed. I don't know who it is, but someone has changed, and the Immortal Source project has failed. Be careful. If someone is still alive, he might be a traitor. Extreme Tao for emperors. You should be careful too. They might have been deceived by a beginner martial artist. This emperor has been investigating the beginner martial artist who tried to kill you for many years. There might be some people involved. This emperor has secretly killed 2 of them, but the whereabouts of the others are unknown. Be careful. Continue walking your own path. This emperor thinks that your path is correct. Although you're lazy and stupid, you're cute enough. That's enough. This empress likes the lazy and stupid you. Angry? What I want to see the most is your angry look, baring your fangs and brandishing your claws. Once I give you a bite, you will quickly forget everything. You are indeed a big dumb cat. Spirit Emperor's voice came intermittently. As Zhang Tao listened, he let out a sigh and was slightly distracted. He didn't expect that the Emperor of a generation, the supreme powerhouse, would leave a message for a cat at the last moment of his life. Catching up with cats and chatting seemed to be one of the few hobbies of this emperor, perhaps even his only hobby. He could feel the loneliness of Emperor Ling, the loneliness of an emperor. It was too lonely, invincible loneliness. Therefore, she especially doted on the lazy, stupid, and cute cat. But old Zhang was still a little disappointed. Was that all? Soon, old Zhang's eyebrows twitched. More than that. It seems that you, the dumb cat, have returned. Spirit Emperor's voice suddenly became clearer. She smiled and said, if it was someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to hear this. Zhang Tao didn't quite understand what she meant. Soon, his eyes moved slightly. This Spirit Emperor's projection had other abilities. What could it distinguish? But he had come in and did nothing. Stupid cat, listen carefully. That guy from the cat palace should not be dead yet. You can go find him. In the 8th heaven, find him yourself and revive him. If he is alive, you will have an easier time. Heavenly Hound. Although I really want to slap that stupid dog to death, remember to tell it not to become an emperor. Even an emperor has flaws. Someone wants to gather the forces of the 3 realms and do something unacceptable. Don't get involved. But since you are in the picture, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to avoid it. You can go to my origin star. I left something for you. Stupid cat, don't get lost. If this Emperor's source star hasn't completely shattered, then you walk the origin star. After all, I am just a spiritual force and can't help you too much. After saying this, my spiritual force will fuse into your origin to help you. Finally, stupid cat. Let me touch you one more time. Her voice became sad again. The figure raised her arm slightly. It was as if she was waiting for the cat to walk over and let her touch it one last time. Zhang Tao sighed softly. Spirit Emperor left something for the cat on the origin star. What did he leave? Is Emperor Ling's source star still there? Would it be completely broken? Don't become an emperor, the emperor's path is flawed. Old Zhang raised his eyebrows again. Spirit Emperor's words made him feel something strange. A spiritual force of an emperor. Old Zhang looked at the back of Spirit Emperor and raised his eyebrows slightly. Can I take it? He felt that this figure was where the emperor's aura was. It should be referring to this, right? How do I take it? Old Zhang looked for a while. At this moment, a faint sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. Danger. Where did it come from? In the next moment, old Zhang's expression changed slightly. Without saying anything, he quickly rushed to the balcony, lowered his head, and was gently stroked by Spirit Emperor's hand. At this time, old Zhang couldn't care less about shame. Spirit Emperor had clearly said that she had nothing to say, but now she actually spoke again. Stupid cat. You are really stupid and cute. If you don't let me touch you again, this spiritual body of mine will kill the intruder. Old Zhang almost broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, this woman was quite scheming. Ordinary people wouldn't do such a thing. Being touched on the head, how humiliating, only he could do it. If it were King Kuan and the others, knowing that this was just a spiritual body, they would let her touch its head. Nonsense, which of those guys didn't want face? They would probably directly take the spiritual body. Spirit Emperor had set up a 7-layered combination array, and those who could enter were at least at the Heavenly King realm. Since she dared to say that, it was possible that this spiritual body really had the ability to kill a Heavenly King. Of course, if an emperor really came, it would be useless no matter how much she set up. At this time, old Zhang thought in his heart and felt a little scared. After all, he had just advanced. If he really hesitated, he might really be killed. What a terrifying old woman, old Zhang muttered in his heart. Listening to her conversation with the cat, he felt that this empress was quite easy to talk to. In the end, if he was not careful, he might die. At this moment, Spirit Emperor's hand was still stroking his head. Old Zhang didn't dare to leave. He suspected that if he left, this spiritual body would explode. But soon, Old Zhang felt something different. At this moment, his source world gradually merged with a golden gas. Rumble, the source world gradually expanded. In reality, the phantom of Spirit Emperor became more and more illusory. Old Zhang wanted to see what this first empress of all times looked like, but his head was twisted into a fried dough twist, and he couldn't see her appearance clearly. Stupid cat. I'm leaving. Remember, some of the words before were lies. If my source star is still here, anyone who trespasses will die. Old Zhang's face turned green. You still have a trick up your sleeve. If I didn't hear this and really went, wouldn't I be dead for sure? Source star. The cat could wander in the source world, and if he could go there, others might be able to do the same. If he really found Spirit Emperor's corpse, her source world would definitely be in the vicinity. Others couldn't go far, but if they were nearby, they could still enter. Are you afraid? Spirit Emperor suddenly laughed, her laughter clear and melodious. You stupid cat, you only know how to eat and sleep, getting fatter and fatter. It's good to scare you. As she spoke, her palm gently patted Zhang Tao's head. Old Zhang's face darkened, but he couldn't bear to leave this hand. These were all benefits. He didn't know what this hand had given him, but his source world was expanding. At this moment, how could old Zhang bear to leave? Sigh. A sigh sounded. At this moment, Spirit Emperor's phantom became more and more illusory. I really have to leave, stupid cat. Don't be so stupid anymore. If there's a chance, go find that person. You know who this empress is talking about. He might not be dead. Let him continue to feed you. With him around, you will be more comfortable than now, stupid cat. I really can't feed you anymore. The sorrowful voice gradually dissipated, and the phantom also gradually dissipated. However, old Zhang's source world turned golden and began to expand violently. At the next moment, old Zhang's body trembled, and his expression changed. The source world had expanded to a diameter of 100 meters, and at this moment, he seemed to feel some changes. His golden body was boiling, his qi and blood were boiling, his bones were strengthening, and his mental strength was strengthening. This? What is this? Old Zhang had a look of surprise on his face. At this moment, he didn't stand up and continued to remain squatting. As for the Spirit Emperor touching his head, he had completely forgotten about it. What was this? It was just a pat on the head, and it wasn't a big deal. He was still young, not even 100 years old. It was nothing for an old lady who was tens of thousands of years old to pat his head. Source world. My source world is actually transforming? Old Zhang was shocked to the extreme. He really didn't know about this. Perhaps in this world, there might not be anyone who knew. In any case, old Zhang had always felt that his source world wasn't small anymore. It could fit a few bookshelves. Some people's source world was pitifully small, and he didn't even bother to expand it. Moreover, expanding it to a diameter of 100 meters was not an easy task. Interesting, this is too interesting. I seem to have discovered something extraordinary. Old Zhang had a look of shock on his face. He felt that his physical body was much stronger than before. At this moment, as the Spirit Emperor's spiritual body dissipated, the sovereign aura gradually dissipated. There seemed to be some changes to the previously flawless attic. Zhang Tao seemed to be able to hear some sounds from the outside world. Did something happen? The sovereign aura has dimmed a little. Could it be that King Wu has taken away the treasure? Be careful, it's the resurrection of the Spirit Emperor. Everyone, be careful. If it's King Wu, when he comes out, we will immediately kill him, even if we can't take the treasure. Zhang Tao raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this place was no longer safe after losing this spiritual body. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao reached out and a faint golden light appeared in his hand. Sovereign aura, old Zhang thought for a moment and smashed his chest with his palm, smearing the faint golden light around the wound. His own aura was also suppressed to the minimum. This should be a little similar, right? Being injured by a king should be like this, right? He had to run away. After absorbing the Spirit Emperor's spiritual body, he felt that he had become a little stronger. It might not be much compared to before, but he felt that he was now stronger because of the source. This was still a little different. The harvest isn't too much, but it's very important. Old Zhang felt that he had still gained a lot. Although there were no divine artifacts or cultivation techniques, those were all external things. The source world had been expanded to a diameter of 100 meters, and that was the real benefit. He didn't think too much about it. He probably wouldn't have a chance to take this pavilion anymore. Not necessarily, after they left, these guys might not be interested in it. It would be the same if he took it. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao had a plan. In the outside world, everyone was very vigilant. The sovereign aura seemed to be dissipating. They didn't know if King Wu had taken away the treasure or if the Spirit Emperor was recovering and restraining his power. Everyone was a little nervous. At this moment, suddenly, a voice that was completely different from the voice that Zhang Tao had disguised before was suddenly heard. Scram! A clear shout. At this moment, King Zhenwang, King Qian, King Kuan, these powerhouses who had seen the Spirit Emperor and knew the Spirit Emperor all changed their expressions. This time, it was the voice of the Spirit Emperor, the long-lost voice, the voice that made the powerhouses of the three realms fear in the past. Was it really the Spirit Emperor? In the next moment, a figure broke through the pavilion and flew out. His aura was chaotic, and his chest was pierced through. The sovereign aura on his body was strong. Don't leave. At this moment, a cold voice came from inside again. Go. Run. Everyone scattered again. King Kuan broke through the void and roared, Spirit Emperor, please forgive me. I didn't mean to offend you. Moon Spirit is wrong. I won't dare to do it again. These people fled one after another, and their expressions changed drastically. Even King Zhenwang shouted at this moment, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Don't hit me, don't hit my face. No one was in the mood to pay attention to him. At this time, everyone ran faster than the other. The Spirit Emperor was actually here, this voice. Those who had never seen the Spirit Emperor would definitely not be able to imitate it. Other than Zhang Tao, there was only the Spirit Emperor inside. Zhang Tao had never seen him before. As for the aura, it was normal not to feel the aura of a sovereign. Everyone broke through the void and fled. As for the injured Zhang Tao, or the dying Zhang Tao, no one cared about him. They had to protect themselves first. Floating in the air, Zhang Tao's eyes were wide open. His chest had been pierced through, and he seemed to have died with grievances. Although he was still breathing, it was very weak. Just as everyone fled for a distance, Zhang Tao, who was like a dead man just now, suddenly stood up. Without saying a word, he broke the void with a punch and a passage appeared. While the others were still fleeing, Zhang Tao stepped into the passage and appeared thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. Then he roared, humans, retreat. Scatter. After saying that, Zhang Tao frantically fled into the distance, running towards the space battlefield. Silence, the whole world was silent. Today, they had been deceived by Zhang Tao many times. Humiliation, absolute humiliation, a humiliation that could not be washed away for the rest of their lives. Being deceived once was considered an accident. Being deceived twice was considered a lesson. Being deceived 3 or 4 times. What did this mean? If Zhang Tao was not smart, then they were stupid. Zhang Tao. A bone-chilling voice came. King Kuan felt that he was really going to explode. Not only him, even King Zhenwang's face was red with shame. What did I just say? Don't hit my face, that's not what I said. Zhang Tao. With infinite anger, King Zhenwang did not say a word and chased after Zhang Tao. Seeing this scene, King Kuan roared angrily, don't let him go. Damn it. An emperor-based supreme treasure has been taken by them. No, Emperor Chenling might have left some secrets. And Zhang Tao heard it. Zhang Tao just imitated Emperor Chenling's voice. He must have seen and heard something just now. As soon as he said that, the others chased in that direction. At the forefront, King Zhenwang turned around and shouted, don't chase me, I'm going to kill him. Don't you dare mess around. He almost wanted to kill Zhang Tao. This bastard really doesn't care about me anymore. He ran away just like that. I'm so close to him. You ran away with the treasure, and I'm still here. These people are going to pester me to death. Bastard. Damn kid, as soon as you were born, I should have asked your parents to strangle you to death. Do you have any humanity? If I had known, I would have strangled you long ago. King Zhenwang cursed in his heart. This was too hateful. This kid didn't even inform him and ran away. Did he believe that he was fine, or did he want him to be killed? You got the treasure, but you didn't share it with me, you even made me a scapegoat. King Zhenwang cursed again and again. He had never been such a scapegoat in his life. Behind him, King Kuan and the others released their mental power and sealed the void. He could not break through the void to escape, so he could only fly away from this place. In this way, he would be chased. Moon Spirit, Heaven's fate, do it. Moon Spirit cursed angrily, kill King Wu, or don't even think about working with me again. This was too much, she had lost a lot of face today. She was scared by King Wu several times. It was too infuriating. At this moment, Moon Spirit felt that King Wu was 100 times more hateful than King Kuan. Heaven's fate also cursed, everyone, let's go together and kill this old thing. None of them are good people. He had had enough, this old thing always bullied him, always threatened him, and King Wu even scared him. Kill these two bastards. That's Zhang Tao's business. Why are you looking for me? King Zhenwang also cursed. He was wrongly accused. I didn't get any benefits, and now I'm being chased by you. How can I justify myself? That kid Zhang Tao, no matter how many benefits he got, he won't share a single hair with me. That's for sure, I'm the scapegoat. No one cared about him. They were all furious. How could they not find someone to vent their anger on? King Zhenwang was the most suitable, this guy was also infuriating. Previously, he had also made everyone angry. Don't chase me. Zhang Tao is really going to run away. If he runs away and digests the benefits, are you really willing? King Zhenwang suddenly turned around and ran away, no longer following Zhang Tao. If you chase me, he will run away. In the distance, Zhang Tao had already escaped for tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, he also cursed, oldly, do you have to do this? Your strength has broken through 9, no, 8, can't you help me? Everyone, don't chase me. Spirit Emperor said that this old guy's strength has broken through 8 and is about to become an emperor. Kill him quickly. If you don't kill him, he will become an emperor and you will all be finished. Bastard. King Zhenwang cursed angrily, who broke through 8? Who became an emperor? I'm at the peak of 6. I see that you are full of Emperor Qi. Did you get the 9 emperor seals? Did Spirit Emperor dual cultivate with you? You're about to break through 7, right? Hurry up and kill him, or he will become an emperor. Shut up. King Kuan, Sea Guardian, and King Qian roared, enough, they had enough of these two shameful things. Sea Guardian said angrily, kill King Wu first, then kill Li Jin later. Without saying a word, everyone chased after Zhang Tao. This time, King Zhenwang, who had turned around and ran away, was unhappy again. He cursed, big fish head, are you looking down on me? No one is chasing after me. What is this? Do you really think my strength is useless? Hurry up and chase after me. Everyone's faces were livid, they had enough, they wanted to seal their 6 senses. Ever since they came to the Spirit Emperor's dojo, they had been tortured. King Zhenwang was the most annoying. After all, King Wu was not here before. Now, everyone realized that these two bastards were the kind that needed to be killed. If they did not kill them, they might continue to be tortured. At this moment, Li Zhu sighed as he chased after them. 3 generations, each generation is stronger than the last. Everyone, Fang Ping is better at talking than these two. Whoever meets him next time, just kill him. Don't give him a chance to speak. He was deeply touched. That day when Fang Ping disguised as Feng Miesheng, he might have said it in the palace. In the end, he actually pushed the blame to him, the useless lord. He had to admit that he felt that he had lived in vain. After living for so many years, he was not as good at talking as Fang Ping. His identity was exposed, his strength was exposed, and it was all Fang Ping's fault. As soon as he said that, Celestial Polarity was shocked. Fang Ping is better at talking than these two? Indeed. Celestial Polarity's eyes glowed fiercely. Then the next time we meet him, just kill him. Even if the others did not say anything, they remembered it. The next time they met Fang Ping, just kill him. They had enough of these people. At this moment, Fang Ping still did not know that he had provoked so many heavenly king powerhouses. If he knew, Fang Ping would cry. It was obviously those two fellows who caused it. Why did they have to kill him? Was he easy to bully? Of course, Fang Ping did not have the cat's ability. Naturally, he could not sense all this. At this moment, Fang Ping was still cultivating in the secret room. Soon, his body trembled slightly. He opened his eyes, a little surprised and a little puzzled. What was going on? Old Zhang in his own source world suddenly seemed to be on steroids, opening up the path crazily. Did he take stimulants? Under normal circumstances, even if old Zhang broke through to Heavenly King, the change in his apparition would not be big. This was because old Zhang's projection was not projected by Fang Ping after merging a certain place. Instead, it appeared at the beginning, and in fact, it was slightly different from the later ones. But why did it suddenly change this time? This is strange. Fang Ping was puzzled, murmuring, could it be that old Zhang has masochistic tendencies? After being beaten up by me every day, he has risen this time? Fang Ping, who could not understand, did not think about it anymore. Who cares? His Dao opening speed was faster. This was also a good thing. P.S. This chapter says that I'll resume with book review number 7. I'll continue to stand alone for a day tomorrow. I'll wait for everyone to provide me with ideas the day after tomorrow. Yes, that's it. Spirit Emperor Dojo was still fighting. Fang Ping was still cultivating. All the saints appeared, each guarding one side. For a time, other than the fake sky grave, there were no Desperation Realm powerhouses fighting in the outside world. They were all lying low. On Earth, a large number of martial artists entered the catacombs, fighting the catacombs powerhouses in the outer region. People died every day, but people were advancing every day. The war continued, not ending because of the powerhouse's departure. 6 southern regions, Dongwu Catacombs. Outer region, Central region. Hibiscus City. Outside the city, a large number of martial artists appeared, stationed outside and surrounding Hibiscus City. On the city wall, Huayu looked down at the revived martial artists and said softly, the might of a human king suppresses the 3 realms. Ji Yao, do you really want to fight to the death with the magic martial army in the 6 southern regions? Beside him, Ji Yao's expression was cold as she said calmly, this is war. Huayu, do you really think that King Hua can avoid war by relying on King Wu? Fang Ping said in the Forbidden Sea that Divine Continent is a mortal enemy and will not accept the surrender of Divine Continent powerhouses. As he finished speaking, he turned to look at Huayu and said coldly, furthermore, do you have any other path to take? Li has become the Lord, and the Right Divine General and the Skyelm Guardian are supporting him. But because of King Hua's betrayal, you are being ostracized in the Sky Plant's royal court. I didn't kill you because I was worried that killing you would cause some true kings to return and rebel. But if you die here, I won't have to worry about that. Huayu was sent to supervise the war. If they won, it would be humanity's great defeat. As the supervisor, he would probably be hated to the bone by the humans. If they lost, Li could even execute him according to the royal court's laws. Even if he was not executed and Huayu was imprisoned, no one would be able to say anything. Huayu smiled, a folding fan appearing in his hand. He fanned himself lightly and said unhurriedly, at most, I'll bear the crime of failing to supervise the war. Li wouldn't dare to attack me, would he? Now that the Right Divine General is supporting him to become the Lord, the masses will not be convinced. The Skyelm Guardian is not a member of the royal court. Although the Right Divine General is a true king, the royal court has other true kings. Although Duke Huai's attitude is unclear, that is a matter of the upper echelons and has nothing to do with us. We can borrow Duke Huai's strength to contend against the Li family all the same. At this point, Huayu said playfully, on the other hand, the Land of Rebirth killed a large number of godly general powerhouses last time. King Pingshan even threatened to force you to move directly to the Land of Rebirth. Ji Yao, although your father is strong, it is unwise to provoke the Land of Rebirth now. What do you know? Ji Yao snorted coldly. Fang Ping wants to train his troops. Do you think he'll participate in a war between foreign true kings? No way. It was just training his troops. His goal was to allow some geniuses to rise up. No matter how intense the battle in the outer realms is, it won't shake him at all. You do understand. Hua Yu smiled. However, when he looked at the people outside the city, he still felt uncertain. This is the demonic martial army, the foundation of a sovereign personage. It would be fine in the other outer regions, but if they fought the demonic martial army here and suffered heavy losses, are you sure that a sovereign personage would not charge in? So what if we kill our way in? Ji Yao said harshly, Hua Yu, don't be naive. Do you think Fang Ping will be merciful to his enemies? All these years, how many Land of Rebirth martial artists have the four great courts killed? In these 100 years, the number of casualties has already exceeded 10 million, we are blood enemies, there is no possibility of reconciliation. King Wu might, but not Fang Ping, he is even more impulsive and tyrannical than King Wu, sooner or later, he will charge into divine land and settle everything that happened in the past 100 years. Hua Yu was silent. He had considered this point before. King Hua and King Wu were working together, but King Wu was not here now. Fang Ping was currently the leader of humanity. Fang Ping and King Wu were different. During King Wu's era, humanity was weak. They had no choice but to form alliances and rope in some catacombs powerhouses. However, at Fang Ping's era, humanity's strength was not weak. There were many desperate realms, and the new generation was constantly rising. Would Fang Ping continue on the path of King Wu? Not necessarily, Hua Yu thought about it, but he still sighed softly. So what if we win in the outer realms? There is still a gap between our strength and that of the other parties. We have no emperor level, no saints, but look, now that all the saints have returned. Ji Yao's eyes flickered. No saints? Have you forgotten just what the origins of the four great imperial courts are? We are the orthodox earthly emperor god dynasty. Hua Yu's eyes flickered. Are you talking about the divine sect? The divine sect was of the same origin as them. Wrong. Ji Yao denied. The divine sect may not recognize us, and we don't need them to. We also have powerhouses who have returned. My father has recently contacted a few powerhouses from the divine dynasty era. Father has been staying in the Forbidden Sea to contact these people. Hua Yu's expression changed. The earthly emperor god dynasty was also extremely powerful during its peak. The two kings were only two temple masters back then, and there were still a few temple masters in the divine dynasty. Some had died during that period, but some were still alive. Could it be that some of the old people had returned? Ji Yao continued, this time, it is actually a chance for you and me. Hua Yu, the four great courts, the various dynasties, and the divine sects may merge again this time to rebuild the divine dynasty. My father has already contacted all parties, and has even negotiated with the right divine general and a few other true kings. Once this is done, a new divine dynasty will be born. Merge, the power of the world was divided for a long time, and united for a long time, they would split. Back then, when the earthly emperor god dynasty was besieged, the two kings brought their defeated troops and retreated to the present catacombs. During the era of the two kings, the power was still unified. But after the war between the north and south, the catacombs were divided into many factions, the four great courts, the various dynasties, and the divine sections. Were they going to be unified again? Hua Yu frowned slightly. This wasn't going to be easy. Now, the four great courts, the dynasties, and the divine sects still had many true kings in the catacombs. If some people from the divine dynasty era returned, just the division of power would be a huge project. You want to be the new king? Hua Yu looked at Ji Yao in disbelief. You're not qualified, right? If they really unified, Ji Yao wasn't qualified. At that time, the king lord might have to be a true king. Not necessarily. Ji Yao's eyes were cold. I've already advanced to origin. Although I haven't become a king, my father is still alive. If we want to unify the divine continent, the Ji family can't do that. Compared to Lian, do you think I'm inferior? Hua Yu shrugged. That was hard to say. Before Li Zhu left, although he didn't reveal his heavenly king strength, the two kings didn't dare to provoke him that day. It was obvious how powerful he was. If they really had to choose someone to be the new king lord, Li An's chances were much higher than Ji Yao's. Of course, if Ji Hong stepped forward, he might become the new king lord. The two talked for a while. At that moment, in the camp below the city, a golden light flashed, and a figure floated in the air. Xianxia stood with her sword and shouted, "Ji Yao, the 6 southern regions is a place that we humans must attack. Get out of the way, or Hibiscus City will be bathed in blood today." Humph. Ji Yao snorted. The land of rebirth wanted to penetrate the outer regions. Previously, the 7 southern regions to the 11 southern regions were all conquered by humans. Now, the 12 southern regions and the 13 southern regions were at war. Humans wanted to conquer the entire southern regions. The 6 southern regions was MCMAU's main target. However, the 6 southern regions were adjacent to the Destiny Royal Court. The Destiny Royal Court didn't want humans to conquer the 6 southern regions, invade Mount Royal Sea, threaten the Destiny Royal Court, and directly border the Royal Court. Both sides had already fought a few times in the 6 southern regions. Xianxia, who was on the other side, was only a rank 7 previously. Who knew that in just a few days, under the catalysis of battle, she would advance to rank 8? It was not just her. In fact, everyone felt that their cultivation speed had increased recently. Ji Yao, had also advanced to rank 9 easily. This was the general trend. As long as they dared to fight and fight, they would have more opportunities than before. With a humph, Ji Yao shouted coldly, "It's your turn to retreat. Xianxia, you're just a rank 8, how dare you be so presumptuous? Do you really think that Fang Ping can suppress the 3 realms? Stubborn." Xianxia shouted coldly. Behind her, Guoxingquan, who was overseeing the MCMAU army, shouted, "Attack." The next moment, hundreds of energy cannons were pushed out. Shoot! Rumble, a large number of energy cannons blasted toward the Hibiscus City walls. Kill! High in the sky, Xianxia shouted, leading a large number of MCMAU high-ranked martial artists, charging toward the city walls. Ji Yao also snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, a large number of powerhouses surged out from behind her, charging out of the city walls one after another. Both sides met in mid-air, and a bloody battle ensued. High-ranked powerhouses fell from the sky from time to time. Below, a large number of MCMAU middle-ranked martial artists quickly advanced forward and began to attack the city. Today, humans had already begun a frontal attack. Before this, they had already destroyed a few royal cities and were advancing along the way, preparing to directly wipe out the 6 southern regions and complete the peace of the entire southern territory. At the back of the MCMAU army, there were a few powerhouses holding the line. The former minister Wang Qinghai, looked at the battle in the sky and laughed. "Old Chen, this granddaughter of yours is bent on wiping out the 6 southern regions." She did not hesitate to fight the Destiny Royal Court so many times, specifically looking for Ji Yao. "Is there another reason?" Chen Yaoting's expression was unfriendly. He snorted. "Yunqi is not as dirty as you, old thing." Conquering the 6 southern regions was originally the decision of the 4 departments and 4 prefectures. MCMAU was the main attack, but the Destiny Royal Court insisted on joining in. Did they not kill them? Today, humans had begun to spare the strength to let powerhouses hold the line in the battle of the army. A large number of powerhouses had advanced, and a large number of high ranks had appeared, greatly increasing human combat strength. Unlike in the past, one powerhouse had to be used by at least 3 people. At this moment, there were still a few powerhouses holding the line in the rear. MCMAU Army's commander Guoxingquan, Lu Zhen who was in charge of military research and development, Chen Yaoting who came from South Capital City, and Wang Qinghai. For rank 9s were holding the line. Not only that, there were also rank 9s fighting in the sky. Guanfu, Mei Lingfeng, Lu Polu who had just advanced to rank 9, and Bei Gongyan who came to MCMAU at the same time as Guoxingquan. A total of 8 rank 9s. In the war to quell the 6 southern regions, humans had dispatched 8 rank 9 powerhouses and more than 50 high-ranked powerhouses. Not only this region, but the 12 southern regions and the 13 southern regions were also in such a great war at this moment. The scale was grand, and hundreds of high-ranked powerhouses were dispatched. 2 years ago, forget fighting on multiple fronts. Even if they were fighting all the way, they would have to be careful of other outer regions being breached. But now, humans still had spare energy to defend other outer regions. From the 7 southern regions to the 11 southern regions, there were many powerhouses holding the fort. They had broken through the barriers between the 5 regions, preparing to merge the 5 regions into one big region. Wang Qinghai smiled, then lamented, "Humans are getting stronger and stronger. There are more and more new rank 9s. Old people like us are much weaker than the young people. After hanging around with the minister for so many years, most of the time, I have to say, that fellow Fang Ping is really something. If Minister Zhang heard what you said, he will teach you a lesson." "I'm speaking the truth." Wang Qinghai chuckled. "Even if the minister comes himself, he has to accept his fate. He is strong, he has become a heavenly king. But he is strong, and only he is strong. Look at how many powerhouses he has produced after serving as the minister for 30 years. Look at now." Although he said that, Wang Qinghai still added, "Of course, without the minister's 30 years of hard work, we wouldn't have such a strong foundation now. But I still feel that life is much better now, don't be too proud." Jin Yaoting was not as confident as he was. He said in a low voice, "Powerhouses from all sides have appeared. Some old antiques have revived. It is not time for the humans to turn the tables. Now, the humans only have one saint, and he is an outsider. To forge iron, one must be strong. People like us have to advance as soon as possible. If we don't reach the peak, we won't be able to play a big role in the war." "That's true," Wang Qinghai responded. He looked at the sky and saw that Xianxia was suppressed. He smiled. "Aren't you going to help?" "No need. Ji Yao has only just entered rank 9. Her origin has not increased, and her control of her strength is not high either. If Yunqi and Tang Feng work together, they may not lose. When a war breaks out in the outland, the goal now is not resources, not to kill the enemy. Do you know what Fang Ping's purpose of starting a war like this is?" Wang Qinghai nodded. Of course, he knew. Training troops, searching for lost pearls in the sea, it was also to let the humans who had erupted find a suitable place to vent, a suitable place to practice their own strength. Humans were doing it, and the catacombs were doing it too. Humans and the catacombs were the two forces with the largest population base. Both sides had a tacit understanding that training troops in the outland was to produce more powerhouses. Since Jin Yaoting said that he did not need help, Wang Qinghai did not say much. After thinking for a while, he said telepathically, "Old Chen, previously Fang Ping said that he was about to become an emperor. Do you think it's true or just to scare people?" "It's hard to say." Wang Qinghai was still a little worried. "I'm just afraid that someone will take it seriously and secretly attack him in order to stop him. Is Fang Ping too ostentatious? Even if he can really advance to emperor, he should keep it to himself and make a fortune. Why must he say it out loud? Heavenly Wood is here, so it should be fine. The cat is also here." "I know." Wang Qinghai was still not very assured. He sighed. But if someone really has the intention, they might not be afraid of Heavenly Wood and the rest. Maybe they'll be prepared. Don't forget, there are still many entrances to Outland that have not been found. If someone sneaks into Earth and attacks Fang Ping, if something happens to Fang Ping, then all the achievements today will be in vain. For humans to be able to fight like this in the Outlands and conquer many Outlands in succession, Fang Ping should take credit. If not for the fact that he had killed a large number of real gods and destroyed the lands of the 3 great regions, the lands of these regions alone would have been a hindrance. At this time, Jin Yaoting also frowned slightly. Fang Ping was indeed a little ostentatious. When he returned, he should not have said that he was about to become an emperor. Now, he disappeared into closed-door cultivation. If someone really thought that he was in closed-door cultivation to break through to emperor, someone might not be able to control themselves and attack him. The situation in the 3 realms is getting more and more turbulent. Chen Yaoting sighed. In the catacombs, facing the crisis, the 4 majestic courts had already shown signs of uniting. Other forces had saints appearing one after another. In the human side, Heavenly Wood and the rest were, after all, outsiders. The real king of the humans, Fang Ping, had not yet reached the level of emperor. Worry. Everyone had it. However, worrying was useless. At Fang Ping's level, it was no longer something they could intervene in. The war in the 6 southern regions was still going on. In the catacombs, there was also a lot of movement. Jihong, Pengyu, Longqi, Furchuan, the whereabouts of these powerhouses were uncertain. Some people even saw a few powerhouses having a secret meeting. Even someone like King Huai went to contact them. This included King Pingshan. Although he had threatened Jihong for a while, at this moment, there were still people appearing near the Pingshan region. Rebuild the Earth Emperor God Dynasty, or rather, the Demon Emperor God Dynasty. This kind of news also gradually spread among some catacombs powerhouses. This time, there were not many people who reacted strongly. On the contrary, many people could not wait to see a situation of great unification. Now, in the face of the humans pressing step by step, the powerhouses of the various majestic courts all felt threatened and pressured. They also eagerly hoped that the forces of God Continent would increase greatly. God Continent, which used to be the strongest in the 3 realms, now seemed to have become an existence that anyone could bully. This made many people dissatisfied and unwilling. If they could really unite the forces of God Continent would still be a hegemon. The catacombs were connecting. At the same time, there were still people connecting. In a void rift. In the boundless darkness, no one could be seen, only sounds could be heard. Fang Ping is in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid he's looking for an opportunity to break through. He has already broken through 4 ranks. Although he is still some distance away from the Emperor rank, it does not mean that he has no hope of breaking through. This person is advancing too fast, even faster than Unquestionable Jian back then. That's right. Not only Unquestionable Jian, even the chaotic Heavenly King from the chaotic era did not cultivate as fast as him. Even the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were not as monstrous as him when they were young. There were many voices. It was not just one person. There were 5 to 6 people speaking, and there were still people lurking in the dark. At this moment, a figure flashed in the darkness. The heavens honored the saint. This saint did not conceal himself. He directly revealed his true face and said in a low voice, "This saint has done some research on this Fang Ping in the past 2 days. He is vengeful, arrogant, has extraordinary talent, and is suspected to be the reincarnation of one of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. No matter who he is very dangerous. This saint knows that several venerable emperors have fallen in his hands, and there are even more than 10 true gods. This person is even more terrifying than King Wu. This saint has never seen King Wu, but according to my understanding, King Wu's intention to defend is greater than his desire to attack. As for Fang Ping, he has only cultivated for a mere 3 years. Everyone, he almost kills a true god every month. Such a cruel and bloodthirsty person, his strength has not reached this level before. Once this person becomes an emperor," the saint paused, took a deep breath, and said, "Even saints are in danger. This person is extremely terrifying, and he is also quite hostile towards us." Some people said that Fang Ping once said that ancient martial artists, killing all of them would not be unjust. Fang Ping had also only said this in front of a few people. Needless to say, it was either Daoist Feng Yun or Dixing who leaked this to the outside world. Fang Ping had said this in front of them before. As soon as this was said, someone questioned, "Is this true or false?" "How can it be false?" The saint said coldly, "The destruction of the 3 major grotto heavens, the annihilation of the heavenly court, the annihilation of the overseas immortal islands, and the annihilation of the major immortal islands are all related to Fang Ping. Previously, he even annihilated Changrong Tian and true god Pingyu. I'm afraid he also wants to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." In terms of ruthlessness, although Fang Ping has not cultivated for long, even I have to say that he is ruthless and ruthless enough. Fang Ping is indeed repulsed by ancient martial arts. He even loathes it. Someone interrupted at this time, but Fang Ping is currently holed up in the human world. Heavenly Wood and Song Mao are both in the human world. The saint, this time you secretly gathered us. Could it be that you want to take this opportunity to kill Fang Ping? Everyone, the human race's garrison Heavenly King and Martial King both have the strength of a Heavenly King. Once they return, can they still kill Fang Ping? The saint said in a low voice, "He has reached emperor." Is there a huge gap between emperor and saints? With his freakishness, how long will it take for him to become an emperor? Will becoming a saint be far away? Once he becomes a saint, will we still have the chance to kill him? Everyone was silent. Fang Ping was indeed too freakishly talented. He had only cultivated martial arts for 3 years. In 3 years, he would become an emperor. When they heard this, they all thought it was a fantasy story. However, if Fang Ping really became an emperor, then it would not be a fantasy story anymore. At this time, Tiangui said again, I know what everyone is thinking. You all think that I have been humiliated before, and this time I am here for revenge. That's right, I have this thought. But, Tiangui looked around and said word by word, but, this old man is not only here for revenge. Instead, I am afraid. Everywhere was silent. Afraid? A saint actually said that he was afraid. This was an ancient saint, the saints of the ancient times. Even in the ancient times, the 36 saints were also important figures, generals of the heavenly court. This was not something that the 2 kings could compare to. This old man is afraid of dying again, afraid of being killed again. Tiangui said calmly, previously, this old man acted rashly and regretted it afterward. I should not have formed a grudge with Fang Ping at that time. After understanding everything about this person, this old man knew that if he gained power, this old man would definitely die. So, I am afraid. If he does not die, I will not be at ease. Everyone, who can guarantee that they will not offend Fang Ping, that they will not attack humans? You must know that Fang Ping once said that if a human dies, even if it is an ant-like mortal, he will make the other party pay with his life. Everyone, ask yourselves, can you do it without killing any mortals? If you can't, then you are an enemy. As soon as this was said, the void was silent again. After a long time, someone said, I wonder what Saint Tiangui has planned. Find him and kill him before he becomes an emperor. Strike like lightning. Let him die without a burial place. If this person does not die, no one will be at ease. But Heavenly Wood, it's okay. Someone will suppress Heavenly Wood and Song Mao. Other than these 2, there are only Fang Ping, Snake King, and Jiao who have just achieved Dao. Jiao is a demon after all, a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Will it risk its life for humans? Even if it does, don't worry. After killing Fang Ping, Heavenly Wood will leave, Song Mao will leave, Jiao will leave, and so will the descendant of Water Force, Wu Jili. When that time comes, there will be no future trouble. After hearing what he said, someone else asked, and Tiangui answered them one by one. Soon, someone said, then arrange for all the pawns in the human world to find out where Fang Ping is. Find Fang Ping and kill him in one blow. Tiangui smiled. Previously, it was difficult for all parties to unite. Now that these saints had revived, with their strength and prestige, the difficulty of uniting all parties was greatly reduced. Fang Ping could only blame himself for being too domineering. When King Wu was young, although he was domineering, he still pretended to be low-key and did not reveal too much of his evilness. But Fang Ping, in a mere 3 years, he wanted to achieve Emperor Dao. Who would not be afraid? Earth. Not many people knew where Fang Ping was cultivating in seclusion. It wasn't like no one knew, at least Wu Kushan knew. If something went wrong at the crucial moment, he could at least contact Fang Ping. Capital City. Wu Kushan wore a solemn expression. At this moment, experts from the 4 factions and 4 prefectures had gathered. After a long time, Li Daong said in a deep voice, Old Wu, are you really not going to inform Minister Fang? Now that the catacombs wanted to unite, once they were truly unified, then there would be big trouble. It's hard for us to do anything, but if Minister Fang were to step in, maybe we could do something. Wu Kushan shook his head and said, I don't know where he is. Even if I know, he's in seclusion right now. We can't let him come out now. Fang Ping was now the core of the human race. Both Heavenly Wood and Song Mao came because of him. Everyone, don't push everything to Fang Ping. Otherwise, if something happens to him, the great situation we have now will be ruined in an instant. Everyone sighed. That was true. Wu Kushan thought about it and said, how is Senior Su Yunfei from the Su clan? Was there any hope of attaining the Dao? Also, in the other 5 sacred grounds, is there any possibility of anyone reaching Dao validation? Over at the Department of Investigation, Zhong Qinghuan said, breaking through to the apex is still a little difficult. At present, all the major holy lands had peak rank 9 martial artists in seclusion. At critical moments, they might take the risk and enter the catacombs to fight and prove their Dao. As for Senior Su Yunfei, he has recently entered the catacombs and his whereabouts are uncertain. I'm afraid it's also for the last step. Wu Kuxian exhaled and looked at them, especially Li Daong. He could not help but say, "You've been a rank 9 for many years. Don't you have any hope? Also, Minister Tian, you absorbed the Pine Monarch Avenue earlier, so why didn't you have any reaction?" Tian Mu rolled his eyes. It had only been a few days. Do you think everyone is like Feng Ping? You became an absolute pinnacle yourself, and now you're so arrogant. Why don't you think about how long it took you to become an absolute pinnacle after absorbing the mystic Jade True King Great Dao? Wu Kuxian ignored him and said with a sigh, the human race looks powerful, but it's still not enough. There were too few newly ascended paragons. There is some hope, but it's only hope. Without enough extermination bugs, even if we have an advantage in the war against the outer realm, it won't be enough. Everyone was silent. After a while, Zhong Qinghuan broke the silence and said once again, Minister Wu, although we are relatively young, our rate of improvement is far slower than some of the new generation martial artists. I feel that perhaps we should place our hopes on some of the new generation of experts. We can consider supporting them with more resources. CCMAU's Han Su was already close to rank 8, MCMAU's Zhang Yu and Xia Lei were also hopeful for rank 8. Over at Startown, Jiang Hao, Jiang Chao, Su Zissou, and the others had also made rapid progress. As for the 5 great holy lands, those who had participated in the youth tournament with Minister Feng had also improved very quickly. I see them advancing one by one, and it seems like they don't even have a bottleneck. In addition, Yang City's General Zhang Peng, West Mountain Commander Du Hong, West Mountain General Li Yiming, these people had also advanced to rank 8, and rank 9 was imminent. Minister Wu, do you think you can give them some support? Wu Kuxian chuckled. Rank 8 already? He knew Du Hong. He was the captain who had participated in the youth tournament with Feng Ping. He was from the military department. Li Yiming, Li Zhen's grandson. Zhang Peng, Zhang Tao's grandson. At this moment, the descendants of these powerhouses had begun to show their talents, exploding with dazzling brilliance everywhere. Jiang Hao is almost rank 9. Zhong Qinghuan laughed. He went to the House of Guardians and became the deputy mayor. Minister Feng even said that he should go to Magic City to report on his work. In the end, it was delayed until now. Until now, the appointment has not been officially approved. The next time Minister Feng comes out of closed-door cultivation, Minister Wu must remind him. Alright, I'll remember. Having said that, Wu Kuxian added, there are many high-ranked martial artists now, but some of them, such as Zhang Shui and Zhang Yan, are still very immature. For now, don't assign them missions that are too dangerous. As for those people you mentioned, it's not a problem to give them some appropriate resources. Also, Sun City's General Zhang Peng, I heard that he has improved very quickly recently. Previously, Feng Ping said that he had set up the origin formation in Sun City. He had broken through to rank 9, and that he would immediately replace him as General of Sun City. Having said that, Wu Kuxian thought for a while and said, also, MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor should be appointed. Feng Ping is occupying the position and not leaving, this is not appropriate. As soon as he said that, Tian Mu laughed. You want to remove him from the position? Wu Kuxian, if you remove him from the Vice-Chancellor position now, when he comes out of closed-door cultivation, I guarantee that he will beat you up. Wu Kuxian's expression darkened. It was true. Was it appropriate to occupy the latrine without taking a shit? Moreover, he realized that MCMAU was actually somewhat similar to Sun City. Sun City's General Zhang Peng had been promoted very quickly, probably because he was Sun City's general. As for MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor, he was the previous Vice-Chancellor, but in the end, he was removed. As for the Vice-Chancellor, Feng Ping was the executive. In fact, he was in charge. However, whether Feng Ping was promoted or not, Wu Kuxian did not care. Ignoring Tian Mu, Wu Kuxian pondered for a moment and said, everyone, tell me, who is more suitable to be MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor? Right now, I'm afraid that MCMAU's vice-chancellor needs to have rank 9 ability. There are already many rank 9s in the university. Guo Xingquan and Lu Polu are actually more suitable, but they are a little older after all. Maybe it's more suitable to let a younger person go. Younger person? Everyone looked at each other. After a while, Li Daong said, there are actually not many rank 9s who are too young. You also know Wang Jinyang and the others. They have their own things to do. I'm afraid they won't take over the vice-chancellor's position. What do you think of Tang Feng? Tang Feng? Wu Quishan said in surprise, him? Li Daong laughed. What about him? Tang Feng is young, not even 50 years old. It's the time for him to advance by leaps and bounds. After the last battle, Mad Lion's name also shook the catacombs. I think there's hope for him to advance to rank 9 in a short period of time. Then give him a younger assistant. MCMAU has always been brave enough to take the lead. This time, let's be more daring and let Xiaolei and Zhang Yu be vice-chancellors together. What do you think? You're really daring. Wu Quishan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Yu just graduated a year ago. Xiaolei just graduated this year, think of Fang Ping. Li Daong laughed. Back then, if it wasn't for all of you who were brave enough to take the lead and let Fang Ping lead the school affairs, Fang Ping might not have been able to advance so quickly. These young people are getting more and more terrifying now. Their advancement speed is fast and their combat strength is not weak either. When they fight, they're even more ruthless than us. As he said that, he said with some regret, it's a pity for Qin Fengqing. I heard that he can already kill a peak rank 9. If he was still in MCMAU, even if he couldn't take the main position, he could still be a deputy. Speaking of Qin Fengqing, many people sighed. This person was already famous when he was a rank 3. Many people knew that MCMAU had a catacombs madman. Others went there a few times a year, but he went there a few times a day. In the end, he had disappeared from the human world. Instead, he ran to the catacombs and never came back. Wu Quishan frowned slightly. Fang Ping is following him personally. It's not good for us to interfere. But if you want Tang Feng to be vice-chancellor, it's not impossible. As for Old Lu and Vice-Chancellor Gua, I'll talk to them. Tang Feng is young and seems reckless. He's still relatively more stable. At this stage, MCMAU might be better off being stable. As for Zhang Yu and Xiaolei, we'll see. It's not a big problem. With just a few words, the crowd was able to confirm this. This also meant that the younger generation had officially begun to take control of the human race. The 4 departments and 4 prefectures were now taking in young powerhouses. Although most of them were deputy positions, it would not be long before someone would officially take over a department or a prefecture and become one of the leaders of the human race. Then let's disperse. After Wu Quishan finished speaking, he was about to announce the end of the meeting. At this time, Xia Yifan, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly said, Minister Wu, I have something to talk to you about. Wu Quishan glanced at her, nodded slightly, and did not say much. Xia Yifan was also a veteran rank 9. Previously, other than old Zhang, she was the only rank 9 deputy minister in the department. Bei Gongbing was the commander of the Wuan army. Speaking of which, Xia Yifan's identity was a little complicated. Old Zhang seemed to be interested in her. As for whether it was gossip or not, old Wu did not care about this. Many of the older generation powerhouses, because of the threat of the catacombs, even if they liked each other, they might not speak up. There was no need to stay sad today without knowing what would happen tomorrow. Old Zhang's wife had passed away many years ago. She had also died in battle in the catacombs. She was a very ordinary woman. She was not as outstanding as Xia Yifan, nor was she as powerful. However, after that, Zhang Tao did not marry again, nor did he mention these matters of love. Xia Yifan had always been single. Old Wu thought that perhaps both parties were still interested. In fact, he did not find it strange at all. Zhang Tao's personal charm was very strong. Xia Yifan had worked together with him for many years. It would be strange if she did not have feelings for him. Soon, the others left. In the office, only Wu Quishan and Xia Yifan were left. Xia Yifan was silent for a moment, then said, Minister, can you contact Minister Fang? Is there anything? Xia Yifan was silent for a moment again. Suddenly, she said, previously, before Minister Zhang left, we went on a tour around the three realms. Wu Quishan was amused. You admit it this time? Didn't you say you didn't? Xia Yifan was speechless. She explained, it's not what you think. Minister Zhang took me away, not. Forget it, I can't explain it to you. How would people like you know what the minister is thinking? Wu Quishan could not help but laugh. Was she looking down on him? Initially, according to the minister, there are some things that can only be hidden in the heart and not told to some people. Xia Yifan pondered for a moment, then said, but now, I still have to say it. Xia Yifan said again, Minister Wu, invite Commander Li Daong here too. Wu Quishan was a little curious. After some thought, he sent a voice transmission. Soon, Li Daong pushed the door and entered. Seeing that the two of them were there, Xia Yifan said, it's like this. Before Minister Zhang left, he actually left some instructions, including some arrangements. All these years, in the catacombs, the bounded boundaries, the forbidden sea. Actually, there are some arrangements. Just last night, I received intelligence that Tiangue Sage appeared and gathered some people to plot against Minister Fang. Wu Quishan was stunned. He said, who told you that? Is the intelligence accurate? Li Daong was also very nervous. Was this intelligence accurate? Yes. Xia Yifan said in a low voice, this intelligence was not sent by one person, but two powerhouses. Who sent it? To be able to find out this intelligence, I'm afraid it's not a weakling. Wu Quishan still asked. He did not dare to believe it easily, nor did he dare not believe it. He was also afraid that it was a trap. Xia Yifan was silent for a while again. After a while, she still said, one is King Huai. King Huai and Minister have always had some cooperation. Of course, it's purely a cooperation based on interests. I dare not take the intelligence he sent seriously. After all, Minister has already left Earth. He has no reason to send me intelligence now. Maybe he has other ideas. But I believe what the other one said is true. Someone really wants to plot against Minister Fang. Wu Quishan frowned. They want to find out where Fang Ping is through you? Minister Xia, if you don't explain clearly, I dare not help you pass this information, and I won't delay Fang Ping's closed-door cultivation because of this. Fang Ping has concealed his aura. When he's in closed-door cultivation, almost no one can find him. He was worried that there was a conspiracy. Once he informed Fang Ping, he might be targeted and found out where Fang Ping was. Although he did not need to go personally to inform Fang Ping, mentality fluctuations and phone calls could all reveal Fang Ping's location. Xia Yifan was silent for a while, then exhaled. It should be true. The person who informed me of this information has a special identity. Before Minister Zhang left, he said that this person would not contact me unless it was something serious. Once he contacted me, something big must have happened. Old Wu was still looking at her. Xia Yifan frowned and said helplessly, Hua Qidao. Both of them were stunned. Who, Hua Qidao? What a joke. Hua Qidao was now also a peak rank 9 powerhouse, deeply trusted by Li Zhu and the Right God General. Now he was also an overlord in the Heavenly Plants Royal Court, leading the entire Heavenly Plants army. He passed the information? The information passed by Hua Qidao. It's him. Xia Yifan sighed. Not many people care about Hua Qidao, but he is indeed one of the highest authorities in the Heavenly Plants Royal Court. If something happens to the Right God General and Tianyu, they will not hide it from him. Both of you know, a few decades ago, something happened. One of the minister's sons died in battle. Both of them frowned. It's Hua Qidao. Xia Yifan smiled bitterly. Hua Qidao was actually fake. Back then, the minister obtained a cultivation method from a historical site. By refining him, he could use him to hide his true identity. That was why that time, when the minister's son faked his death to escape, the minister personally captured the weak Hua Qidao and refined him. More than 10 years ago, the left marshal of the Heavenly Plants Royal Court was killed. That was because Hua Qidao's identity was about to be exposed. As a last resort, the minister asked Commander Li to set up a trap and kill the left marshal. It was originally just a spy. The minister did not even prepare to activate it. Wu Kuxian was stunned. Who was Hua Qidao? Old Zhang's son. Old Zhang's infernal affairs was unbelievable. To think that old Zhang swore that Hua Qidao was Li Zhu's son, and Fang Ping also called him Li Qidao a few times. However, this was also extremely dangerous. Old Zhang was really ruthless. Wu Kuxian was still not familiar. Li Daong frowned slightly. Who was Hua Qidao? Old Zhang's son was also a dragon among men. When he heard that he died in the catacombs, he could not believe it. He was a hero. The rank 8 armor that old Zhang gave Fang Ping was broken and repaired. It was actually worn by old Zhang's son back then. The other party did not die, he was even sent to the catacombs? If this was true, that person had sacrificed a lot. Are you sure? It's true. Xia Yifan smiled bitterly. When the minister said it, I actually did not believe it either, no. Wu Kuxian could not help but say, I didn't say that. Old Zhang is very cunning. Although it's hard to believe that he would do something like this, it's more or less possible. The key is. Why did he only tell you? Old Wu glanced at her and raised his eyebrows. Is it true that even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman? Xia Yifan was helpless. She rolled her eyes at him and said exasperatedly, because I've worked with the minister for 30 years. He's observed me for 30 years, so he knows what kind of person I am. Besides, my strength is not outstanding, and it's not obvious either. You people have outstanding strength, and you're too obvious. If someone comes into contact with you, you'll be easily discovered. Of course, it's not just empty words. As he said that, a jade slip appeared in his hand. This was left behind by the minister. He asked me to pass it to Fang Ping at the critical moment. If anyone else activates it, it will break quickly. If I pass it to Fang Ping, he'll know if it's true or not. Old Zhang doesn't trust us. How sad. Wu Kuxian joked. Then, he said with some emotion, I'll pass it to Fang Ping as soon as possible and pass on the information. But I still have to investigate this carefully. If it's not the enemy's scheme, then it'll be troublesome. Minister Xia, please wait here for a few days. Don't leave this place. All right. Xia Yifan agreed readily. Wu Kuxian did not say much, but he signaled Li Daong to keep watch here. Soon, Wu Kuxian went out. He did not go anywhere else. He flew straight to Magic City. Just as he flew away, a rift flashed in the void. He went to find Fang Ping? Not necessarily. Keep an eye on him. Heavenly Wood is in Magic City. Be careful. It's okay. For Saint tokens are sealed. If we're further away from Heavenly Wood, it'll be hard for it to detect us. Where's the cat? The cat is a little troublesome. But it's okay. Restrain your aura. The Saint tokens are made by the Emperor. Don't think about it. It might not be able to detect us. Okay. Magic City. When Wu Kuxian arrived, he did not look for Heavenly Wood. Instead, he went straight to the Feng family. Soon, he saw the cat sleeping soundly on the rooftop. Cat, there's food. The cat opened its eyes instantly. When it saw Wu Kuxian, it sniffed him and suddenly bared its fangs and claws. It wanted to stab this guy to death. Liar, Wu Kuxian coughed dryly. I have a favor to ask of you. It's very important. Having said that, he told the cat about what had happened earlier. He took out the jade piece again and said, I'm worried that someone is plotting against Fang Ping. I don't know if this thing really belongs to the minister. If it's an enemy trap. It's okay if we die in battle. If Fang Ping is attacked and killed at this time, then it'll be a big problem. You're smart. The cat muttered. It took the jade piece and muttered, this seems to belong to the pseudo-emperor. But, there seems to be something on you. The cat looked at him for a while, scratched its head with its claws and said, it seems to have the smell of a powerhouse. I don't know if it's true. It's so blurry. Wu Kuxian's expression changed slightly. The liar seems to be in trouble. The cat became serious now. It did not sense anything. That big log did not sense anything either. This time, it might be really troublesome. Was someone going to make a move on the lyre? The cat did not find it strange. The lyre was so flamboyant, even more arrogant than the big dog back then. It would be strange if no one killed him. The cat's big eyes flickered. You stay here. Let Chubby Face go to the catacombs. What? You're too obvious. You're too obvious. If you walk around, something bad will happen. The cat seemed to have become smarter now. It muttered, Chubby Face is only rank 6, and she's the lyre's sister. She suddenly went to the catacombs. Those who don't care won't care, but those who do, will definitely guess that she went to look for the lyre. I have to let Chubby Face disguise herself. I'm good at setting traps. But, Wu Kuishan frowned. What if something happened to Feng Yuan? It's fine. The cat muttered, if the lyre is not dead, others won't kill Chubby Face. Otherwise, they'll be exposed. Let Chubby Face go to the Magic City catacombs, or else, a war might break out in the human world. Lure everyone to the Magic City catacombs. There's no one there anyway. Magic City catacombs? Wu Kuishan pondered for a moment. Cat, Fong Ping is in closed-door cultivation now. I think it's best not to break out in a war. Do you have any way to make those people retreat? The cat rolled its eyes. How was that possible? If they wanted to make a move at this time, they must have thought it through. They could not be scared away. The cat had a headache too. What should it do? It did not fight. If it fought, it might not be able to win. They could hide from it and Heavenly would. Maybe they were also saints, and there was more than one. He did not want to think about these troublesome things anymore. He would let the lyre think about it himself. At the thought of this, the cat said impatiently, go and play somewhere else. I'm going to sleep. That's all. Wu Kuishan was helpless. This cat was not cute at all. Why don't you tell me? I'm very anxious now. Let Chubby Face go to the catacombs as soon as possible. Otherwise, they might think that the lyre is in Magic City. Maybe they'll attack directly. There are tens of millions of people. If they're all killed, the lyre will definitely be angry. As soon as he said that, Wu Kuishan's expression changed slightly. He had not thought it through. If they came directly to Magic City, it would be very easy to get into trouble. Looking at the cat again, Wu Kuishan suddenly felt a little dazed. Was this cat usually too lazy to think, or was it pretending to be stupid? When it was smart, it was much smarter than him. The cat could not be bothered with him. You're the stupid cat, I'm very smart, okay? If I'm not smart, can I catch a big fish? If I'm not smart, can I let the big dog take the blame every day? If I'm not smart, can Spirit Emperor feed me every day? I'm the smartest cat in the 3 realms. The cat was still in the midst of his narcissism. Not long after, a figure flashed outside the Fong family's house, suddenly appearing out of thin air. Feng Yuan disguised herself. Big Cat sent her out directly. Go to the catacombs. Save Big Brother. Stall for time. Walk to Kuokang Mountain. Thinking of Big Cat's words, Feng Yuan was a little excited, but also a little scared and anxious. Can I do it? I've never acted before, but Big Cat said. I can. Acting. Yes, acting is enough. Don't be afraid, Feng Yuan. You're the best. If Big Brother is in danger, I'll save you. Feng Yuan secretly cheered herself on. It's just a trip to the catacombs, what's the big deal? My brother has already conquered the Magic City catacombs. There's no danger. The next moment, Feng Yuan went straight to the Magic City catacombs. At the same time, 1,000 miles away. In the void, someone said mildly, Fong Ping's sister, Feng Yuan, has disguised herself and entered the outskirts of Magic City. Is the information accurate? Accurate. It's from the spy. The Fong family has always been the main target. There's no mistake. Fong Ping is in the outskirts? Not necessarily. It's hard to say. But I heard that Fong Ping dotes on his sister very much. He probably won't use his sister as a chess piece. I'm afraid Wu Kuishan doesn't have the guts to use his sister as a chess piece. If he's really in the outskirts, that's the best. Heavenly Wood and the cat aren't here. Under a thunderous attack. Wrong. The reason why I asked King Huai to pass the message is to let them know. Lure Heavenly Wood and the cat over together. Maybe we can kill all of them. Isn't this too difficult? Don't worry. Catching them all in one go is the best option. Then why not directly attack in the human world and attack by force? That won't do. If Fong Ping doesn't show up and hides, he'll be the biggest hidden danger. We must find Fong Ping first. We can't let him break through in secret. Fong Ping is also looking for death. If he broke through in secret, that's fine. But he actually announced that he's going to advance to the Emperor level soon. Who else will die if he doesn't? That fellow King Huai has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He actually has connections with the human world. After this, why don't we? He's just a true god. There's no hurry. This kind of person is greedy for life and afraid of death. Maybe we can use him as a chess piece. The voices gradually faded. The person in the dark did not leave but continued to watch. But the news had been passed out. They were watching Fang Yuan, who had entered the Demon Emperor catacombs, closely. Once they discovered Fang Ping, they would kill him in time. As for this side, they would keep a close eye on Heavenly Wood and the cat. P.S. There are only 2 updates today. Let's sort things out. In the secret chamber, Fang Ping was still deducing combat techniques. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Liar. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. The cat knew that he was in closed-door cultivation. At this time, unless something big happened, this big cat would not casually enter and exit his source. It was easy to cause problems. What's up? Fang Ping released the suppression of the origin. Although the cat could communicate with him, with his current strength, if he forcefully suppressed it, it would be difficult for the cat to break through the defense of his origin. The next moment, the silhouette of a cat appeared. The cat hurriedly said, "You're in trouble. Someone wants to kill you." Fang Ping frowned slightly and said quickly, "You want to kill me before I break through? You know?" Fang Ping said calmly, "Nonsense. If it were me, I would also choose to eliminate such a threat." Then you, the cat was still a little puzzled. "Since you knew, why were you so arrogant before?" Fang Ping remained calm. "The stronger I am, the greater the threat I pose, and the more afraid they are of my revenge. As long as I'm alive, they won't attack anyone else. As long as I'm alive, humans will be relatively safe. Some of the sky beyond skies are connected to the human world. I can't find these entrances, so I can't seal them. Naturally, I have to guard against them. At this time I have attracted everyone's attention. Only then can humans be safe." The old cat was stunned. Fang Ping chuckled. "Do you worship me a lot? Do you think I'm great? It's okay, I know you admire me very much." The old cat rolled its eyes. "Idiot. Liar, you're getting more and more shameless." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. Very quickly, he sighed and said, "There are some things that can't be solved by being shameless. I've killed so many people to establish an image. Those who provoke humans will not have a good ending. I'm hiding in the dark. Before they confirm that I'm dead, would they dare to act recklessly? I'm different from old Zhang. Old Zhang can tolerate it. What I want is not tolerance, but deterrence." Zhang Tao had no choice but to endure. However, Fang Ping had the right to intimidate them. He was an expert who could conceal his aura and lay low in the dark, improving rapidly. This could be said to be something that everyone feared. If he didn't die, would others dare to recklessly kill humans? The war in the outer realms was so intense. Would there be any peak experts who dared to intervene? Afraid of humans, afraid of cats, afraid of Heavenly Wood? None of them. Those saints and those at the peak knew better than anyone else that the Ash Cat and Tian Mu would never do anything for these people. The one who was truly afraid was still Fang Ping. As long as Fang Ping was still alive, these people would not dare to attack humans. This was because they had learned from the mistakes of others. It was not just 1 or 2. The 3 major territories and the evil sects were clear proof. This was also Fang Ping's battle achievements and deterrence these days. When he said that he was about to become an overlord, it was also a deterrent. At the same time, it was also to buy time and peace for the humans. It was a grand idea, but when it came from Fang Ping's mouth, the cat could not feel anything. That was because when this guy said this, it felt like this guy was praising himself. Fang Ping said a few words. Soon, he asked, "You sensed it?" "No." The cat said gloomily, "There must be some bad guys targeting me this time, but I didn't sense them. They must have used some treasure to block me and Big Blockhead's detection." "Right," that white-haired old man said. Fang Ping could not help but interrupt, "He's only in his 60s. Old Wu is only in his 60s. You're a cat that's tens of thousands of years old. How dare you call him an old man?" The cat could not be bothered with him. He mentioned some information that Wu Quishan told him and said, "Then I sent Lil Fatface to Magic City's catacombs. Otherwise, they'll think you're in Magic City and fight." "Nonsense." Fang Ping growled, frowning slightly. Soon, he said, "Big cat, I'll have to trouble you. Go to Magic City's catacombs now. The other party wants to lure the snake out of its hole. I'm afraid they're well prepared. Call Tian Mu." "Forget it, Tian Mu can't go. Let him guard the human world. You go to Magic City and bring Fang Yuan away at the crucial moment." "What about you?" "Me? If I don't show up for a long time, it will definitely arouse their suspicion. I must show up within 3 days." "Right. Old James Jade piece, you can leave it at home. I'll go get it myself later." Having said that, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Can you summon Tengu back?" "No." The cat said gloomily. Cat Protector Captain came back to life. After he came back to life, he disappeared. He was probably called away by Big Dog. I don't know where Big Dog and the rest are now. You said they went to Sky Cemetery. Maybe they're already there. Also, Big Dog and the rest are very strong. I can't break through their origin. I can't contact them. Is that so? Fang Ping pondered for a moment. Soon, he said, "I got it." "Right, how many people are involved this time?" "To be able to block me and Big Wood, there must be at least 2 or 3 saints." Fang Ping sighed softly. They really thought too highly of themselves. 2 or 3 saints, maybe more than that. In order to kill these people in one hit, Tian Mu needed at least 1 saint to stop them. The cat also needed a saint to stop them. He was afraid that he had also arranged for a saint to stop them. Other than that, there might be other people involved. They thought too highly of themselves. Fang Ping suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said quickly, "All right, I got it. Ask Old Wu to hurry back to Capital City. Don't let him stay in Magic City for too long." "Right, leave quickly. If you're here, they might think that I'm still in Magic City. Ask Old Mu to leave too. Don't stay in Magic City for too long. Leave Magic City to them. Let them investigate. Are they in the human world?" The cat really did not notice. Fang Ping said confidently, "There must be someone following us. That's for sure. Although humans are generally united against outsiders, there will always be some with bad intentions. I knew that back then. There are billions of people. There will always be some fellows who are blinded by greed. Therefore, there must be their spies in Magic City." Fang Ping would never think too highly of people. There would be some traitors among humans too. That paragon who betrayed him that day and the evil sect. Were these people not humans? Yes, but they still chose to betray. Fang Ping did not care. There were billions of people. It would be nonsense if all of them were united. He ended the call with the cat. Fang Ping fell into deep thought. He had to show himself. If he did not show himself, these fellows might turn the world upside down to find him. When that time came, it would be very troublesome. Not only did he have to show himself, but he had to be in the catacombs. He could not shift the battlefield to the human world. A few saints. Even if Heavenly Wood and the cat attack, they won't be able to defeat them. Those people did not have the guts to kill the cat, but they still had the guts to kill Heavenly Wood. The Heavenly Hound only protected the cat. It would not include other people. Who can defeat the saints? Fang Ping's eyes flickered. Maybe I should go and ask. April 9th. It was the 6th day of Fang Ping's closed-door cultivation. It was the 2nd day of the cat's message. The House of Guardians in the north. The House of Guardians in the north was not far from Xishan. It was not far from Polaris City either. There were 4 departments and 4 houses. The 4 departments were powerful, but the 4 houses were not famous. However, martial artists all knew that the east and north houses of the 4 houses were established very early. The Guardians were the ones who pioneered neo-martial arts. The House of Guardians in the north had been established for many years and was rarely visited. This place was far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Only when there was a great war would the people from the House of Guardians leave the mountain and fight everywhere. The North Sea Guardian, Xianxia, had fought many bloody battles at Imperial Sea Mountain in the past few years, narrowly escaping death each time. Previously, he had completely severed ties with Mount Luofu for the sake of humanity. Fang Ping respected this old man very much. The Xin family's head, Xin Mingwei, had taken over the House of Guardians in the north after Xin Haoyan left. However, he had participated in the war previously and suffered serious injuries. These days, he had been recuperating in closed-door cultivation. Before Xin Mingwei went into closed-door cultivation, he submitted a proposal to the 4 departments to let Jiang Hao take over as the deputy guardian of the House of Guardians in the north. Now, Jiang Hao had already taken over the House of Guardians in the north. He had become the de facto person in charge of the House of Guardians in the north. After taking over the House of Guardians in the north, Jiang Hao had also established his authority a few times. He led the north garrison and killed the enemies in the catacombs, establishing his position. Although he had not reached rank 9, his prestige was not low. At this moment, in the House of Guardians in the north. The House of Guardians. Fatty Jiang watched as Jiang Hao sent off a few of his subordinates and sat down to deal with the documents. He could not help but tease him, "Pervert, you're doing things very well. If I didn't know better, I would really think that you're a normal person." Jiang Hao raised his head, glanced at him, and frowned. "If there's nothing else, go back to Star City. Why did you come to the House of Guardians for no reason? What's wrong? Now that you're an official, you don't like your brother anymore?" Jiang Chao pursed his lips and muttered, "Why don't you think about it? If it wasn't for me, would old Wang have given you a part of his heart? Look, without this heart, can you reach rank 8? You're turning against me. Your brother, may not be doing well, but I'm acquainted with a lot of people. Look, if there are benefits, can I be left out? Am I left out of you? You're the North Guardian, deputy." Fine. "Deputy, if I didn't know Fang Ping and have a good relationship with him, would you have taken over the House of Guardians in the north so easily?" Jiang Chao took credit, saying, "So, half of your military merit medal now belongs to me, right?" Jiang Hao's expression darkened. "What do you want to say? Are you here to show off?" Jiang Chao chuckled. "Then I'll be straightforward. Do you have time? If you do, escort me to the catacombs." Jiang Hao was surprised. "You're going to the catacombs?" This fatty was so afraid of death that it was shameful. Did he dare to go to the catacombs? Logically speaking, a rank 8 powerhouse would have to go no matter what. It was impossible not to go. However, this fatty was a little special. Warlord was fighting in a blood-soaked battle. Their grandfather, Jiang Yuanhua, was also fighting in a blood-soaked battle. He, Jiang Hao, was also overseeing a battle. There were 4 males in a family. 3 of them were fighting and killing. Therefore, Fatty had special privileges. Everyone was disdainful, but no one said anything wrong. The Jiang family had already done enough. They could not leave no room for maneuver. For example, Zhang Tao's grandson, Zhang Peng, stayed in Sun City. No one said anything wrong. The Fang family's Fang Yuan did not go to the catacombs much either. They had some special privileges. However, their families were fighting in a blood-soaked battle. Everyone could see how much they had sacrificed. At this moment, hearing that Fatty wanted to go to the catacombs, Jiang Hao was surprised. "Why are you going to the catacombs out of nowhere?" Jiang Chao said unhappily, "What do you mean by what?" "To kill. I want to become a rank 9 too. I want to be at the peak." "That's enough. Don't talk to me about this. I know exactly what kind of person you are. If you really want to kill, do you need me to escort you? Tell me, what are you going to do?" Xianxia chuckled. It's fine if you don't believe me. I'm going anyway. You have to escort me there. Grandpa isn't home now. The others are outsiders after all. They're all busy. Other than you, I can't find anyone else. If you don't make it clear, I won't go. I have a lot of things to do now. I don't have time to fool around with you. Pervert, you've changed. Xianxia said resentfully, you're already shirking responsibility for such a small matter. You better think about it. If I die in the catacombs, the Jiang family will have no descendants. Jianghao's expression was ugly. He stared at him without saying a word. What are you going to do? Why are you asking these questions? Xianxia wanted to say more. At this moment, Jianghao's expression changed slightly. A person appeared out of thin air on the spot, right behind Xianxia. Fang Ping retracted all of his aura and sat on the chair. In front of him, Xianxia was still clueless and continued talking. Jianghao got up and inhaled lightly. He looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping was smiling, looking back at him. Jianghao nodded slightly. Xianxia was a little stunned. What was going on? Minister Fang, welcome. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Xianxia was stunned. He turned his head hurriedly and saw Fang Ping instantly. He jumped in fright. This person was scary. Did this guy not say he was in closed-door cultivation? Why did he come to the House of Guardians in the north all of a sudden? Fang. Minister Fang? Forget it. I'll go with Fang Ping. Fang Ping, why are you here? The fatty wanted to flatter him but felt out of practice. He quickly called out Fang Ping's name and grinned. Fang Ping, when are you going to bring me around? Are there any treasures that you can't use and want to throw away? If I don't mind, you can give them to me, Fang Ping smiled. Are you sure? Xianxia was embarrassed. He was not sure. Why do you want to go to the catacombs? Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll send you to the restricted area right now. You'll go alone. Xianxiao's face turned purple. Stop joking. I'm afraid of death. All right. I'll tell you the truth. Sigh. How did you hear me? Xianxia said helplessly, isn't there someone who wants to pay me back? Back then, Big Baldy borrowed a lot of money from me. Now, Big Baldy seems to be doing something big in the catacombs, killing a lot of people. There are some things that he can't use anymore. They're hidden somewhere. I'll go get them. Fang Ping frowned slightly. You're in contact with Qin Fengqing? Xianxia laughed dryly. A little, but very little. Mainly, that. Fang Ping, don't hit me. Speak. Xianxia said carefully, isn't that guy in the catacombs? He's alone. He doesn't know much about intelligence. I'm mainly in charge of logistics for him, helping him collect some intelligence and stuff. That duo that he killed earlier. Cough. Actually, I was the one who helped him collect the intelligence. He found someone and killed him. Fang Ping looked at him and frowned. What ability do you have to collect intelligence? Xianxia was even more embarrassed now. He said softly, Didn't you ask me for intelligence back then? I know a lot. Fang Ping was speechless. He remembered now, this damn fatty had guts. He even dared to record and eavesdrop on his grandfather's conversation with Jianghao. Xianxia said dryly, don't worry. I didn't actually sell any important intelligence. Baldy just wanted to find out about the recent situation and stuff. Then I'll fork out some money and have someone send the intelligence to a designated location. I don't know when Baldy will go get it either. This time, the person I sent brought back a secret report. No one else can understand it. This is the code between me and Baldy. Baldy said he hid a lot of good stuff in a certain place. He asked me to retrieve it and use some of it to pay off his debt, and the rest to exchange for things he needs. Fang Ping snorted. He stared at Xianxia for a while and said coldly, you better not let me know that you sold out important intelligence. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if your ancestor is a warlord. Xianxia said sheepishly, how could I? It's really just some unimportant intelligence. I thought about it. Isn't Baldy one of us? He's alone outside. If he meets a powerhouse and doesn't know him, won't that be troublesome? Right? That's why I gave him some information. Even I know about it. It's not a big secret, Fong Ping snorted again. After a while, he said, what has he been doing recently? I don't know about that. Jiang Chao scratched his head and said, he left this secret report 2 days ago. He did mention something. Yes, he said he's traveling around. This Baldy has nothing better to do, so he's very gossipy. He said he met a man who lost a fight with his wife a few days ago. Jiang Chao was speechless. This guy is up to no good. He asked me to keep an eye on you to see if you've been beaten up by Xianxia and left home. Remember to tell him. Fong Ping rolled his eyes. Crazy. Left home, lost a fight, as Fong Ping thought about it, his heart skipped a beat. Why did this sound so familiar? Who said that? Fong Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. In the next moment, his heart skipped a beat, lost a fight, left home. Who? The cat seemed to have mentioned it once. Hong Yu. Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat again. This gossip. He had heard it before. What did Qin Fengqing mean? Hong Yu. Hong Yu had revived. Fong Ping had been to the Imperial battlefield before. The space battlefield there seemed to have disappeared. At that time, he had suspected that the man was Hong Yu. Could it be that Qin Fengqing had met Hong Yu and was with him now? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? He could have just said it directly. Fong Ping suppressed his thoughts and did not mention it. He frowned and said, since he left something behind. Go look for Commander Guixian and get it back. 30% is yours. Hand over the rest. Jiang Chao was gloomy. He had invested in this. He had not even gotten the thing and he was already taking it away? Don't give me that. Fong Ping humphed. Don't look like you've been wronged. You betrayed the human race. You're a traitor. If it weren't for the Jiang family's military achievements, I would have killed you right now. Next time we have contact, pass the information you provide to the Heavenly Department for review. Without the Heavenly Department's permission, you must not leak it to the outside world. Fatty Jiang, if you dare to mess around behind my back again, no one will be able to protect you. Jiang Chao's face was bitter. He said pitifully, I really didn't betray the human race. They're all traitors. Wherever. I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. My old ancestor is still at war. The old man is also fighting for his life. Why would I betray the human race? Cut the crap. Go, contact Commander Gui yourself now. Ask him to accompany you to the catacombs. Now, immediately. Jiang Chao was helpless. Alright, he was unlucky this time. He had met Fong Ping. Fong Ping was the real murderer now. I'm leaving then. Fong Ping, I really didn't betray the human race, Jiang Chao still tried to explain. He said, pervert, help me explain. I didn't do anything. I can't bear this reputation. Otherwise, I'll be beaten to death. Jiang Chao mumbled for a while and walked out slowly. Once he left, Jiang Hao said helplessly, Minister Fong, although Jiang Chao is confused, he's not stupid enough to betray the human race. I believe he won't say anything. Besides, there are some things that he doesn't know at all. I'm just giving him a heads up to prevent him from messing around. Fong Ping laughed. He did not pay much attention to this. He poured himself a cup of tea. Fong Ping smiled. Sit down and talk. Jiang Hao glanced at him, smiled back, and sat down next to him. Fong Ping picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of tea. Jiang Hao glanced at it but did not say anything. Fong Ping picked up the teacup and took a sip. He thought for a while before saying, Jiang Hao, you and I fought side by side in the Imperial battleground. Although I don't think it's appropriate for you to kill the catacombs powerhouses, I still see you as a hero of the human race. Jiang Hao said softly, I was forced by the situation. I had no choice. You were also one of the few who stood on my side in Star Town. Even when the Yang family was hostile to me, you stood up for me and spoke up for me. Fatty Jiang and I are also good friends. He says you're a pervert, but in reality, he admires you very much as an elder brother. Xianxia bowed slightly. Minister Feng, you're too kind. You're welcome. Feng Ping smiled. You're also one of the most outstanding youngsters of the current generation. I won't mention old Wang and the rest. Among the youngsters below the age of 30, how many people are stronger than you in the entire human race? Qin Feng Qing, that fellow has too many unexpected factors. As for you and I, rank 9 is probably only a few days away. If I say that you're the strongest among the younger generation of humans, no one will doubt it, right? I don't deserve it. With Minister Feng around, who dares to call themselves number 1? I don't count because I'm too strong. I can't compare to the youngsters. Xianxia could not help but laugh. Feng Ping sighed. The strongest. Tell me, if it weren't for me, old Wang and the rest, wouldn't you be shouldering the heavy responsibility of humanity now that you're from Star Town? If Star Town has no objections, then the other Holy Lands probably have no objections. As for the government, if Star Town's powerhouses are willing to step forward to shoulder the responsibility, I don't think anyone will have any objections, right? Xianxia was speechless. Feng Ping suddenly laughed. Do you want to walk the path of invincibility? The path of an emperor. The true path of an emperor. Maybe it's not just the emperor. The human race is the root of all things. I think the path of an emperor is actually the only true path of an emperor in the 3 realms. Were the catacombs martial artists human? Yes, at least they were back then. Beginner martial artists, ancient martial artists, ultimate powerhouses, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, were they human? Yes, they were back then too. Therefore, Feng Ping felt that the path of an emperor was the only path in the 3 realms that could truly be called the path of an emperor. Xianxia exhaled softly. His voice was calm. Minister Feng, please speak frankly. Feng Ping looked at him in silence. There were some things that he did not want to say. But right now, he needed help. Someone wants to kill me. Feng Ping said. Xianxia said nothing. If I die, although I admit that I'm afraid of death, if I really die, can the human race still maintain the current situation? Although my combat strength is not as good as an emperor or a saint. I, Feng Ping, am the benchmark of neo-martial arts, a stimulant for humanity. Feng Ping looked at him. If I die and the new king of man takes over, can they really walk the strongest emperor path? When that time comes, the people's hearts will be gone. Is it still possible? Is there hope? Or, Feng Ping said softly, when that time comes, someone will come out and save the day? Many people think that if I die, old Zhang dies, they will stand up and save the day. When that time comes, they can still win the people's hearts and walk the emperor path again. The human race will still be in their pocket. Feng Ping sneered. Can they really? Do they really think that it's enough just because they have enough combat strength? Believe it or not, my words before I die can make the entire human race reject you. Feng Ping snorted. Old Zhang is where he is today because of 30 years of conscientious and selfless contributions. I, Feng Ping, am where I am today because I've fought hundreds of battles and never lost. Today, how many high-ranked powerhouses have benefited from me? You want to replace us, save the day? What a joke. You watch us die. You have combat strength but you don't show it. Do you really think others are fools? You think we're your obstacles, but you don't know that with us, there will be a strong human race. It's not that easy to pick peaches. Xianxia was silent. After a while, he said slowly, I don't understand what Minister Feng is saying. I'm only a rank 8 martial artist. I don't have such extravagant hopes. You don't understand? Feng Ping said playfully, how about I tell you a story? I'm all ears. More than 2,000 years ago, when the 100 schools of philosophers were contending for hegemony, the sects rose to prominence. At that time, a young man rose to prominence in the world of sects, and he was seen as the hope of the world of sects. His master hoped that the young man would revitalize the sects and turn Purple Cap Mountain into the current heavenly court, unifying the 3 realms. He had high hopes for this young man. However, although the young man is strong, he is still far from those old antiques and those powerhouses who are in slumber. How long will it take to reach the peak? Emperor? Saint? Heavenly King? 1,000 years? 2,000 years? Coincidentally, a cat appeared at that time. The heavenly hound died at that time, and the cat woke up from its slumber and came out of the mountains. The golden age had arrived. But Cat went to Quokang Mountain and didn't choose the young man who was hailed as Hope. So, the young man created an opportunity. He studied ancient books, asked his elders, and learned some things, including the preferences of cats. He played to his liking and got involved with the cat. He attracted the cat's attention and gained countless benefits from the cat. He succeeded. However, he felt that it wasn't enough. He was only at the impasse realm, and the cat didn't seem to have given him all the benefits. The cat even stayed on Quokang Mountain. What did this mean? This means that, in the eyes of the cat, he might be as important as the protagonist of Quokang Mountain, Xianxia. If that cat had truly acknowledged him, it would have left Quokang Mountain a long time ago. But the cat hasn't. Perhaps the cat feels a little confused. This cat is a little special. Perhaps it can sense something. Why are there two geniuses in this life? The cat didn't give away all the benefits. The young man felt that he couldn't continue wasting time. So, after he familiarized himself with the cat's personality, he created a disaster. His wife was killed. Before this, he might have been putting on an act. He and his Taoist companion were incomparably affectionate. On the day his wife died, he came looking for the cat with a heart full of hatred and the rage of revenge. He begged the cat to become stronger. He wanted revenge. This didn't match his previous personality. He used to get along with the cat happily because he was indifferent. He didn't care about fame and fortune. If he had shown these early on, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to get along with the cat at all. Fang Ping smiled playfully. So, he acted out a show that lasted for many years. In the end, he gained the cat's sympathy and told him the location of the heavenly cemetery. Xianxia did not speak, listening quietly. The young man went to the heavenly cemetery. I don't know what he experienced, but I know that he became stronger. After he came out of the heavenly cemetery, I don't know if he really wanted revenge or if he wanted to get rid of some people. He secretly cooperated with the evil sect and provoked the war between the north and the south, causing many people to die. Maybe he even wanted to kill Gong Zhuanzi and become the only one in that era. But he seemed to have failed. Fang Ping smiled. Yes, he failed. Maybe someone interfered, maybe someone didn't get along with him. Anyway, he failed. Dormant. After that, he lay dormant for as long as 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, he appeared again. This time, the general trend of the catacombs came. The catacombs paragon emerged one after another. A new era seemed to be starting. Someone was going to rise again. The young man. No, now he's an old monster more than 1,000 years old. He couldn't accept it. The era that belonged to him had not ended. Yet. He had not become a powerhouse, had not become the only one in the three realms. So, he started a new war. Perhaps he wanted to prove his Tao at that time? He wants to kill everyone again in the name of revenge. This time, I don't know if he succeeded or failed. There was a high probability that he failed. The young man realized that the general trend of the catacombs did not seem to be the time to prove his Tao. He calculated and plotted. In the end, he felt that maybe the general trend had not arrived yet. The celestial realm wall had not been broken. The three realms had not merged. It might not be a good opportunity. As an ancient person, was there still hope for him to participate in the next battle of the general trend? Not necessarily. So, that time, he made a decision. Maybe it was time to start again. Faking his death to escape might be a good idea. But faking his death still couldn't change everything. There were too many unexpected factors when he died for real. What should he do? After thinking for a long time, this person had a plan. He wanted to reincarnate, but he needed a protector. Who would protect him? Heavenly King subduing? His master Xianxia? The War King, his closest martial uncle? None of them were reliable. His previous incarnation was the most reliable. He was ready to reincarnate. He was planning. He even reached an agreement with Heavenly King Subduing, so, Heavenly King Subduing brought him back to the Hall of Myriad Origins. At that time, there might be a real living demon emperor living in the Hall of Myriad Origins. He didn't reincarnate at that time. He was waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for the general trend to arrive in his eyes. Until more than 20 years ago, when he felt an opportunity. He was going to reincarnate. Coincidentally, this time, someone discovered some clues. The Thunder King noticed that something was wrong. He found Heavenly King Subduing and told him that there was something strange in the Hall of Myriad Origins. The Thunder Sovereign wants to open the 3 great halls and take a look at what is inside. Fang Ping seemed to have seen it. He smiled and said, but Heavenly King Subduing told him that it was okay. It was all in his plan. But the Thunder King didn't think that his plan was right. It was unfair to some people. So, the Thunder King wanted to destroy it and stop it. Then, Heavenly King Subduing fell out with him. Both sides had a big fight because the Thunder King didn't know his plan. Anyway, that person still reincarnated in the end. He reincarnated in Star Town, among the descendants of his master's uncle. He couldn't accept calling an outsider old ancestor. But the master's uncle was a family and had a good relationship with him. Back then, his master's uncle was very close to him. The Jiang family was his family. Of course, he was too familiar with his master's uncle. He was afraid that his master's uncle would recognize him and ruin his plan. So, when his master's uncle left the mountain and lost all his memories, maybe it wasn't Heavenly King Subduing who did it. Maybe he did it himself. When he was waiting for an opportunity in Star Town, he might have been observing something. When he found out that Heavenly King Subduing's descendant had befriended a civilian martial artist, he might have sensed something. So, that time, he also chose to invest. Zhang Tao was only the person paving the way for the coming golden age. Some people hope that Zhang Tao can lay a good foundation for the human race, a better, a more solid foundation. In the end, a paving man like Zhang Tao will die, because he is everyone's enemy, and everyone thinks that he is the pride of the new era. When chaos comes, who will be killed first? Zhang Tao, of course. This way, the person in the dark will have enough time to grow and face everything. Keeping a low profile is also in line with his style. At this point, Fang Ping could not help but laugh. But, he didn't expect that just as he was about to make a name for himself, someone else would rise faster than him. He made a name for himself in the King battlefield. At this time, as long as he achieved rank 8 or rank 9, he would be able to enter the upper echelons of humanity. He was cruel to the catacombs, but they were enemies. He was deeply valued by some people. Even the 2 paragons who started neo-martial arts said that the Jiang family had produced an outstanding person. The younger generation of Star Town all followed this person's lead. Among the younger generation of the 6 Holy Lands, who doesn't respect this person? Even the 6 Holy Lands have acknowledged him. Does it matter whether others acknowledge him or not? He could walk on the road to greatness soon. Have those peasants seen the people he befriended? Everything he has experienced, do those peasants have the chance to see a world like this? But, how could he have known that among these peasants, a genius would suddenly appear? Jiang Hao waited for him to say this, chuckling. Minister Fang, this is the story of the Demon Emperor, right? Minister, you said it as if it was the truth. I thought you had experienced everything. Could it be that, the rumors that you are the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor are true? Fang Ping laughed. Yes, I am the reincarnation of that bastard unquestionable Jian. Killing my wife, deceiving my cat, eradicating my opponents. I will stop at nothing. Am I not this kind of person? Jiang Hao gave him a deep look. Minister Fang has already said this much. Are you sure that I am the reincarnation of unquestionable Jian? Am I not? Fang Ping said lightly, when I was roaming the Origin world that day, you probably didn't expect that I could roam the Origin. The person overseeing the planet was obviously you. You probably didn't expect that someone would actually see you coincidentally. Origin, true reflection. You quickly restrained your glow, but I still recognized you. When you first appeared, why didn't you dare to go to Magic City? That time in the Emperor's tomb, old Wang saw you. At that time, you were in the Emperor's tomb. That time in the Hall of Myriad Origins, the Demon Emperor appeared again. That time, you were also there. Fang Ping said calmly, the year you were born, the Thunder King and the Heavenly King just happened to have a falling out. When you were born, old Zhang just happened to become the minister not long ago. You thought that there would be peace for a few years. You also use a sword, and your swordsmanship is very good. Actually, Qin Fengqing didn't have many opportunities to interact with outsiders and the Demon Emperor. But this fellow has a good relationship with Fatty. They often hook up and do things together. You had many opportunities to interact with him. You were gifted and intelligent when you were young. When you were young, others felt that there was no need to work hard because there was a paragon ancestor around. But you weren't. You were always working hard. When you were in the king's battleground, everyone wanted to beat you up, but you didn't encounter any danger because all the dangers were resolved by you. What can a group of weaklings do to a powerhouse? Do you think you are me, that you can turn danger into safety every time? Gu Xingquan told me that the Hall of Myriad Origins has been under martial law for more than 20 years. Other than resurrected martial artists, almost no one else could enter. However, more than 20 years ago, the importance of the Hall of Myriad Origins in suppressing Star City was not as high as before. Some of the juniors in suppressing Star City could enter. Your father, or the father of this life, unintentionally talked to someone about you. He said that all these years, you don't seem to have called him father. What can these prove? Jianghao said softly, these can't prove anything. I'm antisocial. And I don't like to communicate with people. There are many martial artists who use swords. In your magic martial arts strain, there are too many powerhouses who use swords. What can this prove? Fang Ping grinned. Is that so? These can't prove anything. Then do you know that I can't simulate your aura? Is it strange? Fang Ping said playfully, isn't it strange? It's very strange, isn't it? Not only that, do you still remember the last time we went to the Emperor's tomb? I helped everyone conceal their auras. You know, I have to pay a price for doing this. That's why that time, someone suddenly said that he wanted to go in with Guardian Wu to attract everyone's attention. Someone didn't want me to help him conceal his aura. Jianghao said in a low voice, that time, you wanted to sneak in secretly. Other than you, I was the strongest among the young people. Was it wrong for me to help you guys attract attention? As for not being able to simulate my aura. Are you sure you can simulate anyone? Fang Ping laughed. Of course not. Those who are stronger than me can't. Fang Ping laughed. If they're completely reincarnated, then that's fine. They might not be as strong as me. But if their real bodies are still around, then they're too powerful. How can I simulate them? Jianghao was silent. Fang Ping sighed. There are too many flaws. I just don't want to say it. That time in the Emperor's tomb, I already guessed that the Demon Emperor is among us. Do you really think that the Heavenly King is omnipotent? That he can just project his projection here? That time, you must have been nearby. That time, the strongest powerhouses who went were Old Zhang and Warlord. As for the others, I tried to simulate their auras and they all succeeded. Warlord and Old Zhang. I actually suspected Warlord for a while. Pretending to be the Demon Emperor's martial uncle is actually quite reliable. Fang Ping laughed. You know Warlord very well. The possibility of exposing yourself by pretending to be him is actually not high. But Warlord has seen Song Mao many times. Also, the last time Warlord shattered his Dao. After that, I felt that Warlord can't be the Demon Emperor. Not only that, Fang Ping continued, I once received a piece of information from Taoist Feng Yun about the powerhouses of the Three Realms, about the Demon Emperor dynasty, about the Pope. Fang Ping said lightly, who is the Pope afraid of? In the past, I thought he was afraid of Old Zhang, afraid of Li Zhan, afraid of Nan Yunyue, but later, I understood. That's not the case. Heavenly King Garrison and the others have always been guarding Imperial Sea Mountain. Is there anyone on Earth who is worthy of that person's fear? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. The Pope has always been very vigilant. He rarely dares to step into Sino Nation's territory because he has suffered losses. Rumor has it that when Heavenly King Garrison and the others were not around, this fellow wanted to break into Star Town to do something. Yes, he suffered a huge loss and was seriously injured. At that time, old Zhang was still not at the top. Other than Star Town, there were no other top existences in Sino Nation. But he was injured by someone. Fang Ping laughed. He is not a weakling. If he could infiltrate Earth and enter Earth under the Heavenly King Garrison's nose, how could he be a weakling? Even so, he was injured by someone and did not dare to take a step into Sino Nation for a long time. TSK, who injured him? Fang Ping grinned. According to Taoist Feng Yan's records, when he went to Star Town that time, he actually wanted to take away the Hall of Myriad Origins. The Pope? Jiang Hao laughed. Who is the Pope? Until now, there has not been a conclusion. Could it be that Minister Fang already knows? I have a clue. Fang Ping said lightly, I have said so much. Why does the Demon Emperor still deny it? Minister Fang, you misunderstand. There is no misunderstanding. Fang Ping stood up and looked outside the house. He said lightly, I just don't want to fall out with you. But now, I need help. If there is no help, then don't stay in the human world anymore. I don't want everyone to think that they need to choose a new rookie king after I die. You, Jiang Hao, have achieved rank 9 instantly and are in charge of the North House of Guardians. The East House of Guardians is also a force in Star Town. Plus, you are the descendant of Battle King. I think that the chances of you, Jiang Hao, becoming the rookie king is not small. The possibility of Old Wang and the rest is not high. It is difficult to get everyone's approval as martial artists who are resurrected on the surface. Old Wu is also in trouble. Although he is at the top, he looks like he is not strong enough. Minister Fang, you worry too much. Not at all. Fang Ping said lightly, or, how about you attack me now and kill me? Minister, you must be joking. Not at all. Fang Ping turned around, looked at him, and smiled. You want to become a king, sure. You want to take charge of the North House of Guardians, I will give you a chance. But you have to give something. If you attack me this time, I will forget about the past. So what if I treat you as Jiang Hao? I am Jiang Hao. You. Fang Ping shook his head. You are still lacking some magnanimity. If I were you, a powerhouse like you, I would be embarrassing myself if I am still stubborn at this stage. The prodigy of the era. You are worse than I thought. If you say that you are Jiang Hao, then I have no objections. But you don't even dare to admit that you are the reincarnation of a demon emperor. Compared to Old Wang and the rest, you are really worse. Fang Ping laughed. Brother Jiang, you disappoint me. Jiang Hao was extremely calm. The one who lives to the end will be the winner. Is that so? Fang Ping sneered. Brother Jiang, are you so sure that you will live to the end? Are you so sure that you will be the final winner of this era? Everything depends on human effort. But I see that you don't even dare to face a few saints now. Who do you think you are? Jiang Hao looked at him. You and I have never crossed paths. Fang Ping, I have no intention to be your enemy. Why do you have to force me so hard? Because you are a human now. Fang Ping said coldly, since you want to reap the benefits, then you have to contribute to the human race. Otherwise, you will not have a chance. I am a ruthless person. After I die, who cares if there is a flood? If I die, the human race will disperse. Will you? You can try. Jiang Hao sighed. Aren't you afraid that you will have one more enemy? What am I afraid of? Fang Ping laughed coldly. My enemies are everywhere in the world. It doesn't matter if you have one or not. Your true form is a heavenly king, but so what? Are you, Jiang Hao, a heavenly king? Are you a sovereign? I am not even afraid of these people. Why would I be afraid of you? Fang Ping exhaled. You are a saint. I don't ask much of you. Kill that saint, and you will be the guardian of the North. I will not reveal your identity to the public. Jiang Hao was silent. After a long time, he said slowly, if they really want to attack you, there will be more than one saint. They are not stupid. One saint will not be able to do anything to you. Old Mu, deal with one. Song Mao, trap one. Fang Ping laughed coldly. Also, who is the one imprisoned in Star Town? Since you have survived there for so long, you should know something, right? Before old Zhang left, he told me that I can go to him for help. Because I am the human king, I only understand now, maybe. I, the human king, need to pardon him. Xianxia frowned. Pardon, after a long time, he seemed to think of something inside. I see. But you have to understand, this is a sinner for all eternity. A sinner of the human race. If you want to pardon him. That was a sinner, a real sinner, he created the immortal source and destroyed the human race's myriad paths. From then on, the human race declined, never to return to the glory of the early martial arts period. Pardon. Human king. Maybe it was the human king who pardoned him. At this moment, he seemed to understand something, as if he knew why that person was unwilling to leave. If he left now, he would be a great enemy of the human race, because of the sins of the immortal source. The hatred between the human race and him was as deep as the sea. Good plan. Xianxia suddenly laughed and shook his head slightly. He did not know if he was talking about the heavenly king or the god creation envoy. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "You really know? Who is he? What wrong did he do? Why was he suppressed?" He has been suppressed for nearly 10,000 years. Xianxia shook his head. After using so many years of suppression to atone for his sins, you, the current human king, pardoned him. From now on, he no longer owes the human race anything. It may not be worth it. I'm going to die. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. What's his strength? What strength? Maybe you should ask him himself. Xianxia shook his head. No one knows what his strength is. Emperor level? Saint? Heavenly king? Who knows? Fang Ping frowned and looked at him. What about you? You, Xianxia, have been hiding all these years. What's your strength? Unless you're more than 2 ranks higher than me, you can't hide from me. The strongest person in suppressing Star City was the Heavenly King. The Heavenly King knows your identity, but he won't expose you. The others don't even have an emperor level. You're a Heavenly King? How is that possible? Xianxia smiled and shook his head, denying the statement. Then I don't care what your strength is. You're going to deal with a saint. Are you sure you can defeat me? That's right. Fang Ping looked at him and said, you can also betray me, or even join forces with others to deal with me, but you'd better think it through. Xianxia said nothing. After looking at Fang Ping for a while, he finally said deeply, you've broken through to emperor level? Fang Ping smiled. He did not reply and left in a flash. Xianxia frowned and fell into deep thought. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I'm going out to do something. Song Mao has entered 7 Southern Territory. Fang Ping hasn't shown up yet? Where is Fang Yuan? Should we attack now? Why don't we kill Fang Yuan first and lure Fang Ping out? No. If Fang Yuan dies, Fang Ping might not show up. He's not stupid. It's hard for him to be blinded by anger. Damn it. The longer we delay, the more likely he is to achieve emperor. Why don't we slaughter the human world and force him to show up? It's difficult. In the dark, a few voices rose and fell. Very quickly, someone said, I'm afraid King Wu and Fang Ping are both walking the path of a human king. The stronger the martial artists in the human world are, the more powerful they seem to be. Everyone, if they kill a large number of human powerhouses, will their progress be delayed? It's possible, but not necessarily. At this time an old voice sounded, their path is the path of the king. The stronger the human world is, the more they will be affected, and the stronger they will be. However, as long as the human world is not destroyed, the more desperate the situation is, the more power they can unleash. Then we'll destroy the human world completely. How? Someone snorted. Can the human world really be destroyed completely? Let's not talk about the humans living outside. As long as King Wu and Human King are alive, they support each other. That's the human race. Moreover, if we destroy the human world now, will the path really appear? Everyone was troubled. Someone said angrily, what should we do if we keep waiting like this? Maybe they're deliberately diverting our attention. Fang Ping might not be in 7 Southern Territory. As soon as this was said, someone said softly, it's possible. There are pros and cons to letting King Huai leak the secret. The pros are that we can alert the enemy, the cons are that they'll be prepared in advance. It doesn't matter if they're prepared in advance. Who else can Fang Ping ask for help now? The Celestial Emperor? The Spring Guardian? These two have already left. The source planet is far away. With their strength, they won't deliberately hide it. That's true. Yue, what did Yuan Gang and the others say? No movement. We'll wait and see. What's the attitude of the other emperors? We'll be happy to see it happen. What's the movement of the extreme path sect people? While in seclusion, the heaven-exterminating emperor's disciples have all perished. Even if he makes a move, the power of one person won't be able to turn the situation around. Yao Qingjun has already disappeared. I don't know if he went to the Forbidden Sea. Even if he went there, the people of the extreme path sect might not approve of him. Yao Qingjun, Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong. Keep a close eye on these three. They have divine weapons with them. If we find an opportunity, we might be able to kill them. Be careful, don't bite off more than you can chew. These three people might really be the reincarnation of the Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor. Once the Extreme Tao returns at the critical moment of life and death, it will be truly dangerous. Everyone, it's best not to have any ideas about their divine artifacts. In the darkness, the group of old-timers chatted back and forth. Clearly, they knew quite a few things. After listening for a while, Saint Tiangue said suddenly, let's wait for another day. If we still can't find Fang Ping's tracks, let the fake dynasty army approach the human realm and get people to surround and kill Snake King Wu Quishan. 6 southern regions, let the few royal courts send more troops to surround and annihilate the MCMAU, create a tense situation, force the humans to summon Fang Ping out of the mountains. He was a human sovereign. If he did not come out now, how could he lead the human race, step by step? As soon as Fang Ping reveals himself, kill him quickly. Tiangue, the Tomb of Heaven, it's all right. No matter how strong Heavenly King Zhen and King Wu were, there were naturally people to deal with them. Killing King Killer and Martial King is imperative. No one can stop it. This is the general trend. Even if the Heavenly Emperor and the Spring Guardian appear, they can't stop it. Fang Cat, try to trap it and not kill it. If you really want to kill it, Tiangue paused and said, whoever kills Fang Cat, leave and hide in the Forbidden Ocean. Wait for the Heavenly Emperors and the others to fall before coming out. Everyone was silent. It was easier said than done. It was best to trap Fang Cat and not kill it. Otherwise, it would be big trouble. What about Heavenly Wood? Kill it. Tiangue said coldly, Heavenly Wood wants to be close to the human race and wants to rely on the human race to advance further. There are gains and losses. If there's a chance to kill it, then kill it. Everyone asked no more. On this day, the catacombs sent more troops. The various dynasties and divine sects that did not participate in the war previously sent their armies into the outer regions. For a moment, the human race was in a state of panic. A great war broke out instantly. 6 southern regions, 12 southern regions, 13 southern regions, including the 3 major regions of the eastern, western, and northern regions outside the country. War broke out one after another, the flames of war spreading. Snake King Wu Quishan entered the catacombs and guarded the 6 southern regions. The newly promoted Absolute Evil Sly entered the catacombs and guarded the 12 southern regions. Li Wuji had just rushed over from the Forbidden Ocean. There was urgent news from the ocean. The South Emperor's disciple living on the Water God Island had summoned him back. The Water God Island had been occupied by a returning South Emperor's disciple a few days ago. Li Wuji had been dealing with it for the past few days. Now that he heard that the human race was in trouble, he came to help. Who knew that the South Emperor's disciple would suddenly summon him back? Li Wuji was helpless. However, the water race still lived on the Water God Island. He could not give up. Helpless, Li Wuji had no choice but to quickly return to the water god island even though he had reached the outer regions of the catacombs. In the ocean. Immortal-seeking island. Previously, a Ling Emperor's disciple had appeared and summoned Ling Emperor's old subordinates to Immortal-seeking island. At this moment, in a celestial palace on the island. Above him, an illusory figure appeared, the shadow of an immortal. Below, Yu Wuhua was worried. At this moment, he bowed and said, "Rainbow Butterfly Saint, a large-scale war broke out between the human world and the land realm. It has nothing to do with us." Above, an ethereal voice came, crisp and filled with vicissitudes. But the immortal-seeking island had an agreement with the human world. Both sides were allies. Then, Yu Wuhua looked at the person in front of him. It was also a woman, the one who had been guarding the immortal-seeking island. She said slowly, "Senior Sister Lian Yu, is the agreement of the immortal-seeking island invalid now?" In front, a woman turned around and looked at Yu Wuhua with a complicated expression. She said slowly, "Junior Sister Wuhua, the war between the human world and the land realm is turbulent. Although Rainbow Butterfly Saint is guarding the immortal-seeking island, now that the Nine Emperors sect has appeared, the situation in the three realms is complicated," Yu Wuhua said in a low voice, "but the human world is where the general trend lies." Li Wuji helped the human world and quickly became a true god. Cooperating with the human world is more beneficial than harmful to us. King Wu and Human King are the pride of this generation, the peerless talents. If they do not die, the human race will not perish. The immortal-seeking island originated from Ling Huang. Ling Huang loved Emperor Tsong very much, and Emperor Tsong is now in the human world. Rainbow Butterfly Saint, if Lord Ling Huang really returns to the three realms one day and knows that we watched the human world be destroyed and Emperor Tsong killed. Above, the woman who belonged to Ling Huang frowned slightly and said softly, "Emperor Tsong, those people dare not do anything to Emperor Tsong. However, we cannot participate in the affairs of the human world. However, the immortal-seeking island needs to stand up and inform the three realms that to be enemies with the three realms is to be enemies with Ling Huang." She did not want to participate in the war between the human world and the land realm, but Emperor Tsong could not ignore it. Those who had not experienced that era would not understand how much Ling Huang loved Emperor Tsong. If one day, Ling Huang really returned and knew that they did not help Ash Cat when he was in trouble, it would be a big problem. At this moment, Rainbow Butterfly Saint said slowly, "Yu Wuhua, take my sacred token and go to the human world. When necessary, I will appear. Emperor Tsong cannot be hurt. As for the other matters, only I have revived in Ling Huang's bloodline. I am afraid it will be difficult for me to participate." Yu Wuhua did not say anything more. Rainbow Butterfly Saint had already promised to protect Ash Cat. At the same time, Dragon Island, where the Beast Emperor's bloodline was. Above the main hall, a boorish man was guarding Dragon Island. Below, Long Xian, who was born on Dragon Island, also said softly, "Sir, the undercurrents of the human world are surging. Are we really not going to participate?" The boorish man knocked on the throne. After a while, he humphed, "Wait a little longer. Long Xian, take my sacred weapon and go to the human world. The Beast Emperor's bloodline is on good terms with Emperor Tsong. Do not let others kill Emperor Tsong by mistake. Otherwise, we will not let it go." And Ash Cat, at this moment, because of Ash Cat, the two bloodlines of Ling Huang and Beast Emperor each sent people to the human world to inform all parties. How they schemed against the human world had nothing to do with these people. They could not do anything to Ash Cat, otherwise, the two bloodlines would not let it go no matter what. Undercurrents were surging in all parties. In the catacombs, a great war broke out again in a short period of time. The restricted area kept increasing its troops, some peerless powerhouses also showed their traces. For a moment, the wind was howling and the human world was shaken. At this moment, Fong Ping arrived at Star Town. This time, he did not arrive at Star Town with great fanfare. A token appeared in Fong Ping's hand. His aura changed and merged with the boundary wall in the sky in an instant. The boundary wall slowly opened up a small opening. Without anyone in Star Town noticing, Fong Ping entered Star Town. Back then, Star Town's 13 old ancestors, Qin Yaozu, who later achieved Dao, had a total of 14 statues erected in front of the council hall. At this moment, however, there were only 9 statues left. The Lu family, Su family, Zhou family, and Yang family's old ancestors had already fallen. Today, however, there was one less. Fang Ping glanced at it, his expression sorrowful. Someone had died, another desperate realm had died. Out of the 14 peerless powerhouses in Star Town, 5 had already died. This time, the one who died was the Jiang family's old ancestor. Fang Ping stood in front of the council hall. Even if there were pedestrians passing by, they could not see him. The Jiang family's old ancestor had died in battle. Fang Ping had not received the news yet. He had probably died in battle within these few days. These few days, he had been in closed-door cultivation and had not paid attention to these things. Another one has died. Fang Ping felt indignant. It was not that no one from the 6 holy lands had died in battle these days. On the contrary, since entering the Sky Cemetery until now, including the Jiang family's old ancestor, a total of 5 people had died in battle. Before this, 16 peerless powerhouses had died in battle. 21 people, in just a few months, 21 human peerless powerhouses had died in battle. There were 40 people who entered the fake Sky Cemetery. Are there only 35 people left today? Fang Ping looked sorrowful. There were only 35 left. Meanwhile, in the human world, only Wu Quishan was born in this period of time. Fang Ping knew that the humans had killed many true gods. Previously, just the true gods of the evil sects alone had died. He also had some understanding of this in the evil sections. There should be people dying in other parties. However, no matter how many others died, the human peerless powerhouses would not come back to life. The agreement of 10 peerless powerhouses to assist in battle half a year later, will there be any? Fang Ping did not know. Now, the human world was facing a crisis once again. Half a year later, would there really be 10 peerless powerhouses who could enter the fake Sky Cemetery to assist in battle? Also, could King Wu and the others hold on for a few more months? Fang Ping sighed softly in his heart and did not think too much about it. In the next moment, his figure flickered and floated into the eyes of the Heavenly King's statue. Eh? A soft sound of surprise was heard. The white-haired God Creation envoy put down the book in his hand and looked at Fang Ping, who had appeared out of thin air with a surprised expression. Someone was coming, no aura? Fang Ping? The God Creation envoy suddenly thought of someone and asked. He had never seen Fang Ping before, but he had discussed this person with the Heavenly King. Fang Ping was also looking at this person. As he looked, he smiled and said, "Greetings, Senior." The person in front of him had white hair and was slovenly. At this moment, he was locked up by iron chains. The chains ran through all directions, and no one knew where they ended. This was the sinner that the Heavenly King was suppressing? Junior Fang Ping, presumptuous to visit, humph. The God Creation envoy suddenly sneered and said, "Presumptuous or not, this is a cage. I am a prisoner, and you people can come as you please. Is this considered a visit?" After saying that, he sneered and said, "You're in trouble, and you want my help? Do you think it's possible to suppress me for 8,000 years? Scram. Get lost now, or else, this old man's temper will come and I'll swallow you in one gulp." Fang Ping frowned slightly, but quickly recovered his smile and said, "Senior, why are you so irritable?" Irritable? The God Creation envoy sneered and said, "That's because you haven't seen this old man's more irritable appearance." Fang Ping sighed softly and did not say much. He sized up the small world and then looked at the books beside the God Creation envoy. There were all kinds of books. Not only that, Fang Ping also saw a computer. A laptop. Of course, there was definitely no internet. Fang Ping laughed. It was a little interesting. The Heavenly King had imprisoned the other party, but it seemed that he had also allowed the other party to understand the outside world. In the past 8,000 years, this person had probably not been isolated from the world. Fang Ping took a few steps, but did not approach the old man. Instead, he walked to the side, squatted down, and picked up the iron chain that locked the other party. After looking at it for a while, Fang Ping asked in surprise, "What material is this made of?" "I don't know." Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Then forget it." As he said that, Fang Ping asked again, "Senior, have you seen the Martial King?" "No." Fang Ping said in surprise. No? It can't be. Before the martial king left, he told me that if there's anything, I can look for Senior. The God Creation envoy thought for a moment and sneered. He doesn't dare to come. Fang Ping pondered for a moment and roughly understood. Old Zhang probably knew something too. The so-called not daring to come was probably because he was conflicted about whether to let this person go or not. Human King. Could he pardon this person? Fang Ping was actually just guessing. However, before old Zhang left, he told him that if there was any trouble, he could look for this person. His tone was still very complicated. He probably didn't come because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself and let this person go. This person was guilty, a great sin. Old Zhang was a human king, but he did not dare to forgive this person on behalf of the human race. It could be seen that this person was indeed guilty towards the human race. May I ask for Senior's name? Nameless. Fang Ping smiled and said, is that so? Not long ago, there was a nameless mountain in the bitter sea. On the nameless mountain, there was a nameless emperor who replied the same as Senior. In the end, what did Senior guess? The corner of the God Creation envoy's mouth twitched. Dead. Fang Ping smiled and said, he died so miserably. Moon Spirit appeared and killed the other party. He was also the first emperor to die in battle that day. His strength was really trash. Senior, are you from the same sect as him? The God Creation envoy snorted. He was a little unhappy. You're the one from the same sect as him, how could I be compared to an emperor? What is Senior's strength? Guess. Fang Ping smiled again and said, I won't guess. Senior said it yourself. Let's put it this way. If Senior doesn't have the strength of a top-notch saint or a heavenly king, then just die of old age here. Emperors are all trash. They're useless. I don't need them. If there is no corresponding value, then I don't need to pay any price. This kind of trash will die in vain. Senior, are you an emperor? If so, then just say it. I'll leave immediately. I don't like to waste too much time with trash. The God Creation envoy's eyes were unfriendly as he said indifferently, an emperor is trash? Even in ancient times, emperors were the overlords of the three realms. Fang Ping smiled and said, is that so? That means the ancient times aren't much either. An emperor can also be an overlord? That ancient time is really bad. What a sharp tongue. Fang Ping chuckled and said, that's not it. You guys have lived for so long and are only emperors. Shouldn't I look down on you guys? Look at me, look at old Zhang, look at Commander Li, look at Southern Chief, Vice Chancellor Wu. Really, I don't want to look down on you guys, but you guys have lived to this point and are still emperors. Shouldn't I look down on you guys? Don't say that the general trend is now. Back then, the three realms were in turmoil. Other people had proven their Emperor Dao and proven their extreme Dao. If you guys can't do this, then you're losers and trash. You don't even allow us descendants to comment? The corner of the God Creation envoy's mouth twitched again. What you said makes sense. So what? Losers? If you're really invincible, why do you need to beg me? Fang Ping smiled and said, wrong, it's not a request. It's a cooperation. Everyone has their needs. Senior, it's been so many years and you're still here. Is there no way to go out, or, do you need an opportunity before you're willing to go out? And do I need to give this opportunity to Senior? Senior, get straight to the point. Don't play dumb. Are you willing to go out? Are you willing to cooperate? Are you willing to contribute to humanity? If you're willing, let's have a good talk. If you're not willing, then I'm not interested in chatting with an old fellow. You can continue to stay here. I'll see when you die of old age. Bastard. The God Creation envoy's eyes were ice cold. The cold light covered the entire small world. You're not afraid of death? Do you think that just because I'm trapped here, I can't attack you? You overestimate yourself. Fang Ping smiled and said, it's fine. This is just my avatar. Senior, do you want to kill me? If you want to kill me, I'll just deliver myself to you. If that's not enough, I'll send some more in. As he said that, Fang Ping took a step forward and walked directly in front of the old man. He smiled and said, Senior, come, kill me. This way, I won't pester you anymore. I'll leave this place and change to another place. I'm still very busy, and I don't like to cooperate with people with bad tempers. The God Creation Envoy was a little angry. He had always been the one to anger others, but today, he was angered by this brat. The God Creation Envoy exhaled and said impatiently, Speak, what do you want to do? Simple, Senior, help me kill 3 heavenly kings, get lost. The God Creation Envoy's face was livid as he scolded, Get lost immediately. Leave this place, or I'll go out and kill you right now. Fang Ping frowned, even 3 heavenly kings can't do it? Unquestionable Sword said that you're extremely strong. I thought you were at least at the level of Heavenly Dog. I didn't expect. Damn it, this guy tricked me. The God Creation Envoy's face turned green. What did he mean? What did he mean by 3 heavenly kings couldn't do it? What do you think a heavenly king is? Do you really think a heavenly king is someone you can kill just because you want to? 2. Get lost. 1. Are you leaving or not? Fang Ping frowned. Without another word, he turned around and left, cursing, Damn unquestionable Sword, you can't even kill a heavenly king, and you're telling me that you're a powerhouse? This kind of person still wants to be pardoned by the human race. Without any ability, you're so arrogant as if you're 200,000. Special pardon, that's also for talents. Old man, you'll die of old age inside. Fang Ping walked quickly. The God Creation Envoy wanted to say something but stopped. He was about to curse in his heart. What did he mean? If he couldn't kill a heavenly king, then he was trash. Damn it, even a heavenly king might not be able to kill a heavenly king, right? A heavenly king that broke through the 7th level might not be able to guarantee that he could kill a heavenly king that broke through the 6th level, right? Just because I said that I can't kill a heavenly king, you're leaving? Damn bastard. The God Creation Envoy cursed. Seeing that Fang Ping was about to leave, he shouted, Stop. Fang Ping turned his head and smiled. I knew you could definitely kill a heavenly king. Alright, then just one. Senior, you can ask for anything. The God Creation Envoy's gaze was extremely unfriendly. Did I say that I could kill a heavenly king? Cut the crap. I'll give you a divine weapon. Killing people is not what I'm good at. Fang Ping laughed. Divine weapon? You mean this song? The god-slaying saber appeared in Fang Ping's hand and he threw it to the ground. He stepped on it a few times and spat a few mouthfuls of saliva. He said disdainfully, Do you really treat the divine weapon as a treasure? There are dozens of them over there. Every day, they beg me to give them to them, but I'm too lazy to take them. And a divine weapon? What's so great about a divine weapon? The God Creation Envoy's face was pitch black, and he said angrily, These are all half-broken divine artifacts, they are almost useless. Are they something that I can compare to? Also, you'd better keep the Western Emperor saber well. Wipe it clean and pick it up. This bastard was insulting him. The Western Emperor saber was also forged by him. In the end, he was looked down upon and defiled. Even if it was already broken, he could not accept it. This was humiliating him. Fang Ping despised him in his heart. F***ck your head. A divine weapon. Could he really step on it and dirty it? This old man's temper was not good. Fang Ping was also deliberately being a little arrogant and domineering to test this old man. This was a person who was being suppressed. It would be very dangerous to come into contact with him rashly and release him rashly. Once he rebelled, Fang Ping would not even know how he died. Right now, this old man did not seem to have a good temper. However, he did not have any murderous aura. He did not seem like a wicked person who had committed a heinous crime. However, one could not judge a book by its cover. It was hard to say. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said again, Senior, tell me your name and what crimes you have committed. Let's discuss again. Humph. Senior, are you not going to say it now? Fang Ping thought for a while and nodded. Alright. If you don't use it for me, then you're an enemy. If the enemy is in my hands, then I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. I'll go find heavenly wood, unquestionable sword, ash. Come over together. I don't know if we can work together to refine you. If that doesn't work, Then I'll go find those powerhouses who have revived in the 3 realms. Yes. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. I've appeared here. There are many people who want to kill me. I'll lure them here. Seeing that Senior is here, I'll say a few words. Senior has a divine weapon and an emperor cultivation method. There might be people who know Senior. Will they join forces to kill Senior first? Fang Ping's face was overjoyed. It's not impossible. F***ck, what help do I need? I'll wait for all of you to perish together. Senior opened his mouth and said that it was a divine weapon. I don't care. There are many people who care. When the time comes, even if I don't have it, I'll throw a few at you. Then I'll have it, an emperor cultivation method. I'll ask Ash if he can forge a copy and throw it in too. This is easy. Senior, you rest well here. I have an idea. Fang Ping muttered to himself. He was overjoyed. Before he left, he had to let the God Creation Envoy rest well. The God Creation Envoy's face turned purple. If he really lured a group of people here, there would definitely be people who knew him. The God Creation Envoy. An expert in forging divine weapons. If he said that he had a divine weapon, no one would doubt him. Especially when it came to the Immortal Source plan. Many people knew that he was the one who led it. Maybe they would really do something to him, especially when he was still trapped, this kid. His heart was really black. In the blink of an eye, he had already set a trap for him. He even wanted to slander that he had an emperor cultivation method. Even the Heavenly King was tempted, let alone others. At that time, there would be no way to reason with him. Was it rare for him, the God Creation Envoy, to have an emperor cultivation method? Moreover, he really did have it. Back then, when he was forging divine weapons, in order to let him forge them, some of the emperors directly gave him cultivation methods as a labor fee. Stop right there. Senior, do you need energy to recover? I can sell some energy liquid to Senior. Of course, the price is not cheap. A divine weapon can be exchanged for some. Senior, recuperate well. This time I'll bring about 12 saints. Senior should be able to handle them, right? The God Creation Envoy could not hold it in and scolded, you're black-hearted. Divine weapons in exchange for energy, why don't you go rob? Fang Ping smiled and said, facts and experience tell me that robbing will not make me rich. I have robbed many places, the realm lands, the outer sky, the catacombs, the overseas immortal island, the evil sect. In the end, robbing will not make a fortune, and good things are not robbed. Trading is the only way to get rich. The God Creation Envoy realized that he could not communicate with this kid. This kid was much more difficult to deal with than the Demon Emperor. The God Creation Envoy's eyes were unfriendly, and he quickly calmed down. No matter how much you say, you still need to borrow this old man's strength. Fang Ping nodded and smiled, that's why I will lure the enemy here. You don't understand at all. If I appear and let them join forces to kill you, they will have a backbone and you will only die faster. Fang Ping laughed, is your identity very important? That's right. Understood. Fang Ping nodded and smiled faintly, alright, then I will immediately open the fake heavenly tomb and let everyone out. Since such an important person like you has appeared, is everyone's goal you? Or is it our human race? Who is more important, you or the human race? The God Creation Envoy's face flushed red once again. He was going too far. Can't you let this old man gain the upper hand? The God Creation Envoy looked at him coldly and said after a while, then leave. Did this brat really think that he would be provoked by him? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and smiled, Senior, don't be angry and give up on a great opportunity. The God Creation Envoy had already started reading. Seeing this, Fang Ping laughed, Senior, are you really going to let me go? The God Creation Envoy ignored him. Fang Ping sighed, then forget it, after I die in battle this time, the human race will no longer have a human king. If you die, the human race will not be exterminated. There will be a lot of human kings. Fang Ping chuckled, Senior, what you said seems to make sense. But if I don't die? If Senior doesn't help me today, I will be very narrow-minded. I will take revenge for the smallest grievance, and I am so vengeful that even I am afraid of myself. Then I'll get someone to kill you. Fang Ping was helpless, Senior, Are you not going to have a good exchange? You want to show off your strength the moment you arrive? Do you think that just because you have some strength, you can be arrogant with me? When this old man roamed the three realms, your ancestors were still embryos. Fang Ping thought for a moment. These words sounded like a curse, however, what this old antique said did not seem to be unreasonable. This old antique was not easy to deal with. Fang Ping fell into deep thought. After a while, he said slowly, Senior has been suppressed by the heaven-suppressing king for 8,000 years. Do you really not want to go out? Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior, if you say now that you really don't want to go out, then I will really leave. Without Senior, I don't have much of a loss. If I want to go out, Senior can still talk to me. The God Creation envoy glanced at him and said indifferently, if you want to talk, then let's talk. You're still too inexperienced to want to suppress this old man. That's true. The older, the wiser. After all, I'm only 21 years old. How can I compare to a senior? The God Creation envoy was tired, and snorted, You are so arrogant, sooner or later you will be beaten to death. Yeah, so I tried my best to restrain myself, didn't I? Fang Ping chuckled. If this happened in the past, I would have left immediately. When I'm stronger, I'll come back and beat you to death here. But now, forget it. I should keep a low profile. As Fang Ping spoke, a sofa appeared in the void. Fang Ping sat on the sofa. Opposite him, the God Creation envoy looked unfriendly. I sit on the floor, you sit on the sofa? Senior, why don't we have a cup of tea while we talk? Humph. Forget it then. Just as he finished speaking, the God Creation envoy sat on the sofa. Fang Ping laughed in spite of himself. A tea table appeared in front of him. The God Creation envoy glanced at him and frowned slightly. It's not a storage ring. Do you have other storage treasures? Fang Ping was surprised. This was the first time someone had discovered his storage space. This guy had some tricks up his sleeve. Storage space, the God Creation envoy murmured. Could it be that you have opened up a real source world? You used a lot of origin soil? Fang Ping was surprised once again. You know about this too? Or could it be that you have some treasure on you that can connect to other spaces and store things in other spaces? Fang Ping did not say a word. He did not expect that just by taking out a few things, this old fellow would think so much. The God Creation envoy's gaze was like a knife, scanning him time and time again. He said indifferently, I heard that you can recover imperishable matter infinitely. You can recover your vitality and mentality from before? That's right. Senior, am I the reincarnation of the Emperor? The God Creation envoy sneered, the reincarnation of the Emperor? What's wrong with the reincarnation of the Emperor? The Emperor has unlimited imperishable matter? Then you've overestimated the Emperor. Do you think that when they're dead, they can still continuously produce imperishable matter? Do you think that if they're alive, they'll store up so much imperishable matter for themselves? You're a bullish *T reincarnation of the Emperor. This time, it was Fang Ping's turn to twitch the corner of his mouth. Were you scolding me or the Emperor? This old fellow was very arrogant. The God Creation envoy picked up the teapot and did not pour any tea. He simply picked up the teapot and began to drink. As he drank, he said, You're not some reincarnation of the Emperor, you brat. The God Creation envoy looked at him again. After a long while, he said, Interesting. I seem to have seen something on you. What? Fang Ping was surprised. What did you see? The God Creation envoy said indifferently, an aura different from this era. You have to know that people are like weapons. People live for a long time, and weapons are made for a long time. They are all different. Everything has its own characteristics of the era. Let's talk about the resurrected martial artist. The resurrected martial artist also carries the unique characteristics of the era. Maybe you guys can't see it, but that doesn't mean that I can't. You don't look like a resurrected martial artist. The God Creation envoy said and smiled, You're interesting. You have something special on you. Your aura is very special. I've never seen it before all these years. As he spoke, the God Creation envoy muttered, Could it be related to time? That's not right. When it comes to space, I can understand it. But when it comes to time, no one has been able to reverse it since ancient times, right? If he can reverse time, there's nothing he can't do. Does he still need to do anything else? The God Creation Envoy said to himself, could it be that it's not time, but illusion? The God Creation Envoy rubbed his chin and said curiously, you have characteristics that don't match this era, but you're the king of the current generation. This doesn't make sense. Logically speaking, if you're really different from the people of this era, you won't be able to become a king, just like unquestionable Jian, if he wants to become a king, then he has to reincarnate, but reincarnation also has some characteristics. Why isn't the subduing heavenly king a king? Because that guy doesn't belong to this era. The others are the same. It's almost impossible for someone who doesn't belong to this era to become a king. This was the first time Fang Ping had heard of this. He was a little surprised. He was also a little shocked. What did this old fellow see, from the looks of it? He was saying that he wasn't a person of this era? You have an aura that doesn't belong to this era, but you have perfectly integrated into this era. Interesting. The God Creation Envoy muttered to himself, this is equivalent to refurbishing or making the same weapon old, which is also a forgery. Let the fake weapon mix with the dragon and fish, mix into that era, and let people ignore those differences. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. It was a very terrifying thing. Back then, this old man had also imitated some martial god weapons, but there were some abnormalities that could be easily discovered by experts. If it wasn't for this old man's experience, it would have been very difficult for me to sense your abnormalities. Fang Ping was stunned. What did he mean, you started your business with fakes too? The God Creation Envoy shook his head. I can't figure it out. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Senior, what did you see? I've already said that there are some auras that don't match this era. The God Creation Envoy pointed at his own eyes and laughed. This old man relies on his eyesight to eat. These eyes, those are divine eyes. You carry some aura that is somewhat incompatible with this era, do you understand? Fang Ping laughed. I don't really understand. Maybe. The God Creation Envoy chuckled. That is to say, you are actually not necessarily someone from the neo-martial era. Maybe you are an antique, older than me, or maybe you are someone from the future. Or, you were actually born in this era, but, you might not have grown up in the neo-martial era? The God Creation Envoy shook his head. This thing is very complicated, I'm afraid you don't even understand it yourself. Speaking of which, do you feel anything, kid? No. Fang Ping had a smile on his face, but he was shocked in his heart. Yes, am I a person of this era? I came from a peaceful world, there were no ancient martial arts, no neo-martial arts, no martial arts. What kind of world was that? Fang Ping had actually thought that maybe he was just like old Zhang and the others now. He was referring to old Zhang and the others in his own source world, born in an illusory world. He was actually just a powerhouse's origin creature, like a fish-headed demon in the cat world of Song Cat. It was just that one day, he escaped from that world. By chance, he returned to the real world. Was that so? Fang Ping did not know. The God Creation Envoy was no longer conflicted. He felt that Fang Ping might not even know anything. At this moment, he also laughed. You are actually very interesting. Logically speaking, you should not have such achievements, but, you do. Someone wants to reverse something. I think you are also a chess player. Fang Ping said calmly, the Three Realms is a big chessboard. Who is not a chess player? Even those who play chess, aren't they? As long as you have enough strength, you will be able to overturn this chessboard sooner or later, won't you? That's true. The God Creation Envoy laughed again. Why can't a chess piece turn over and be the master? In this aspect, you are stronger than unquestionable Jian. He has seen through some things, but he has also lost some things. Although this person is strong, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to break the chessboard. What about Senior? Me? The God Creation Envoy thought for a while before smiling. Maybe I know all the people who play chess. This game of chess needs a chessboard, maybe. I am the one who created the chessboard. Can you understand? I don't really understand. I know you don't understand. The God Creation Envoy laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. As for me, I am actually at a boundary. Maybe I am a chess player, maybe I am not. Senior, Have you come into contact with the 9 emperors and 4 emperors before? Of course. The God Creation envoy leaned on the sofa and smiled. Do you have wine? Tea is not to my taste. Fang Ping took out a jar of wine that he brewed himself. The God Creation envoy opened the jar, smelled the smell, and smiled. How extravagant. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors. There is no need to believe them too much. The God Creation envoy drank the wine and said with a face full of vicissitudes, back then, they were also people, ordinary. It was just that they went far in the end. Compared to them, some beginner martial artists were actually more outstanding. Those people, from nothing to something, you have to understand, these people are the real difficult ones. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that you have nothing, not a single cent, do you think you can build a glorious empire? You can't. As for the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, it was only said that under the circumstances of inheriting the family business, it was actually not too difficult to carry it forward. One started from scratch, the other inherited his father's business. There is still a gap. Fang Ping nodded. I think I can do a good job if I start from scratch. Hee hee. The God Creation envoy despised. Then how about this? This old man will go back and kill King Wu and the others, kill all the powerhouses of the human race, and leave you and a group of ordinary people. This old man would like to see, what ability do you have to say such big words? Senior, you can try. Kill King Wu first. You think I can't? Senior, you can't even kill the 3 heavenly kings. I think the King Wu is even harder to kill than the 3 heavenly kings. The God Creation envoy was speechless. What did he say? The God Creation envoy did not want to continue this topic, and changed the topic again. What trouble did you encounter? Tell me. There are about a dozen saints who want to kill me. Fang Ping kept everything simple, and that was it. How many? A dozen. The God Creation envoy's expression changed again, and after a while, he said, Are you trying to scare this old man? There are only about a dozen saints in the 3 realms who have recovered, and they all want to kill you? Fang Ping was surprised. Only a dozen, then he had overestimated the number of saints who had recovered. That's about a dozen. Is there a difference? A few people probably don't want to kill me, but everyone else wants to kill me. You should reflect on why they all want to kill you. Fang Ping laughed. You're too outstanding, this reason should be enough. The God Creation envoy thought about it and felt that it was necessary to scold him to wake him up. Thinking about it, it was true. If Fang Ping was not so outstanding, who would care about him? Just like now, if it was not to kill Fang Ping, Wu Quishan, this peak would not be taken seriously. Your ability to provoke opponents is stronger than Zhang Tao. How do you want this old man to help you? It's simple. Senior, just hold off 7 or 8 saints. Do you think 7 or 8 saints can hold off 2 heavenly kings? Fang Ping shook his head. He did not know. If 7 or 8 saints aren't afraid of death, there's a chance to kill a broken 6 heavenly king. The God Creation envoy said unhappily, these people can even fight with a broken 7 heavenly king for a while. This old man is just a saint, not a heavenly king. Just a saint? What's your strength? How dare you look down on a saint? I'm 21 years old. The God Creation envoy felt that there was no way to chat anymore. He snorted coldly, with just these few words of yours, this old man has also been offended by you. You should think about it carefully. Why did Zhang Tao not offend as many people as you? That's why he's also being hunted down by many people, but he can't satisfy his craving for words. Fang Ping laughed. If Senior really has no hostility towards humans, then it's fine to say a few words. If Senior gets angry easily and wants to kill me, that actually means that Senior wanted to kill me in the first place. What's the difference? The God Creation envoy snorted lightly and said quickly, this old man can't leave now, and I can't show myself now. Kid, this old man is more important than you think. This old man has left the mountain now and has been discovered. Very soon, some old fellows will target this old man, including King Kuan, King Qian. These powerhouses. Not only that, there might be more powerhouses, including some beginner martial artists who did not die. You have to think about it. When the time comes, there might be a lot of heavenly kings. Fang Ping was surprised. Senior, do you have a lot of enemies? A lot. More than me? Who do you think you are? Then why do you think I'm wrong if you cause more trouble than me? Isn't this denying Senior himself? The God Creation Envoy said snappily, what do you know? This old man is doing great things, unlike you, offending people over such a trivial matter. Before this old man did something big, he was respected by the powerhouses of the three realms. After that, I was targeted by others, different from you. What big thing? The God Creation Envoy was silent. Fang Ping laughed, who exactly is Senior? Don't ask. Why? Fang Ping asked curiously, even if it's the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, I wouldn't be surprised. You won't understand. The God Creation Envoy said impatiently, moreover, this old man can't leave easily. Xianxia suppressed this old man, so it's not that easy to leave. Human King's special pardon? Bullshit. The God Creation Envoy sneered, you speak with the constitution of the heavens? You pardon this old man? Who do you think you are? If you say you are a human king, then you are? Fang Ping felt that he was being looked down upon, although there was no evidence. He felt that this old fellow was scolding him. Fang Ping's gaze was unfriendly, but the God Creation Envoy did not care, and sneered, don't fantasize about those unrealistic things. You really aren't qualified. However, it's not impossible. You should also be walking the path of the human emperor. As for whether it's the human king's path or the human emperor's path, I don't know. You are the king of the human race, but you are not. If you really want this old man to leave. Unless you become an emperor. Fang Ping frowned, so exaggerated? If I become an emperor, do I still need you? It's not like there's no other way. The God Creation Envoy looked at him and smiled, this old man can actually leave for a short period of time, but after leaving, I might die. Since you've guessed this, then I'll say it directly, if you want this old man to help you, then you have to obtain the 9 Emperor Seal. After obtaining the 9 Emperor Seal, you can join forces with the Martial King, the Netherworld King, and some other leaders of the human race to write a letter for this old man and stamp it with the 9 Emperor Seal. In this way, we will be even. Senior, what mistake did you commit? If I don't ask clearly, I won't dare to make a promise so easily. The God Creation Envoy pondered for a moment, and said after a while, it's not my fault. Let me ask you, if there is a murderer who killed someone, is the person wrong, or the weapon in his hand? It's a person, right? Fang Ping looked at him uncertainly. The God Creation Envoy laughed, that's right. So, this old man is innocent. Xianxia is unreasonable, this old man's strength is inferior to his, there's no other way, I can only admit defeat. Tell me, what does this have to do with this old man? But this bastard insisted on suppressing me, and this old man had no choice. Sigh, this is the only way now. It's been 8,000 years, and I've already borne all the responsibilities that should be borne. You can't possibly push all the blame onto this old man, right? The God Creation Envoy almost shouted that he was wronged. It's true that I created the immortal source, but I'm innocent. Why did you push all the blame onto me? If I don't create the immortal source, will there be no future? Cough cough, that's hard to say. The God Creation Envoy felt a little guilty. If he didn't create the immortal source, there might not be any future events. This matter. It was all in the past, so he didn't have to worry about it anymore. In any case, he felt that he was innocent. Fang Ping glanced at him. Weapon, what did this guy mean? He still didn't quite understand. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, if Senior is really innocent, then this matter is not a problem. The 9 Emperor Seal is currently at the Ash Cat's side. At the Ash Cat's place? The God Creation Envoy was a little surprised. Fang Ping continued, of course, I placed it somewhere else now. I can get it back very soon. If Senior is really not an evil person, the human race will pardon Senior. The God Creation Envoy said indifferently, actually, it's nothing much. It doesn't matter if I'm pardoned or not. However, Xianxia, this fellow, did something wrong. This fellow's heart is also black. Do you know what these chains that he used to lock this old man up are? What? The pulse of your human race. The God Creation Envoy was speechless. Actually, it's not that I can't leave. Let's go. If we break these chains, the mountains and rivers of your earth will all collapse. Earth collapses, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. They will all happen at the same time. The powerhouses did not die, but the others will all die. It's fine if the human race doesn't produce an emperor, but if it does, I'm dead for sure. Not only that, if the earth really collapses, those old antiques will also cause trouble for me. Do you think that Xianxia is not black-hearted? Only you, the human king who has been recognized by the human race, and the 9 Emperor seal, can unlock this thing. Now you understand, it's not that I don't want to leave, it's not that I can't leave, and it's not that I have to ask for your special pardon. It's for your own good. Otherwise, when the time comes, 99% of your people will die. Fang Ping frowned and said in disbelief, if you break the chain, the earth will be destroyed? More or less. The God Creation Envoy said indifferently, don't think that it's unbelievable. Xianxia is very strong. He has implicated the chi of the earth's mountains and rivers, smelted them into chains, and penetrated the earth's void. These chains are actually the mountains and rivers that lead to the earth. Once I break it, it will definitely be destroyed. Of course, this chain is only trapping my main body. I have also cultivated the great cloning technique in recent years. A single strand of hair is a clone. You promise me that when the time comes to break the seal, I will give you 3 strands of monkey hair. Cough, 3 clones. Fang Ping glanced at him and looked around the books on the ground. Yes, there was Journey to the West. Did this old man read too much Journey to the West? 3 strands of monkey hair. Heavenly King Zhen was also awesome. He had actually smelted the lifeline of the earth into chains and locked this person. Wasn't he afraid that he would really destroy the earth? Fang Ping frowned. What was Heavenly King Zhen doing? 3 clones. You can't get out? Go out. If there's a problem with your earth, clones are actually enough. The God Creation Envoy said with a smile, my clones are extremely powerful. Of course, if you have any divine weapons or the like, get 3 of them over. Relying on the divine weapons, your combat power will be stronger, and it will not be easily destroyed. No. Didn't you say that you have dozens of them? It's just bragging. You believe that? The God Creation Envoy was tired. I really believed it. Because I used to have so many. Then whatever. With my control and 3 clones, even if I don't deal with the 3 saints, it's not a problem to hold back the 3 saints. Fang Ping did not believe it. Even King Kuan could not do it. One of his clones was only comparable to a saint. As if feeling that he was being questioned, the God Creation Envoy humphed, don't compare me to others. Let's put it this way. The so-called clones were proposed by me back then. What you guys are playing with now is what I left behind. Back then, my mentality was too strong, and I felt that it was too troublesome and lonely to work alone. That was why I severed my spiritual consciousness and created clones. When it comes to playing clones, I am your ancestor. Now, I don't play with mentality clones anymore. I play with cytology. Do you know what cytology is? Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. In the next moment, he quickly said in his mind, cat, big cat, come out. Who created the mentality clones back then? He felt that he could know this guy's identity, in the end. There was no response. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. The God Creation Envoy raised his eyebrows slightly, what are you doing? The origin is moving. Who are you contacting in the origin world? Fang Ping's expression changed, F*CK, this old guy was a little scary. Contact the cat? Don't even think about it. I'm warning you, don't tell the cat anything about me. Otherwise, you can deal with the enemy yourself. The God Creation Envoy humphed, I'm not someone else. No one in the 3 realms is stronger than me in the study of the origin. He was telling the truth, the divine weapon / the great Tao. If he did not know the origin like the back of his hand, he would not be able to create a divine weapon. Fang Ping wanted to use the origin to contact others in front of him. He was thinking too much. At this moment, Fang Ping was really a little shocked. Who was this guy? Was he really a saint? Not necessarily. This identity, this tone, it felt like he was also an ancient big shot, that was true. Without the status, would the Heavenly King still need to suppress? He would have killed him long ago. Okay. Fang Ping said instantly, then 10 clones. Get lost. The God Creation envoy scolded loudly. Did he really think that clones did not need money? All these years, this old man had only created some clones with high-end combat power. Not any random clones had the combat power of a saint. The price he had spent was beyond Fang Ping's imagination. At most 3. If you want it, then take it. If you don't, then leave. Fang Ping gave him a deep look. Fine, sooner or later, I will hollow you out. This old guy was locked on Earth. He was still in his bag. What was he struggling for? 9 Heavens Divine Emperor the God Creation envoy was unwilling to say anything more to Fang Ping. He gave Fang Ping 3 balls and sent him away. Soon, Fang Ping appeared outside the statue. Looking at the 3 balls in his hand, Fang Ping wondered if they were made of the old man's dirt. Senior, can you speak? Fang Ping shouted at the ball, but there was no response. Fang Ping muttered, is this thing reliable? Why don't I throw one out now? After a pause, Fang Ping looked at the ball and smiled. Senior, why don't I throw it into the latrine pit and try? How dare you? Fang Ping sneered. He knew it was impossible to not be conscious. At this point, how could he not be conscious? King Kuan's avatar could think on its own. This old man's would not be bad either. Fang Ping did not say anything. He opened the Xianxia gate, opened the heavenly palace, and threw the 3 balls in. He was not going to let these doppelgangers become his surveillance cameras, inside the small world. The God Creation envoy held a book in his hand. When he felt that the avatar had broken contact, he shook his head slightly and smiled faintly. He's vigilant. As he said that, he frowned slightly. It was his first time seeing Fang Ping, but he felt that something was amiss. There were some things that ordinary people could not see. Even a powerhouse like Tengu might not be able to see anything. However, the God Creation envoy looked down on these people. He was very proud, because he was a genius, a true genius. If he had not focused on the Tao of forging back then, he felt that he could have become an emperor in that era. What did martial artists like Tengu know? Even the 9 emperors and 4 emperors were nothing to him. Fang Ping, what was going on with Fang Ping? Immortal source? The God Creation envoy looked up at the sky. Even if there was nothing in the sky and it was dark, he was still looking at the sky. Has the power of the immortal source been stolen? Is it the power of the immortal source, or the power from other places? Did someone build a bridge between him and the immortal source? Who did it? Or is it not the power of the immortal source? As the creator of the immortal source, he knew the immortal source very well. However, some things were out of his control in the later stages. After creating the immortal source, he ran away. He did not want to ask what the 9 emperors and 4 emperors did after that. Did Fang Ping's power come from the immortal source? Who's plotting in secret? Twisting time and space. That doesn't seem to be possible. Could it be a companion world? The God-forging envoy fell into deep thought and muttered, could it be that this old man's lair was raided and someone stole my ideas? He really created a companion world to simulate the development of the 3 realms. Who could have done that? Thinking of this, the God-crafting envoy quickly shook his head and muttered, who cares? I'm finally free. When I get out, I'll first kill that old bastardly Xianxia, then retrieve the immortal origin, then. As he spoke, the space in front of him rippled. The next moment, a figure appeared. The God Creation envoy glanced at him and said indifferently, what are you doing here? Did you sell me out to show off? Senior, you've misunderstood. This time, Xianxia revealed his face and said softly, even if I don't say, Fang Ping knows that you're here. This was the first time the God Creation envoy saw his appearance clearly. He glanced at him and did not care too much about it. He said indifferently, if there's nothing else, then scram. Do you really think that this old man is a zoo? I don't dare. Xianxia said calmly, I just want to ask, since Fang Ping is here, Senior should have seen something. Is he the Heavenly Emperor? How would I know? Senior should know the 9 emperors and 4 emperors very well, especially their weapons. I'm actually more curious, what kind of weapon does the Heavenly Emperor use? Hee hee. The God-crafting envoy's face was full of ridicule. He quickly laughed and said, "It's not impossible to tell you. It's not impossible to even help you forge a divine weapon. What are your conditions, Senior?" "Simple, collect the 36 saint tokens and give them to this old man. As for the Heavenly King's seal, I don't need you." "Senior wants to gather all the parts of the 9 Emperor seal? Do you need to care?" Junior heard that all the divine weapons have participated in Senior's participation. Only the 9 Emperor seal, Senior has not participated in it. "Is there something special about this seal?" The God-crafting envoy glanced at him and said playfully, "You know quite a lot. I was lucky to find out. Does it have anything to do with you?" Junior is just asking. The God-crafting envoy smiled and said slowly, "Yes, most of the divine weapons in the 3 realms, even if they were not personally forged by this old man, before they forged the divine weapons, they would more or less ask this old man some forging techniques and the like. Of course, some of the divine weapons were not actually forged by this old man, and I have never asked about them. For example, the divine weapons that the Azure Cat Heavenly Dog brought had nothing to do with this old man. Some of the divine weapons of the early martial era also had nothing to do with this old man. As for the 9 Emperor seal, it should be the only divine weapon that has nothing to do with this old man during the Heavenly Court period." The God-crafting envoy laughed and said, "That is a divine weapon created by the 9 emperors and the 4 emperors. That was created by the Chi of the 3 realms. It was created by the leaders of the entire human race. This old man can't interfere. So it's true that the 9 Emperor seal can break through the 9 heavens?" "Maybe." Xianxia thought about it and said, "Is Fang Ping fighting? Does it have anything to do with you? I just want to confirm if Do is still alive or not." "Alive? If you're alive, I'll kill you with one punch. Is it useful for you to care?" The God-crafting envoy yawned and said, "Let's go. Your current body's strength seems to have just reached the true God realm. Although there are some imprints of your previous body attached, ordinary people can't see it, but you can't hide it from this old man. At most, you can unleash the strength of an emperor level. Previously, that kid said that you were going to make a move. Can you deal with a saint?" Xianxia said softly, "The human king forced me to do so." "Forced?" The God-crafting envoy sneered and said, "You're afraid of him? I think you have an ulterior motive. Tell me, this old man might be interested and help you." Xianxia smiled but was unwilling to say more. After thinking for a while, he said, "Has Fang Ping really achieved emperor level? How would I know? This old man can't see through him. Senior can't see through it either? Is it very strange?" The God-crafting envoy said lazily, "There are all kinds of strange things in the 3 realms. Who knows how he did it? You can ask the emperor. Maybe the other party knows." Xianxia sighed softly and said, "Senior seems to have a lot of misunderstandings about this junior. I'm just thinking, even if Senior and I make a move, can Fang Ping really escape this calamity? Now that the powerhouses of the 3 realms have recovered, he has no intention of restraining himself. When Zhang Tao was here, he had actually helped him block many disasters. Life King and the others had wanted to kill him for a long time. Even Li Zhu had the intention to kill him. Zhang Tao had appeared several times to intimidate everyone, and even Heavenly King suppressing had appeared. In this way, he was able to suppress everyone. At this time, he should be enduring and dormant, but he is still so ostentatious. If this goes on, the human race will once again become the target of public criticism." The God-crafting envoy thought for a while and asked with a smile, "If it were you, what would you do at this time?" Xianxia said softly, "Dormant. Endure. If one's strength was inferior to others, then one should join forces at this moment. For example, the 3 realms that cooperated with the human race, the 6 grandmasters could completely borrow their strength. If they want to establish a sect in the human world, that's fine. Let them enter the human world. With their own interests, they will not let other forces enter the human world. I know that at this time, the human race may be oppressed and suffer some injustice, but all of this is for the sake of a longer future. Now, the human race, resist, counterattack, and if they go overboard, a great war will break out immediately. Senior, is this really appropriate? The human race has become the target of all forces' fear, constantly suppressed, constantly ambushed. In these few years, the human race has improved rapidly, but they have also suffered heavy casualties. 21 people have fallen in the impasse realm. If it were not for Nan Yunye, Zhang Weiyu, Kong Lingyuan, Wu Chuan, Qin Yaozu, Zhao Xingwu, and Wu Quishan who had advanced consecutively, there would be less than 30 people in the human race. And all of this is actually caused by Fang Ping. Jiang Hao said in a low voice, if it were not for him entering the catacombs many times and killing too many people, causing all parties to notice the threat of humans, the war would not have broken out so quickly. Even if it broke out, it might not be like before, where all parties were hostile to the human race. The foundation laid by Heavenly King suppressing was almost destroyed by him alone. 21 impasse realm. Currently, there were still 35 in the fake sky tomb. Among them, 6 were newly promoted absolute peaks, while 29 were veteran absolute peaks. The death of these 21 absolute peaks had a lot to do with Fang Ping. The speed at which the war broke out exceeded the speed expected, and the number of human enemies also exceeded the expected number. If it were not for Fang Ping, the martial king might not have exposed his strength at that time. The original outbreak of the war might have happened a year or two later. Fang Ping catalyzed this process, and it was also because of these 1 or 2 years that some of his deployments were disrupted, causing him to have no choice but to let the Devil Emperor's true body appear in advance. The God-forging envoy laughed and said, "Don't you understand that if you pretend to be a grandson for too long, you will really become a grandson?" Senior's words, this junior dares not agree. Jiang Hao said sternly, "It's just a moment of forbearance." He was clearly not a match for him, but he insisted on fighting to the death. Was this bravery? If he lay low for a period of time, the human race might improve faster, and not so many people would die. If he could not even bear a little grievance, then what was the point of the neo-martial arts for the past 100 years? The neo-martial era, in the past few years, didn't they also bear it? Zhang Tao has the strength to kill the powerhouses of the outer realm, but did Senior see him make a move? The subduing Heavenly King has the strength to kill those true gods, but he did not make a move. Only Fang Ping, when it came to him, never knew how to consider the overall situation. He implicated the entire human race time and time again, dragging the entire human race into the quagmire of war. Whether it was Zhang Tao and the others, or the war that broke out in the outer realm, it was all caused by Fang Ping. He made many people die in battle in foreign lands. Is everything he did really right? Jiang Hao straightened his back and said in a deep voice, if it wasn't for him, in another 2 years, at that time, I might be able to prove my Tao as a saint, or even a heavenly king. After fusing with the Devil Emperor, I might be able to break through 9. At that time I will join forces with the subduing Heavenly King, together with the Martial King, and rope in some other forces. How can we let the human race fall into the current crisis? The God-forging envoy laughed and said, that might not be the case. In another 2 years, how do you know that there won't be any other changes in the middle? You're just developing according to the best situation that you can predict. But what if the emperor recovers in 2 years? Then he can prove his Tao and become an emperor in 2 years? Who knows? The God-forging envoy chuckled and said, are you indignant? Or are you indignant? Jiang Hao said in a deep tone, I just hate his arrogance. He will kill a lot of people. He said that he was a human, but in reality, his selfishness was deeper than anyone else's. I respect the martial king, but I've never respected him, Fang Ping. He doesn't have the right to do so. The God-forging envoy laughed and said, then have you asked the others if they are willing to kneel and beg for survival, or stand and die in battle? Senior. Jiang Hao shouted in a low voice, this is not kneeling and begging for survival. Your words are exactly the same as theirs, but you're just enduring and not kneeling down. Even if you really kneel down, you will stand up again. Instead of stiffening your neck and courting death. He, Fang Ping, has begged others time and time again. When he is about to die, he knows to ask for help from outsiders, but he has never thought about it. Who owes him? Why should I help him? Zhang Tao helped him, the subduing Heavenly King helped him, and even my martial uncle, the War King, is helping him. Now, Senior is also willing to help. Just because he is a new martial prodigy? Just because he might be the reincarnation of a powerhouse, the hope of mankind? We can let him continue to cause trouble and make mankind's life more and more difficult. The God-forging envoy thought for a while this time. After a while, he said, let's put it this way. I remember reading a book by humans. I read this sentence. If you kneel for a long time, you won't be able to stand up. The new martial artists had been kneeling for too long. It had been so long that they did not dare to make a move. It had been so long that even if Zhang Tao and the others had unparalleled combat strength, they could only endure it and watch helplessly as their family and friends died on the battlefield. Did they not have the ability to save them? Yes, but they did not dare to, because they had to endure, because they were no match for the other party, because the human race was not strong. When the human race fights in the catacombs, they often have the strength but do not dare to use it. The other party has 3 rank 9s, and you only dare to come 1. Even if you die in battle, that is only 1. As for Fang Ping, the timing of his appearance is very coincidental. The God-forging envoy laughed and said, as for him, he appeared when the human race's resentment was at its deepest. He might not be strong enough, not wise enough, and lack some overall view, but he dared. He did what others wanted to do but did not dare to do. He was becoming stronger, he was raising morale. He was actually an incarnation of everyone in today's human race, a representative. He fought from south to north, causing many people to die. However, those who were alive have vented their anger. Dying in battle is also refreshing. As a result, he received more people's recognition. This old man is not saying that your philosophy is wrong, but after kneeling for so long, the human race needs someone who can lead them to stand up, even if the losses are heavy, even if the human race may be destroyed. As for you, you just missed this opportunity. Xianxia said deeply, maybe what Senior said is right, but I don't think he will be able to pass this round. If he can't pass, then from now on, it will be logical for the human race to lie low. Silence is just for a greater explosion. The God-forging envoy laughed and said, what do you know? Are there many people who are going to deal with him? Many. Xianxia said calmly, it's not that I'm unwilling to help and watch him die. However, the Demon Emperor's true body is in the Spirit Emperor's dojo. This is Fang Ping's own arrangement, so he can't blame anyone. I, Xianxia, have only just entered the peak. Even if the origin and the Demon Emperor resonate, I can only hold back a saint, which is already my limit. What about Senior? Unless Senior is willing to go out, otherwise, how many people can the avatar that Senior let him take away deal with? If Skywood deals with 1 person, will the cat make a move? Even if we make a move, if you and I join forces, holding back 5 saints is also the limit. The saints won't make a move, but there will be many emperor level and true gods. How can he deal with them? How do you know that he doesn't have a backup plan? Backup plan? Unless he opens the Spirit Emperor's dojo, otherwise, who in the 3 realms is his backup plan? The God-forging envoy smiled and nodded. Let's leave it to fate. It's not up to me to care about this. He is now the human king. Even if he dies, the human race will still have to do what he promised me. Get lost, don't bother me anymore. Xianxia did not say anything else and left with a frown. Watching him leave, the God-forging envoy continued to read his book. At the same time, Magic City. The Fang family. Fang Ping's figure flashed and disappeared. He took the jade pendant left behind by the cat and disappeared instantly. Hua Qidao is my son. Don't call him Li Qidao anymore. His real name is Zhang Fu. 30 years ago, when I was the minister, I sent him to the catacombs and mixed into the catacombs. It's not easy for that kid. To be honest, if the humans really win, he will not be tolerated by the humans either. Because he has personally attacked human martial artists before. There are still martial artists who died at his hands. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect him to live until then, and he didn't think about it either. At this moment, Fang Ping was looking at the contents of the jade pendant. Old Zhang's appearance appeared, revealing a rare hint of guilt and loneliness. Originally, sending him to the catacombs was to let him die. If he dies, then he dies. If he lives, then he's lucky. Obviously, his luck is not bad, and he survived until now. If you meet him, you don't have to deliberately show mercy. If you need to kill, then kill. I'll also let you regret and feel guilty for a few years. At least when he dies, he can have a good reputation, and not die in vain. When you see these, it means that he has sent you a message. Let me make it clear first, I can't guarantee whether what he said is true or not. After staying in the catacombs for 30 years, even if it's my son, I can't be sure if he has changed. But if he's sending you a message, it's obviously very important. Be careful. Also, what King Huai said is 9 lies and 1 truth. Don't think that he's my man. This guy is more sinister than anyone else. All these years, I've worked with him many times. I've been working with him since I was rank 7. You didn't hear me wrong, rank 7, when I was rank 7, he was already at the peak. This guy has been working with me since then. All these years, I've helped him get rid of many of his enemies. Heavenly King Suppression also helped me get rid of some. Otherwise, do you think he would have become the overlord of Skyplant's royal court so quickly? Of course, he also helped me get rid of some of my enemies, such as the left divine general. In short, King Huai is a despicable person. A despicable person is actually better than a hypocrite. It's enough that you know he's an enemy. Find a chance to get rid of him. This guy is very wary of me. I tried to kill him a few times, but I failed. Also, if you encounter a crisis, maybe you'll go to Star Town to find that person. I don't know if you've seen him, but remember, don't trust him easily. He's not a good person. The disaster that year might have something to do with him. The crisis that we humans are facing now might also have something to do with him. I don't have too many things to give you. I just want to remind you, when it's time to be a coward, be a coward. If you really encounter a disaster, just like what Li Chongqing taught you back then. You're the strong, I'm the weak, I admit defeat. If you keep your life, you can be someone's henchman, be someone's grandson, even be a guide, don't die easily. If you die, then everything will really be gone. But, don't attack humans. If you do, it'll be very hard for you to turn back. At this moment, Fang Ping thought of Zhang Fu. Maybe it was Zhang Fu, he had attacked humans. When old Zhang said this, he was probably thinking of his son. Could he turn back? Maybe, not. Was this Zhang Fu's fault? Fang Ping's emotions were extremely complicated. No, he pretended to be the son of the catacombs left marshal. How could he guarantee that he would not attack humans for 30 years? If that was the case, he would have been exposed a long time ago. The moment he attacked, Zhang Tao and Zhang Fu knew that it would be very hard to turn back. Humans could tolerate some things, but sometimes it was very hard to tolerate others. Some might understand him, but some would not put themselves in his shoes to understand him. They only knew that Hua Qidao's hands were stained with human blood. Zhang Tao did not say much before the jade pendant shattered. Fang Ping's emotions were extremely complicated. Perhaps old Zhang, who had left those words that day, was also very complicated. At this moment, Fang Ping stood on the endless sea and exhaled softly. Don't think about these things, I won't lose, every crisis is an opportunity for me. It's an opportunity for me to weaken my enemies and strengthen myself. Every time I climb out of danger, I grow. Sooner or later, I won't rely on anyone anymore. I'll use my strength to crush everything. Let the 3 realms tremble because of me. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at his system data again. His gaze was exceptionally sharp. It was time to go to the catacombs, if he did not go now. Some fellows could not wait any longer. Maybe they would do something. Wealth, 74 billion points. Vitality, 650,000 calories, 650,000 calories. Mentality, 16,000 Hz, 16,000 Hz, can be cut. Origin, vertical 990 meters, increased by 99%, horizontal 7,500 meters, increased by 75%, combat techniques, God-slaying saber techniques, plus 9%, combat techniques combination deduction, 1 million points / time strength control, 85% limit outburst, 156, 3575 cal / 1839500 cal. Looking at the data, Fang Ping's expression was calm. Absolute peak was only one step away, his limit had already reached 184 million calories, which was slightly stronger than expected. When I break through to the absolute peak, other people's basic vitality will increase by 50,000 calories. but mine will increase by 100,000 calories at the very least. 750,000 calories basic vitality, even if it's only 1,000 meters, with a vertical increase of 100%, that would be 13 million calories limit outburst. Absolute peak. Will my vitality change qualitatively? Fang Ping asked himself. It definitely would. After the qualitative change, he was the weakest. His limit was also more than 4 million calories, reaching the level of a saint. This was more powerful than he had expected, mainly because the horizontal increase had exceeded his expectations. Saint-level combat strength. Once he reached the absolute peak, even if his strength control dropped a little, he would not be weaker than other saints. The three realms will tremble under my demonic palm sooner or later. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and made the declaration of a villain. This time, he wanted to prove his Tao in battle. Humans proved their Tao in battle, and he was no exception. If he did not fight, he might need to walk for a few months just to cross these 10 meters, because this was a big hurdle. Old Zhang, just wait for your eyeballs to explode. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Before that, he still had to do more things. This time, he must definitely succeed, without failure. Magic City Catacombs. What are they doing? Bastards, are they luring us away on purpose? In the dark, someone's voice was filled with anger. Up ahead, the cat had found Fang Yuan. Right now, the man and the cat were having a barbecue. Calm down. Someone interrupted the crowd and said in a low voice, even if we're sensed, it doesn't matter. If Fang Ping doesn't show up again, surround old cat and Fang Yuan. Surround them but don't kill them. Inform the others to continue sending more troops to suppress the humans. Snake King hunting plan activated. Very quickly, someone said, should we send someone to the human realm to create chaos, destroy some cities, and force Fang Ping to appear as soon as possible? Try not to. Someone stopped him and said, slaughtering the human world will only anger some people. It's not that time yet. Mortals are just ants. We can just force the humans in the outer realms. But what if Fang Ping doesn't show up? Someone said impatiently, he has been in seclusion all this time. Once he becomes an overlord and a sage, it will be too late to stop him. It doesn't matter. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for him. He is walking the human King Dao. If he is not in the mortal realm, then so be it. However, in the mortal realm, the human race is in decline. If he does not come out, the great Dao will definitely be damaged. Even if he is not a match for the human King Dao, he will not keep hiding. These words were said by Saint Tiangui. As Saint Tiangui spoke, he continued, today is already the second day. Tomorrow, if there are no more traces of Fang Ping, then let the true gods take action and exterminate some outland humans. The day after tomorrow, if Fang Ping still did not show up and break through some of the celestial passageways, he would let the Earth realm martial artists kill their way into the human realm. It's best if we don't enter the human world. Before entering, I sensed something. I wonder if you sensed it. As soon as these words came out, someone fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, some people seem to be staring at us. They're not staring at us, they're suppressing us with the Tao. Saint Tiangui said in a deep voice, the way of the human monarch has existed since ancient times. Their cultivation was extremely profound, and they were the eyes and ears of the human king. Where humans are, the human king is. It's very difficult to kill Fang Ping in the human realm. He did this? Some people found it hard to believe. Fang Ping had not been in contact with King Path for long, right? Was he that strong? These people were all old fogies, so they more or less understood human King Road. It was just like how Zhang Tao allowed Fang Ping to enter Black Heaven. As long as he could sense Fang Ping's aura, he could quickly locate him, tear the void, and descend into the world at will. These people had seen such a human king expert before. Wherever the human race was, these people could tear through the void and descend at will. Killing a king in the human world was an extremely difficult task. Previously, no one thought much about it, but when they entered the human world, they felt that something was wrong. Noble Heaven Sage shook his head and said, I don't know if he did it or not. However, we have to be on guard. It's best to kill him in the land domain. Even if we surround him in the human domain, he might still escape. Everyone nodded. It would be best to kill Fang Ping in the land boundary. If he could tear the void at will in the human world and arrive at will, it would be very difficult for Fang Ping to kill him. They were discussing Fang Ping's ability, but Fang Ping did not pay much attention to it. He knew that old Zhang had such an ability, but he could not sense it too clearly for Fang Ping himself. It was not that he did not react at all. In his source world, Fang Ping could still roughly sense where some of the projections were. For example, when Fang Ping entered the catacombs, he could vaguely sense that this old man had gone in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. In the direction of 6 southern regions, there were also some senses, more obvious than old man Li's. It should be where Wu Kuxian was. However, to tear the void and descend in an instant. Fang Ping felt that he was still a little lacking. He might not be able to do it. Within 1,000 miles, with a clear location, he might be able to do it. However, beyond 1,000 miles and not on Earth, he might not be able to do it. Moreover, after entering the catacombs, this feeling had weakened a lot. On Earth, Fang Ping could actually sense more. In Sun City, Fang Ping could sense it quite clearly. He had always felt that if he tore the void on Earth, he might be able to directly descend into Sun City or MCMAU. This was because there were many people who resonated with him in these two places. Fang Ping did not restrain his aura. Instead, he changed his aura. A peak rank 9 powerhouse changed his appearance and entered the Forbidden Sea very quickly. After tearing many spaces consecutively, Fang Ping hurried on his way, disregarding the consumption. Very soon, he arrived at an island. A one-man island. As soon as he arrived, a gust of energy tore the void and charged toward him. Fang Ping reached out and grabbed it, crushing it directly. This time, the person in the dark was shocked. In an instant, he tore the void and walked out of the island. Ming Ting, looking at the unfamiliar person in front of him, the rank 9 aura, Ming Ting instantly knew who this person was. His gaze changed slightly, sending a voice transmission, "It's you." "It's me." "Humph." Ming Ting let out a cold humph. His gaze was unfriendly, sending a voice transmission, "How dare you come?" Last time, Fang Ping promised him that he would help him become an emperor. However, in the end, Fang Ping had Heavenly Wood's help and left quickly, not fulfilling his promise. Fang Ping's expression did not change. He landed quickly. "Someone is looking for me. Let's go down and talk." As he landed, he said, "I asked Jiao to inform you. I didn't go back on my word. True Lord should be able to feel my sincerity." Jiao, speaking of Jiao, Ming Ting's gaze became even more unfriendly. This demon entered misery and had a conflict with King Kuan and the rest. He lured me here a few times. He's really despicable. Fang Ping was speechless. This? You can settle the score with Jiao. This demon isn't good. I can't do anything about it. Jiao had reached the peak and was no longer satisfied with his status as the demon king of the 7 southern regions. He came to misery and wanted to become a demon king. In the end, he had just achieved his Dao and was no match for those few. He was often chased by demons. Whenever he was chased, he would run to Ming Ting. It could not be helped. Who asked it to be the demon race commander under True Lord Ming Ting? Who else could it look for if not Ming Ting? True Lord, please calm down. After all, it's the descendant of the Celestial Emperor. If it protects Jiao today, it might be repaid in the future, right? Ming Ting thought for a while and nodded slightly. If it wasn't the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, I would have joined forces with King Kuan and the rest to kill this demon based on the few times it caused trouble for me. He gave Jiao face because of the heavenly dog. Otherwise, he might not have tolerated it. Fang Ping smiled and said nothing. Soon, the two of them landed in a valley. Fang Ping looked around and smiled. True Lord, if you want to become an emperor just based on what happened last time, the price is not enough. In the 3 realms, there are more than 1 or 2 peak-level emperors who want to become emperors. Do you think it's enough to deal with the 2 true gods last time and that you were just a support, True Lord? Ming Ting stood opposite him, his eyes cold and stern. Speak. What else do you need me to do? Kill. Who? Venerable Emperor, True God. Ming Ting frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Now, powerhouses from the three realms are appearing frequently. The human race seems to be targeted by all parties recently. Someone must be trying to deal with you, right?" "That's right. Those who dare to deal with you now are definitely not ordinary people. They might even be saints. Although I don't want to die of old age, I don't want to die now." Fang Ping smiled. "There are saints. I won't hide this. But since I'm here, I naturally have my ways to deal with the saints. But it's troublesome if there are too many venerable emperors and true gods. If they join forces, it'll be a big problem." Fang Ping chuckled. "That's why I need your help to deal with one venerable emperor or three true gods. Don't worry, Fang Ping, am not someone who will die. Without full confidence, I'd rather hide in misery. Who can really find me?" "Venerable Emperor," Ming Ting frowned. Fang Ping said mildly, "I can let you become a venerable emperor first. Of course, let me be frank. There are many drawbacks to becoming an emperor as an origin. The biggest drawback is, you've become an emperor, an origin realm emperor. So, you might be controlled by the owner of the origin realm." Ming Ting frowned suddenly, his face full of reluctance. Despite his reluctance, Ming Ting asked quickly, "Is there a chance to escape from control?" He did not say he would not do it, becoming an emperor, extending his life, even if he had to work like a slave, it was fine. There was no such thing as a free lunch, where there was gain, there must be sacrifice. He only wanted to know if it was for the rest of his life or if there was a chance to escape control. Fang Ping smiled. "Yes. You've become an emperor. I still need you now. But I've become a heavenly king. Emperor level is nothing. At that time, do you think I'll deliberately care about a venerable emperor? I control the human race. There are so many people in the human race, but they're still at my mercy. Who have I controlled? Because they're too weak. They're not worth it. You're the same. If I become a heavenly king, you'll be free. Unless you think you can keep up with me, you'll also become a saint or a heavenly king by then. There's no way to escape completely?" "There is." Fang Ping said indifferently, "You've gained my recognition. I'll return your great Tao that's been replaced to you for you to assimilate." "What do you mean?" "After you enter the origin realm, if you want to become an emperor, you'll have to replace your current Tao with an emperor's Tao. Your Tao will be under my control. If I shatter your Tao, you know what the consequences will be." Fang Ping said bluntly, "After you've gained my recognition, you'll have to hand your Tao to yourself. Whether you assimilate it or hide it has nothing to do with me. By then, even an origin realm won't be able to control you." "I can assimilate it?" Perfected Lord Ming Ting's face lit up. Fang Ping shook his head. "Maybe, just maybe. It's very, very difficult. The origin realm is very complicated. It's replaced your own great Tao and gave you an external Tao. It's fine if you don't assimilate it. If you do, there might be a huge repulsion and both Taos might explode." Ming Ting was not surprised. He said in a low voice, "As long as there's a chance. We've been gambling with our lives for so long. I'm afraid there's no hope at all. If there's hope, it's worth it. In the past, I missed the chance to enter the Sky Tomb." "Fake Sky Tomb?" Fang Ping said calmly, "You still don't understand? Even the cat is in the three realms. How can there be a true Sky Tomb? The Sky Tomb is merely my setup to let the powerhouses of the three realms leave. Who knew that someone would be revived? Otherwise, the three realms now would be my three realms. You guys always think that you're the winners. Little do you know that after tens of thousands of years, the humans are the ones in charge. It's not your turn." Fake Sky Tomb, Ming Ting had guessed it previously. However, at this moment, his expression was still complicated. He did not know if he was disappointed or relieved. He had missed it previously and could not enter. For that, he had stayed in the Forbidden Sea to find the Sky Tomb and enter. But now, his hope was shattered. However, there was hope for him to become an emperor. Ming Ting took a light breath and looked at Fang Ping. "I agree. You help me become an emperor. I'll help you kill the enemy." Fang Ping laughed. A small house appeared in his hand. Ming Ting's eyes flickered. Fang Ping said lightly, you can try to snatch it now. You're very confident. Fang Ping was indifferent. You're not an emperor yet. You're just a near emperor. I'm a near emperor. My combat strength is not at its peak. I'm confident that I can kill you. Ming Ting's expression changed slightly. Fang Ping looked him straight in the eye. Do you think I, Fang Ping, am a fool? That I'll trust anyone so easily? Including you, I've also investigated for a long time. I only showed up after confirming that there's no ambush. It's not that easy to kill me. I've been cultivating martial arts for 3 years and survived hundreds of battles. Did I really rely on luck? True Lord, the origin house is right here. Are you willing to take a gamble or kill me now and snatch the origin house? What's your strength? Is there a need to ask? Ming Ting's eyes flickered. Take a gamble, kill Fang Ping and snatch the origin house. He wouldn't be controlled by others. Or, go in and replace his Dao. He wanted to kill Fang Ping. No powerhouse would be willing to be controlled by others. However, the moment this thought appeared in his mind, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. This time, Ming Ting suddenly deflated. He looked at Fang Ping. He seemed to have aged a lot. He said softly, all right, then I'll enter the origin house. Fang Ping. I hope you'll do as you say. I don't want to lie to someone who's about to die. But you've done this a lot. Ming Ting snorted. You have no credibility, you've done this a lot, human king Fang Ping. Do you really think you're still a nobody? Who doesn't know about your deeds? But it was also because of this that he was even more afraid. This person was sinister and cunning. Since he dared to come, maybe he really had the confidence to kill him. He did not dare to gamble with his life now. Fang Ping smiled. He did not care. Then please enter, true lord. However, there are many fake Daos. True lord, don't bite off more than you can chew. Replace them casually. Otherwise, your Dao will collapse and you'll die completely. After all, true lord is close to an emperor. It's fine to replace a longer Dao. There's no need for the others. All right. True Lord Ming Ting said no more. He looked at the origin house. In the next moment, he rushed into it. Fang Ping watched him disappear in front of him and smiled. This person was quite bold. In the origin house, including the ones I've collected, there are a total of 5 Emperor Daos and 27 True God Daos. Fang Ping stood where he was and pondered for a moment. Emperor Daos. If one did not have peak level strength, there was not much use in replacing them. If one's golden body was not strong enough, it would be normal for one to explode. Earthshing was an example. He was an impasse powerhouse after all. In the end, he did not become an emperor quickly after replacing Emperor Daos. His golden body was still the same. When he erupted earlier, he almost exploded his golden body. Emperor Daos were only suitable for peak level strength. Therefore, humans could not use it. Fang Ping also did not want Old Wu to replace him. If he replaced him, his combat strength would not increase much. Moreover, it would completely destroy his potential. Emperor Daos aside, True God Daos might be useful. However, I need a rank 9 martial artist. Now that Ming Ting has replaced his Dao, he will be close to an emperor. Soon, he will become a true emperor. As Fang Ping thought about this, something that looked like a small dragon suddenly appeared in his hand. Fang Ping took a look. The small dragon was struggling as if it wanted to soar into the sky. Fang Ping laughed. He did not care. He quickly tore the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lord Guardian, at this moment, in an overseas immortal island, Earthshing suddenly barged into the main hall. He frowned and said, "Are we really going to continue waiting here?" Feng Yun was holding a teacup and reading a book. He looked up and said, "What do you want?" "Get out." Earthshing said in a low voice, "The 3 realms are in turmoil now. We've offended King Kuan. Now, we should take this opportunity to find a force to rely on. In the sea, there are Spirit Emperor, Beast Emperor, God Emperor, East Emperor, South Emperor, and 6 extreme meridian powerhouses. Both you and I have Emperor-level strength. We will be honored guests no matter where we go." "Honored guests?" Taoist Feng Yun smiled faintly. More like a pawn. Don't tell me we'll keep waiting here? Earthshing looked at him, his eyes deep. Guardian, you should have your own home, but I don't. Don't tell me you're going to bring me to rely on someone else, protector? He was not stupid. Taoist Fengyun did not rely on anyone now. It was very likely that he already belonged to someone else. As for which side, it was unlikely that it would be King Kuan. Taoist Fengyun laughed. Don't be impatient. Today is just the beginning, not the end. Don't be anxious. If you bet too early, you'll easily become cannon fodder. As he spoke, Earthshing's expression changed. The next moment, Taoist Fengyun's expression changed as well. He sighed. You've replaced the great Tao. Trouble is coming. Earthshing's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the void in front of both of them was torn apart. Both of you, it's been a long time. Just a few days. Taoist Fengyun sighed. This old man should abandon Earthshing. As he spoke, Earthshing threw a punch at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's aura was gone. The saint token turned into a glove, wrapping around his right hand. He also threw a punch, crack, as both of them collided, the void shattered. A deep four-petal black lotus appeared. Earthshing took a few steps back, crushing the ground. His expression turned extremely ugly once again. Although he did not become a venerable emperor on his own, he became one with the help of external great Tao. However, his maximum vitality had still reached about 2 million calories. He was a venerable emperor in the truest sense. However, because great Tao was external, his control of strength was slightly weaker. His golden body was also slightly weaker. His control was only about 75%. Even so, his explosive power had exceeded 1,500,000 cal, but now that he was exchanging blows with Fang Ping, his right fist was shattered. Golden blood splattered. He was no match for Fang Ping. Both of them had been separated for less than half a month. Half a month ago, what was Fang Ping's strength? When he left, Fang Ping had not even broken 4. He was much weaker than him. At this moment, Taoist Fengyun's expression changed. That day when he and Earthshing left, Fang Ping had indeed not broken 4. After he left, Fang Ping went into closed-door cultivation. Only then did he reach the stage of breaking 4. Now, Earthshing, who had become an emperor, was actually repelled by a punch from Fang Ping. Fang Ping looked at Earthshing and said lightly, "Attack me? Aren't you afraid that I'll crush your great Tao and let you die? If you're not confident that you can kill me, then behave yourself. Why seek death?" As soon as he finished speaking, a small dragon appeared in Fang Ping's hand. At this moment, the small dragon was struggling violently. Earthshing's expression changed again and again. That was his own great Tao. He was too familiar with it. Humph. The god-slaying saber appeared in Fang Ping's hand, his expression unfriendly. What do you think will happen if I sever this Tao? Earthshing's expression changed again. Taoist Fengyun sighed. King, speak your mind. 1 venerable emperor or 3 true gods? Choose. Fang Ping said calmly, someone wants to attack me. I want to kill them. It's just 7 or 8 saints. I'll think of a way to deal with them. You, Earthshing, help me deal with those shrimps. You and Ming Ting both have emperor-level combat strength. Even if you're not as strong as other venerable emperors, it won't be difficult to deal with 3 true gods. Earthshing took a deep breath. 7 or 8 saints? More or less. You're seeking death. I've courted death many times. In the evil sect, there were so many powerhouses, but I didn't die, let alone now. Fang Ping sneered. Do you think this is all I have? Do you really think I can only rely on you guys to withstand the crisis? What a joke. Cut the crap. Tell me, do you agree or not? It's that simple. Earthshing's expression turned ugly. Fine, but if a saint attacks, I'll escape immediately. Before I leave, you must return the great Tao to me. Sure. Fang Ping did not say much. He looked at Taoist Fengyun. You have your camp. I can't force you to do anything. But, if you attack me, you'll die too. It's that simple. King, you're very confident. I like to say ugly things first. Fang Ping said mildly, you're very strong. I even suspect that you have the strength of a saint. you've just never shown it. But so what? It doesn't matter who's standing behind you. I only need to know if they're friend or foe. Taoist Fengyun sighed softly. At least we're not enemies now, are we? Then I'll ask one more thing. What's the background of the extreme path disciple that appeared now? There's no such person in the information you gave me previously. Taoist. Fengyun thought for a while. I'm not too familiar. Back then, Heaven Destroyer Emperor had many disciples. Later on, some died and some scattered. His name seems to be Lin Hai. He's indeed Heaven Destroyer Emperor's disciple, saint-level strength? Should be. Taoist Fengyun shook his head. It's very difficult to distinguish an emperor from a saint. If he doesn't attack, you won't be able to tell. Back then, he was just an emperor. Maybe he became a saint later on. Will he help Yao Qingjun? It's hard to say, Taoist Fengyun said mildly. Whether or not Yao Qingjun is the reincarnation of Heaven Destroyer Emperor aside, even if he is, he's just Yao Qingjun. Unless he revives and becomes Heaven Destroyer Emperor, no one knows what Lin Hai's attitude will be. Understood. Fang Ping nodded and looked at Earthxing enter the Origin Realm. Earthxing's expression darkened. He said gloomily, "You want to lock me in a cage? Cut the crap. Ming Ting is inside too. Do you think you can hide it from the saints if you catch them off guard?" Earthxing took a deep breath. Without another word, he quickly entered the Origin Realm. Fang Ping put the Origin Realm away. Taoist Fengyun's eyes flickered when he saw him put the Origin Realm away. You're lucky to have obtained the Origin Soil. It's not a bad idea to hide them in the Origin World, but, aren't you afraid that they'll cause trouble in your Origin World? They're not as strong as me. I can suppress them directly. Having said that, Fang Ping smiled. Aren't you going to invest in me? You're a smart man. It's not a bad idea to pay for your life. Maybe you'll need my help in the future? Taoist Fengyun smiled faintly. It's not time yet. You're not qualified enough. What if I win this time? No, even if I don't win, how many saints can I kill at this critical moment? Taoist Fengyun's eyes flickered. He said in a low voice, if you really have the strength to kill a saint, I can take a gamble at a critical moment. But you can't withstand the crisis this time. It's impossible for me to help you. Fang Ping, if you want people to invest in you, then you have to let them see your own strength, not external objects. Let's wait and see then. Fang Ping smiled. You can also hit me when I'm down. Of course, I believe that you're a smart man. Before the situation is settled, you won't do such a thing. If you really do it, then I'll be relieved. Relieved about what? Fang Ping did not say, but Taoist Fengyun knew. He did not say anything. Fang Ping did not continue to stay either. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot. After he left, Taoist Fengyun's expression was a little strange. Very strong, Fang Ping improved too quickly. He didn't break 5, and he's not emperor level either, but he's not weaker than the average emperor level. What kind of state is he in? Taoist Fengyun did not understand. After a long time, he recalled what he asked Fang Ping that day. Had he really become a true god? With your style, you're so low-key on the day you become a true god, don't tell me you haven't become a true god yet? Impossible. Don't tell me the legend of double nines only works at rank 9. That's underestimating double nines, Fang Ping. Taoist Fengyun's expression changed for a while. He was in slight disbelief and did not dare to believe it. Had this person really become a true god, this time, he was really a little doubtful. If he did not, it was simply terrifying. Suppressing the palpitation in his heart, Taoist Fengyun looked in the direction where he left and fell into deep thought. This time, what should he choose? Money to buy his life. It sounded like a joke, but it might not be. Unreasonable. Scenes flashed in Taoist Fengyun's mind. He recalled all of Fang Ping's experiences. This was a magical guy. Chubby face, do you still want to eat? I'm stuffed. Magic City Catacombs. Fang Yuan looked aggrieved. She could not eat anymore. Big Cat wanted more barbecue. The cat said sympathetically, you can't do it. You've only eaten so little and you're already stuffed. Let me tell you, one meal will last you 10,000 years. You've only eaten a month's worth. Fang Yuan did not want to speak. One meal for 10,000 years. Are you talking to me? No wonder this cat was so fat, it was all food, every fatness came from eating. I don't believe you'll get fat just from drinking water. Big cat, what do we do now? The cat was innocent. How would it know what to do? It felt like it was going to hit them. Chubby face, when we fight later, I'll eat you. Don't be afraid. Huh? I'll eat you. The cat said matter-of-factly, how else can I protect you? I can only eat you. Fang Yuan was stunned. You want to eat me? How? I'll eat you in one bite. The cat ate the barbecue. It was a monster from God knows where, but it ate it with relish. Fang Yuan was depressed. She whispered, Big cat, is my brother really okay? I don't know. The cat shook its head. It felt very dangerous this time. It did not know if the liar had a way to solve this. The person who wanted to kill him was running out of patience. If there's no other way, I can only run. Big Dog and the rest went to the celestial cemetery. There's no safe place in the 3 realms, so I can only run to the celestial cemetery. Big cat, can't you save my brother? Fang Yuan was worried. She felt that the cat was very powerful. The cat muttered, I can't. I can't fight. I can only call for help. But I can't call for help now. They've all run away. What can I do? It was not good at fighting. If it wanted to call for help, there used to be people, but there was no one now. Blowing the whistle would not work, moreover, it had thrown the heavenly bell into the fake celestial cemetery to bet on the eye of the bathhouse. It could not call for help even if it wanted to. Whether the liar could survive this or not depended on himself. The old cat shook its head and sighed. The liar was beaten to death. There won't be any feast in the future. Of course not. Fang Yuan gritted her teeth. My brother will definitely kill them. The cat did not say much. It rubbed its round belly with its paw and said, Let's go to Quokang Mountain. If we don't leave now, someone will really beat us up. Sung Mao stood up on its hind legs, swaying its old man's steps as it walked over. Fang Yuan hurried to catch up. They didn't fly either. They just walked. At the back. In the void. Voices could be heard again. Is Sung Mao going to Quokang Mountain? Quokang Mountain has already been destroyed. Gong Juanzi has left Quokang Mountain. Will Fang Ping go into closed-door training there? I suspect that the cat is deliberately luring us there. It's possible, but let's stick to the plan. Is there anything unusual with Heavenly Wood? Tian Mu is patrolling the human world. Demonic City has already sent people to investigate. However, Fang Ping's whereabouts are mysterious. No one knows where he is. A storm is coming. Mount Wanwu. On top of a mountain peak. Saint Yue murmured, hands behind her back. She looked into the distance with an indescribable loneliness. Behind her, Ling Xiao said softly, Grandmaster, the war in the outer region has started again. Fang Ping intimidated everyone previously. The Celestial Emperor appeared. The human world has entered a period of peace. Now there's a dispute again. The catacombs don't have the guts. Who is stirring up trouble behind the scenes? Yue said coldly, in troubled times, who can intimidate who? At our level, even if it's a heavenly king, so what? We're resurrected from the dead. For the opportunity, for the future, no one will be merciful. Ling Xiao was silent. After a while, she said, Immortal Quest Island's Yu Wuhua has already entered the outer region, entered the 6 southern regions. She's not moving. I don't know what she's going to do. I think she might have already achieved true God. Dragon Island's Long Xian has also entered the 6 southern regions. His aura is completely different from before. He might have entered true God too. And Boundless Mountain's Luoyu, I'm afraid he has also achieved true God. Right now, he's staying near the 8 southern regions' waters. Li Wuji appeared in the 7 southern regions before and left quickly. There's still no movement from Medicine God Island. 7 planets Moi Heaven and Haoding Xiao Heaven are also quiet for now. Ling Xiao reported all the information of the past 2 days. Sage Yue did not pay much attention to it. Suddenly, she said, "You've met the current King Yanluo before. You're familiar with him. Do you think this King Yanluo can achieve great things?" Ling Xiao frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, she said, "This person is hard to say. He's domineering, arrogant, savage, and conceited." Ling Xiao listed a bunch of shortcomings. In the end, she changed the topic and sighed softly. "But this person is getting stronger the more he fights. The human race is also getting stronger. When I met him, he was only rank 8. Actually, it hasn't been that long, less than 2 months. That time, he led the human rank 9s into the graveyard of gods. In one battle, he killed thousands of rank 9s and many true gods. After that, he annihilated the 3 major grotto heavens and destroyed the divine sect. Actually, all these happened within these 2 months." Ling Xiao shook her head. "I can't see through this person. He's even more unpredictable than King Yanluo. When King Yanluo was around, Grandmaster actually came out to observe once." Yue Wei's interest was piqued. She smiled. "How does Moon Spirit evaluate King Yanluo?" She had heard some of the things that happened before from Ling Xiao and the rest. However, it was said that Moon Spirit had always been in closed-door cultivation. Ling Xiao smiled. "Grandmaster said that King Yanluo is very strong and very talented. He's also a peerless monster born in this era. However, although King Yanluo is strong and has an invincible posture, King Yanluo also has shortcomings." "Shortcomings?" "Yes." Ling Xiao thought for a while. "King Yanluo's shortcomings are very obvious. He really has great love for the human race." Yue Wei was silent for a while. Then, she said in a low voice, "What Moon Spirit means is, so King Yanluo is actually restrained by the humans." Ling Xiao said seriously, "At King Yanluo's level, during the battle in the graveyard of gods, he even had the combat strength of a saint. After merging with the path, he's close to the heavenly king realm. However, all these years, King Yanluo has been enduring pain, torture, humiliation. His family and friends have died in battle in the catacombs. He can only watch, not daring to take one step into the catacombs. When he was young, he had a lot of good friends. King Yanluo was born in the streets and values loyalty the most. When he was young, if his friends were bullied, King Yanluo would definitely repay them. He never tolerated it. However, ever since his godfather, the previous Minister of Education, died in battle in the catacombs, King Yanluo changed. He carried more things on his back. The times when he dared to make a move decreased. He's actually being controlled by the humans." Yue Wei nodded lightly. At this time, Ling Xiao said in a low voice, "But Fang Ping is different. He's also a human king, another human king after King Yanluo. But Fang Ping, he might not be controlled by the humans." "What?" Yue Wei was slightly surprised. "What did he mean?" Ling Xiao said softly, "If it's King Yanluo, we might be able to use the humans to force him. But Fang Ping, he's different. In his mind, the humans might not actually be the first. They might not even be in the top 3. Even if the humans are destroyed, he's still Fang Ping. If someone destroys the humans now, King Yanluo will risk his life. Fang Ping will hide." Ling Xiao said seriously, "He will definitely not go out to die when he knows he's going to die. King Yanluo is a hero, Fang Ping." After a while, Ling Xiao said, "I think Fang Ping is an ambitious person. He's not a hero. Even if he looks like one now, he's not. Heroes have their flaws, and heroes will die too. But an ambitious person. I think it's hard for him to die." "An ambitious person?" Yue Wei smiled faintly. "Is this your evaluation of him?" Ling Xiao nodded. "Yes. This person is harder to deal with than King Yanluo. King Yanluo in his youth might be similar to him, but after becoming a human king, King Yanluo has already been restricted. One was the humans in front, the other was himself in front." This was the answer Ling Xiao gave. King Yanluo was a hero, but it was hard for heroes to live long. The day the humans were destroyed would be the day King Yanluo died in battle. There would be no accidents. But Fang Ping, if the humans were destroyed, that guy might still be roaming freely in the 3 realms. Yue Wei fell into deep thought. You mean, if he encountered danger, he might escape and not choose to fight to the death? Maybe. Ling Xiao said softly, unless he's confident, otherwise, he won't send himself to death so easily. The confidence I'm talking about is a chance of winning, not a 100% chance of dying. Even if the chance of winning is only 10%, he might still try. But if it's a dead end, I'm afraid he won't. Sage Yue Wei fell into deep thought. At this moment, Sage Yue Wei's expression changed slightly. Her figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, she appeared outside the boundary wall. Come out. Behind her, Ling Xiao followed closely, her expression strange. What happened to Sage Yue Wei? Come out. Sage Yue Wei slapped her palm. Her jade-like palm pierced through the space, but there was nothing in the space. At this moment, a shadow appeared behind her. Sage Yue Wei turned sideways and was about to slap. The palm wind swept past, and in the next moment, her jade-like hand stopped beside the shadow's head. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally realized it. She took a few steps back and looked sideways. With one look, she frowned. Fang Ping. The shadow was very illusory, but it also emitted a faint golden glow. This was Fang Ping's clone. She had seen a clone like this before. Fang Ping had shown it before. It's me. The shadow laughed. His face was illusory as he looked at the two of them, especially Sage Yue Wei. He bowed slightly and said, Greetings, Sage Yue Wei. Yue Wei's expression was cold. The royal manor doesn't welcome outsiders. I'm not an outsider. Fang Ping smiled. The royal manor's outer sect, Earth's Mount Wangu, is under the jurisdiction of the king. And I am the current king of Man. If that's the case, then naturally I'm not an outsider, am I right? Yue Wei did not want to argue with him. She said lightly, Aren't you afraid that I will take you down for coming here? Why would I? Fang Ping smiled. Sage Yue Wei is a smart person, a wise saint. Could she be like those useless Tiangue, blinded by greed? Those idiots have just awakened, their brains are probably still wet. What do they know? In human terms, this is called retarded. Both of them looked at him, frowning. Fang Ping smiled again. Moon Spirit Heavenly King and I are friends despite the difference in age, bastard. Ling Xiao growled. Fang Ping said indifferently, Who are you to interrupt when powerhouses are talking? Ling Xiao, if you dare to speak rudely again, don't blame me for settling the score with you. You, what? Fang Ping's face appeared, instantly icy, his gaze cold. You're just a true god. Do you really think you can be presumptuous in front of me just because you've recovered your strength? Sage Yue Wei raised her hand lightly, stopping Ling Xiao. She looked at Fang Ping and said coldly. You're not qualified to be presumptuous in front of me either. Is that so? Fang Ping smiled. Respecting the elderly is fine. As for the others, are you talking about strength? How do you know that my strength is inferior to yours? As soon as he said that, Yue Wei's expression changed slightly. Fang Ping chuckled. Let's not talk about strength. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is everyone's responsibility. Let's cut the crap. I won't play dumb either. I hate some people from Moon Spirit Heavenly King's royal manor, but I don't hate all of them. Previously, in the Battle of the King battleground, Moon Spirit Heavenly King helped. I still remember the favor. There are people who want to cooperate with me, but I have the temper of a donkey. Even if you want to cooperate with me, it depends on whether I'm willing and whether I like you. I'm a person with high standards. I don't like most people unless they're to my liking. You're from Royal Manor. I have a good impression of Moon Spirit Heavenly King. We can cooperate this time. Fang Ping did not wait for Ling Xiao to speak. He smiled faintly. Don't interrupt. I'm just that insolent. This might be the last time the human race robs in foreign aid. At this time, those who can get on the train should get on it. Those who can't make it, forget it. Come with your real body. Yue Wei said suddenly. Fang Ping gave her a deep look. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Is it necessary? A clone doesn't represent the human race. Is that so? Fang Ping laughed. In the next moment, under their surprised gazes, Fang Ping's clone shattered. Fang Ping, who had compressed his body inside, revealed his real body directly. Sage Yue, what about now? Yue's expression kept changing. How dare he? She did not expect Fang Ping to dare to appear directly. His real body, was this arrogance, or did he think that she could not kill him? Ling Xiao was also shocked. Immediately after, her expression turned solemn. Aren't you afraid that the saints will attack? Afraid? Fang Ping laughed. If I was afraid, I wouldn't have appeared. Saints. Saints are not heavenly kings. Can saints break 6? I'm a 9th refinement golden body. Even jade bones are about to be formed. Without the ability to break 6, can they break my golden body? Jade bones? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Yue frowned. You have jade bones? Almost. Fang Ping laughed. I don't have it now. It's just a matter of time. Now, Sage Yue, can we talk? You're very bold. The bold will die from overeating while the timid will die from starvation. Fang Ping did not think much of it. He chuckled. I want to be a ghost that dies from overeating. This time I want to slaughter a few saints for a sumptuous meal. Can I do it if I'm not bold? You want me to help you? It's mutually beneficial. What benefits do I have? Fang Ping chuckled. There are. Do you want to become a heavenly king? If you do, wait for old Zhang to come out. I'll let him teach you. How about that? Sage Yue's expression darkened. What a joke. Do you think I'm joking? Fang Ping chuckled. I'm serious. Of course, if you don't believe me, I have no way. How about this, 10,000 cloud origin energy? I'll hire you once. Help me hold off a saint. When it's over, I'll give it to you. 10,000 clouds, Yue frowned again. Ling Xiao was a little shocked. Was it for real? Rank 9 martial artist Source World could store 500 cloud origin energy at most. At impasse, of course, it would be much stronger. Near emperors could probably store 5,000 clouds. 10 times difference, at emperors, it would be even more. 10,000 clouds. Even emperors could store that much. However, no one would store so much. With so much origin energy, who would not use it to open up their Daos, 10,000 clouds. Even saints could not store this much. As for origin energy, it could be used to repair, expand, and open up the Daos of origin. Yue and the others had dried up their origin for many years. At this moment, they were in closed-door cultivation because they needed to stabilize the origin space and strengthen their flesh. Their flesh was easier to handle. Every major force had some imperishable substances. However, origin energy, they really did not have it. 10,000 clouds, blocked a saint. Yue looked at him and said lightly, how can I believe you? Ling Xiao was also dissatisfied. Fang Ping, what you say is 9 lies and 1 truth. How can I believe you? Is my reputation that bad? Fang Ping grinned. It's just 10,000 clouds. Do I care? Having said that, he threw a cloud cluster and it instantly merged into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was shocked. She did not even have time to dodge. Soon, however, her expression changed. Origin energy. Fang Ping laughed. It's just a bonus. It's just 100 clouds. Of course, if you rely on your own hard work, it'll probably take years. I'm a generous person. This is considered a free gift. It's nothing. Saint Yue, there's not much time for you to recover now. Once you recover. Alright, the Great War of the Three Realms is over. If you want to recover quickly, you can't do it without me. How about it? Are you willing? You've really surprised me, there's nothing surprising about it. Fang Ping said lazily, everyone in the world is motivated by profit. If there were benefits, they would do it if they could. If they couldn't, there would be a long line of people queuing up. There are some people that I don't like. Even if I'm willing to cooperate with them, I won't have the chance. Oh right, there are more people working with me this time. The Demon Emperor will make a move, the Old Cat will make a move, and a Heavenly King will also make a move. As for who it is, let's not talk about it. In any case, it's very strong. It's a guy who created a clone. You might know him, but don't reveal his identity. What about you? Are you willing to join us? This time, Yui's expression really changed. He's still alive? You mean the demon emperor or that person? That one. Of course I'm alive. I'm living a good life. I've been watching some short movies recently. Fang Ping made a lame joke, but Yue ignored it. Her expression was solemn as she asked, Fang Ping, is what you said true? Of course. Fang Ping said in a relaxed tone, Fang Ping, want to find someone to help. It's very simple. Yue fell silent for a moment before she said slowly, all right, give me the item first. Give it to me later. If you die, then wouldn't this consort have worked for nothing? That can't be helped. If I'm dead, why would I care about you? Fang Ping said it directly. He could not help but laugh. If I'm dead, you guys can go do whatever you want. I'll still give you benefits. Am I crazy? If I give you benefits and you guys use it to kill me, am I an idiot? I still have to guard against you going back on your word. Don't tell me you really think that I trust you 100%? I'll give it to you later. Myriad Cloud Origin Chi is nothing. It's not that I can't afford it, I won't go back on my word. Sage Yue, what's your decision now? Yue nodded lightly. The next moment, she struck with her palm, bang, with a crisp sound. Fang Ping, who was still here a moment ago, was directly struck into nothingness. Yue's expression changed slightly. At this time, the void was torn apart. Fang Ping appeared again, sighing. If I say it's the real body, then it's the real body? Just add a little more imperishable substance, I have plenty of it. Add a little more origin chi and restrain my aura. Do you really think it's the real body? But I'm just within a 30 li radius. Sage Yue, do you still want to make a move? If you make a move, you can take your time to search. Maybe you'll find me. But, next time, I'll ambush and kill you guys day and night. I hope you guys are enough for me to kill. I'm a narrow-minded person. I'm just testing the king of man's strength. Yue was very indifferent. I only saw the king of man's cunning, but not his strength. Do you want to try? Fang Ping laughed wantonly. If you want, there'll be plenty of chances. Yue's expression was icy. After a while, she said, 100,000 cloud origin chi. This palace will help you hold one person back. Saints, it's not as simple as you think. That's too expensive. With this price, I can hire a heavenly king. Fang Ping chuckled. 20,000 clouds. If you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then we part on good terms. I'll go talk to Tiangui again. See if I can trick a few people to death this time. Both of them looked at him, their faces cold. Do you think we're idiots, Tiangui? Fang Ping laughed incomprehensibly. What's wrong? Unbelievable? Don't doubt me. That was arranged by me. I deliberately lured those guys who are hostile to me. I'm telling you, that's so you don't hurt your own people. This time, I want to catch all those who are hostile to me and humans in one fell swoop. When you see Tiangui, don't do anything to him. Tiangui will fake a fight with me. At the crucial moment, he will turn on me and kill the others. In terms of tactics and conspiracies, I don't care about that. When it comes to conspiracies, don't think that you guys have lived for so long. You might not know as much as I do. Fang Ping laughed. You guys have lived for so long. Other than cultivation, what else do you know? I know a lot. I've experienced a lot too. Don't compare yourselves to me. Fang Ping finally looked at Ling Xiao. He smiled. If you're interested, you can participate too. Killing a true god, I'll give you 1,000 clouds. It's not cheap. Ling Xiao, you've offended me many times. If you offend me again this time, there'll be no room for negotiation. Having said that, Fang Ping's apparition dissipated completely. Yue said coldly, time and place. When the saints fight, just come. Fang Ping's voice trailed off. In the next moment, Yue struck the void with a palm. In the void, Fang Ping's avatar shattered. On the side, another avatar rose up, laughing. I'm here. Do you still want to kill? It's not like you need to cut your mentality. I'm within a 30 li radius. I'll control it personally. Why don't you try and see if you can find me, twice? A third time. I'll take it that you're insincere. Yue Wei's expression turned colder. She said lightly, coward. Haha. Fang Ping laughed. Don't provoke me. Really? If you want to cooperate, then cooperate. Provoking me is useless. I've already said that I'm narrow-minded. You just have to provoke me. Aren't you afraid that I'll become the ultimate winner and kill all of you? Who am I? I'm a devil. Fang Ping burst into laughter. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared completely. Yue Wei stood on the spot. Her expression changed again. Ling Zhao's expression was solemn. She said in a low voice, Grandmaster, go back. Yue Wei did not say much. Her expression was still cold. She felt threatened and pressured. Fang Ping was lurking near her. Yet, she did not notice anything amiss. Where was he? Both of them disappeared very quickly. When they disappeared, the void in their original spot fluctuated slightly. In the distance, Yue Wei suddenly turned around. In the next moment, the void shattered. Fang Ping's illusion appeared. Do you think this is my real body? Don't joke around. I have millions and millions of clones. In the next moment, Fang Ping's illusions appeared in all directions. Are you afraid? Dozens of Fang Ping were laughing. Their laughter was terrifying. I'm really leaving, at this moment. 30 li away, the space fluctuated again. Fang Ping waved his hand in this direction. He entered the Forbidden Sea instantly and disappeared without a trace. Scary. Yue Wei said suddenly. Ling Zhao's expression was solemn too. This guy was not here to cooperate. This was a demonstration. He was warning some people, even if he did not want to help, it was best not to get involved. He was very sinister. He was also very scary. He restrained his aura. The saints could not discover him. He hid in the dark. That was the god of slaughter. He did not lack imperishable substance or origin chi. The clones he created all had rank 9 combat strength. Combat strength was not important. The clones that restrained their aura were even scarier because they did not know who the real Fang Ping was. They could not find him even if they tried. If such a person kept his eyes on a force, who would not be afraid? Ling Xiao gritted her teeth. He's threatening us. Yes. Yue Wei said lightly, it's a threat and a warning. All of us are variables. When the battle between the saints breaks out, we will arrive very soon. We are more of a threat than those who are participating in the battle. A group of onlookers was actually more terrifying than those who were participating in the battle. Yue Wei, Yuan Gang, these saints who did not participate in the resurrection were actually more alarming than those who were participating. Fang Ping was warning them. Very quickly, Saint Yue Wei said in a low voice, since he came to threaten us, it means that he thinks he can fight those people. He has a chance to win. Now he's here to eliminate some unexpected factors. As soon as she said that, Ling Xiao asked seriously, Grandmaster, is the help he mentioned real? I don't understand the Demon Emperor. That person. Is that person really not dead? Yue Wei fell into deep thought. After a long time, she sighed. Even if he doesn't participate, try not to get involved with Tiangui and the others. The situation in the 3 realms is more complicated than I thought. Ling Xiao understands. As she said that, Ling Xiao suddenly said telepathically, Grandmaster, Fang Ping is a great threat. Do you think, if we attack him halfway? Yue Wei did not bat an eyelid. She also said telepathically, there are many people who are watching like us. Don't join the battle easily until the last moment. It's not that no one is optimistic about the humans. If that's the case, an unimaginable battle might break out in the end. Even, among Tiangui and the others, there might be pawns that Fang Ping mentioned. Some might really be bribed, and some might change their minds halfway. Anything is possible if you have a good relationship with the human race. The powerhouses of the 3 realms are more complicated than you think. Ling Zhao's expression changed. She nodded. It was true, there might be people like that. At this moment, Fang Ping had already gone to many places. Everything that needed to be prepared was almost ready. In the Forbidden Sea, Fang Ping looked in the direction of 7 Southern Territory and laughed. It was time to walk the dog. Big cat, get ready to work. Fang Ping chuckled and disappeared on the spot instantly. 7 Southern Territories. Not long after the cat and Fang Yuan made their move, the cat suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed Fang Yuan in one gulp. In the next moment, the cat shook its fat body and fled. Liar, I can't pretend anymore. The cat roared and fled quickly, yelling pitifully, there are so many of them, let's run. At this moment, on the sea of 7 Southern Territories, Fang Ping's aura erupted, his voice shook heaven and earth, laughing loudly. Why are you running? They're just a bunch of trash who can't see the big picture clearly. Do they really think they can kill me? After saying that, Fang Ping laughed loudly. Come, let's walk the dog. Having said that, a dog bowl appeared in Fang Ping's hand, carved with a few big words, come and eat quickly. At this moment, the void shattered. At this moment, no one made a sound, but powerhouses broke through the void directly, charging toward Fang Ping. No one spoke, they wanted to kill Fang Ping. This was decided long ago, there was no room for negotiation. Fang Ping punched the void, laughing heartily. So impatient? The king of man shall fall. In the sky, someone was cold, tearing through the void, descending directly. Tiangui, Fang Ping also escaped from another space, laughing loudly. Go and say this to the martial king, what are you being so arrogant for? Do you think you can still escape? Tiangui was cold and indifferent. At this moment, in front of the cat, an old saint appeared, saying calmly, Emperor Sky, please wait for a moment. The cat turned and fled. Behind him, another saint appeared. Emperor Sky, this path is blocked. The cat looked aggrieved. You want to rebel? You attacked me, the cat guard captain and big dog will definitely kill you. Behind him, the middle-aged saint said lightly, we dare not. Since Emperor Sky doesn't participate in the dispute of the 3 realms, why make an exception for Fang Ping? The cat's big eyes turned and suddenly shouted, liar, I've helped you to hold back the 2 saints, you can run away by yourself. The 2 saints looked at each other, smiling, not minding. Suppressing the cat, 2 saints were not a lot. Seeing this, the cat muttered, 2 saints. I'll remember you. When Big Dog comes back, I'll let Big Dog beat you up. Their expressions changed slightly, and the old saint chuckled, Song Di, we didn't do anything to you, we just let you watch a show. No matter how domineering the heavenly monarch is, he won't fall out with us, it's Dogface. I'll definitely beat you to death. Unless, you accompany this cat to the sea to catch a big fish. Otherwise, you will definitely be out of luck. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Soon, the old sage smiled and said, Emperor Tsong, please. Fishing, we can also experience Emperor Tsong's interest. Their mission would be complete once they took the cat away. As for killing Fang Ping, there was still someone else. In the Forbidden Sea. At this moment, 2 sages had already appeared. One in the back and one in the air. The one in the sky was Tiangui. Fang Ping did not recognize the person at the back. At this moment, Fang Ping shouted, the fella at the back, introduce yourself. At least let me know who did this to me. I am Heavenly Speed. One of the 36 saints, this person's title was Heavenly Speed, and his speed was really fast. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, the other party had already torn apart the void and located Fang Ping's position in an instant. The saint token appeared in Fang Ping's hand. A seal smashed open the space, and he fled again. At this moment, the void in front of him fluctuated. An old man with white hair and extremely long eyebrows descended, holding a long sword in his hand. He said lightly, this path is blocked, I am Heavenly Sword. Fang Ping turned again. At this moment, on the left, a cold old woman appeared. I am Heavenly Qiao. Tiangui, Sky Speed, Sky Sword, Sky Qiao, 4 great sages, 4 of the 36 saints. At this moment, these people surrounded Fang Ping from all directions. Fang Ping's gaze changed. Ruthless. Are there any more? Of course. At this moment, another saint appeared. She was also a woman, beautiful and alluring, extremely seductive. I am Xianxia. Where did you come from? Earth Emperor God Dynasty, Temple Master of all things. The coquettish woman laughed. The Emperor massacred the people of the God Dynasty. You should know this day will come. 5 saints, at this moment, Xianxia grinned. The Emperor is waiting for heavenly wood? There's no need for that. One of the temple masters has gone over to heavenly wood. Heavenly wood won't come to help. Fang Ping sighed. He looked around and said softly, 8 saints. What did I, Fang Ping, do to attract 8 saints? Old Cat took 2 saints with him. Heavenly wood still had 1. There were 5 saints here, a total of 8 saints. At this moment, the chi dynamics of the 5 saints erupted. The entire Forbidden Sea seemed to be shaking. In order to kill Fang Ping, these people really went all out this time. 8 saints moved, at the same time. 6 southern regions. Imperial Sea Mountain. Wu Quishan's eyes were cold. Furchuan, Tianyu, Jihong. They really think highly of me. 3 true gods, Furchuan said lightly, Snake King, the rise and fall of the human race is due to Fang Ping. He's too ostentatious. At this moment, in the direction of the Forbidden Sea, a monster roared at the sky. Wu Quishan saw Jiao and heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, a golden dragon, a roc, and a ferocious tiger appeared. The 3 true gods of the demon race moved. Jiao, you won't be able to escape death too. The asterisk starred, my ancestor is the Celestial Emperor. How dare you attack me? What a joke, how can the Celestial Emperor have descendants? At this moment, the golden dragon Long Qi opened his mouth and said in a loud voice, at most, you're just a strand of the Celestial Emperor's blood essence, a bastard born from the union of an unknown demon race. The first generation of golden horned beasts is considered pure blood. Who do you think you are? Jiao was furious. It roared at the sky, its anger soaring. This guy was insulting it, insulting the noble descendant of the Celestial Emperor. 6 paragons surrounded Snake King and Jiao. 6 southern regions. 2 paragons were in danger. In the sea. Water Immortal Island. Wu Qili's roar shook the sky, however, powerhouses were suppressing them from all directions. Kuan King, Crab King, and the others had arrived. Wu Qili, you're a demon powerhouse, a powerhouse of Emperor Nan's bloodline. Are you going to fight for the human race? Kuan King said coldly, you're a disgrace to Emperor Nan's bloodline. Wu Qili roared, you dare to surround and kill me on the Water Immortal Island. Who gave you the courage? Me. At this moment, a shadow stepped down from the sky with his hands behind his back. He said coldly, go back. For the sake of the Water Immortal Island, I won't kill you. If you dare to fight, you'll be dragging Emperor Nan's bloodline into the flames of war. Wu Qili, you're not qualified. Wu Qili roared at the sky. This was the heir of Emperor Nan's bloodline. He had taken over the Water Immortal Island. At this moment, Wu Qili transformed into human form. A burly man appeared and roared, I'm the king of the Water Immortal Island, not Wu Qili of Emperor Nan's bloodline. I only represent the Water Immortal Island. What do you have to do with me? How dare you? The person in the sky snorted. Wu Qili roared and instantly transformed into his true form, a green water buffalo. He was hundreds of feet tall, and his 4 hooves stepped on the air. He roared, I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to kill me, the Patriarch will return and the Water Immortal Island will rebel. Among Emperor Nan's bloodline, the Water Immortal Island is more important than you. I'd like to see if you dare to kill me. If you kill me, Emperor Nan's bloodline will be completely destroyed. Do you really think I don't understand? Let me go. I have my own path. You have no right to make decisions on my behalf. The water buffalo's roar shook the sky, it didn't care. It had its own path, the path of the Sea Guardian. At this moment, this saint was involved in its struggle for the great path. It had already benefited from the human race and reached the peak. At this moment, its great path was not firm. Its future was uncertain. In the sky, the saint of Emperor Nan's bloodline had a cold expression. After a long time, he said coldly, all right, since you want to die, then die. From today onwards, you, Wu Qili, are no longer the heir of Emperor Nan's bloodline. I don't care. Wu Qili roared. He instantly broke free from the suppression and broke through the air. King Kuan and the others looked at the saint. The saint said indifferently, since you're not from Emperor Nan's bloodline, Wu Qili has nothing to do with me. As soon as he said that, the few of them seemed to have received a holy order. They roared and chased after Wu Qili. It was still the 6 southern regions. Yu Wuhua and Long Xian gathered together. At this moment, their expressions were ugly. Wuhua, what should we do? Emperor Tsang had been taken away. At this moment, they had received a holy order to evacuate this place. Emperor Tsang's safety was guaranteed. Yu Wuhua felt the aura of 8 powerhouses nearby. 6 of them came from the catacombs. Glancing at Long Xian, Yu Wuhua suddenly laughed. Do you think Fang Ping can turn the tables? They had received the news, Fang Ping would definitely die. 5 great saints besieged Fang Ping in the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping could not escape even if he had wings. Long Xian said nothing. Do you still remember the scene in the graveyard of gods that day? Yu Wuhua murmured, that day, I wish I could be born at the same time. That day, the human race fought in all directions. In a desperate situation, he turned the tables. Fang Ping won. At that time, Wuhua felt that martial arts cultivators should be like humans, even if they became demons, kill a bloody path and fight for a future. 3,000 years ago, I wanted to achieve Tao, but I couldn't. At the end of that day's battle, I broke through the barriers of many years and found my own Tao. At this moment, Yu Wuhua's aura flourished. I, Immortal Quest Island, only ask about the immortal path. Today, I am inferior to the human race. The Emperor's successor. Small vision, small spirit, Wuhua disdains to be associated with them. This woman, who Fang Ping had only seen a few times, burst out with incomparably brilliant light at this moment. I am willing to fight for a future. 3,000 years ago, Luo Yu, Yu Wuhua, Gu Qing, including Ling Xiao, these people were the pride of that era. However, 3,000 years later, some of them died, and some of them had not achieved Tao. Today, Yu Wuhua wanted to fight for a future that she had decided for herself. Snake King, Yu Wuhua is here to help. At this moment, a golden ribbon pierced through the void. Yu Wuhua laughed loudly, laughing boldly. She wanted to fight for a future. Who said that women were inferior to men? Thank you, Fairy Wuhua, for your help. Wu Quishan was overjoyed. The human race had once again welcomed external help. Below, Long Xian's expression changed. Then, he gritted his teeth. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky, and a giant golden dragon appeared. Long Qi, you mixed-blood dragon race, come and fight me. Long Xian roared. He was a dragon from Dragon Island, a descendant of the Dragon Emperor. Long Qi was a descendant of the Myriad Demon King. They were all dragons. As soon as these words came out, Long Qi was also furious. Your Dragon Island submitted to the Beast Emperor. I thought that you, Long Xian, were wise, but now it seems that you are also seeking death. As soon as he finished speaking, above the Forbidden Sea, the 2 giant golden dragons collided instantly. Blood splattered in the void. Jiao saw this and roared, swallowing the sky and the moon, frantically swallowing the entire void. Kill. Over at Imperial Sea Mountain, the battle also broke out instantly. The 4 paragons had just entered the Paragon not long ago. As for the 6 true gods, some had already entered the true god realm for many years. However, at this moment, when the 2 sides fought, it was still extremely cruel. The war broke out just like that. At this moment, all the powerhouses of the 3 realms were paying attention. Wangwu Mountain, the Emperor's bloodline, Emperor Nan, Emperor Shi, all the powerhouses of the Emperor's bloodline were watching the battle. The Extreme Path's disciples were also watching the battle. The Tiangue and the Catacombs had joined forces with some people to surround and kill Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping might not be able to escape. 8 saints, terrifying power. 8 saints could even defeat 7 heavenly kings. Even 6 heavenly kings could be defeated or even killed. In order to kill Fang Ping, it could be said that this time, the Tiangue had mobilized their strongest combat strength. Kill, then it must be a one-hit kill. Having studied Fang Ping's background, he knew the consequences if Fang Ping did not die. He must not let Fang Ping escape again. in the sky above the Forbidden Sea. In the direction of the 7 Southern Territory. Fang Ping was surrounded by 5 saints. No one listened to him. Almost instantly, these people attacked him. Fang Ping escaped into the sea instantly. However, at this moment, he was blasted out in the blink of an eye. In the sea, a giant monster appeared, speaking in human language. It said lightly, "Earthly Emperor Dynasty, Jingqi." Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. An emperor-level demon from the Earthly Emperor Dynasty era. Fang Ping did not waste any time. Without another word, he tore the void apart again. As soon as the void was torn apart, the Tiangui seal smashed over, and the void exploded. Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of blood. His military uniform was shredded. Cracks appeared on his golden body as he flew backward. On the other side, a few saints attacked one after another, kill Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping let out a low roar. 3 round balls were tossed out. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. In the next moment, 3 masked men appeared. Yes, masked men. Not only were they masked, but at this moment, the 3 of them looked completely different. One was carrying a chengdao on his back, one was holding a spear, and the last was holding a staff. Divine saber. Divine spear. Trickster. 3 gods, fight. The 3 of them roared at the same time. In the next moment, they went straight for Sky Speed, Sky Sword, and Sky Qiao. Tiangui was surprised and shocked. Who was this? He did not know. He could not tell whether they were real or fake. They looked like real people, but not at the same time. Where did these 3 saints suddenly appear in this world, at the same time? Mount Wanwu. At the top of the mountain. This scene was displayed on a crystal screen. Saint Yuwei's expression changed slightly. It's really him. Back then, he only had emperor-level strength, but he was known as one of the strongest in the 3 realms. It was not because he was strong, but because he could forge divine weapons. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were protecting him. Today, however, she saw a completely different scene, his clones. At this moment, the 3 doppelgangers had actually blocked 3 sages. Who is he? Ling Xiao was also shocked. Could these 3 be the same person? Don't ask. Yue Wei shook her head. This guy was a taboo. Yue Wei frowned. This person actually appeared, on the Forbidden Sea. The appearance of the 3 clones also shocked the others. Not only that, Fang Ping also threw out 2 people at this moment, Di Xing and Ming Ting, shouting, "Kill this whale and bring it back to stew." Ming Ting and Di Xing looked at each other, extremely solemn, emperor level, not just an ordinary emperor level, but an experienced emperor level. Although not a saint, the demon emperor level was slightly stronger. Although both of them had emperor level strength, they had just achieved it and might not be able to defeat it. However, at this time, they had no other choice. The 2 of them let out a low roar and charged toward the whales below them. Tiangui's expression changed. He said lightly, "Very capable." It was more terrifying than he expected. Fang Ping actually managed to summon 3 saints and 2 emperor levels to help him. This was beyond his expectations. However, there were still 2 saints at this moment, Tiangui, Qingmo. At this moment, in the void, a figure appeared. His face was illusory, looking at Fang Ping with a complicated gaze. He said lightly, 2 saints, I can't help you hold them back. 1 person is enough. I'll leave that old witch to you. Fang Ping shouted coldly. Jiang Hao sighed softly and did not say anything else. He looked at Qingmo. Let's learn from each other. As soon as he said that, he rushed over and fought with Qingmo. In 4 directions, 8 saint-level powerhouses were fighting. This time, Tiangui's expression really changed a little. Heavenly Wood, Song Mao, 2 emperor levels. For saints, where did Fang Ping get so many reinforcements? Not only that, at this moment, in the direction of 6 southern regions, 10 desperate realm powerhouses also began to gather. The sound of battle shook the sky. They began to fight in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. The strength of the human race was stronger than imagined. But you still want to die? Tiangui shouted coldly, smashing the seal toward Fang Ping again. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, broke the void, and escaped dozens of miles in an instant. Tiangue arrived almost instantly. Rumble, a roar was heard. Fang Ping's back was hit directly. He gritted his teeth and sneered. Come, let's play with this dog of yours. You're asking for death. Tiangue shouted coldly and blasted another punch. Fang Ping held the seal to defend, but he was no match for the saint. His golden body was directly smashing through the void. This blow, even if Fang Ping had some emperor-level characteristics, he was still seriously injured. However, the imperishable substance on Fang Ping's body gushed out like it was free and began to repair his injuries, but his injuries were still extremely serious. At this moment, Tiangue suddenly closed his eyes and snorted coldly. Fang Ping's origin qi overflowed from his body, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Severing Dao. Do you think you're worthy of severing the saint's Dao? Tiangue snorted coldly. Fang Ping was a little difficult to deal with, but it depended on who he was dealing with. He was a saint, an ancient saint. Fang Ping wanted to sever his Dao. It was a lunatic's ravings. Moreover, it was not like he did not know Fang Ping's ability. This kid, he had injured Fang Ping's origin instead. Old man, you're amazing. Fang Ping laughed. But I don't lack origin qi. Let's play slowly. Sooner or later, I'll toy with you until you die. Fang Ping took advantage of this gap and flew into the void again. Do you think you can run? Tiangue sneered. The big seal in his hand was suddenly thrown into the sky. Seal. Rumble. At this moment, the big seal disappeared into the void. In the next moment, Fang Ping felt the arrival of big trouble. The void was even more solid. Saint's token. The existence of the saint's token was originally to stabilize the world. At this moment, Tiangue threw the saint's token into the void, suppressing this side of the world. Although Fang Ping could still fly, it was no longer like before, when he could fly tens or hundreds of miles. It was only a few miles. For powerhouses, it was better not to fly into the void. You must die. Tiangue was indifferent. Let's see how you escape. Did you think the ancient saints were those useless true gods you killed? Fang Ping gritted his teeth and roared. His qi erupted, the void trembled. At this moment, a big seal appeared, breaking the void with one blow. You're quite capable. You're really going to become an emperor. Seeing Fang Ping's blow explode the void, Tiangue's gaze became colder. It was really too scary. How many days had it been? This guy really had some weak emperor-level combat strength. Go to hell. Tiangue's palm swept the void. Fang Ping roared, the god-slaying saber appearing, slashing his palm. Sparks flew everywhere. Fang Ping, on the other hand, suffered a violent shock. His golden body was actually trembling. Tremor force, he felt that he could not move from the shock. In the distance, Tiangue sneered. This was a saint. The huge palm grabbed Fang Ping in an instant. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the palm exploded. Half of Fang Ping's golden body was destroyed, but most of it recovered in an instant. He escaped a few miles away, his face pale. This was a saint. He was indeed no match for him. Even if Tiangue had not recovered to his peak, he had at least a limit of 4.5 million calories, close to an 80% outburst. 3.6 million cal. If Fang Ping did not fight across the void and collided with him head-on, 3 moves would be enough to make Fang Ping's golden body explode, and he would die. Human, bless me. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly roared. At the same time, Earth. Countless people walked out of their houses. In the sky, a large number of powerhouses soared and walked. They roared one after another, the king is fighting everywhere again. We need to fight for the king, for the human race. The human race is strong, the king is strong. Everyone, break through. Below, there were thousands of people. Some were aspiring martial artists, some were martial artists. At this moment, there was a common characteristic, they were about to break through. At this moment, the aspiring martial artists roared one after another, advancing to martial artists. The martial artists also absorbed the energy balls thrown by the powerhouses in the sky and absorbed them into their bodies. Some of them exploded instantly, but they were still roaring. There was not much they could do, they were chosen because they were about to break through. This was glory, it was also the human race's belief, only breakthrough. They did not know if Fang Ping would become stronger if they broke through, but they knew that this was hope. It was also the only thing they, the people behind the scenes, could do. Sun City. Zhang Peng roared. 6 refinements, it was time to break through. 7 or 8 refinements? Rank 9 was stronger than rank 8. People of Sun City, advance with me. How can we avoid war in the king's hometown? I have advanced to rank 9. Martial artists who are willing to fight, follow me into the catacombs and quell the war. Fight. Unity was a stronghold, this was the king's hometown. There were no cowards. They could not afford to lose face, a rank 9 commander was also the only one in the world. This was glory. At this moment, a large amount of energy overflowed from Sun City. Countless people roared at this moment. Breakthrough. Zhang Peng also roared and took a step forward. In the void, a path flashed and disappeared, 100 meters long. It was not long, but today, he had entered Origin, became a rank 9, and fought in the catacombs. As the descendant of the King Wu, he would not embarrass the human race. His father died young, and he, Zhang Peng, was the pillar of the Zhang family's eldest son. His younger siblings were still young, and his uncle's strength was not as good as his. At this moment, no one from the Zhang family was fighting in the catacombs. He, Zhang Peng, had to hold up the Zhang family's King Wu card. Break! Zhang Peng's golden body erupted, illuminating Sun City. In the next moment, he roared, with the enemy's blood, I will forge my martial arts foundation. Everyone, those who can fight, enter the catacombs. Kill! Kill! The roar shook the sky. At this moment, thousands of martial artists broke through the air and followed Zhang Peng, charging toward the Nanjiang catacombs closest to them. The Nanjiang catacombs that had originally been pacified were also in a bloody battle today. Today, they fought for the human race. P.S. Asking for some monthly votes seems to have beaten the previous ones, a pleasant surprise. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor kill. The entire outskirts of the catacombs were engaged in a massacre. Fresh blood dyed the catacombs red. Hysterical, fighting to the death without retreating. Behind him was his country, his race. A human king was fighting, generations of experts of the human race were fighting. The experts were fighting, bathing in blood for the survival of the human race. What right did the others have to not fight? Even if they were weak, they would fight to the bitter end to tell the 3 realms that the human race had never been afraid. Forbidden Sea. Kill. Old Man Lee's. Skybreaker, who could stop him? He was going back to help the human race. This road is blocked. A giant octopus blocked his way. Desperate Sea. The path of the human race will be forged through slaughter. Old Manly roared fiercely. Humans don't rely on others to make way. Our path is carved out by ourselves. Since the beginning of neo-martial arts, they had always been fighting and had never stopped. Why would they need others to make way for them? You think you're qualified to stop me? Broken longevity. The heaven-punishing sword erupted with a blinding light that illuminated the world. Sword light crisscrossed the world. Behind the octopus, countless Forbidden Sea demons screamed miserably as they were instantly cut into pieces by the sword light. One sword to sever longevity. Today, he was going to slay demons and enter the Tao. Even if he couldn't reach the absolute peak, he was going to slay a true deity. He was the longevity swordsman, the invincible longevity swordsman. Break! 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 With 3 consecutive roars, 3 beams of sword light pierced through the void, forming a large array that instantly attacked the octopus. The tentacles of the octopus soared into the air. Just as it struck out, it suffered a critical strike. Several of its long tentacles were instantly cut off. What a domineering sword technique! Heaven exterminating sword, an ancient divine artifact, this seat kindly accepts. The octopus was not shocked. Instead, it was delighted. If it was in the past, how could a true god realm like it have the qualifications to wield a divine artifact? But now, this human actually possessed a divine artifact. If he killed him, entered the Forbidden Sea, and refined the divine artifact, he could make up for all his losses this time. You think you're worthy? Old Manly let out a cold snort. His vitality surged, and he let out another furious roar. At this moment, his entire being had merged into the longsword, and his roar shook the heavens. Life sword. The life sword, which he had only used once in the king's battlefield, appeared once more. Shadows appeared one after another. Heroic spirits that had died in battle in the catacombs reappeared. Although the common people are bitter, they will not regret it even if they die. In the past 100 years of the human race, which powerhouse had ever said that it was a bitter new martial artist, the path of the common people? The moment the sword appeared, heaven and earth shook. The sky was torn apart. The octopus, which was still thinking about snatching the heaven-punishing sword, suddenly revealed a look of horror in its huge eyes. Third heaven breaking 3 was nothing. A burst of 600,000 calories would do it. Even so, there were strong and weak ones at break 3. The strong ones could explode with more than 1 million cal, while the weak ones could explode with more than 600,000 cal. Even if they were at the peak of level 4 or 5, with vitality exceeding 1 million, they might not be able to inflict 1 million cal of damage. Not even Li Chongqing, however, at this moment. Li Chongqing had fused his 9 refinements golden body with the divine armament, the Sky Destroyer sword, and slashed out with this sword. It vaguely felt an incomparably great threat. At this moment, its source great Tao trembled. This person wanted to sever the Tao. You're not qualified. The octopus also roared. His great path was sturdy, and his spiritual energy was stronger than Li Chongqing's. How could this guy be qualified to break his great path? He was not qualified. Old Manly was one with his sword. At this moment, his voice shook the heavens. What qualifications do I need to slay a beast? The Forbidden Sea Demon tribe actually dared to stop him from returning to aid the humans. They deserved to die. At this moment, the longsword was unbelievably fast. It broke through the limits of space. Countless shadows surrounded the longsword like stars surrounding the moon. As the longsword slashed through the air, a soft sound was heard. Roar. A shrill roar was heard. A sword appeared on the octopus's head. Compared to its huge body, it looked like a toothpick stuck in its head. However, at this moment, the octopus was howling in pain. The moment the Sky Destroyer stabbed in, its great path suffered a violent impact. The source world was shaking. Go to hell. The other tentacles of the octopus all whipped toward its head. Bang, 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 a series of collisions were heard. With a plop, Old Manly and the Sky Destroyer sword separated. He was bathed in blood, his face pale. Holding the long sword, he half knelt on the octopus's head. At this moment, the tentacles around him were still surrounding him. Old Manly let out a long laugh. He stood up again and slashed with his sword. He laughed and said, "Your great path is shaking. Do you think you're qualified to fight me to the death?" As soon as he finished speaking, Old Manly's golden body exploded with a dazzling light. 9 forged golden body. The world only knew that Fong Ping had a 9 forged golden body. How many people remembered that he, Li Chongqing, had also achieved rank 9 with a 9 forged golden body? At this moment, a ray of golden light was as fast as lightning. Holding a divine weapon, it spun and leaped in midair. Countless shadows appeared in the void. Those were the afterimages left behind by the extreme speed. Wherever the afterimages passed by, they were fighting with the octopus tentacles. Blood dyed the surface of the sea gold. Some belonged to Old Manly, some belonged to the octopus. As it fought, the octopus started to feel scared. The other party might not be its match. However, it suddenly felt that it was worth it to fight with this person until the end. It was only entrusted by the Kuan King to keep this person occupied. If this went on, it felt that even if it killed the other party, it would be seriously injured. In the Forbidden Sea, an injured true god monster beast might very well become someone else's meal. Human. Scram. Countless tentacles of the octopus were broken. At this moment, it maintained the last of its dignity and roared, "Scram. I don't want to argue with you today." Old Manly's face was pale. His 9 forged golden body was also badly damaged. After all, he was not a paragon. He had not even reached the end of rank 9, fighting with a paragon demon until the other party was afraid of being seriously injured and had to give way. It was already extremely shocking. After Fong Ping, this was the second rank 9 powerhouse who defied the heavens and killed gods. However, at this moment, Old Manly did not leave. The first spurt of energy will dry up, and the third will weaken. If I don't prove my Tao to the Paragon today, it's useless even if I go back. You are my whetstone. Old Manly roared. This fellow had already consumed too much of his strength and foundation. If he did not prove his Tao, when he went back, he would only be a useless rank 9. What was the use? Only at this moment, unleashing his full strength and killing this paragon demon beast, could he achieve the general trend and take advantage of it to prove his Tao to the desperation realm. King Wu killed a saint to advance to Heavenly King. Fang Ping wanted to borrow the saint's hand to help him prove his Tao to the paragon. War King, Netherworld King, Qin Yaozu, Zhang Weiyu, each and every one of these experts had used their strength to prove their Tao, killing their enemies to prove their Tao, killing a strong enemy. This was the general trend. Their essence, spirit, and spirit would reach the peak in an instant. Their mentality would also undergo a huge transformation. This was the struggle between life and death, fighting for a future. Humans were all fighting. Today, he, Li Chongqing, also wanted to fight. If he succeeded, he would return as a paragon swordsman and kill even more strong enemies. ****, your courting death. The octopus was furious. Its huge figure suddenly rolled. The entire sea region was stirring up waves. Old Manly stepped on its body. At this moment, a huge wave came crashing. The seawater was like sulfuric acid, wrapping him up instantly. Even his 9-forged golden body was sizzling. Corrosion, however, Old Manly allowed the seawater to corrode him. His feet were rooted, laughing loudly, stabbing down with his sword. Pfft, golden blood gushed out. In the next moment, a tentacle pierced through Old Manly's chest. Li Chongqing was incomparably savage. Holding the sword with both hands, he stabbed down again. However, his teeth revealed a cold glint, biting down on the tentacle that pierced through his chest. His teeth were like sharp swords. Crack, a sound of metal colliding was heard. Li Chongqing's mouth was full of blood, but he smiled ferociously. He bit off a large piece of the golden flesh on the tentacle and swallowed it directly, laughing loudly. Delicious. Great supplement. Crunch, crunch. The ear-piercing sound of chewing metal was heard. The flesh of a venerable demon was countless times tougher than metal without being processed. Li Chongqing's teeth were shining with golden light as he chewed, but he did not care. Below him, the octopus rolled and boiled again, diving straight into the forbidden sea. Li Chongqing's sword stabbed into its body. It could not survive no matter what. It was in a difficult situation. Enter the forbidden sea and corrode him to death. Not only that, but at this moment, its mentality incarnation flashed directly above the flesh. A gloomy middle-aged man was furious, charging towards him swiftly. Mentality incarnation? Haha, you're courting death. At this moment, Old Man Li's vitality exploded like a bloody sun. He did not cultivate mentality. So what? I have hot blood, that's enough. His vitality was burning, a burst of sparks that burned the void rose. Old Man Li continued laughing maniacally. Holding the sword, the sparks merged with the longsword. Almost in an instant, Old Man Li's sword pierced through the air, piercing through the mentality incarnation. At this moment, more than 10 tentacles appeared. As he pierced through the mentality incarnation, they entangled him as well. An ear-piercing sound was heard. It was like being sliced by 1,000 knives. Old Man Li's golden body was cut. Blood and flesh splattered, his bones broken, but he held on. Once again, he swung his sword in all directions, cutting off countless tentacles. A fight to the death. At this moment, his vitality was depleted, his golden body was damaged, and his combat strength was reduced by 80%. However, below him, the octopus was not having it easy either. More than half of its tentacles were cut off, and the mentality incarnation was destroyed. At this moment, the octopus was slightly out of control. It rushed to the bottom of the sea, howling mournfully. Most martial artists would lose control when their mentality was destroyed. The demons were even stronger. It only wanted to use the incarnation to chase Li Chongqing away. Who knew that this person would disregard everything? Under such circumstances, he allowed its tentacles to pierce through him and destroy its mentality incarnation. At this moment, the octopus was extremely irascible. Not only was the seawater corroding Li Chongqing, but it was also corroding the out-of-control itself. At this moment, Li Chongqing still did not care about all this. He saw it, he saw the opponent's demon core, he saw the heart core, and so did the brain core. he wanted to pierce through this demon's heart core and brain core. Once the heart core and brain core were destroyed, this demon would no longer be a threat. Although he himself was about to be corroded into a skeleton, he did not care. He was not going to die immediately. He had successfully achieved Tao. He did not need to care about anything else. I still have one more sword. Old Manly laughed loudly. Yes, he still had one more sword. The longevity swordsman was famous for his longevity sword. However, he still had the stronger life sword. After the life sword, there was still one more sword. That day at the king's battleground, Li Chongqing, Tian Mu, and Wu Quishan used this sword at the same time, a combat technique created by a rank 8 martial artist, demonic martial sword. It was extremely similar to the human's blood saber technique. It was more domineering and more terrifying. However, the toll was also great. That time, if the three of them did not have Fang Ping's help, it would be difficult for them to recover. Today, at this point, why would he care about that? At this moment, the broken flesh on his body was instantly integrated into the Sky Destroyer. Not only that, Old Manly laughed loudly. I'll let you have a taste of something even more powerful. Bang! At this moment, only his head, neck, and right arm were left of his golden body. The other parts had all exploded. The exploded golden body was integrated into the Sky Destroyer once again. The Sky Destroyer exploded with a blinding light, sweeping away the surrounding seawater. In the face of a life and death crisis, the octopus seemed to have sobered up a little. At this moment, it roared furiously, "Get lost, bug! Get lost!" It was a little scared. Demonic martial sword. With a loud roar, the heavens and the earth changed color. The seawater retreated directly, revealing a vacuum. The void was blasted by the sword chi, creating a long crack. Old Manly was only left with his head and right arm. Holding the sword, he went straight for the brain nucleus. He wanted to smash this bastard's brain nucleus. At this moment, the remaining tentacles of the octopus went berserk one after another, charging toward him. Bang! The moment the tentacles touched the sword chi, they exploded immediately. However, some of the tentacles avoided the Sky Destroyer and went straight for Old Manly's head. However, Old Manly still did not care to fight for life and death, only attack and no defense. Let's see who was faster, who was lucky. Splat! The tentacles pierced through his head. Old Manly's eyes dimmed instantly. However, at this moment, his long sword also hit the crystal-like brain nucleus. Crack! The brain nucleus cracked. The cracking sound was endless. Time seemed to have stopped. The next moment, a loud bang was heard, followed by the sound of an explosion. The brain nucleus was completely shattered. The octopus fell into silence. The tentacles that pierced through Old Manly gradually softened, sliding down from his head. Old Manly's 7 orifices were bleeding. There was a big hole in the center of his forehead, but he was laughing softly. No one knew where the laughter came from. "You lost?" Old Manly laughed suddenly. Then, his head flew down, biting and devouring the octopus's flesh. His flesh was recovering. Gradually, his left arm grew, then his sternum, then his lower body. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. The giant octopus was bitten by him until its flesh and blood flew everywhere. As for the octopus whose mentality was destroyed, although it was not dead yet, it had completely fallen into stillness. After a while, Old Manly's golden body recovered. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. "Today, I'll slay a god and prove my Tao." A long howl resounded in all directions. Old Manly struck with his sword, smashing the giant heart nucleus into pieces directly. The heart nucleus and brain nucleus were smashed at the same time. To a demon, this was fatal. Rumble. Today, the first fallen paragon had appeared. It was not on Fang Ping's side, nor was it on Wu Quishan's side. On the Forbidden Sea, the longevity swordsman killed a venerable demon as a rank 9. The great Tao collapsed. The sky was torn apart. At the same time, in the sky, a brand new great Tao appeared again. Li Chongqing's Tao, the great Tao stretched, reaching 999 meters in an instant. 1,000 meters was right in front of him. At this moment, a voice was heard. The path of extreme Tao is not a good path. Once you enter extreme Tao, you will never regret it for the rest of your life. The 4 emperors have no choice but to reincarnate. Before the voice faded, Old Manly did not even look over there. He soared into the sky and took a step. Good path, bad path, the path that could kill the enemy was a good path, extreme Tao. If he really had the strength of an extreme Tao heavenly emperor, would he still care about those? What a joke, rumble. With this step, 1,000 meters of great Tao was formed. Between heaven and earth, a blood sun appeared. That was caused by a powerful vitality. At this moment, mentality swept over from all directions. Someone said in shock, vitality Tao, no, physique Tao. It doesn't look like it. It should be extreme Tao too. This person has proven his Tao with extreme Tao. Who is he? Human Li Chongqing. Longevity swordsman Li Chongqing. Mentor of the human king. At this moment, old man Li's vitality was transforming, his physique was transforming. His eyes were like a furnace, shining with divine light. He looked in all directions and shouted coldly, humans may be weak, but we will never regret 100 battles. I, Li Chongqing, am not talented, but I am willing to use this life to pave the way for humans. Being enemies with humans, I will cut off your path to longevity. A cold shout echoed in all directions. In the next moment, Li Chongqing, who was still transforming, did not even look back. He broke through the air and charged toward the 6 southern regions, fight them until the sky and earth were turned upside down, kill them until the universe was clear. A blood-red mark ran through 1,000 miles of road. Li Chongqing, who was still transforming, did not care whether his realm was stable or not. The enemy's blood was the foundation of forging Tao. At this moment, in the dark, the person who spoke earlier sighed softly. The others did not notice his presence. Beside him, Qin Fengqing's eyes flickered. Hong Yu said lightly, humans are in danger. Aren't you going to fight? Qin Fengqing paused. After a while, he said, he will win. I'm too weak. Can Fang Ping win? Hong Yu smiled faintly. 5 saints are killing him from 10,000 miles away. The God Creation Envoy's avatar is strong, but it won't last long. Once its power is exhausted, the avatar will dissipate, and he will die for sure. Are you willing to attack, Senior? I can't attack. If I attack, I will be provoking a strong enemy. These people will not kill Fang Ping for no reason. Even Senior is not willing to provoke them. I am no match for them. Not fighting anymore? Fight. Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, but now is not the time. I have yet to achieve Tao. Killing a few rank 9s is useless. Up to you. Hong Yu laughed, saying lightly, I have found the location of the fake sky grave. I want to go in and take a look. Do you want to go? Qin Fengqing pondered for a moment, shaking his head. I'm not going. Thank you for your guidance these days, Senior. Where are you going, then? To the place where I should go. Qin Fengqing bowed slightly, turning his head to look at the catacombs. His gaze was complicated. Very quickly, he collected his emotions and flew away. Today, he was not qualified to participate in a war like this. The catacombs, the war in the catacombs would be won by humans, ha ha ha. At this moment, on the other side of the Forbidden Sea, Fang Ping laughed out loud. The 3 realms are vast, but the humans rule. The longevity swordsman has achieved the pinnacle of Tao. Slaying gods and proving Tao. The humans are invincible. Who can defeat them? At this moment, Fang Ping's aura was soaring. With a slash of his saber, he shattered the void and charged toward Tiangui. So what if you're a saint? I have the humans as my foundation. I don't lack the courage to fight. Trash, how can you be called a saint? Tiangui's expression was cold. His body was like a dragon, twisting the void. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Fang Ping and struck with his palm. Fang Ping defended with his saber on his back. While defending, he kicked sideways. He was still attacking. Creak, the god-slaying saber was hit until sparks flew in all directions. Fang Ping kicked out, but it was as if he had kicked a mountain. Tiangui's other hand grabbed his leg directly. With a cold snort, he crushed Fang Ping's left leg. He had the ability to kill Fang Ping in seconds, even if Fang Ping was slightly stronger than before, even possessing emperor-level combat strength. However, a saint was in existence that worshipped heavenly kings. Fang Ping only possessed some emperor-level combat strength. How could he be Tiangui's opponent? Fang Ping did not get entangled. His left leg was instantly severed by himself, and he escaped from Tiangui's killing range, escaping again. Small fry. Tiangui said coldly, where can you run to? What can one more true god change? Trash, a saint has yet to succeed in killing me. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed out loud. He did not know why he was laughing. He laughed so hard that tears were forming. Do you know, you'll become the laughingstock of the three realms if you die? Because you'll never know how useless you are. Tiangui snorted coldly, he did not understand what was going on. Yes, he did not manage to kill Fang Ping quickly. However, it was not that easy for a saint to kill an emperor. Was this considered a laughingstock? He had just recovered. Fang Ping was cunning and was a human king with emperor-level combat strength. It was not a big deal that he could not kill him easily, right? If he really killed Fang Ping in 2 or 3 moves, it would make human kings seem worthless. Was this considered a laughingstock? Tiangui did not understand, but Fang Ping laughed loudly, becoming more and more ostentatious and savage. Trash, Tiangui was trash, saint. Rank 9, a world of difference. You actually haven't killed me yet. You're trash. Even if you die, you'll still be trash. You'll all be a laughingstock. At this moment, Fang Ping restrained his aura, but the source world was shaking. Countless people were breaking through realms, especially the moment Old Man Li broke through. Fang Ping's Dao expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it reached a limit. 999 meters, infinitely close to 1,000 meters. At this moment, Fang Ping's voice was like a great bell, spreading everywhere, echoing continuously. Is there anyone else who can prove their Dao? Is there anyone else who can lend me a helping hand? After this war, the humans will be invincible in the 3 realms. If we meet gods, we'll kill them. If we meet Buddhas, we'll kill Buddhas. His voice reverberated, spreading everywhere. Nearby, in the 6 southern regions and 8 southern regions, the humans who were still fighting were all roaring. There was someone else who could help a human king. 6 southern regions. Tianmu roared. I'm coming. He who had absorbed King Pine's Dao had improved rapidly, but he had not proved his Dao. It was not that he could not, but he wanted to familiarize himself more, to become a true paragon, not a fake paragon. However, at this moment, who cared? Even if I become King Pine, I'm still the King Pine of the humans. Tianmu roared, stepping into the air. In the air, a Dao appeared, and on the Dao, there seemed to be a figure. It was King Pine, the King Pine who was hooked to death by the ash cat. King Pine seemed to be sneering, as if he was watching a show, but Tianmu laughed and said, so what if you continue to pester me? Using your Dao to kill the people of your catacombs, it's even better. Break! An angry roar resounded in all directions. With a rumble, energy gathered within a radius of 100 miles. Tianmu had not completely achieved his Dao, but at this moment, a big saber swept in all directions. In front of him, many rank 9s who were fighting in the catacombs were sliced into pieces by this saber. I'll go help Wu Quishan. MCMAU, kill. Charge into the Forbidden Zone, flatten Mount Yuhai. Kill. Battle cries pierced the sky, charge into the Forbidden Zone, today, revenge for 100 years of blood feud, ha ha ha. At the same time, between heaven and earth, only Fang Ping's laughter seemed to be left. Laughter that chilled people's hearts, laughter that made people tremble, demonic. The laughter continued to spread, spreading further and further. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have darkened, trembling. Today, I, Fang Ping, have achieved Dao's paragon. A voice that caused one's heart to tremble rang out. At this moment, the entire world fell silent. What was he saying? What is he talking about? What absolute peak? At this moment, countless people in all directions were stupefied and shocked. What does that mean? What was Fang Ping, who had clearly become an emperor, saying, on a celestial island overseas? The look in Daoist Fengyun's eyes was frighteningly complex. Hee, Daoist Fengyun seemed to be in a daze. He shook his head and sighed. I was right, I had guessed the most inconceivable scene. Fang Ping. Human king, scary. When he said the word terrifying, he smiled with a complicated look in his eyes. He took a step into the air and shattered the void. It was time for him to buy his life, King's room. Yue was stunned at first. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and asked, he advanced from double 9? Yes. If he enters rank 9, how's his combat strength? He once killed real God Puli when you first entered level 9? Yes. Sage Yue was silent for a moment before saying slowly, did your chi blood change after entering the 9th rank? It seems like it. Yue fell silent once more, and then she sighed lightly. Kill, or keep him alive? Ling Xiao seemed to have understood, and a complicated expression appeared on her face. The 3 realms is about to fall into chaos. Yue stared at the forbidden sea. She took a step in the air and also shattered the void. The battle today had already surpassed her expectations. It was likely that it would be difficult to calm things down just like this. At this moment, experts from all directions broke through the void and came over. The absolute peak of Tao corroboration, it was just a few words, but the significance was too great. Meanwhile, above the forbidden sea, heaven and earth changed color. Fang Ping's aura erupted. His golden body flickered. It was even faintly translucent. At this moment, he no longer concealed his aura. Proving one's Tao was something the heavens and earth had to bear witness to. Now that he no longer concealed his aura was completely exposed. Rank 9, yes, only rank 9. Even if Fang Ping's mentality was strong, his vitality was strong, and his origin was also strong, no one would find it inappropriate to say that he was an overlord. But the 9th rank was the 9th rank, the crux of the matter was none other than the origin Tao. Fang Ping's path was not long enough. The origin aura that he was exhibiting now was still slightly different from the peak. A kilometer was a qualitative change, there was still a gap between a rank 9 and a paragon. Impossible, Tiangue was dumbfounded. It was not just him. At this time, the battles in other places had also stopped. Everyone was looking at Fang Ping, who was high up in the sky. Including the 3 clones of the god-crafting envoy. Unbelievable. What was this? Rank 9, a martial artist who had fought with a saint for half a day was now telling others that he was not a true god, but only a rank 9. Now, he was going to become a true god. How ridiculous. Impossible. Tiangue didn't believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. How could this be possible? Rank 9, trash, laughingstock. He, an ancient sage, had fought with a level 9 martial artist for a long time, but he had not been able to kill him. Instead, he had allowed his opponent to prove his way. The news had already spread out. If Fang Ping did not die today, Tiangue's name would go down in history. Infamy, he had completely disgraced the saints. No. Kill him. Kill him. Tiangue was filled with disbelief, fear, jealousy, resentment. At this moment, the sage's inner demons had really erupted. Why, a person who had been cultivating for 3 years and possessed emperor-level combat strength as a rank 9. If there was a qualitative change, would he not have the combat strength of a saint? No way, I can't accept this. How many years had these people cultivated for? How many hardships had they gone through? There was even a crisis of world destruction, and it was not the first time. It was not easy to recover. Today, a young man in his early 20s had destroyed all his hopes and enthusiasm. This was not fair. Kill him. When he saw a Tao appearing in the sky. It was not a Tao. It was as if he saw a universe descending. He was terrified and fearful. Kill him. Fang Ping was proving his way. He had to kill Fang Ping now. Sky speed. Sky sword. Tiangue roared. Not only did he shout at the few people nearby, but at this moment, the sage's power covered the sky. Zhou Xing, Wu Ming, come back quickly. Don't care about Song Mao anymore. Yuan Gang, Yue, Kai Dai, Tiangue roared, he's only a true god. He's only a true god. He was reminding everyone, Fang Ping was only a true god. After proving his way, what kind of strength would Fang Ping have? Was it to kill, or to invest? With Fang Ping's domineering personality, was it really appropriate to invest in Ping? In the 3 realms, especially these people, they had all become saints. Did they really not covet the final Tao? It was impossible, everyone wanted to be the strongest person in the three realms, and now, this person seemed to be appearing, even if there were still those heavenly kings around. Not only was he roaring, but Tiangui was also going crazy. Fang Ping was proving his way. He no longer sealed the void. The sage token appeared in his hand, and the sage token instantly turned into a spear. On Tiangui's body, a set of incomparably majestic battle armor also appeared, 36 saints, the celestial general. In the past, the celestial court's general led the entire celestial court army, suppressed everywhere, and was the leader of the three realms' martial arts. At this time, Tiangui was truly one of the ancient 36 saints. Not only him, Sky Speed, Sky Sword, and Sky Qiao also turned the sage token into a weapon in an instant, and battle armor appeared on their bodies. This was not the true sage battle armor. The battle armor of the past had long been broken. This was willpower. In the past, a great war had also erupted in the celestial realm. When the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors first unified the 3 realms, there were powerhouses who were unconvinced and had also conquered everywhere, including the beginning of martial arts. The appearance of battle armor meant that this war would not end without victory. Kill. Tiangui's eyes were blood-red. He would not let Fang Ping succeed in proving his way easily. At this moment, the powerhouses at the pinnacle of the 3 realms were shocked and stirred. Fang Ping, who slaughtered the emperors, was only rank 9, Fang Ping, who destroyed the divine sect, was only rank 9, in the direction of the 6 southern regions. Wu Quishan was excited, his eyes brimming with tears. Rank 9, at this moment, rank 9 was not a derogatory term, it was hope, it was a miracle. Yu Wuhua, Long Xian, and Jiao were all excited. Rank 9, what was this, the strongest rank 9 since ancient times, they did not know, but they knew that if Fang Ping succeeded in proving his way and underwent another qualitative change, he would definitely have the strength of a saint. It would not be that easy. Just as they were excited, at this moment, heaven and earth were torn apart. In that part of the world, someone tore the void and ascended in an instant. Kill Fang Ping. A blood-red halberd went straight for Fang Ping. Someone could not sit still, it was too scary. Such a Fang Ping might cut off everyone's path. They could not tolerate it. Kill him. Just as Wu Quishan's expression changed, the void was torn apart again, and a white-haired powerhouse's golden body expanded, instantly growing to 1,000 meters. He said indifferently, "This old man is willing to lend human king a hand." Daoist Fingyun's vitality was revealed, a saint, under the angry gaze of the people in Tiangui City. The countless coffins behind Daoist Fengyun turned into a solid body. At this moment, countless silhouettes merged into his body. Daoist Fengyun's vitality became even stronger. From a novice saint, he became a powerhouse among saints in the blink of an eye. He reached out with one hand, grabbed Blood Halberd, and said lightly, "Heavenly Court Military Governor. I didn't expect you to still be alive." The person who came was wearing golden battle armor, very similar to Di Hao who appeared in the King battlefield. At this moment, his voice was like a great bell. "Fengyun, although you have become a saint, have you thought it through? Are you going to stop me? What can you do?" A jade coffin appeared in Daoist Fengyun's hand, saying with compassion, "This coffin was made for you. In the past, I buried your flesh and blood, thinking that you were dead and gone. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Today, I will bury you, ashes to ashes, dust to dust." As soon as he finished speaking, a jade coffin descended from the sky, covering the owner of Blood Halberd instantly. Stubborn fool. The Heavenly Court Military Governor of the past let out a cold humph. Fang Ping must die. A long halberd pierced through the void. There was a clang, the long halberd and the jade coffin collided, a lotus flower bloomed near the long halberd and the jade coffin. It was dark and deep, and in the blink of an eye, 5 petals bloomed. After a while, the 6th petal slowly bloomed. Broken 6, both of them joined forces and attacked at the standard of a broken 6, about 5 million damage. 2 powerhouses with a combat strength of 4 million calories did not mean that they could attack with an effect of 8 million calories. Maybe not even 5 million. However, at this moment, both of them attacked at the level of a heavenly king. This was also the standard of the 3 great protectors and the 2nd king. If they joined forces, they could attack at the level of a heavenly king and pose a threat to a heavenly king. Although both of them were not as good as them, they were already advancing toward that realm. At this moment, the void was torn apart again. An illusory figure attacked Fang Ping directly, his chi restrained. Why do you have to ruin someone's Tao? At the same time, a chuckle was heard. Saint Yue stepped on the air and said with a faint smile, let's learn from each other. After all, the Wangwu lineage has some connections with humans. Yue, you're playing with fire. The newcomer's voice was low. This was playing with fire. Fang Ping had successfully proven his Tao. Once he became a saint, the three realms would be in great trouble. You guys worry too much. Saint Yue smiled faintly. Her lily-white hand slapped out. The void was like colored glass, easily penetrated by her. The illusory figure let out a cold humph. Both of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Tiangui was also trying his best to kill Fang Ping, stopping him from proving his Tao. As for Fang Ping, he looked on coldly from the sidelines. Even when the two saints attacked earlier, he was not moved. At this moment, he was transforming. He knew that if he exposed himself now, someone would definitely attack. He was too much of a threat. Even he felt that he was too much of a threat. 3 years, after proving his Tao, he might have the combat strength of a saint. There were people like this in the catacombs. There were people like this in other forces. Fang Ping could not sleep and eat in peace, however, now that things had come to this, he had to show it even if he did not want to. In the void, it did not seem like a Tao. It was a world, vast and boundless. Everyone else had 1,000-meter Tao. Fang Ping seemed to have 1,000-meter Tao too. However, this 1,000-meter Tao was different from the others. At this moment, everyone could see it more and more clearly. Fang Ping's speed of proving his Tao seemed to be very slow. His Tao was slowly spreading, slowly solidifying. On the Tao, there was a figure. On the Tao, there was a city. That was the source world. In the source world, there were projections of other people too. However, there was almost nothing that attracted attention. However, on Fang Ping's side, there was a vague appearance of a city. At this moment, it was as if a world had descended into the catacombs, into the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping moved his body quickly. 1,000 meters in a step. His speed was extremely fast. He avoided Tiangui's attacks a few times. His eyes were cold, and he did not fight back. Tiangui, I've said it before. You're the biggest joke. The biggest joke in the 3 realms. You killed a rank 9 of mine, and you actually failed. Are you worthy of being called a saint? Fang Ping sneered. He looked at the others, at the wind and clouds that came to help. He saw through the void and saw Yue who was fighting in the void. He chuckled. I've said it before. After today, the human race will definitely rise in the 3 realms. With just you alone? Tiangui roared in anger. Where are they? Where were the 2 people who stopped the cat, still not coming to help? He alone might not be able to take down Fang Ping. Fang Ping was transforming rapidly. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. He could already break 5, his golden body was emitting a dazzling brilliance. His Tao was stabilizing, his vitality seemed to be changing qualitatively too. If this went on, Fang Ping would really become a saint killing a saint was too difficult. Where were they? At this moment, beside the cat, the 2 saints' expressions changed drastically. They wanted to go and help Tiangui. However, the cat that was easy to talk to earlier had taken out his fishing rod. The fishing rod was held in the cat's claws. At this moment, a different aura was vaguely erupting. Although the cat was fat, it was moving at an odd speed. While holding the fishing rod and circling around the 2 saints, he muttered, "This cat wants to eat. I want to eat emperor-grade big fish. I want to drink emperor-grade beverages. I want to cover myself with emperor-grade blankets. Big liar, I'm counting on you." As he spoke, this fat cat's speed was so fast that people could not see it clearly. It was still circling, however, as it circled, the 2 saints' expressions changed. What was the cat doing? It was casting a net. Yes, casting a net. The fishing line from before seemed to be infinitely long now. The cat was holding the fishing rod and casting a net. One of the saints let out a low growl and threw a punch. In the void, layers of fishnet-like silk lines suddenly appeared. Poof, the silk lines were too sharp, the saint's fist was cut into countless cracks in an instant. Golden blood dripped down and smashed into the sea, setting off a wave. The cat was still circling quickly, muttering, "Idiot." Back then, this was used to catch the big fish. The sea guardian. Too bad, meow, there's not enough line to trap that big fish. I can still trap you guys, too bad you're not fish. Do you know what line this is? It's the Beast Emperor's tendons. The Beast Emperor became an emperor and shed its dragon body. This is made from its dragon body's tendons. It's amazing. Their expressions changed again and again. What? The Beast Emperor's tendons? At this moment, the old saint suddenly looked at the fishing rod and its claws and exclaimed, This is the Beast Emperor's staff. The cat's fur bristled. It suddenly stopped moving and said angrily, "Nonsense. This is the god-restraining staff and this cat's fishing rod." This cat picked it up, not the Beast Emperor's staff. Beast Emperor's staff. At this moment, the experts from all directions exclaimed again. Especially on Dragon Island, an incomparably huge golden dragon revealed its true body. It said anxiously, "Cat, this is the Beast Emperor's staff?" The old cat meowed, "No, no. This is a fishing rod." Sob sob, liar, they're bullying me. The cat was about to cry, "It's over, it's exposed." The Beast Emperor's staff was too important to the demon race, especially when the Beast Emperor's disciples were still around. This dragon seemed to be a descendant of the Beast Emperor. Did it forget? But no matter what, the other party might not let go of the Beast Emperor's staff. The cat cried out anxiously. "It's over." In order to trap these two saints, the Beast Emperor's staff was exposed. This cat's good days were over. This dragon would definitely snatch it away, and at this moment, in the void far away, a huge figure appeared, Fang Ping. Fang Ping also reflected the void, his projection coming over. He took a step in the air. Even if his real body was still being besieged, at this moment, he was extremely domineering. He looked at the golden dragon and said calmly, "The Beast Emperor's Dragon Island is on good terms with the humans." Dragon Saint, even if the cat really obtained the Beast Emperor's staff, it was also its opportunity in the past. If the Beast Emperor is still here, it will be returned. The Beast Emperor is not here, and since the cat could obtain the ownerless item, it must be part of the Beast Emperor's plan. And now, if you want to snatch the treasure, I am not a threat. The Celestial Emperor and the Cat Protector of the Cat Palace have also awakened. There are also many powerhouses taking care of the cat, including the humans. Dragon Saint, think twice. Snatching the treasure is equivalent to becoming an enemy. The golden dragon also projected over, saying somewhat unwillingly, "The Beast Emperor's staff is the demon race's treasure. It was also forged by the Beast Emperor's ancestor with his real body. It is not a simple divine weapon. If the cat takes the other divine weapons, the demons will not care. But this item must be returned to the demons." Fang Ping said calmly, "That can also be discussed after today, not now. Right now, the cat has trapped two saints. Once this item is snatched, it will be my life. At this juncture of life and death, I will not hesitate to fight." Now, he could not let it snatch the treasure, and the two saints escape. Fang Ping was in danger. At the same time, another saint transmitted his voice. "Cosmic Dragon, if we don't snatch back the Beast Emperor's staff today, will Fang Ping still have a chance to prove his Tao? The Beast Emperor's staff is of great importance. The demons, are you willing to hand this item over to the cat?" Although the Celestial Emperor is strong, the Celestial Emperor has already left the three realms for the ancestral tomb. "Cosmic Dragon, this opportunity cannot be missed, it will not come again." "Cosmic Dragon, Fang Ping is extremely greedy, and so is the cat. If we can't kill him in this battle, I'm afraid the Beast Emperor's staff will be lost forever." One by one, the powerhouses transmitted their voices, asking Cosmic Dragon to join the battle. Once it joined the battle, it would not be one saint, but three. The two trapped by the cat might be able to escape soon. The golden dragon was struggling. Before this, it had nothing to do with it. It didn't care who won. Dragon Island helped the humans. If the humans won, it would be fine. It did not participate. If Tiangui and the others won, they would not dare to do anything to the Beast Emperor bloodline. But now, the Beast Emperor's staff had appeared. It was struggling. The cat looked at Fang Ping pitifully. Should he return it? But it was almost out of divine weapons. The sky confining bell and sky gong were thrown in the fake sky grave, so were the 9 emperor seals. The sky punisher was borrowed by Old Manly, the god slayer was given to Fang Ping, and the big pot for cooking was thrown into the fake sky grave. Some broken divine weapons were also thrown in. The divine emperor Ho was broken, and the stone tablet was also broken by Fang Ping. The divine weapons it picked up were really almost gone. The only thing that was not lost now was this fishing rod. If it was lost again, it would become a poor cat. Fang Ping did not give an inch, he could not give in, whether it was 2 saints who escaped or 3 saints who participated in the battle, the difference was not big. If that was the case, then he could not return it, not to mention that the owner of the Beast Emperor's staff was not Cosmic Dragon, even if it was, he could not return it now. If that was the case, the Earth Emperor Sword Moon Spirit should be given to King Kuan. Cosmic Dragon Saint, it's just a broken divine weapon. Even if the Beast Emperor was alive and knew that it was taken away by the cat, he would not force it to return it. Today, Dragon Island's Long Xian helped us humans. Fang Ping appreciates it, if the saints make a move now. Fang Ping appreciates Dragon Island's kindness, but he will never let the Beast Emperor bloodline go. Fang Ping's expression was still calm, and his tone was not fierce. But his attitude was clear, he would never give up the Beast Emperor's staff. At this moment, a golden dragon was also roaring, Dragon Xian. At this moment, the other party's mentality was also covering. Originally, it was difficult to cover the Forbidden Sea with mentality, but today many saints made a move, the sky and earth were turned upside down, the void was distorted, there was no obstacle to speak of. At this moment, Dragon Xian's voice was intermittent, but it was particularly clear. Saint, you must not take away the Beast Emperor's staff now. If he took it back, Fang Ping would definitely become enemies with the Beast Emperor bloodline. Not only that, he would also completely offend the people behind the cat. Absolutely not, Cosmic Dragon sighed softly, his apparition gradually dissipating. Forget it, if he insisted on taking away the Beast Emperor's staff now, he would really offend too many people. If he caused the human race to suffer a crushing defeat, the human powerhouses would never let him go. The people behind the cat were not to be trifled with. When the time came, even if the Beast Emperor returned, he would probably have a headache. Cosmic Dragon retreated, the cat also heaved a sigh of relief. It might not be afraid of a saint, but it was still their ancestors' item after all. The cat bandit was also a little embarrassed, besides, he still had to help the swindler trap people now. If he ran away with the Beast Emperor's staff, these 2 saints would be free. Fang Ping's apparition looked at the cat, a smile on his face. Today, I will prove my Tao, and I will definitely become a saint. When I become an emperor, Fang Ping will definitely repay everything that Brother Cat has done these days. Meow, Emperor ranked beef, fish, drinks. In the blink of an eye, the cat reported a series of items. Fang Ping laughed loudly, not responding. At this moment, heaven and earth roared. In the source world, a new star bloomed brightly. Although it was not as resplendent as those heavenly king stars, it still illuminated the universe. On the new star, Fang Ping's apparition projected, and an ancient giant-like apparition appeared instantly. The golden light in his eyes shone in all directions, illuminating the dark universe. At this moment, the entire source universe trembled. This new star was not big, but it overflowed with a faint golden glow, somewhat different from the others, in the sky above the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping, who had been avoiding Tiangui, stopped shining with golden light. Just as Tiangui's spear was about to pierce him, Fang Ping's saint token turned into a glove, grabbing the long spear. The world was quiet. In the void, the projected universe disappeared. Fang Ping smiled faintly, looked at Tiangui, and said word by word, how do you want to die? Tiangui, who was initially anxious, suddenly calmed down at this moment. Wearing battle armor, he seemed to have recovered his heroic bearing, his tone was also very calm. Even if you have successfully proved your Tao and have the combat strength of a saint, if you want to kill me, you are not qualified. Was a saint strong? Very strong, but so was he, and an ancient saint. What right did Fang Ping have to kill him? In today's battle, Fang Ping had not gained the upper hand yet. The God Creation Envoy's 3 avatars were already showing signs of collapsing. Once they collapsed, the 4 saints would join forces, and the Heavenly Court's 4 major war generals would join forces again. What right did Fang Ping have to resist? He still had a chance to kill Fang Ping. Why? Because I am Fang Ping. Human King Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping made a domineering declaration. Because he was invincible among those of the same rank, killing countless of those of the same rank. Human King Fang Ping. Like a declaration, it resounded throughout the three realms. Fang Ping had officially stepped onto the stage. He no longer needed those conspiracies, no need to kill others with a borrowed knife, no need to pretend and deceive others. He was a human king. When it was time to bow down, he would bow down. When it was time to lie low, it was not like he had never been someone's grandson before. He had been someone's son and grandson. Therefore, 3 years later, Fang Ping had the combat strength of a saint. Today, he did not need it, at least, not now. He had achieved Tao, holding the spear transformed from Tiangui's saint token. Fang Ping's body shook. The void shattered, vitality rushed to the sky. He did not hide his aura. At this moment, he was so domineering. Today, I'm going to beat you to death. Fang Ping grinned. Beat you to death. I hope you can hold on for a little longer. In the next moment, everyone understood what he meant by beat him to death. Fang Ping's speed skyrocketed. Both of them were originally close. At this moment, Fang Ping approached in an instant. Boom, punch, Tiangui retracted his fist to block. An explosion sounded. The void rift cut both of them. Fang Ping did not move an inch. Tiangui's body trembled slightly. Kick, his leg was like a holy weapon. With a kick, the void under Fang Ping's feet shattered. Penetrating the void, Tiangui lifted his leg and kicked back. Fang Ping still did not move. Tiangui trembled again, his expression changing. I've advanced double nines, peak golden body 9 refinements, withstood a saint's vitality. My golden body is impregnable. What do you have to compete with me? Fang Ping's voice was as calm as water. I have the combat strength of a saint. If you can't kill me, then you're dead. Today, I said I'm going to beat you to death. I'll definitely beat you to death. Fang Ping grabbed one of his arms with one hand. Tiangui roared. His mentality was like a knife, attacking Fang Ping instantly. A saint's mentality was very strong. However, at this moment, Fang Ping took advantage of the situation. The long saber transformed from mentality fell into the source world in the blink of an eye, rampaging in the source world. However, it was useless. How strong was Fang Ping's source world? His source world consumed more origin energy than a heavenly king. How could it be easily destroyed by Tiangui? Taking advantage of the moment when Tiangui used his mentality to attack him, Fang Ping's palm turned into an eagle claw. Tiangui's left arm was torn. So what if your golden body is powerful? Tiangui roared. You're underestimating me too much. Quake. Tiangui's arm trembled like a loach, slipping away from Fang Ping's grasp in the blink of an eye. Not only that, Tiangui's attack was ruthless. His fingers flexed and extended, aiming for Fang Ping's eyeballs. Fang Ping closed his eyes. There was a rumble, flames shot out from his eyes. Fang Ping opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was like a sword, shooting straight at Tiangui. Tiangui snorted coldly. His spear-wielding hand was entangled with Fang Ping's other hand. He could not evade, nor did he want to evade. A beam of golden light shot out of his mouth, shattering Fang Ping's golden light. However, at this moment, after the golden light, Fang Ping spat out a blood-red Changdao from his mouth, blood arrow. Fang Ping inhaled and exhaled between heaven and earth. He did not need to absorb energy, nor did he need to convert vitality. At this moment, his own consumption was endless. Tiangui almost did not feel anything. Fang Ping continued to unleash outbursts. He had just broken through the divine light in Fang Ping's eyes when the next moment, the crimson saber came charging at him. Puff, this slash was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The crimson saber seemed to be performing martial arts, ever-changing. God-slaying saber technique, Tiangui could not avoid it. With a splat, Fang Ping's crimson saber slashed through his right eye. A muffled groan was heard. Even martial artists, even saints, did not mean that they did not know pain. After all, the eye was a weak point. After being smashed by Fang Ping, Tiangui looked pained. Very strong. Tiangui shouldn't have fought him in close combat. The king's golden body is stronger than Tiangui's. This is a big taboo in close combat. At this moment, a few saints gathered at a place tens of thousands of miles away from them. Yuan Gang under the Emperor, Long Yu, the descendant of the Beast Emperor, Kai Dai under the Spirit Emperor, East Emperor, South Emperor. These saints did not participate in the battle, but they did not continue to stay at their original places. At this moment, seeing Fang Ping and Tiangui fighting, someone started talking. The king has advanced to the 9 refinement golden body. I think it even has the tendency to transform into jade bones. Although Tiangui has also forged the 9 refinement golden body later, the nature is different. In close combat, Tiangui's advantage can't be unleashed. Tiangui was also an ancient saint. He was not that weak. However, Fang Ping grabbed the saint order and he was unwilling to give it up. At this moment, he could only fight Fang Ping in close combat. In this way, Fang Ping, who had a strong physique, actually gained the upper hand in an instant and smashed one of his eyes. Yuan Gang nodded and said, "Right now, the king's weakness is that he has just advanced and has not completely stabilized his realm. He does not have enough control over his strength. In close combat, however, he can unleash his advantage to the best. Tiangui should give up the saint order and choose to fight." Fight? Kai Dai sneered. The king has unlimited recovery. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. His control over his strength will become higher and higher. If he continues to fight, Tiangui will definitely die. That's not necessarily true. Those 3 guys who suddenly appeared might be clones. They're about to overflow. As long as Tiangui drags it out, the 4 saints will join forces and Fang Ping won't stand a chance. The few saints analyzed. At this time, Long Yu looked at them and said in a low voice, "Are you guys just going to watch?" Yuan Gang laughed. "What else can we do? Join the battle? It's already chaotic enough. If we join the battle, we might be each other's opponents. Everyone, who will help Fang Ping and who will help Tiangui?" This was something that could not be explained clearly. Feng Yun and Yue Wei helped Fang Ping one after another. This was because Fang Ping now really had value as an investment. Great value, the combat strength of a saint. The human race was getting stronger and stronger, suppressing Heavenly King, Martial King, Fang Ping. Not only that, the others were also rising rapidly. At the moment when Fang Ping proved his Tao, in other outer regions, countless people broke through and killed the Catacombs army until they kept retreating. Corpses were everywhere, cruel, one powerhouse after another broke through in battle. Even the saints were shocked at this moment. Moreover, they felt something. Yuan Gang's expression changed for a while. He said slowly, "King advancement, the human race is getting stronger." Just this sentence made the few saints suffocate. They were really suffocating. What was this? They thought of something, especially Long Yu. The Beast Emperor had advanced using this Tao. At this moment, Long Yu turned into a human, his face pale. The Emperor Tao, the real Emperor Tao. If that was the case, Fang Ping was even more terrifying. If he did not die, the human race would become stronger and stronger. And when the human race became stronger, it would also feed back to him. He would also become stronger and stronger. Everyone was silent. For a moment, they fell into deep thought. Their gazes and expressions were complicated. At the moment when the 3 realms were recovering, such a monster actually appeared. It did not feel good. Far away, Sky Sword, who was fighting with a god creation envoy avatar, roared, "Tiangui, give up the saint order and fight. Bastard, are you trying to kill all of us?" He was about to explode with anger. Fang Ping clearly did not have enough control of his strength, but he grabbed Tiangui's saint order. At this moment, Tiangui was actually fighting him in close combat. Ancient martial artists might not be good at close combat. Against Fang Ping, who had a strong physique, close combat was not a good choice. Give up the saint order, entangle Fang Ping. When they were released, they would join forces to kill Fang Ping. Tiangui was not satisfied, however, he could not take back his saint order. At this moment, it was grabbed by Fang Ping. Fang Ping seemed to be refining his Saint Order by force. At this moment, if he let go, maybe the Saint Order would be completely lost. However, when he thought that his golden body was not as strong as the other party, Tiangui was so aggrieved that he wanted to explode. At this moment, he had no choice but to give up the Saint Order. If this went on, his golden body would be destroyed by Fang Ping. Fang Ping, he was just about to shout when Fang Ping swallowed a blood saber. Tiangui's expression changed slightly, and he also spat out a mouthful of origin qi. He did not expect that Fang Ping's mind was not there. His body was like a dragon, his left hand holding the long spear transformed from the Saint Order, his right hand hooked back, hooking around his neck. Tiangui's origin qi hit Fang Ping. Fang Ping's face paled slightly, but he recovered instantly. He sneered, "Want to leave? Then leave your golden body behind." After saying that, Fang Ping's eyes revealed an extremely ferocious look. Boom, Fang Ping headbutted over. Tiangui dodged and was hit in the shoulder by Fang Ping. With a loud bang, flesh and blood flew from his shoulder. Fang Ping's head was stained with flesh and blood. He grinned and said, "When I was in rank 1, a classmate, a girl, used her head to hit a prodigy and made him admit defeat. Today, I, Fang Ping, will try too." During the first National Martial Arts University Championship, a few girls displayed the heroism of female martial artists. At this moment, Fang Ping thought of Xianxia, the classmate who did not get along with him. During the National Martial Arts University Championship, this woman headbutted Han Su and made him admit defeat. That was Han Su. Back then, Fang Ping was even more famous. Thrice-honed, CCMAU's captain, Gaokao champion, in the end, he was headbutted by Xianxia. In the end, both of them were injured. Helplessly, he fought Xianxia to a draw. At this moment, Fang Ping's lips curled into a smile. He suddenly thought of his classmates. He thought of Zhao Xuemei, the MCMAU member with the least talent and the weakest ability. However, it was Zhao Xuemei, the weakest student, who defeated the CCMAU member at that time. Xianxia, the hot-tempered woman, also fought with the demeanor of an MCMAU member and a female martial artist. On the other hand, Fang Ping was criticized a lot. Although he won in a scoundrel way. Bang, Fang Ping collided again. Once, twice, Tiangui roared and punched Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping grabbed his neck and used all his strength, squeezing until the bones in his neck cracked. Vitality shot up to the sky in his head, and his head collided with Tiangui's fist. Boom, golden blood flowed out of Fang Ping's head, covering his face. As for Tiangui, the bones in his hand were broken, and his neck exploded. It was too brutal. At the stage of a saint, it was rare to see a hand-to-hand fight like this. What I'm best at is hand-to-hand combat. Fang Ping grinned. I'm not afraid of my enemies being more ruthless than me, because I'll always be more ruthless than them. Tiangui, give up your golden body. I'll let your mentality escape. Bastard. Tiangui was furious. Give up his golden body? Impossible. At his stage, the golden body was incomparably powerful and important. He had just awakened, and his golden body had just recovered. He had consumed a lot of treasures to forge this golden body. If he gave it up, his ability would be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult to gather so many treasures to recover. How could he give it up? Fang Ping saw this and laughed. You're too weak. Your golden body is so fragile. Then I'll just ram you to death today. At this moment, among the 3 clones, the powerhouse holding the staff suddenly roared, "Brat, I can't hold on any longer." Me too. Me too. The 3 clones were almost at their limit. After all, clones were just clones. How could they really fight with a saint to the end? Fang Ping looked at Tiangui, then at the other 3 who were glaring at him like tigers watching their prey. He sighed suddenly. If that's the case, I might not make it in time to ram you to death. Tiangui snorted coldly. Fang Ping laughed. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, everyone saw a scene. In front of Fang Ping, a turbid void appeared, as if the world had descended. At the same time, Tiangui let out a roar, as if he had thought of something. His right arm exploded, shooting out explosively, trying to escape, severing Dao. He had almost forgotten about it. Escape? Fang Ping was like a demon god. With one step, the world descended. For a moment even Tian Gui could not distinguish between reality and origin. Fang Ping stepped into his origin world, forcefully stepping in. Fang Ping's origin world was not big, but it had the embryonic form of a world, bright. Tian Gui's world was still dark and boundless. At this moment, the world behind Fang Ping lit up the void. As for Fang Ping himself, he appeared in Tian Gui's world, holding the god-slaying saber. As soon as the Chengdao was unleashed, this time a giant dragon roared, completely different from before. God severing Dao, there was a rumble. Tian Gui's figure flickered, appearing in front of Dao in an instant. With a roar, he blocked Fang Ping's Chengdao. However, his figure trembled, looking at the world behind him, cursing. Fang Ping had just achieved Dao. Why was the origin world so sturdy? Also, how did he manage to break through his origin by force? I wanted to play with you, beat you to death, and shock the three realms. Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you to hell. Fang Ping was indifferent. Holding the god-slaying saber, he slashed down again. Seeing this, Tian Gui gritted his teeth and roared suddenly. The Dao behind him, which was close to 100,000 meters long, was uprooted, turning into a spear, attacking Fang Ping instantly. Fang Ping was stunned. Could it be played like this? There was a rumble, the spear and the god-slaying saber collided. Fang Ping flew backward, the origin chi in his mouth spilling out continuously. Tian Gui's hair was disheveled, his eyes blood red. This was something that destroyed his foundation, but he had no choice. Fang Ping, who held a divine weapon, had too much of an advantage in origin Dao. You're not a saint after all. Tian Gui was indifferent. How would you know a saint's divine power? This is interesting. Fang Ping inhaled a large amount of origin chi in an instant. Under Tian Gui's jealous gaze, he recovered instantly and laughed. You're very strong, but you still have to die. The stronger you are, the better. After I kill you, let's see who in the three realms dares to be my enemy. Dragon transformation. Fang Ping let out a low growl. In the void, the long dragon formed by the origin chi instantly appeared in countless lines. Tian Gui was dying of jealousy. He lacked origin chi. He, who had just recovered, had not even fully recovered his origin yet. Fang Ping, on the other hand, shouted dragon transformation, and at least tens of thousands of clouds origin chi turned into a long dragon, forming a Chengdao, integrated into the god-slaying saber, and attacked him again. The battle of origin was frightening at every step. Tian Gui turned his origin Dao into a weapon, colliding with the god-slaying saber continuously. Both sides had origin chi spilling out, but Tian Gui could not bear such a loss. If this went on, the Dao that he had just recovered might collapse. Fang Ping was also exhausted. However, at this moment, Fang Ping was doing two things at once. In the outside world, Fang Ping was refining Tian Gui's saint token. He wanted to refine another saint token, stabilize his origin world, and directly destroy Tian Gui's origin world. Fang Ping was fighting. In other places, there was also fighting. 6 southern regions. The morale of the magic martial army was high. At this moment, countless people became stronger and broke through realms. The magic martial army, which was initially suppressed, now had high morale. The entire void condensed into a vitality pillar. 10,000 people in one. Unity was a stronghold. Other than the day when they annihilated Skygate City, MCMAU had a large-scale gathering of momentum. After that, it was almost non-existent. When people became stronger, their hearts became complicated. In addition, there were more people, and it was difficult to have the momentum of the past. But today, it had appeared again. Kill. In front, Guo Xingquan, Wang Qinghai, Qin Yaoting, these powerhouses roared one after another, pushing forward rapidly. Tang Feng, Lu Fengru, Qin Yunqi, one by one, the high-ranked powerhouses looked determined. Kill into the restricted area. Retreat. Tianji, Heavenly Mandate Military, cover the rear. In the direction of Mount Imperial Sea, Ji Yao and the rest looked solemn. At this stage of the war, both sides had suffered countless casualties, but the humans were fighting more and more bravely. A large number of powerhouses were beginning to break through realms. If this continued, the elite armies of the two majestic courts would be wiped out here. Massacre, blood sea. At this moment, Hua Yu, Ji Yao, these majestic court higher-ups all had ugly expressions. From the complete suppression in the past to the suppression of the majestic court's army now, they were no match for the other party. The majestic court had many powerhouses, but today, with a combat strength ratio of 3-to-1, from suppressing the humans until now, they were being killed by the other party. Hua Yu sighed. The situation is hopeless. Shut up. Ji Yao shouted coldly, shaking the army's morale, but at this moment, she was also shaken. Looking at the human powerhouses who were unafraid of death, and then looking at the majestic court's coalition forces whose strength was not weaker than the other party, even if they were slightly stronger now, they were showing signs of collapsing. Ji Yao's heart was cold, the 6 southern regions was about to lose. What about her father's side? She looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea, but she could not see that far. She did not know what was going on over there. The humans were getting stronger as they fought. Tianmu had a breakthrough, 6 true gods against 5 paragons. Could they win? And, where did that bastard King Huai go? Pingshan region. King Huai looked at King Pingshan and said again, Pingshan, let's fight deeper. You join the humans, and I will continue to mingle around. In the future, when we fight, we will each serve our own masters, and we will look after each other. King Pingshan snorted. King Huai said calmly, otherwise, if we are in the same camp, who will we fight against? Who can you kill? Kill Snake King? Kill Jiao? Mediocre killing power? Who doesn't have a backer? Do you? Do I? You and I are not as strong as the others. Once we fight, we will stay away from the center of the battle. This is the way to save our lives. You are too treacherous. King Pingshan said coldly. I am afraid that one day I will die because of your schemes, and I will continue to cultivate in seclusion. At this time, do you think you can still escape this vortex? King Huai said calmly, impossible. If it was before, there would be a place for you in the 3 realms, but now there is no place. Grass that goes wherever you go, and you are not strong, so you will die the fastest. King Pingshan thought for a moment, and said after a while, even so, we cannot join the humans. They will fight a bloody battle. If we are not careful, we will die. King Huai frowned and looked into the distance again. The momentum of the battle was not inferior to the battle at the battlefield that day. After all, there were not so many sages fighting that day. Moreover, the heavenly kings did not even make a move. I have to find a force to join. King Pingshan's eyes flashed. King Pingshan's eyes flickered as he said, of course there is. I want to go to the Dragon Island to be a worshipper. Not too far, not too close, just right. King Huai looked at him and said after a while, you are not stupid. Go to Dragon Island, they were not too close to the humans. After all, Cosmic Dragon did not express his stance, but their relationship was not bad. Longshan made a move. The humans were on good terms with Dragon Island, but they could not make Dragon Island listen to them. The other forces would not easily offend the Beast Emperor's bloodline. What about you? King Pingshan looked at him. This guy was extremely treacherous, and he did not want to stay with King Huai. I will stay in the Divine Continent. The palace masters of the Demon Emperor God dynasty have returned, and they will not die so easily. King Pingshan heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as you did not go to Dragon Island with me. Then now, King Pingshan glanced at him, and King Huai nodded and said, fight. You and I can't chat here, or else, it will be hard to explain. This time, you can still do the humans a favor, and I will also complete the mission, so I will not be held responsible. Okay. The next moment, the two broke through the air, energy erupting, and the battle began. The momentum was so great that the catacombs shook, but it was useless to have a great momentum. The 2 true king powerhouses, at this moment, were fighting while staring into the distance, not paying too much attention to the battle. They just needed to deal with it. There was no need to fight each other to the death, and there was no benefit to speak of. Source World. The long spear in Tian Gui's hand dimmed a lot, but he smiled. The 3 avatars were about to completely collapse, he felt it. Fong Ping, you can't kill me. And you are going to die. For great saints, Fong Ping would die. Is that so? At this moment, the golden light illuminated the whole world, and in Fang Ping's source world, a big seal pressed down and stamped on it. Tiangui token. This saint token was finally refined by Fang Ping. Tiangui's expression changed. Fang Ping and the saint token were too compatible, so compatible, as if this saint token was originally Fang Ping's, and not his. Suppress. Fang Ping roared, and two big seals appeared, directly pressing down on Tiangui. Rumble. Tiangui's source world collapsed again. Crash. Fang Ping's world rumbled and moved toward this side, directly crashing into this saint's source world. Slash. The god-slaying saber once again erupted with a dazzling light. With a slash, the god-slaying saber's illusion was everywhere. Fang Ping erupted. Tiangui roared furiously, "Want to kill me?" Impossible. The long spear erupted, and a spear swept away a saint token. The long spear struck sideways, shattering the god-slaying saber's light. Tiangui's body surged, like a giant opening the sky, and slammed his palm toward Fang Ping's source world, wanting to slap his world away, but two fists were no match for four hands. In the next moment, the second saint token smashed down. Rumble. Under the suppression, Tiangui's movement stagnated, and the world crashed toward him. Bang. Tiangui's source world trembled violently, the long spear in his hand cracked slightly. At this moment, Fang Ping disappeared, in the real world. Tiangui's face was pale. Fang Ping's eyes were bright, erupting in an instant, breaking through the void, grabbing his left arm. With a roar, he tore his left arm apart. Fang Ping's figure suddenly became huge, his palms incomparably huge. As soon as he grabbed Tiangui, he roared. On his palms, at this moment, endless imperishable substance was revealed. Destruction. Explode. Fang Ping was hysterical. He let out a roar. Crush you. Rumble. After all, this saint who had just awakened not long ago had a golden body that was not as strong as before. Under Fang Ping's internal and external attacks, he really could not hold on this time and was crushed. Damn it. In the void, Tiangui, who looked like a real person, appeared, breaking through the air to escape. In the saint realm, his mentality was also extremely strong. His mentality avatar was not comparable to other peak level and emperor level. Even if it was mentality, he still had the power to fight, but with his golden body exploding, he did not want to fight Fang Ping to the death anymore. He wanted to wait for his avatar to collapse. Soon. You still want to run? Fang Ping sneered, once again breaking into the origin, slashing out instantly. It was nothing more than a price. The price to break through the saint's origin was really high. After one time, it consumed hundreds of millions of wealth points. But Fang Ping was rich and willful, the mentality avatar was slightly sluggish. Fang Ping caught up in an instant, slashing out again. Tiangui roared in horror. With a ripping sound, the mentality avatar was cut in half. Burn. At this moment, Fang Ping let out a low roar. In the surrounding void, flames were born, burning the void. Mentality fire. It was very painful, but it did not hurt his foundation. Fang Ping, who could recover his mentality, found that this move was actually better than self-destructing his mentality. Ah! Tiangui screamed, his mentality ignited. At this moment, the other saints saw this and panicked. The three avatars were about to collapse. At this moment, the three of them erupted, a few loud rumbles. The God Creation Envoy's three avatars completely dissipated. Save me! Tiangui was overjoyed. It was finally here. Fang Ping was more difficult to deal with than he imagined. He had so many tricks that even he did not expect. Looking at the three saints charging toward him with a murderous aura, Fang Ping snorted coldly. In the next moment, he threw something out. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound rang out. In the distance, the cat screamed, crying, "No, the divine peeking mirror is gone, liar, don't, it's just a shell, the core is with old Zhang." Fang Ping was indifferent. Yes, the divine peeking mirror that had lost its core was still a divine weapon. Blocking for a moment was not a problem. The divine weapon self-destructed. At this moment, the three saints were slightly stunned. Fang Ping sneered again. If I say I'll blow you up, then you must die. Go to hell. Fang Ping slashed out with his saber, carrying a boundless murderous aura. He wanted to kill a saint. Fang Ping! Tiangui roared. In order to kill him, Fang Ping even self-destructed the divine peeking mirror. He could not imagine it, even if it was just a shell. Tiangui looked distressed. He looked around and roared, "Do we really want to see him flaunt his might in the three realms?" No one answered. Ha ha ha, in the end, it's all for naught. Earthly sovereign, you schemed against me. Tiangui suddenly laughed bitterly. I'll return myself, I won't die in the hands of a child, you're thinking too much. Fang Ping's mentality erupted, intimidating him for a moment. With a slash, the void shattered. A crisp crashing sound rang out. Tiangui's injured spirit body was torn into pieces in the blink of an eye, the mentality fire burned the void, and a short scream was heard. In the next moment, the sky and earth changed color. This time, it really changed. Blood rain poured down, covering the three realms. The red blood clouds kept spreading and spreading, the saint fell, the ancient saint fell. Torrential rain fell. The source world shook slightly. A saint had fallen, the third saint had fallen this year. Sighs resounded throughout the world. Dead, 36 saints, ancient great saints, the generals and overlords of the heavenly court back then, died just like that a few days after their revival. Sky Speed and the other saints were stunned at this moment, their faces filled with sorrow. The fox mourned the death of the rabbit, a powerhouse who had worked with them in the ancient times was killed by a young man today. Zhang Tao had killed Venerable Emperor Qingjing before, but he was not an ancient saint after all. Moreover, Zhang Tao had taken the opportunity to directly become a heavenly king, so it was understandable that he had killed a saint. But today, Fang Ping had achieved the pinnacle of proving his Tao and killed a saint. Tiangui is dead, sighs came from afar. Yuan Gang, Kai Dai, Cosmic Dragon, these ancient saints, at this moment, all had complicated expressions. That was a powerhouse of the same rank. Not only was he of the same rank, but he was also an old acquaintance who had lived together since ancient times. He had been killed just like that. It was too tragic. It would have been better if he had died in the ancient battle. Spirit Emperor Dojo. At this moment, the Tao was also breaking, and the blood cloud was covering. The powerhouses who were chasing Zhang Tao looked at the sky one after another. Some of them changed their expressions, some frowned, and some were surprised. Who died? A question rang out. After a moment, Tiangui said in a complicated tone, Tiangui. Tiangui had fallen, he was the leader of the 36 saints, the first saint, he had sensed Tiangui's death more or less. When this person had revived, he had not sensed much, but at this moment, when Tiangui had died, he had sensed it. Not only him, but the three great sect protectors had also sensed it. At this moment, the three great sect protectors had also shattered their masks, their expressions strange. The 36 saints might not be in the same group. But the 36 saints were also a group comparable to the 8 kings, a group that kept the 8 kings in check. Their role in the past was to distribute power to the 8 kings. And today, a colleague had died. Who killed him? Someone murmured again. Who killed an ancient saint? What had happened in the outside world? Forget about the previous deaths, now even the saint was dead, and the blood cloud had spread to Spirit Emperor Dojo. This was very terrifying. Tengu? Sherpa? Or who? Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, King Kuan said coldly, I'm afraid it's not them. This king seems to have sensed a disturbance in the origin just now. A new star has risen from the origin universe. It's very far away, so I can't sense it clearly. However, speaking up to this point, King Kuan paused for a moment before saying, he looks a bit like Zhang Tao. Everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded once again. What does that mean? Zhang Tao did not leave, at this moment, Zhang Tao was being chased by them. How could it be Zhang Tao? In the next moment, Li Zhu sighed and said, Human Emperor. The new human king. Fang Ping. I'm afraid it's Fang Ping who did it. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Impossible. Moon Spirit could not help but ask, Fang Ping? Which Fang Ping? The little guy from that day? Fang Ping had communicated with her the other day and even stated his conditions. He was indeed a rising star. However, that day, Fang Ping was not even a true god. You're telling me that he killed a saint. Even if you want to frame someone, this is not how you frame them, right? Yu Ling wasn't the only one who didn't believe it, the others were also skeptical. They would rather believe that Tian Gui himself had died of old age, Li Zhu said lightly. I'm just suspecting. However, the probability of it being Fang Ping is not small. Don't underestimate Fang Ping. Those who underestimate him are almost all dead. Having said that, his eyes flickered again. Whether it's Fang Ping or not, we can also verify it. The martial king is the human king. If the humans are strong, the martial king will have some feedback. If Fang Ping really wants to kill a saint, the human's power will definitely increase greatly. Just look at the martial king. While everyone was talking, at this moment, a figure broke through the air and came from afar. Zhang Tao's aura surged. He roared, "Who dares to fight me? You bunch of trash, fight one-on-one. Let's fight one-on-one. If you win me, I'll tell you Emperor Ling's last words." Having said that, he had already broken through the air, heading straight for the two kings. The two kings were furious. Didn't you want to challenge the heavenly kings one-on-one? Why are you looking for us? Boom, a loud noise was heard. At this moment, the other heavenly kings surrounded them. Zhang Tao actually dared to come back. Did he have a death wish? Was he crazy? At this moment, the two kings flew backward. Zhang Tao laughed wildly. Trash. Having said that, he roared. Origin chi and mentality surged out of his body. He roared, "I'll kill you. I don't want to live anymore." Having said that, a clone surged out. It was extremely powerful. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The two kings flew backward again. Their golden bodies were blown up. Blood splattered in the void. Everyone was stunned. What was Zhang Tao doing? Self-destructing his clone? That was not all. Zhang Tao's mentality surged out again. Origin chi gathered again. A clone appeared again and quickly attacked the three great sect protectors. He roared, "Come on, self-destruct. I'm not afraid of you." Boom, self-destruct again, space collapsed, the three great sect protectors fled hurriedly. He was crazy. Outside, Li Zhu's expression changed slightly. Then, he could not help but curse. He made it. Yes, he made it. Old Zhang was also depressed. He had just advanced. After all, he was not a true heavenly king. Only his combat strength had reached the level of a heavenly king. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he was full again? Was Fang Ping crazy? He thought Fang Ping was crazy. Did this kid rob the entire three realms? This increase in strength was not something that everyone could digest. It was too fast, so fast that he could not accept it. There was no other way. Self-destruct. If this went on, he was afraid that he would explode to death. Come on, I'm not afraid of death. Isn't it just a great loss of strength? What's this? Zhang Tao was extremely arrogant. He roared. Two clones appeared beside him again. They chased after the two kings like crazy. The two kings broke into a run. Crazy. How powerful was Zhang Tao? Although his clones were much weaker and did not even have emperor-level strength, they could not withstand this guy's reckless self-destruction. Don't run! Zhang Tao roared. He grabbed the two clones and threw them in that direction. Boom, the explosion was heard again. The two kings flew backward again. Their faces turned green. Why do you keep staring at us? At this moment, King Kuan's expression was ugly. He roared, surround and kill him. Kill your grandpa. Zhang Tao cursed. With a roar, he condensed another clone. I'll blow you up. Using the clone to blow up King Kuan was not very useful. However, he was rich and willful. His mentality was increasing too fast. He had too much origin chi that he could not use. He could only blow up to his heart's content. What was wrong with that? Rumble. The sound of self-destruction was heard again. Old Zhang ran after blowing up. He broke through the void. While they were dealing with the clone's self-destruction, he fled quickly. He roared as he ran, my strength has been greatly damaged. If you have the guts, come and fight a heavenly king one-on-one. I've blown up 30% of my mentality. Who dares to kill me? Everyone's expression was cold. Li Zhu had a headache. He sighed. It seems like I guessed right. He was too full. The human race's strength is improving very fast. I'm afraid Fang Ping has really killed a saint. At this moment, the others were starting to believe it. At this moment, everyone's expression was uncertain. What kind of joke was this? He killed a saint. Tian Gui had actually died in Fang Ping's hands. This was too shocking. This was even more unbelievable than the resurrection of Tengu and the others. King Kuan said gloomily, Fang Ping killed a saint. Do you think this era is Fang Ping or Zhang Tao? Everyone knew what he meant. Li Zhu thought about it and smiled bitterly. It's hard to say. Who was the prodigy of new martial arts? Zhang Tao, Fang Ping. I'm afraid it's another 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. At this moment, even the ancient sea guardian began to sigh. He had experienced that era. At this moment, this cold, ancient powerhouse also had a complicated look in his eyes. In the past, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors rose at about the same time. Now, the human race's King Wu and Fang Ping, he could not continue. Tian Gui was killed. He did not die in the hands of a heavenly king, but in the hands of Fang Ping. It was too unbelievable. In the distance, Zhang Tao had already escaped without a trace. For a moment, the people behind him lost some interest in chasing after him. While they were chasing after Zhang Tao, a new war had already started in the outside world. New powerhouses had risen. They were even more terrifying than Zhang Tao, Fang Ping. Many people had heard of this name before, but they might not have paid much attention to it. And now, everyone remembered this person, Fang Ping, human king Fang Ping. There was already a second human king in the human race. Pluto and the others could be considered. However, in this generation of Pluto, Zhang Tao had gathered all the human race's beliefs. After all, Pluto and the others were still a notch lower. They could not be considered as real human kings. The first generation of new martial's human king should be Zhang Tao. The 2 who activated new martial arts could not be considered either. The second generation, that was Fang Ping. 2 generations of human kings had risen. At the back of the crowd, Celestial's Fate, who said that he would kill Fang Ping the next time he met him, sent a voice transmission to Moon Spirit. Are all humans so scary? He killed a saint. I haven't killed a saint yet. Moon Spirit, will you still kill him the next time you meet him? He was almost doubting his life. Had all the heavenly kings here killed a saint before? Of course not, at least he had not killed one. Now, there was a guy outside who killed a saint. Celestial's Fate was wondering if he could really kill this person the next time he met him. Moon Spirit could not be bothered with him, but she was also frowning. This was too fast. Was it really Fang Ping who did it? It was a little scary. King Kuan looked around. After a long time, he said slowly, get out. Everyone, get out together. If we don't get out, I'm afraid there will be big changes in the outside world. Fang Ping can actually kill a saint. Even if Tian Gui has just recovered and is not at his peak, this is extremely scary. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes flickered. Should they go out? Where is the 9 Emperors' seal? What did King Marshall obtain over there? If we leave now, won't our trip to Spirit Emperor's dojo be in vain? These people spoke one after another, somewhat conflicted. Should they go out just like that? If they really left, this trip would really be in vain. King Kuan did not care about them. He wanted to leave. If he did not go out, who knew what would happen outside? Although Heavenly Court was gone, there were signs of the outside world getting out of control. He did not want to play hide and seek with King Marshall and the others here anymore. Ahead, Zhang Tao was panting heavily. He glanced at his origin Dao. Someone was occupying more and more territory, as if he wanted to squeeze him out of the origin Dao. Old Zhang's expression was dark. This was too much. This was his origin Dao. It was good enough that he had shown it to you. Now he really wanted to take over the place and squeeze me out. Squeeze? Squeeze, I'll let you. Bang. Old Zhang punched the figure in the Dao and sent him flying. He went up and punched and kicked him. This was too much. Not only did he come to my house without asking, but he also wanted to chase me away. How could he do things like this? After a beating, old Zhang's expression was conflicted. Killed a saint, he repeated it several times, conflicted, too conflicted, he hoped that Fang Ping would become stronger. The human race also needed powerhouses. But he could not do this, he had just become a heavenly king and killed a saint, causing a sensation in the three realms. You rascal, you killed a saint just by following behind me. What is this? At this moment, the void beside him trembled. Old Zhang glanced at it but did not say anything. The next moment, Heavenly King Subduing walked out and said in a complicated tone, "That kid killed it?" "Probably." "Killed a saint," Heavenly King Subduing also said bitterly, "since ancient times, the number of saints who have died is also limited. Other than that time in the heavenly realm, the number of saints who have died after that is the highest this year. 3 have died. In the North-South War 2000 years ago, the masters of the blessed grotto heavens with saint-level strength did not fall. In the battle of the earthly emperor god dynasty 2500 years ago, a heavenly king died, and a few saints died, but that was with the earthly emperor's projection participating in the battle. In the previous chaotic period, there seemed to be only 3 to 5 saints who died, and this time is only the beginning of the Great Chaos. The Three Realms' Great Chaos had already begun. However, this was only the beginning. The heavenly kings had not even stepped onto the stage, and the saints had only just appeared. In the end, 3 died this year, Evermelt, Qingjing, Tiangue, as Heavenly King Subduing said. He asked curiously, "How can this guy be so strong? Could it be that the old thing who was imprisoned did it?" "I don't know," Zhang Tao said and laughed. "I only know that the human race's strength has increased greatly. I feel that there might be a few more paragons. The losses here might have been made up for by the outside world." In Spirit Emperor Dojo, a few human paragons had also died. Old Zhang felt that the outside world had probably made up for these losses. Anyway, he felt that he had received a lot of feedback this time. King Kuan and the others can't sit still anymore. They all want to leave this place. What should we do now? Zhang Tao thought for a while before saying, "Wait a little longer. Hold them back for a while and buy some time for Fang Ping. Now that they're out, these guys are all heavenly kings." The human race's side, although they're not weak, the stronger the human race is, the more they'll cooperate. Moreover, with the heavenly kings outside, it'll be difficult for Fang Ping to fight for a chance for the human race to become stronger. It'll be difficult to hold them back, Zhang Tao laughed. Difficult? Not difficult. For example. As soon as he said that, Zhang Tao roared, "Old Li, you've gone too far. This is the divine weapon that Spirit Emperor gave me. Why are you snatching it? The 9 Emperor seals are also mine." Heavenly King Subduing was speechless. Would anyone believe that? Zhang Tao chuckled. He was not in a hurry, but his aura was instantly revealed. There was a faint imperial aura on his body. It was left behind by Spirit Emperor. In the next moment, a tremor came from the depths of the dark source world. At this moment, the heavenly king's seals in the hands of the other heavenly kings also trembled slightly. "The 9 Emperor seals are mine, don't snatch them." Zhang Tao roared, then looked at Heavenly King Subduing and laughed. "This should be able to delay for a while, right? I'll go look for the 9 Emperor seals and let those fellows hunt me for a while more." Having said that, Zhang Tao thought for a while, then roared again. Fang Ping killed the ancient saints and annihilated all forces in the 3 realms. Human powerhouses, live well. When we get out, we'll be the number 1 force in the 3 realms. Everyone else, just you wait. Even if I die in battle here, you won't have a good ending when you get out, unless you surrender now and kill a few catacombs true gods to prove your sincerity. His voice reverberated in all directions. At this moment, some of the people hiding in the dark were also stunned. Warlord looked at Li Zhen. After a while, the corner of his mouth twitched. Is he bragging, or is it true? Li Zhen's expression was cold. He said calmly, "Zhang Tao usually doesn't joke about big things, this time, he's bragging." Huh? Li Zhen was still calm. "Whether it's true or not, I'll take it as a bluff. Fang Ping killed a saint. I don't believe it." He just did not believe it. Li Zhen thought that he was very calm, but now he could not stay calm. He did not want to live anymore. It was bad enough that he was surpassed by Zhang Tao, that old scoundrel. Fang Ping. Fang Ping, this kid killed a saint. When Warlord heard that, he nodded. Yes. It's fake. It's just a morale boost. Just listen to it. Do you really think a saint is so easy to kill? Warlord was satisfied. He comforted himself. It felt good too. After comforting himself for a while, Warlord suddenly said, "What if it's true?" Lijian glanced at him, thought for a while, and said, "If it's true, then we'll say that Fang Ping surpassed the ancients. We're both neo-martial artists. The age difference isn't big. With the ancients as a comparison, it'll feel better." "He doesn't seem to be as old as your grandson," Lijian retorted. "I'm not as old as your grandson either." Warlord rolled his eyes. Then, he said indignantly, "Why can't I walk the king's path? Otherwise, I might be a heavenly king today." "What do you think this kid did? How did he kill a saint? Could it be that the saint was about to die, and he killed him with a casual slash?" "It's possible." Lijian nodded and added, "Maybe he only had a little bit of mentality left. He extinguished it easily." "Yes, that should be it." The two of them comforted each other. Finally, they were in a much better mood. They were comforting themselves. On the Forbidden Sea, Fang Ping faced danger again. 3 saints. At this moment, the 3 of them were extremely vigilant. They were no longer sad, no longer underestimating or careless. They surrounded Fang Ping from 3 sides. Many saints were mobilized this time. Jianghao fought Qingyamo, Fengyan fought the Divine Court military governor, Yue Wei fought the mysterious saint, and the cat trapped 2 of them. On the human side, Heavenlywood was still confronting a saint. Even now, there were still 9 saints targeting the human world, the God creation envoy's 3 avatars scattered. At this moment, even if Fang Ping had just killed Tian Gui, he could not reverse the situation. It shocked everyone, but it also strengthened these people's determination to kill Fang Ping. If they did not kill Fang Ping today, maybe in a few days, it would be Fang Ping hunting them down. In the distance, the cat was already panting from exhaustion. The 2 saints were also struggling fiercely, trying to break through the blockade. Fang Ping killing Tian Gui was unexpected. As for the 3 saints, even if they were not at their peak, they might not die when facing a heavenly king. Could Fang Ping continue killing people? However, at this time, the 3 of them were much more vigilant. Not only that, the Sky Sword Saint said in a low voice, "Yue Wei, 36 saints as one. Today, because of you, Tian Gui has fallen. But after all, it was not you who killed him, but now, you and the others are stopping us from taking revenge." The meaning of the threat was also very obvious. Yue Wei and Fengyan left. With 5 saints, would they be afraid that they could not kill Fang Ping? At this time, in the distance, Qingyamo shouted, "One person, surround and kill this person. Kill him, then join forces to kill Fang Ping. This person is not a saint." As soon as these words came out, Fang Ping's heart trembled slightly. On the other side, Jianghao also frowned. If another person came, he would not be able to hold on. At that time, if he did not want to die, he could only escape. If he left, Fang Ping would really be in danger. He was also very surprised that Fang Ping killed Tian Gui, but if the 4 saints joined forces, Fang Ping would also be in danger. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. "I thought that I could solve all the problems myself. I did not expect that in the end, I still have to rely on others." Fang Ping sighed, a jade card appeared in his hand, and crushed it instantly. He laughed. "I hope the Celestial Emperor can come faster. I don't know how far away he is from us now. What a headache." Everyone's expression changed. Fang Ping laughed again. At this time, he was not anxious, and calmly said, "Is the Extreme Path disciple here?" At this time, in the void far away, someone said in a low voice, "I am Lin Hai. I asked someone to send you a message, but you did not respond." Fang Ping said softly, "If that's the case, in the future, don't call yourself an Extreme Path disciple." "What are you trying to say?" "I can understand you, the reincarnated Extreme Path Venerable Emperors. If you do not recognize them, that is your freedom. But since you do not recognize them, that means, you do not think that they will revive. If that is the case, then don't call yourself an Extreme Path disciple." Fang Ping laughed. Because you do not even understand the concept of the extreme path celestial emperor, how can you call yourself an extreme path disciple? Before Lin Hai could reply, the three saints suddenly attacked. The void around Fang Ping was blasted apart immediately. As for Fang Ping, at this moment, he was also in no mood to talk anymore, feeling helpless in his heart. That old man was not reliable. The three clones dispersed just like that. Otherwise, it would not be like this. If this went on, once he was weakened, there might be unforeseen events. He did not know what the surrounding saints were thinking. Who knew if someone would attack again? What should I do? Xianxia might not be able to hold on forever. Just as Fang Ping was struggling, in the distance, the void shook, and a figure appeared. Someone was coming. It was not Tengu. The jade pendant that Fang Ping crushed was just to scare people. The person's aura was not too strong. As soon as this person arrived, he looked directly at Kai Dai and the others, did not speak. A long spear appeared in his hand, pointing at one of them. I am not Mia. My name is Xianxia. Human's first military school's vice-chancellor, now MCMAU's vice-chancellor. Lin Hai, maybe I should call you senior. Senior, if you want to inherit the extreme path, Xianxia has no objections. Senior, if you do it, I will give you the god-destroying spear. Maybe you can take this opportunity to establish the extreme path again. The person was Xianxia. The spear in Xianxia's hand shot toward Lin Hai, saying calmly, God-destroying spear. I don't know if it's Mia's weapon. Whether it is or not, since you did it, it belongs to you. If you don't do it, you can take it away, but from now on, the extreme path has nothing to do with humans. In the distance, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression, not saying a word. The god-destroying spear shot toward him, and the man caught it, rubbing it gently for a moment. When he looked at Xianxia again, his gaze became more complicated. Heaven-destroying emperor, god-destroying spear. At this moment, the person in his eyes was not Xianxia, but the ultimate emperor who looked down on all the powerhouses of the three realms, the one who always wore a cold expression. The others also glanced at Xianxia. Was he the reincarnation of the ultimate emperor, god-destroying spear? Many people looked at the spear in Lin Hai's hand, but no one tried to snatch it. With the disciples of the ultimate path around, snatching the god-destroying spear would be a deadly feud. Lin Hai's gaze became even more complicated. At this moment, Sky Sword shouted angrily, Lin Hai, that's not the heaven-destroying emperor. The ultimate path heavenly emperor died a long time ago. Are you going to follow the orders of a brat? Lin Hai ignored him and looked at Xianxia again, saying softly, don't you remember anything about the past? Xianxia said calmly, I don't have any memories. I'm Xianxia. You don't have to think of me as the god-destroying emperor. I'm Master's disciple. Maybe not, Lin Hai said softly. Back then, the relationship between Master and disciple wasn't very prominent. I only listened to Master's teachings. Back then, there were countless powerhouses in the heaven-destroying palace, and Lin Hai wasn't the most outstanding. Lin Hai laughed self-mockingly. Now, those fellow disciples are either dead or scattered. They've long since disappeared without a trace. Seeing that Xianxia didn't respond, Lin Hai sighed, this is Master's weapon, the god-destroying spear. It hasn't completely recovered. Then, he sent the spear back into Xianxia's hand. It doesn't matter if you're Master's reincarnation. Back then, you listened to heaven-destroying palace's teachings, and there's karma. Lin Hai closed his eyes. In the next moment, he opened them and said, if Master doesn't recover, this will be your disciple's only help. If Master returns, your disciple will return to the ultimate path sect. As soon as he said that, everyone felt a sense of pressure. At this moment, a world descended from the sky, a real world. At this moment, it was difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality. At this time, Fang Ping and the few saints landed in an ancient city. Suppress. Waves of invisible force gushed out from the city, suppressing the three sages. Lin Hai appeared above the city instantly, like a Buddha, ruling over this world. Spear, come. An indifferent voice rang out, and a spear descended from the sky. Kill. The spear turned into a giant dragon, charging toward Sky Sword instantly. Sky Sword's gaze was solemn. This was God-destroying Palace's disciple. The ultimate path sect's disciple had a very powerful origin. With a powerful origin, their recovery speed was faster, and the limitations of their physical bodies were extremely small. Compared to Lin Hai, the few sages might have surpassed him in strength back then, but now they were suppressed. In the distance, Yao Qingjun saw the situation and bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you for your help, senior." As soon as he said that, he did not stop and directly teleported away. Seeing the situation, Lin Hai said coldly, "Let him go. Whoever dares to follow, don't blame me for being ruthless." Someone wanted to follow Yao Qingjun, Lin Hai threatened. This was not the opportunity for the ultimate path Heavenly Emperor's reincarnation to appear. Their appearance would only become a thorn in the side of all parties. And at this time, Fang Ping's pressure was also greatly reduced. The three sages' strength was suppressed by Lin Hai's origin world. Lin Hai entangled Sky Sword, Fang Ping only needed to face two sages. However, the pressure was still very great. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Whoever helps me entangle another one, I'll slaughter these guys today. I'll definitely repay them in the future." As soon as these words came out, the outer sages all had different expressions. End of chapter 1158. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.